the 7th middle school of Huadu City, Huaxia. The playground was packed with 18-year-old boys and girls. Su Bai mingled in the crowd, wearing a faded school uniform, his expression calm. It was now the year 220 of the Huaxia Lord calendar. Every young person who had turned 18 globally would enter the Creator's divine domain this day to participate in the Lord trial. Within the Creator's divine domain, countless races stood in rivalry, the strong surviving. Humans could only live by establishing territories, commanding troops, and conquering other races. Those without strength could only barely survive, becoming food for alien races. I've been transmigrated for 18 years. Finally, I can enter the main storyline. Su Bai was so excited, he almost cried. He was a transmigrator, having arrived in this world of universal lords 18 years ago. No parents, no home, no sister, and no money. Only heaven knew how stifling Su Bai's life had been for these 18 years. Now he had finally endured to 18, awaiting for the Lord trial that could change his future. Ding! The Creator's divine domain teleportation is about to begin. All participants, please prepare. The mechanical voice echoed in everyone's mind. Suddenly, countless blue light portals appeared on the playground, pulling everyone in with immense force. Su Bai's vision went black. When he opened his eyes, he stood in the middle of a forest clearing surrounded by primeval forest. The diameter of a single tree was thicker than his arm span. Ding! Welcome, Su Bai. You have successfully entered the newcomer all-race battlefield area of the Creator's divine domain and received your initial territory. Initial territory gift pack delivered. Lord's Mansion 1, initial random barracks 1. A Lord interface appeared in Su Bai's mind, just like in novels, easy to understand. Without hesitation, Su Bai immediately planned to place the Lord's Mansion and confirm the territory location, for he had already heard some sounds stirring in the forest. The next moment, a dilapidated wooden cabin appeared behind Su Bai. This Lord's Mansion is too shabby. Can it really accommodate people? Su Bai complained. Just then the system prompt sounded again. Ding! All novice lords have been teleported. Talent extraction officially begins. Talent extraction rules: each person has only one chance. Lord talent grades from low to high: white, common, green, elite, blue, rare, purple, epic, orange, legend, red, myth. Next, a talent wheel appeared before Su Bai, mostly covered with low-level white and green talents. Blue talents were extremely rare. Begin extraction. Su Bai took a deep breath and whispered. The wheel spun wildly. He stared intently. After a few seconds, the wheel stopped, and then a dazzling golden light burst from the entire wheel. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the supreme unique talent, Chaos Endowment. Talent effect 1: you draw 3 cards daily. Choose one to obtain, guaranteed to draw at least 1 gold unique God card. Talent effect 2: cards can be bestowed upon any target. Talent effect 3: card effects are stackable. Su Bai was stunned, suspecting an illusion. Supreme unique talent. Chaos Endowment. What level of talent was this? It wasn't taught in class. I don't know. But Su Bai could read. The fewer words, the more powerful. This was surely stronger than ordinary talents. Wow, wow, wow. Without time to celebrate, he suppressed his excitement and immediately used his talent. Ding! Daily draw begins drawing cards. In the next moment, Su Bai found himself surrounded by countless cards of various colors. They were divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. Draw successful. Obtain cards as follows: gold unique, God level barracks, gold unique, eternal companionship, blue rare, golden kidney. 3 card phantoms appeared simultaneously. 2 emitted brilliant golden light, and the third a soft blue glow. Ding! First draw privilege activated. 3 cards stored in the talent space. Access, combine, or use anytime. Su Bai immediately immersed his consciousness in the talent space and examined the first gold card. Card name: God level barracks, quality gold, unique effect: bestow upon a structure to transform it into a super god talent barracks, recruiting at minimum super god talent units. Target barracks: Lord's Mansion. Card evaluation: heaven defying. Awesome. What more can I say? If you fancy something in my territory, just take it from my warehouse. Su Bai's eyes shone, and the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. See. Did you see the card eval? The talent levels of units were generally divided into common, good, elite, rare, uncommon, epic, king, legend. What level was a super god talent barracks? I don't know. The teacher never taught this. The teacher only said that the initial barracks randomly assigns unit talent mostly below elite, with rare, luck reaching uncommon. A myth unit from the start was simply unthinkable. But after just one draw, he got super god. Suppressing his excitement, he still had the second card. Su Bai looked at the second gold card. Card name: Eternal Companionship, quality gold, unique effect: heroes or units summoned within the Lord's territory have permanent 100 loyalty, never decreasing, and can increase indefinitely, unlocking hidden effects as loyalty rises. Target Lord hero units. Card evaluation: heaven defying. Awesome. Guess what hidden effects? Hint all good things. Su Bai, ABA. Su Bai was now speechless with shock. In the Creator's divine domain, loyalty was life. Many lords had been backstabbed by their own units due to insufficient loyalty. All units had a default loyalty of 50 when recruited. Later lords could only slowly increase it through constant interaction and bonding. And this card solved the loyalty problem completely. From now on there was no need to worry about unit betrayal. A smooth start. 2 god cards. The first 18 years were never this smooth. 666, compensation, round finally here. Subai grinned, then looked at the third rare card. With the effects of the first 2 cards, Subai was no longer worried about the third card's effect. However, card named Golden Kidney Quality Blue Rare Effect bestows the user with a Golden Kidney Constitution, Never Kidney Deficient, Boundless Energy Recovery, 200. Target Lord Hero Units Card Evaluation The more awesome the person, the more they suffer. Subai initially thought this card was lackluster, but after reading the effects, a beautiful smile blossomed on his face like a flower. Who says this card is weak? This card is absolutely amazing. One click, 1 card per person. Subai immediately selected Eternal Companionship and Golden Kidney to fuse with himself. 2 beams of golden and blue light flew out, instantly merging into Subai's body. His whole body warmed up, fatigue vanished, and he felt refreshed as if he could knock an ox dead with 1 punch. When Subai opened his eyes again, his temperament had become ethereal like an immortal. Without delay, he selected God-level Barracks ready to fuse. The next moment 2 options appeared in his mind, Lord's Mansion or Random Barracks. Subai instinctively chose Barracks, but felt something was off during fusion. This was clearly a pitfall. Who said a God-level Barracks had to be fused on a Barracks? If I fuse it, I only get 1 God-level Barracks. But if I fuse it on the Lord's Mansion, wouldn't all future Barracks become God-level? Better fuse it into the Lord's Mansion to be safe. Golden light flew out, instantly enveloping the shabby Lord's Mansion. The golden light was dazzling. Subai squinted, sensing the drastic change in the Lord's Mansion. Although its appearance remained the same, shabby hut, a divine aura had already been added to the cabin. The fusion process ended in an instant. At the same moment, the Random Barracks also underwent a radical. Subai turned his gaze toward the once dilapidated Random Barracks. Ever since he had casually placed it down, he had barely spared it a second thought. The frail little wooden hut that had seemed as if a single breeze could topple it was now enveloped by a halo of radiant golden light. At the same time, the creation god domain system chimed once more. Would you like to draw your initial troop type? The prompt had already popped up several times, but Subai's attention had been entirely focused on his talents, so he had ignored it again and again. When the system notification sounded yet again, Subai subconsciously chose to draw. The instant he confirmed his choice, the small barracks hut began to shake violently. The golden radiance that had been diffusing through the air was instantly drawn into the hut. When the light finally faded away completely, the shabby Random Barracks hut had transformed beyond recognition. In its place stood a newly manifested building, pure white from top to bottom, its walls constructed entirely from white jade suffused with a gentle golden glow. Upon the roof rested a sculpted pair of colossal angelic wings spread wide in a majestic pose. Tiny motes of golden light floated around the statue, gradually condensing into countless golden feathers that drifted downward, making the entire scene appear incomparably holy. So this is a god-tier barracks. The level of refinement is unbelievably high. Subai hurried closer, carefully examining every detail of the structure. I remember the teacher saying in class that once a barracks selects a troop type, it will undergo a corresponding transformation, and its architecture will adapt to the characteristics of that unit, he murmured to himself. But did the teacher ever mention that barracks could come with special visual effects like this? Subai was baffled. His teacher had never covered anything of the sort. A new line of system text appeared before his eyes. Name, Sacred Angel Barracks. Quality, Super God Tier. Structure, Health, 1000000. Recruitment rules. Each day you may recruit 10 Sacred Angels for free. After the novice period ends, each additional Sacred Angel recruited will cost 100 Divine Source Coins. Evaluation. What more evaluation do you expect? With a combat strength of 5, you could literally spend your entire life chipping away at its health and still not scratch a fraction of it. The moment Subai saw the endless string of zeros behind the building's health value, his mind went completely. He had only ever seen so many zeros when dealing with figures from Tianfu City. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10 billion. He muttered. A full 10 billion points of structure health. With my current attack power, I'd probably need an entire lifetime just to grind it down, he sighed. This was far beyond merely having a favorable starting hand. He grumbled inwardly, is that evaluation even serious? What's so wrong with a combat strength of 5? It's not like I owe you anything. And what are Divine Source Coins supposed to be? He only knew of copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, the fundamental currency system of the creation god domain. All transactions were conducted using these 3 forms of money. Their exchange rate was fixed. 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, which equaled 10,000 copper coins. Every lord was granted a single gold coin as starting capital among their initial resources. As for these divine source coins, he had never even heard of them, but even without thinking too hard, he could tell they were likely hundreds or even thousands of times more valuable than gold coins. Whatever divine source coins are, the novice period lasts a full week and recruitment is free during that time. I'll just fill up my quota first, Su Bai said with a shrug, choosing to live in the moment. If he did not have them, then he simply did not have them, no matter how much he desired it. Divine source coins would not appear out of thin air. Let's start recruiting and see, he murmured, intending to use up the day's recruitment slots first. As Su Bai willed it, the great doors of the sacred angel barracks slowly swung open and a dazzling shaft of white gold light streamed out from within. What first met his eyes were long legs as pure and smooth as carved white jade. A moment later, one beautiful angel after another, each around 1.90 meters in height, stepped into view before him. With just a single glance, Su Bai felt a hot rush at the bridge of his nose. The angels' attire was striped. Their upper bodies bore proud, curving silhouettes, with only half of those contours covered by white gold armor, while the other half was boldly displayed before Su Bai's eyes. Their lower garments were even more daring, white gold battle skirts with only 2 panels hanging along the outer sides of their thighs. The front and back were so short, they merely hinted at concealing the unknown beyond. The effect was to wrap Su Bai in a hazy, dreamlike sense of mystery. Around each pair of long white jade legs, slender white ribbons were wrapped in intricate patterns, their trailing ends floating in midair, forming what looked like ethereal stockings woven from ribbon and light. Upon their exquisitely shaped feet, they wore high heels whose design closely resembled a luxurious Valentino series. With such attire, anyone who saw them would feel a sudden heat rise to their face. At that moment, a system notification rang out: recruitment successful. You have obtained Sacred Angels Battle Angels 10. As this is your first time recruiting units from this barracks, you have additionally recruited an immortal heavenly god tier hero, Alicia. Before Su Bai could even lift his head, the white gold radiance emanating from the Sacred Angel Barracks intensified. A peerlessly beautiful woman, half a head taller than the 10 sacred angels, strode forth from within. Her attire belonged to the same series as that of the battle angels, yet it appeared even more revealing to the eye. Across her proud curves, only a single white ribbon 4 fingers wide wound around, once barely managing to conceal them. Her battle skirt looked acceptable from the front, but the side panels were entirely gone. Like a high-slit cheapao, the openings ran all the way up to the top, with only a thin white gold thread preserving the skirt's overall shape. Her armor, instead of guarding the places one would expect, clung to her shoulders, wrists, and knees. Everywhere except where traditional armor should be. Faced with these 11 angels, Su Bai hardly dared meet their eyes. You call these sacred angels? He thought anxiously. Where exactly is the sacredness? From which angle do they look pure and holy? His cheeks were flushed, and he stood rooted to the spot at a complete loss for how to proceed. What was he supposed to say or do next? Just as he was berating his own sluggish mind, Alicia, who had only just finished acclimating to this unfamiliar world, caught sight of Su Bai. Her eyes lit up at once. Tiny star-like gleams seemed to flicker within her gaze. Alicia immediately led the 10 battle angels forward, stopping before Su Bai. She bowed slightly, her voice soft and airy, as gentle as cotton candy. Master Alicia is willing to follow you for all eternity, waging war across the world in your name. The sound of her voice, together with the sight of her kneeling, made Su Bai's entire body go weak. With such beauty and such a voice, who could possibly withstand it? Desperately trying not to let himself be swayed, Su Bai forced his attention onto Alicia's status panel. Hero name: Alicia. Race: Sacred Angel. Talent: Immortal Heavenly God. Level: Black Iron 1 star. Alignment: Lawful Just. Personality: Absent-minded, gentle, fiercely protective, contrasting. Skills: Immortal Eternity, Immortal Heavenly Gaudier, Divine Oneness, Immortal Heavenly Gaudier, Super, Sacred, Super Gaudier, Super Court of Radiant Light, Super Gaudier, Super Brilliance, Unbound, Super Gaudier, Judgment of Light, Main Gaudier, War Armor Gaudier. Legion skills: Immortal Primordial Sacred Angel Formation, Immortal Heavenly Gaudier, Immortal Primordial Eternal Terminus, Immortal Heavenly Gaudier. Legion effects: Training Efficiency, 1200 Experience, Gain 1200, Marching Speed, 1200, All Legion Attributes, 1000. Life: 320 Base Hero Stat, 320 plus Hero Talent Bonus, 1000. Attack: 320 Base Hero Stat, 320 plus Hero Talent Bonus, 1000. Defense: 2560 Base Hero Stat, 256. An unprecedented Immortal Heavenly God tier hero, whose potential is unknown. No one in existence can predict how powerful she might eventually become, the evaluation concluded. Su Bai stared at the panel, his eyes glazed, the corners of his mouth trembling uncontrollably. What is this situation? An Immortal Heavenly God tier talented hero. He thought, utterly thunderstruck. The reality of facing a hero with immortal heavenly god-tier talent left him completely overwhelmed. Isn't this just too outrageous? A Black Iron 1-star rank with 3200 life and 3200 attack. These stats rival those of silver-tier units. Let's not even mention the units with ordinary talents. The highest elite talents that lords typically draw average around 125 life, 13 attack, 10 defense, 19 endurance, and 6 spirit at the Black Iron 1-star level. Even the base stats of Alicia surpass these units by 200 times. And those skills, Celestial, Super Divine, and Master level, each sounds incredibly powerful. The power and the 5-dimensional data boosts are still unknown. Just how strong are these Celestial and Super Divine skills? Subai was completely clueless because his teacher had never taught him. Even more absurd is the Legion effect with a 1000 boost to all attributes and a 1200 experience gain for the Legion. To put it simply, this enhancement is terrifying. Subai had heard in class that there was once a mythic level hero whose Legion attribute boost was only 300 for a single attribute. How is one supposed to play with this? Not only is it all attributes, but it's also a 1000 increase for all. I'm amazed. It's like riding the wind. Subai couldn't help but exclaim. Rise, for the future construction of the territory requires everyone's joint effort. Subai, seeing the angels still kneeling, quickly suppressed his discomfort and helped them up. Upon hearing Subai's words, Alicia's eyes lit up and a gentle smile spread across her face. She stood behind Subai and hugged him, responding in a soft, tender voice, "Please rest assured, Master. Alicia will always protect her Master. Anyone who dares to bully him will forever face the curse of the holy angels." Her hands were soft and she pressed her entire being against Subai, exuding a faint fragrance. Subai was actually not short, standing just over 1.8 meters tall. Yet even so, he felt his head enveloped in warmth. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread through him, and he thought to himself, "Is this the holy angel you described?" She was even more enchanting than a succubus. Subai glanced again at the information of the other units. After reading, he was once again shocked. Unit name: Tuya, race Holy Angel, combat Angel, talent Super Divine, rank Black Iron 1-star, faction Lawful Good, skills Super Holy, Super Divine Court, Super Divine, Super Radiant Shine, Super Divine, Divine Judgment, Master level. War Armor, Divine level, life 110 base unit data 110 hero boost 110 attack 110 base unit data 110 hero boost 110 defense 880 base unit data 88 hero boost 110 endurance 1650 base unit data 165 hero boost 110 spirit 550 base unit data 55 hero boost 110 evaluation. So what more data do you want? Remember, this is just one unit, not a hero. The base data for heroes is multiplied by 2. This data is still astonishing. As the evaluation stated, the base data for heroes is doubled compared to the base data of units with the same talent level, and then additional bonuses are added for the total data. Yet even so, the Combat Angels unit data is terrifyingly strong. It still boasts a 100-fold. Subai continued to open the panels of the other 9 angels, discovering that they were all configured similarly, all possessing super divine talents with skills at least at the divine level, and their overall strength was very balanced. None were weak. Subai felt that this angel squad could easily sweep through the entire novice area. Just then the system notification sounded again, and Subai instinctively glanced at it. "You have summoned units, you need to pay them an allowance." When he saw this line, Subai's heart skipped a beat. He remembered his teacher mentioning in class that recruiting units requires paying them an allowance. Generally speaking, the higher the talent level of the unit, the more allowance must be paid. This is related to loyalty. The lower the loyalty, the more allowance is required. The more allowance given, the faster loyalty increases. Once it rises to a certain level, the amount of allowance required will gradually decrease. Yet his units are super divine and celestial level. Can he afford their allowances? Subai looked at the required allowance. Holy Angel, combat Angel, daily consumption 1 copper coin unit. Alicia, daily consumption 1 copper coin unit. Note: the loyalty of the Holy Angels has reached its peak. They feel they cannot let their lord spend too much on them, so the allowance will be symbolically charged at 1 copper coin. Only 1 copper coin. Subai was once again left speechless in shock. Then he realized that the Holy Angels were considering him. They truly moved him to tears. Subai felt deeply touched. He thought that no matter what, he must ensure these angels live a good life. "Master, what are you thinking?" Alicia noticed her master was motionless in her embrace and looked down at Subai's profile, asking, "Is Alicia asking for too much?" "We actually don't want our master to spend too much on us, but this is the minimum standard set by the rules." Subai hurriedly shook his head, ruffled her hair, and smiled, saying, "How could it be? You are worth more than this price. Rest assured, I will ensure you all live a good life in the future." "Thank you, master." Alicia smiled so wide her eyes squinted into slits, and she hugged Su. Her chin gently rested on the top of Subai's head, her soft form pressing against him as she sweetly said, "Alicia loves Master the most." Subai felt a pleasant shiver run through him. Where could he find such a beautiful, adorable, and affectionate hero? The other angels watching the interaction between Alicia and their master felt a twinge of longing in their hearts. They also wanted to be close to Subai, but due to Alicia's presence they hesitated to step forward. Fearing they wouldn't be able to control themselves, Subai patted Alicia's hand and smiled, saying, "All right, let's go earn some resources in the resource dungeon, and when we return, I'll upgrade the territory so you can all live in better houses and build the structures you love the most." Alicia's eyes narrowed with gratitude as she responded sweetly, "Thank you, Master." Following this, Subai focused, and a blue glowing portal appeared in the territory. This is the Novice Resource Dungeon. Each type can only be entered once a day, and it can yield with stone food, iron ingots, and copper coins. Everyday resource types will gradually open up, and today's opening is wood. Let's go. As soon as Subai's words fell, Alicia's extremely gentle voice reached his ears. Enter. With Alicia's command, the 10 combat angels sprang into action, and as they entered the portal, a wave of white holy light enveloped each angel. War armor. After the holy light faded, the 10 combat angels were clad in platinum armor. The platinum armor enveloped the angels completely, with not a hint of skin exposed. Even their faces were covered by platinum helmets. When Subai turned to look at Alicia, he found her also fully armored, no longer resembling her previous cool demeanor. Gold, silver, and copper coins serve as hard currency in the creator's domain, usable not only for upgrading buildings and recruiting subjects. As the light of the portal dissipated, several people had already found themselves within the instance. Looking around, the instance was filled with towering trees densely packed together, blocking out the sun. The sunlight could only filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting scattered patches of light. The air was thick with the damp scent of vegetation, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. It looked just like an ordinary world. Before Subai could closely examine it, the holy angels had already assumed battle stances on guard against a certain direction. Subai focused his gaze and discovered that countless green figures were wandering around the towering trees. They were composed entirely of rough bark, standing less than 1.5 meters tall, each holding a piece of withered wood. These were the wood sprites from the wood resource instance. Race: wood sprite. Talent: ordinary. Level: black iron 1 star. Faction: neutral good. Skills: growth, ordinary, stick strike, ordinary. Health 120. Attack 8. Defense 7. Stamina 15. Spirit 4. Description: the diligent wood sprites within the instance have planted numerous wood resources. Subai glanced at the panel of the wood sprite, realizing that this was a standard black iron 1-star data panel. He turned to look at Alicia and the 10 battle angels beside him. At that moment, the holy aura surrounding them remained undiminished, their eyes filled with disdain for all living beings. Alicia softly said, "Master, leave these wood sprites to us." Subai nodded. "Then let's begin the..." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 battle angels spread their pure white wings and soared into the air, their swords of light igniting with dazzling golden light as they charged at the wood sprites. For the master. With a crisp battle cry, each battle angel swung their swords, unleashing streams of golden light that struck down a large group of wood sprites. Crack! The wood sprites didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies were cleaved in two, turning to a pile of wood shavings that dissipated into the air while simultaneously dropping 1 unit of wood. Subai was not overly surprised. The data of the holy angels was far too high. It would be abnormal if they couldn't defeat these wood sprites in one blow. This was utterly a dimensionality reduction strike, no different from chopping vegetables. The 10 battle angels darted through the forest, their swords of light flashing, each strike capable of slaying several wood sprites, sending wood shavings flying. Subai felt relieved. Alicia stayed close to Subai, occasionally raising her hand to unleash a beam of golden light that instantly obliterated any wood sprites attempting to approach. With his hands in his pockets, Subai strolled leisurely through the forest alongside Alicia. He noticed that the trees here were much larger than those surrounding his territory. Cutting down a tree, he wondered how much wood it would drop. However, there were no subjects in his territory, yet he couldn't possibly handle the logging work himself. Seeing Subai's frown, Alicia couldn't help but ask, "Is there something troubling you, master? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Subai thought for a moment and expressed his regrets. It felt like such a waste to leave so much wood here without being able to take it away. Upon hearing this, Alicia smiled brightly. "Not at all, master. Although we lack the logging talent, we can still fell these trees." Alicia turned her gaze to a towering tree before her. With a swing of her sword, she struck it down. Wherever the sword light passed, towering trees fell one after another. In an instant, they transformed into hundreds of units of wood. "Master, although Alicia does not possess the logging talent, it does not mean I cannot perform logging operations." Subai looked astonished at the empty space before him. With just a single strike, an entire area had been cleared. Alicia's combat power truly was extraordinary. As time passed, the battle angels continued to fight within the instance. Streams of dazzling golden light erupted from each battle angel, enveloping the surrounding area. The wood sprites within the vicinity were instantaneously burned to ashes by the golden light, turning into piles of wood shavings without even a chance to resist. The surrounding towering trees were also cut down in the process. The amount of wood resources obtained was rapidly increasing. As time ticked by, the 1 hour duration of the instance was approaching its end. A prompt appeared in Subai's mind. Ding. Resource instance time has ended. Instance cleared. Calculating score and rewards. Number of wood sprites, slain 14321. Wood collected 105432 units. Obtain resource cards: Ordinary Wood Resource Card X 432, Elite Wood Resource Card X 124, Rare Wood Resource Card X 12, Epic Wood Resource Card X 1. Overall score SSS level. Ding. Congratulations Lord Subai for achieving SSS level score. Reward: SSS level instance treasure chest 1. Over 10000 units of wood. Subai gazed at the data on the system panel, his heart racing. Just from this wave of the resource instance, he had obtained over 100 units of wood. Moreover, he also acquired several hundred resource cards. It should be noted that an ordinary wood resource card is worth 100 units of wood. An elite wood resource card is worth 1000 units of wood. Each subsequent quality adds another 0. The epic wood resource card had already reached 100 units of wood. This was an immense fortune. Alicia, seeing Subai's excitement, also felt happy and softly said, Master, do the battle angels' performances meet your expectations? Your praise will be the highest honor for us holy angels. Wonderful Alicia, you are all my most precious treasures. Subai generously lavished his praise, unaware of the ambiguity in his words. But Subai didn't think too much and continued to revel in the countless resources. As the system's voice concluded, the instance portal reappeared, glowing faintly blue. Subai immediately took Alicia and the 10 battle angels and stepped into the portal. When the perspective shifted again, Subai and his companions returned to their territory. Subai eagerly checked the gains from entering the resource instance. Over 1000 units of wood had already been credited. Several hundred resource cards also appeared on Subai's system panel. Additionally, there was a golden treasure chest lying quietly in the Lord's warehouse. This was an SSS level resource treasure chest. Such a chest had never appeared in the history of Huaxia Lords for over 200 years. Subai was uncertain about what items would be revealed from this chest. Subai did not rush to open the treasure chest, but first checked the status of each angel. At this moment, every holy angel had removed their battle armor, changing into the refreshing attire that Subai first saw them in. Meanwhile, the levels of the holy angels had undergone a change. The higher the talent quality of the troop type, the more experience was required for upgrades, but with the hero effect of Elysia, it was different. Even the holy angels whose talent level reached the super divine level had seen a significant rise in their levels. The 10 combat angels and Elysia all advanced from Black Iron 1 star to Black Iron 3 stars. Subai casually clicked on the panel of a combat angel, and the data improvement was obvious. Troop name Tuya. Race Holy Angel Combat Angel. Talent Super Divine. Level Black Iron 3 stars. Faction Order Justice. Skills Super Holy Super Divine. Level Super Divine Court Super Divine. Level Super Radiant Shine Super Divine. Level Divine Judgment Main God Level. Battle Armor Divine Level. Life 13310 Base Data 1331 Hero Boost 1000. Attack 1330 Base Data 133 Hero Boost 1000. Defense 1060 Base Data 106 Hero Boost 1000. Endurance 2000 Base Data 200 Hero Boost 1000. Spirit 610 Base Data 61 Hero Boost 1000. Evaluation. Remember, this is just a troop type, not a hero. Hero name Elysia. Race Holy Angel. Talent Immortal Celestial. Level Black Iron 3 stars. Faction Order Justice. Personality Forgetful Gentle Protective Contrasting. Skills Immortal Eternal Immortal Celestial Level Divine Unity Immortal Celestial Level Super Holy Super Divine Level Super Divine Court Super Divine Level Super Radiant Shine Super Divine Level Divine Judgment Main God Level. Battle Armor Divine Level. Legion Skill Immortal Primordial Holy Angel Formation Immortal Celestial Level Immortal Primordial Eternal Stasis Immortal Celestial Level. Legion Effect Training Effect 1200 Experience Gain 1200 March Speed 1200 Legion All Attributes Increase 1000. Life 38720 Hero Base Data 3872 Hero Boost 1000. Attack 3880 Hero Base Data 388 Hero Boost 1000. Defense 3100 Hero Base Data 310 Hero Boost 1000. Endurance 5800 Hero Base Data 580 Hero Boost 1000. Spirit 1940 Hero Base Data 194 Hero Boost 1000. Evaluation. Once again it must be said Imp. An unprecedented immortal celestial talent hero. The potential is unknown. No existence knows how strong she will develop. Subai knew that every troop type would gain a 10 increase in their base attributes with each level up, but the base data would be influenced by the troop's talent. 4 ordinary troop types gaining even a slight increase in attributes upon leveling up would be quite good. However, his troop's base attributes would increase by 10. After the upgrades, each data point improved by about 3040, significantly enhancing their combat power. The most challenging part of resource dungeons was no longer defeating enemies, but finding them. Not bad. Resource dungeons are indeed a great place. Not only can they yield so many resources, but they also allow troop types to level up. Subai nodded, slightly feeling pleased. If I run the dungeon a few more times, the levels will go up. The growth of the angels had already made Subai feel quite delighted. However, the surprises were not over yet. Subai continued to count the resources gained from the dungeon. He directly obtained 105432 units of wood. Ordinary wood resource cards 432, Elite wood resource cards 124, Rare wood resource cards 12, Epic wood resource cards 1. Based on ordinary resources, 1 card equals 100 units. The total for ordinary wood resource cards was 43,200 units. Elite wood resource cards totaled 124,000 units. Rare wood resource cards totaled 120,000 units, and Epic wood resource cards totaled 100,000 units. All the wood resources combined reached a staggering 492632 units. Subai was stunned. It is known that in the early stages wood is extremely scarce, and many novice lords struggle to gather even 100 units of wood in a day. This haul from the dungeon allowed Subai to completely crush all novice lords. Even some veteran lords might not have such wood reserves. Yet a trace of subtle satisfaction flashed in Subai's eyes. He then set his gaze on the SS-level treasure chest in the lord's warehouse. That was the highlight of this trip. The treasure chest shone brilliantly, emanating an impressive aura. Open. Ding. Opening SS-level dungeon treasure chest. The following rewards are obtained. Rare wood resource card 100. Unique wonder. Lumberjack statue. A series of system prompts rang out, and the corners of Subai's mouth twitched again. Another 100 rare wood resource cards directly added 1 million units of wood, pushing the total wood amount over 1.49 million units. No need to say more. Subai shifted his attention to another reward. Unique wonder. Lumberjack. Wonder name Lumberjack statue. Quality unique. Effect 1. All subjects in the territory gain 200 woodcutting efficiency 2. Wood acquisition amount 203. Damage to wood type races increased by 200. Description: a wonder exclusive to lumberjacks. With it you will no longer have to worry about wood shortages. This is a good item. Subai couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Wonders are extremely rare. Each wonder has special effects. They can generally be divided into combat types, production types, and functional types. The quality of a wonder, like a lord's talent, is divided into ordinary, elite, rare, epic, legendary, mythical. The highest is only mythical, as no higher quality has been taught. Historical records have never mentioned wonders higher than mythical. Of course, it's also possible that such things may not be known to an ordinary person like him. However, the wonder he obtained, unique. Just from the name it sounds powerful, definitely a quality higher than mythical. With a thought, Subai placed the lumberjack statue in an available area of the territory, and a flash of golden light passed, instantly forming the wonder. However, the appearance of this wonder seemed somewhat familiar. A bald head, unremarkable appearance, a hunched figure, and skinny as a rail. But his face carried an air of unrestrained dominance, holding an electric saw, as if he was going to chop down the entire forest. This design has some character. Subai couldn't help but take a couple more glances. Retracting his gaze, there were still more important matters at hand. Upgrade the territory. The first lord to upgrade the territory level would receive additional rewards, though not much. Every little bit helps. Even the smallest mosquito is meat, and rolling up a snowball can also be a significant boost. The way to upgrade the territory is to upgrade the lord's mansion. Subai checked the upgrade requirements. Upgrade requirements would 100 copper coins 100. Without any hesitation, Subai chose to upgrade. As for the 100 copper coins, Subai exchanged the only gold coin he had for 99 silver coins and 100 copper coins. With the investment of resources, a white light enveloped the entire lord's mansion. In just an instant, the white light dissipated and the upgrade was complete. Ding! Territory upgraded successfully. From no level to Tier 1, Level 1. Subai turned to look at the lord's mansion, which had transformed from a shabby little wooden house into a less shabby little wooden house. Seeing this, Subai couldn't help but twitch his lips. At least it wouldn't leak when it rained. Just then the system prompt sound rang again. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this area to upgrade the territory to Tier 1, Level 1. Obtained regional first upgrade reward, Better Lord's Mansion. Regional First Ascension. Subai was genuinely surprised. He had not expected to be the first to ascend in this region. In the next moment, he examined the Enhanced Lord's Manner reward. He soon discovered that this so-called Enhanced Lord's Manner was merely a cosmetic skin. Its fundamental structure remained unchanged, only its exterior appearance had transformed. The Enhanced Lord's Manor offered Subai 3 options. Option 1 Modern Villa Minimalist and Elegant Exterior, Comfort 20. Option 2 Western Fantasy Castle Majestic and Imposing Exterior, Comfort 20. Option 3 Demon Ruins Eerie and Sinister Exterior, Comfort 20. Subai glanced briefly at all 3 before ultimately selecting the Western Fantasy Castle. Option 1 was too modern, jarringly out of place within the Genesis Divine Realm. Option 3, as its name implied, was nothing but rubble, utterly uninhabitable. The Western Fantasy Castle appeared the most appropriate and aesthetically harmonious with the Genesis Divine. Ding. Western Fantasy Castle skin selected. Transformation commencing. A dazzling golden light enveloped the modest, unremarkable wooden cottage. When the golden radiance faded, the cottage had vanished entirely, replaced by a grand towering Western Fantasy Castle. Its walls, built from colossal gray stone blocks, soaring over 10 meters high, bore intricate carvings etched deep into their surfaces. 2 slender spires crowned the castle's summit, each capped with a gleaming golden gemstone that emitted a soft, ethereal aureole. Ding. Lord's Manor skin transformation complete. Comfort increased by 20. Comfort effect enhances the morale of subjects within the territory. Higher morale increases work efficiency and slightly boosts troop combat effectiveness. When total comfort reaches 100, all attributes increase by 10. Subai nodded faintly, a glimmer of quiet satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Though the immediate gain of only 20 comfort points seemed modest, comfort was unbounded, capable of indefinite stacking. As it accumulated, its cumulative attribute bonuses would inevitably grow ever more formidable. Alicia followed Subai into the castle. Gazing upon the vast, resplendent hall, her eyes shimmered with gentle warmth as she softly declared, "Master, congratulations on your new abode. Prepare yourselves. We enter the Ascension trial shortly." His tone was calm and measured. No sooner had the words left his lips than the system chimed once more. Ding. Territory has ascended to Tier 1 Level 1. Ascension Trial Dungeon activated. The Ascension Trial Dungeon is an integral rite of passage for every lord's growth. This dungeon is a mandatory trial for territorial ascension. Entry must occur within 10 minutes, or the territory will revert to rankless status and all resources expended during ascension will be forfeited. However, the first attempt grants additional rewards, ranging in rarity from Fire to Steer. The objective is simple: breach a Tier 1 Level 1 territory within 1 hour to succeed. The Ascension Trial Dungeon serves as the Genesis Divine Realm's crucible, a test of sovereignty where only the strong endure and the weak are cast aside. Subai's expression remained unruffled. To him, conquering a Tier 1 Level 1 territory within 60 minutes was no trial at all, merely a guaranteed bounty awaiting collection. Prepare. Enter the trial dungeon. He turned to Alicia and the 10 battle angels, his voice steady and composed, swift and decisive action. As you command, my master. In unison, Alicia and the 10 battle angels responded, golden light flaring around them as they donned their heavy warplate armor, radiant and awe-inspiring. Ding. Enter Ascension Trial Dungeon now. Enter. A flash of gold, and Subai and his retinue vanished into the dungeon. Within the dungeon lay an open plain. In the distance stood a Tier 1 Level 1 territory, identical to Subai's pre-ascension, holding a single dilapidated wooden manor. 10 black iron rank, 3 fire lizards guarded its gates, alongside a fire lizard chieftain. Subai glanced at the chieftain's stat panel. Race Fire Lizard Chieftain. Talent exceptional. Rank Black Iron rank 4. Alignment chaotic good. Skill Grand Fireball elite. Health 292. Attack 30. Defense 24. Stamina 44. Spirit 14. Description: a formidable exceptional hero. No small threat to many lords. Compared to ordinary fire lizards, whose stats barely exceeded a dozen, the chieftain was indeed a fearsome adversary, especially for lords whose awakened talents were mediocre or whose randomly assigned troops possessed low-tier aptitudes. But, ding. Basic trial commencing objective. Breach the Tier 1 Level 1 territory ahead within 1 hour. No sooner had the system's chime echoed than Alicia's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and unleashed a skill. Raging Deluge, sunder heaven and earth. Holding her archangelic greatsword aloft with one hand, Alicia bathed the blade in blinding white gold radiance. She locked her aim on the fire lizard chieftain and brought the sword down in a single devastating arc. A terrifying crescent of sword energy rent the very fabric of space, cleaving toward its target. Where the blade's energy passed, all matter dissolved into dust. The fire lizard chieftain stood frozen, eyes wide, mouth slack, as he stared dumbfounded at the overwhelming torrent of energy descending upon him. Will I even retain a whole corpse? A cataclysmic detonation, like a nuclear blast, shattered the stillness. The entire territory disintegrated into fine ash beneath that single stroke. What of the fire lizards? Reduced to minced shreds by that same blade's fury. When the residual shockwave finally subsided, a colossal fissure, stretching skyward, remained carved into the earth. Along its edges shimmered lingering traces of white golden archangelic divine power. A Tier 1 Level 1 territory could not withstand even a single strike from Alicia. Subai stared speechless at the devastation before him. He had already revised his estimation of his troops' strength upward, repeatedly, yet still found himself astonishingly conservative in his expectations. Master, was my speed satisfactory? I've fulfilled your request flawlessly, Alicia said, smiling warmly as she sheathed her blade and bowed before him. Her demeanor as guileless as a young girl seeking praise from her elder. As if addressing a child, Subai chuckled lightly. I asked for speed, not necessarily a full force. Alicia tilted her head, puzzled. But master, this is merely an ordinary divine tier technique. Every one of us possesses it. We routinely use it as our basic attack. Subai, what else was there to say? Incredible. Ding. Tier 1, Level 1 territory breached. Basic trial completed. Ding. Basic trial evaluation shrank. Ding. Detected exceptionally high trial completion rate. Additional challenge available. Pursue higher evaluation. Proceed. Ah, so this was a hidden dungeon. Even my instructor never mentioned such a possibility. Truly what an unhelpful mentor, always withholding knowledge. Yet Subai hesitated not. Proceed. With Alicia at his side, attempting this hidden trial posed no risk whatsoever. Ding. Additional challenge accepted. Difficulty scaling activated. All enemy troops and heroes will progressively increase in rank. Territory defenses will strengthen accordingly. Evaluation criteria: higher evaluation granted for greater number of enemy territories destroyed within 1 hour. Scarcely had the announcement finished when another territory materialized in the distance. This one ranked Tier 1 star level. 15 exceptional black iron rank 5 crimson-shelled tortoises stood guard at its gate, alongside an elite black iron rank 5 hero. Their combat prowess far eclipsed the previous wave. Raging deluge, sunder heaven and earth. That same serene voice rang out once more. Before Subai could even register the new foe's stats, they were obliterated. Ding. Tier 1, Level 2 territory destroyed. Within less than a minute, another territory manifested. Raging deluge. Ding. Tier 1, Level 3 territory destroyed. Raging deluge. Ding. Destroyed. Raging deluge. Ding. Tier 1, Level 9 territory destroyed. By then 15 territories had fallen. Enemy heroes and troops had now reached Black Iron rank 9. System notifications chimed incessantly as Subai strolled among the ruins, numb, utterly desensitized. Nothing remained, not even ash. Not a speck of dust, not a trace of bone. The archangels moved with supernatural swiftness. Each territory fell in 1 or 2 seconds. Most of their time was spent waiting for the next enemy stronghold to appear. 20, 30, 40, 50. At the final utterance of Raging Deluge, the last foe fell, an elite bronze rank 9 hero cleanly severed. The system delivered its final pronouncement. Ding. Tier 2, Level 9 territory destroyed. Ding. Trial time expired. Total territories destroyed in this trial 60. Comprehensive evaluation SS rank. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have earned the SS rank Ascension Trial Reward 1 SS rank Territory Ascension Chest. Subai no longer marveled at the Holy Archangel's might. All 60 territories had fallen, each annihilated by a single flawless stroke. Even at bronze rank 9, with realm level suppression limiting Alicia to half her true power, she dispatched those elite heroes instantly. Mission accomplished. Let's return. Subai spoke without embellishment, no superfluous words. The Ascension Dungeon yielded no resources save the chest awarded upon completion. Remaining inside served no purpose. A flash of gold, and Subai and his retinue reappeared in their own territory. Upon returning to his territory, Subai ignored the ever-fidgeting Alicia. With a thought, the dazzling SS-grade territory upgrade treasure chest appeared before him. Alicia and 10 battle angels surrounded him, their eyes filled with curiosity, yet they refrained from it. They quietly stood by Subai's side, a stark contrast to their earlier ruthless demeanor in the upgrade dungeon. Open it. Subai's fingertip gently touched the treasure chest, and in the next moment golden light erupted. Opening the SS-grade territory upgrade treasure chest grants the following rewards: 100 gold coins acquired, a divine building blueprint glory residence. As the system notification concluded, 100 shimmering gold coins materialized in Subai's hand. Their heavy touch felt cool. Despite each lord starting with a single gold coin, one cannot dismiss its value lightly. There are indeed very few ways to obtain gold in the early stages. The teacher once said that treasure chests obtained from upgrade dungeons, even a grade, ones typically yield only silver coins. As for grade and above chests, no one reveals their contents, but at most they provide a single gold coin, making it one of the rare ways to acquire gold in the early game. The teacher once said that treasure chests obtained from upgrade dungeons, even a grade, ones typically yield only silver coins. As for grade and above chests, no one reveals their contents, but at most, just by looking at the name Glory Residence, Su-bai knew this building was anything but ordinary. It was clearly marked as a divine building. To acquire buildings beyond basic structures, one must rely on blueprints. Obtaining building blueprints is exceedingly difficult. Building blueprints can only drop from dungeons or wild monsters. Their drop rate is extremely low. Su-bai immediately checked the panel for Glory Residence, and his eyes brightened. Building name Glory Residence quality divine current level, no level building health, 1 living effects 1. Territory comfort 20. 2. Loyalty of all units and heroes in the territory 20. 3. All attributes of units and heroes in the territory 100. 4. Recovery speed of all units and heroes in the territory 100. Upgrade requirements would 100 gold coins 1. Post-upgrade effects promoted to first tier level 1 Glory Residence living space for units increased from 10 to 20. Comfort loyalty increased by 1 point. All attributes increased by 1. A recovery speed increased by 1. Health increased to 11000. Description: a divine residence exclusively for divine unit types, specifically designed for divine heroes, significantly enhancing unit strength and loyalty. After scanning through the panel, Su-bai was left speechless with astonishment. He was worried about where his precious units would rest tonight. Su-bai had even planned to construct several basic civilian buildings provided by the system as a temporary measure. Little did he expect that a solution would arrive just as he needed it. Moreover, this solution exceeded all his expectations. Who said this blueprint was a gift? What kind-hearted person gives out such grand presents? Yet another divine item with comfort 20, loyalty 20. Not to mention the 10,000 health, comfort, and loyalty stats, just the full attribute increase of 100 alone justified the name of this divine building. It is worth noting that Alicia's army effect could already boost unit attributes by 1,000. Coupled with the 100 from Glory Residence, it would effectively double the attributes of all angels, elevating their combat power to a whole new level. Not to mention the comfort and loyalty. Comfort speaks for itself, the higher the better. But loyalty is where it gets interesting. Loyalty can generally only be improved through the daily interactions between the Lord and the units. Other methods of gaining loyalty are exceedingly rare. However, this miraculous building adds a solid 20 points of loyalty, which for an average lord would mean an initial 50 points plus 20 totaling 70 loyalty points. This significantly reduces the possibility of unit rebellion. Moreover, this effect will stack upon upgrading. The upgrade requirements are incredibly simple: 100 wood and 1 gold coin. For someone like Su-bai who possesses over 1.49 million units of wood and 100 gold coins, it is utterly trivial. Su-bai felt that it wouldn't be long before he could witness what 200 loyalty points would yield. Right now he just wanted to deploy Glory Residence and see its effects. With a thought, the building blueprint in his hand suddenly transformed into a beam of light appearing in a vacant spot within the territory. A dazzling golden light erupted, even more brilliant than when he had transformed the Lord's skin. The entire territory trembled slightly, and as the golden light dissipated, a magnificent residence building appeared before him. The Glory Residence was constructed entirely of platinum-colored jade, featuring a gently sloping dome roof, with a massive white gem embedded at its center radiating a soft white glow. The interior of the residence was spacious and bright, with a grand hall at the center surrounded by individual small rooms perfectly accommodating 10 units for rest and training in an extremely comfortable environment. Master, this building is beautiful. Alicia couldn't help but exclaim, her voice gentle and her eyes brimming with adoration. So we can rest here from now on? Yes, from now on this will be your resting place. Su-bai replied kindly. Can Master stay with me? At that moment, Su-bai was entirely focused on Glory Residence and did not catch the intent behind Alicia's words, casually responding, sure, no problem. Instantly, the other holy angels became excited, crowding around to discuss eagerly. Their gazes towards Su-bai were filled with different emotions. However, Su-bai did not notice this subtle change. His attention remained on the panel of Glory Residence. He planned to upgrade it a few levels first. Ding. Would you like to upgrade Glory Residence to first tier level 1? Upgrade. As Su-bai's words fell, 100 units of wood and 1 gold coin were instantly deducted. A white light enveloped Glory Residence, and in just an instant the white light dissipated, marking the completion of the upgrade. The size of Glory Residence doubled instantly, its appearance becoming even more grandiose, and the gem atop the dome shone even brighter. The living space increased from 10 rooms to 20. Continue. I have money. After consuming 200 wood and 2 gold coins, it was upgraded to first tier level 2. Then after consuming 500 wood and 5 gold coins, it was upgraded to first tier level 3. Ding! Glory Residence upgrade successful, promoted to first tier level 7. Ultimately, Su-Bai upgraded Glory Residence to first tier level 7. A total of 56 gold coins were consumed. 5,650 units of wood, while the next level requires 3,500 units of wood and 35 gold coins. The consumption of wood is manageable, but the expenditure of gold coins is indeed increasing significantly. Su-Bai estimates that upgrading to level 10 of the first tier may require 100 gold coins. With his current wealth, he is unable to upgrade it to level 10 of the first tier. Building name Glory Residence. Quality Divine. Current level first tier level 7. Building health 210000. Residential space 210 inhabitants. Effects 1. Territory comfort 27 points 2. Loyalty of all troops and heroes in the territory 27 points 3. All attributes of troops and heroes in the territory 107. Recovery speed 107. Upgrade requirements with 3,500 gold coins 35. Post-upgrade effects promotes to first tier level 8 Glory Residence, increasing the residential space for troops from 210 to 230. Comfort and loyalty increase by 1 point. All attributes increase by 1. Recovery speed increases by 1. And health increases to 2300. Description: a divine grade residence exclusive to divine grade troops, specially designed to significantly enhance the combat power and loyalty of the troops. Su-Bai nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The upgraded Glory Residence has even more powerful effects, especially with the additional bonuses to comfort and loyalty. As the comfort and loyalty increase in the future, the combat power of the angels will continue to grow. Moreover, it addresses one of Su-Bai's 2 most pressing issues: where to stay at night. You all go rest at the residence for a while and recover your state. Su-Bai looked at Elysia and the 10 battle angels. The challenge for the upgrade dungeon had been completed, and the dungeon is now in a 1-hour cooldown. Only after 1 hour can the upgrade dungeon operations be performed. During this time, Su-Bai plans to check the situation in the regional chat. Since entering the Lord's World, Su-Bai has been busy building the territory and hasn't had time to check the regional chat. Understood, Master. Everyone responded in unison, then entered the Glory Residence, each finding a place to rest, their faces filled with satisfaction. With such a comfortable residence, and the Master's favorite is the best blessing for them. After all the angels had entered the residence to rest, Su-Bai turned and walked into the West Fantasy Castle, sitting at the main seat in the hall and opening the panel of the Creator's domain system. What Su-Bai did not know was that a figure over 2 meters tall had quietly sneaked in at this moment. Elysia slowly approached Su-Bai from behind, her soft, pure white hands resting on Su-Bai's shoulders. When Su-Bai looked up, he saw that extremely gentle and beautiful face. Elysia, why did you come over? Su-Bai asked with a hint of confusion, as he had told Elysia to rest first. Even the Lord needs to relax. Elysia recovers quickly, so you don't need to worry, Master. After saying this, Elysia smiled gently and began to massage Su-Bai. Su-Bai felt a wave of comfort in the area being massaged. It was as if all his tense emotions were being smoothed out, and all he wanted was to enjoy the moment. Seeing Su-Bai in a state of enjoyment, Elysia smiled gently and lightly pecked Su-Bai's cheek. Does Master want to try a different massage technique? Su-Bai was taken aback, still not fully aware of the wet sensation on his cheek. Elysia's special massage technique had already begun. This massage was something Su-Bai simply couldn't endure. The system panel clearly displayed 2 chat channels, the 220th New Lords Regional Chat Channel and the 220th New Lords World Chat Channel. World Chat Channel participants 219987452. Regional Chat Channel region participants 9987. Su-Bai glanced at the numbers. There wasn't much change. The population of this world, Blue Star, is over 100 billion, and each year around 200 million people participate in the Creator's Domain Lord Trials. However, only 1 in 10 can survive and establish themselves in the Creator's Domain. Most lords perish in the struggle among the myriad races after losing the protection of the novice period. Dying in the novice period only means losing the lord qualification, but once they leave the protection of the novice period, dying in battle means true death, the kind that even the gods cannot save. Su-Bai did not look at the World Chat Channel first. Instead, he opened the Regional Chat Channel, as the number of people in the World Chat Channel was too large and the information was chaotic. The 100 lords in the regional chat are the source of information exchange. As soon as he opened the regional chat channel, a flurry of messages instantly flooded the screen, moving so fast that it was hard to read. The atmosphere in the entire chat channel was extremely tense. My girlfriend's cheating partner turned out to be my ex-boyfriend. Damn. This creator's domain is too cruel. My troops just left the territory's safety zone to chop wood and were instantly killed by a black iron 2-star wild monster. How am I supposed to play like this? Mistaken, I leading to no pregnancy, am the one who's suffering. I drew a pretty good lord talent, a rare talent. I thought I could turn things around with this rare talent, but ended up with the crappiest ordinary talent troops. I can't even beat the resource dungeon now. I barely have less than 10 units of wood, not even enough to upgrade the territory. Happy Superman who isn't. Upgrading the territory requires 100 units of wood and 100 copper coins. I worked hard all morning to chop trees and only gathered 30 units of wood. Is there anyone willing to sell wood? There's none in the regional trading market. I don't eat beef. Hey, the one who couldn't get pregnant, let's chat privately, I can help you. She insists it's for friendship. I envy those who drew high talent troops. I saw someone draw elite talent troops, easily beating the resource dungeon and able to farm safely outside the safety zone. As for me, I can only cower inside the territory, not daring to step out. I don't eat beef, don't mention it. One of my classmates, in order to gather upgrade, would boldly ventured outside the safety zone. As a result, his entire army was wiped out and the territory was destroyed by monsters, leading to immediate elimination. It's so tragic. 78 mouse wood is too scarce. Am willing to trade 10 copper coins for 1 unit of wood. Is there anyone willing to exchange? My girlfriend's cheating partner turned out to be my ex-boyfriend. What are you thinking upstairs? The current market price for wood is 1 silver coin for 1 unit, and it's still in short supply. You can trade 10 copper coins for an egg. Every day, I don't eat cilantro, don't think about it. Wood is more precious than gold coins now. Who would easily trade it? I finally gathered 50 units of wood, planning to keep it for my own upgrade, and definitely not sell it. Subai slowly scrolled through the screen, looking at the messages in the chat channel, filtering out useful information. As Subai read, his eyes slightly moved, keenly sensing an opportunity. In the chat channel, almost everyone was complaining about the scarcity of wood. For a few or more than 10 units of wood, they were willing to spend large amounts of copper coins to buy, indicating that the demand for wood in the early stages is extremely high, making it an absolutely scarce resource. Gold, silver, and copper coins serve as hard currency in the creator's domain, usable not only for upgrading buildings and recruiting subjects, but also for exchanging into Huaxia currency. With this in mind, Subai hesitated not a moment and immediately opened the regional trading market on the system panel, switching to the timber trading interface. In the trading market, the price of timber caused a flicker of surprise in Subai's eyes. Although there were many disordered items available, they were all used to exchange for timber. Items like original flavor stockings and original flavor bras were among them. However, there were particularly few sellers of timber. Whenever timber appeared, it was instantly snatched up. Originally, the base price of timber in the creator's domain was 1 unit of timber, 1 copper coin. However, during the novice period, the price of timber in the trading market had skyrocketed to 1 unit of timber, 1 silver coin, an increase of 100 times. Moreover, many were purchasing at high prices, with some even offering 1 unit of timber, 1.5 silver coins, still unable to meet the demand. Subai understood that the reason for the rapid price increase was due to the acute scarcity of timber in the early stages, as most novice lords could not gather enough timber to upgrade their territories and had to buy at high prices. This price coincidentally matched the gap for all novice lords. Upgrading a territory required 100 timber, equating to 100 silver coins. Most lords could afford this amount of silver coins, but could not gather 100 units of timber. Once the territory was upgraded, they could enter the upgrade dungeon and earn currency through its rewards. Subai gasped in excitement. After enjoying the thrill, he immediately began listing timber for sale. Subai listed 100 units of timber at once. Ding! 100 units of timber have been listed on the trading market, priced at 1 unit 1 silver coin. After completing the listing, Subai leaned back in his seat, leisurely waiting. At the same time, his hands restlessly rubbed Alicia's head. Subai knew that given the current scarcity of timber, it wouldn't be long before it was sold out. Sure enough, just as Subai had expected, nearly 5 seconds later he shuddered and turned his gaze to the Ding! You sold 53 units of timber and earned 53 silver coins. Ding! You sold 13 units of timber and earned 13 silver coins. Ding! You sold 100 units of timber and earned 1 gold coin. Ding! You sold 5 units of timber and earned 5 silver coins. The numerous sale notifications instantly filled Subai's system panel. Messages flowed in one after another, and Subai could hardly catch the details of the transactions before scrolling stopped. Looking at his shelf, he discovered that all 100 units of timber had been sold out. Total time taken was less than 7 seconds. Ding! All timber you listed has been sold out. After deducting a 10 handling fee, you earned a total of 134 gold coins and 76600 silver coins. Subai stared blankly as he opened his resource panel to check his currency balance. Originally his account held only 44 gold coins. Now it had increased to 178 gold coins with silver coins at 76699 and copper coins at 0. According to the current exchange rate, 1 copper coin, 10 Huaxia currency, 1 silver coin, 100 copper coins, 100 Huaxia currency, 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 100 Huaxia currency. Subai's wave of sales netted him nearly 90 million Huaxia currency. However, Subai was not foolish enough to exchange this currency for Huaxia currency. Gold, silver, and copper coins can genuinely enhance one's strength. Huaxia currency is too limited for. As Subai checked his gains, the entire regional chat channel had exploded with messages flooding in faster than before, almost overwhelming the chat panel. My girlfriend's affair partner turns out to be my ex-boyfriend. Oh my god. Did anyone just see that? 1,000 units of timber were suddenly listed in the trading market. 1,000 units. Am I seeing things? Mistaken eyes caused no pregnancy. I saw it. It refreshed and I rushed in, but my hands were too slow and I only got 3 units of timber. Crying. Happy Superman. 1,000 units. Who is this person? What is their background? In my next resource dungeon, I exerted my utmost effort and only obtained 18 units of timber, while this person just casually listed 1,000 units. The gap is too vast. She insists it's for African friendship, not just big. I've seen the most powerful big boss, and in the next dungeon, I only gained 200 units of timber. This mysterious person brought out 1,000 units at once. Oh, what kind of strength is that? Daily eat cilantro. No matter what, this person's strength is absolutely terrifying. To produce 1,000 units of timber, their combat units must surely crush all of us. Perhaps they have already upgraded their territory, or even passed the upgrade dungeon. Mistaken eyes caused no pregnancy. Big boss. Mysterious big boss, are you there? Please list some more timber. I'm willing to pay 1.5 silver coins per unit, just trying to gather enough timber to upgrade my territory. Thank you. 78 mouse 11. Please big boss, list a bit more. I'll offer 2 silver coins per unit. I'm willing to pay any amount of silver coins just to buy timber. Happy Superman, stop spamming. If the big boss lists again, could you please prioritize selling to me? I just need 20 more units of timber to upgrade my territory. If I can't gather it, I will be eliminated. In the chat channel, countless people were astonished by the mysterious seller's actions, while others pleaded for the mysterious person to list more timber. Subai scrolled through the chat panel, his expression calm. The trading market was vast. Even if he listed hundreds of thousands of units of timber, it would be instantly absorbed. However, the creator's domain was filled with hidden talents, and no one knew if among the 200 million people there existed anyone with extraordinary talents or items to track Subai. Therefore, Subai decided to play it safe. He wouldn't rush to sell off his timber resources. He currently lacked power and influence. His only support was Alicia and 10 combat angels. Although strong, attracting the attention of lords backed by mysterious forces could lead to disastrous consequences. In the creator's domain, survival is of utmost importance. Only by quietly developing and waiting until he possessed godlike power could he afford to be reckless. Subai thought to himself and casually closed the chat channel, ignoring the messages as he turned his attention to the upgrade panel of the Lord's Mansion. He recalled that the upgrade dungeon had a 1-hour cooldown. Now nearly an hour had passed since the challenge ended, and the cooldown should be about to end. Now it's time to upgrade the Lord's Mansion. Subai thought, opening the upgrade panel, which clearly displayed the resources required for the upgrade. Current level of the Lord's Mansion, first stage, level 1 requirements to upgrade to first stage, level 2 timber, 200 copper coins, 200. This upgrade requirement was nothing more than a light drizzle to Subai now. Upgrade. Subai decisively clicked on the upgrade button. As Subai's voice fell, 200 units of timber and 200 copper coins were immediately deducted, and a dazzling white light enveloped the entire West Fantasy Castle, which trembled slightly before the light dissipated, indicating that the upgrade of the Lord's Mansion was complete. After the upgrade, the West Fantasy Castle expanded further in size, its appearance becoming even more magnificent and imposing. Ding. The Lord's Mansion upgrade was successful, upgraded to first stage, level 2. Ding. Congratulations to host Subai for becoming the first lord in this area to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to first stage, level 2. Ding. Obtained area first upgrade reward, better bed 1. The system's notification sound echoed repeatedly, and a glimmer of joy flashed in Subai's eyes. It was yet another regional first ascent reward. Although it was merely a furniture skin, judging by the name, it should be of the same quality as a better Lord's Mansion, clearly not lacking. With a thought, of furniture blueprint instantly appeared in his hand. Subai immediately checked the panel. Item effects 1. Territory comfort 20 points 2. While resting in bed, mana recovery speed 100. Special effects 1. quickly relieves fatigue while resting, making one feel more relaxed. 2. When communicating with troops and heroes, one can freely stretch their limbs, increasing intimacy. 3. While resting, the spirit recovery effect is additionally enhanced by 100. 4. Never gets dirty. Subai finished scanning the panel, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a peculiar feeling this special effect gives off. It seems somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, despite its appearance, the recovery effect is quite impressive. Transform. With a thought, the blueprint in Subai's hand transformed into a beam of white light, flying towards the bedroom on the second floor of the castle. As the white light dissipated, the ordinary wooden bed in the bedroom had transformed into an extraordinarily luxurious large bed. Moreover, the bed emanated a soft white light, appearing both comfortable and extravagant. Alicia prepared to summon the battle angels. Oh, we will challenge the upgrade dungeon together. Subai instructed Alicia. Alicia, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly emerged from beneath the table. Master, the battle angels have already assembled. Just as Alicia finished speaking, the system issued a notification sound. Ding. Dungeon cooldown time has ended. You can challenge again. Before long, 10 battle angels gathered in the castle hall. Is everyone ready? Subai looked at the crowd. Ready, master. The angels replied in unison, their voices crisp and melodious. Ding. Would you like to enter the upgrade challenge dungeon immediately? Enter. With a flash of golden light, Subai and his party instantly entered the upgrade challenge dungeon. Inside the dungeon, it was still an expansive plain, but unlike last time, a first-tier second-level territory loomed in the distance. Its defenses had significantly improved, with a low wall surrounding the territory, and the troops guarding the entrance were no longer ordinary Black Iron 3-star troops, but rather 15 Black Iron 6-star red-armored warriors along with a Black Iron 5-star red-armored leader. The ordinary red-armored warriors had achieved elite-level talents. The leader had even reached a rare level. Subai casually clicked on the panel of the red-armored leader, glancing at it with an unchanged expression. Race: Red Armored Leader. Talent: Elite Level Black Iron 5-star. Faction: Chaos Neutral. Skills: Red Armored Charge, Elite Iron Bone, Elite Health 580 Attack, 60 Defense, 48 Stamina, 88 Spirit, 28 Description. A powerful elite hero with high defense, adept at charging, posing a formidable challenge for novice lords. Compared to the Fire Lizard leader in the last dungeon, this Red Armored leader's strength had indeed improved considerably, especially in defense, which had nearly doubled, posing a significant inconvenience for ordinary novice lords. Most lords would likely face defeat here, losing some resources. However, for Subai and the Holy Angels, Raging Tide, divide heaven and earth. Raging Tide, divide heaven and earth. A gentle voice echoed as Alicia slashed down with her sword, a terrifying sword energy erupting instantly, seemingly tearing apart the void, sweeping towards the territory ahead with destructive power. The 15 red-armored warriors at the entrance had no chance to resist, instantly obliterated by the sword energy, turning into a pile of debris. The red-armored leader remained in a dazed, mouth agape, staring at the sword energy slicing towards him, his face filled with bewilderment. Ah, what kind of monster have I encountered? Ding. Challenge started. Objective within 1 hour. Ding. Challenge successful. Just as the system issued the task, it found that the task had been completed instantaneously. Ding. Broke through the first-tier second-level territory. Challenge successful. Ding. Obtained basic challenge evaluation S grade. Ding. Detected that the host's challenge completion rate is exceedingly high. You can choose to continue the challenge for a higher evaluation. Would you like to continue? Continue. Subai chose to continue. Ding. You have chosen to continue the challenge. The difficulty of the challenge has increased. All enemy territory troops and hero levels will gradually rise, and territory defenses will gradually enhance. Evaluation rule: the more enemy territories destroyed within 1 hour, the higher the evaluation. As the system's notification faded, a new territory was refreshed in the distance. This territory's level. Raging Tide, divide heaven and earth. Alicia paid no heed to the details and swiftly slashed it down. Subai still couldn't check the enemy's information in time before it was instantly annihilated. In less than a minute, the next territory was refreshed again. This time the territory level had risen again, with troops and heroes upgraded to Black Iron 9-star. Raging Tide, divide heaven and earth. Once again, the familiar skill was used once again, showcasing overwhelming strength as the territory was instantly destroyed and all enemy units were obliterated. Ding. Destroyed a first-tier third-level territory. Raging Tide, divide heaven and earth. Ding. Destroyed a second-tier 9th-level territory. Raging Tide, divide heaven and earth. Ding. Destroyed a third-tier first-level territory. However, as time progressed, Subai discovered that the last territory had unexpectedly turned out to be a third-tier first-level territory. The troops within the third-tier territory had generally reached silver level, and the suppression against the Holy Angels had reached 80. Alicia could only exert 20 of her power. Race Shadow Leader Talent Rare Level Silver, 3-star Faction Chaos Evil Skills Shadow Assault Epic Dark Devour Elite Health 11396 Attack 1180 Defense 444 Stamina 964 Spirit 384 Description. A rare level hero adept at Shadow Assaults with formidable attack power, a lethal threat for novice lords. These stats were already close to 1/3 of Alicia's. Coupled with the 80 suppression, it was more than enough to contend with Alicia Hedon, causing Su-Bai to worry. This could spell disaster. Just as Su-Bai was anxious, raging tide divide heaven and earth had already been. However, unlike the previous scene that turned into ashes, this attack surprisingly failed to destroy the territory. The Shadow Leader managed to block this attack. Yet, even if it was blocked, the Shadow Leader did not come out unscathed. After all, this was a divine level skill. It could not be so easily defended against. Thus, the Shadow Leader sustained considerable damage. Alicia was somewhat surprised. This was the first opponent in the upgrade challenge who could withstand a blow from her sword. Then let's have another strike. Raging Tide Divide Heaven and Earth. With this strike, it was a full-powered Raging Tide Divide Heaven and Earth. The platinum-colored sword energy was even more dazzling and terrifying than before. Boom. The moment the sword energy struck the territory, the entire dungeon trembled slightly. The territory was utterly destroyed, and the Abyss Leader didn't even have a chance to scream before being obliterated by the sword energy, turning into a pile of ashes. Ding. Destroyed a 3rd-tier, 1st-level territory. Ding. Challenge time is up. This challenge destroyed a total of 60 territories. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS Grade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS Grade Upgrade Challenge. Reward SSS Grade Territory Upgrade Treasure Chest 1. Hearing the system's notification sound, Su-Bai's anxious heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, he thought something unexpected was about to happen. Amid a flash of golden light, Su-Bai and his group returned to their territory. Su-Bai immediately checked the SS Grade Territory Upgrade Treasure Chest in the system backpack. The previous territory upgrade chest rewarded them with an honor residence. Its effect was undoubtedly powerful. One could only wonder what kind of reward would be obtained this time. A smile crept onto Su-Bai's lips, and without a hint of disdain, he sat down on the ground. Alicia naturally followed and obediently squatted behind Su-Bai, her soft hands gently lifting him up to rest on her lap. At that moment, Su-Bai felt himself enveloped in an incredibly warm embrace. Aha, Alicia, you're being provocative. However, a charming smile appeared on Alicia's lips as she asked, does my master like it this way? Su-Bai thought, I like it. Bring it on. Yet despite his thoughts, Su-Bai knew he couldn't say that out loud. Didn't he care about his pride? The other 10 battle angels gathered at the entrance of the honor residence, chattering among themselves, and occasionally stealing glances at the interaction between the two, their eyes filled with envy. They longed to join in. Su-Bai quickly shook his head. He couldn't let beauty distract him. He ignored Alicia's little movements. With a thought, Su-Bai lightly touched the treasure chest with his fingertip. The golden light surged. Ding. Opening the SS Grade Territory Upgrade Treasure Chest, the following rewards are obtained. Gold X 100 acquired Divine Grade Building Blueprint Legendary Campfire. As the system notification sounded, 100 gleaming gold coins appeared in Su-Bai's hands, their heavy sensation palpable. Another 100 gold coins. It seemed gold was a guaranteed resource. Su-Bai casually put it into his warehouse, his gaze falling on the other reward. Legendary Campfire. Campfire. Su-Bai paused for a moment. He remembered that there were many types of buildings in the creator's domain, but a campfire. Wasn't it generally used for entertainment? Could it even be divine grade? He immediately checked the blueprint panel. Building name: Legendary Campfire. Quality: Divine Grade. Current level: No level. Building health: 1/0. Effects: 1. Territory comfort: 20 points. 2. Loyalty of all units and heroes within the territory: 20 points. 3. When near the campfire, the mood of units heroes greatly improves. All attributes increase by 100. And mental recovery, speed 104. After leaving the campfire, all attribute bonuses gradually decay over time, returning to 0 after 24 hours. 5. Return to the campfire area to restore immediately to 100. Special effect: each day of rest by the campfire permanently increases the base spirit of units heroes by 10 points. No limit. Upgrade requirements: wood X 100 gold X1. After upgrading, it becomes a level 1 legendary campfire, increasing all attributes by 1. Recovery speed by 1. And health to 11000. Evaluation: the legendary campfire possesses miraculous powers. Just being near it brings warmth and comfort, and of course unexpected effects. Su-Bai finished reading the panel and fell silent. Then he slowly uttered a sentence: a campfire can be played with like this. He was genuinely shocked. This campfire was one of the most basic facilities in the creator's domain. It was part of the initial territory's basic buildings, serving only to dispel the cold and cook food. Mostly used as a transitional building in the early stages. But this legendary campfire provided a 100 increase to all attributes, and a 100 mental recovery speed, plus a daily permanent increase of 10 points to base spirit. What does that even mean? It is known that among the 5 dimensions of a unit, the most difficult to enhance is the base data. The higher the base data, the more significant the bonuses after the enhancements, making them fiercer in combat. And among the base data, the most challenging to improve is the spirit. The role of spirit is not just to resist mental attacks. It is proportional to the total amount of magic power, casting speed, recovery speed, etc. For instance, Alicia currently has a base spirit of 194. If she gained today's 10 points, the base data would reach 204 points, and along with the hero bonus of 1000, the residence bonus of 107, and the legendary campfire's 100 bonus, the total would be 2462 points. If she gains another 10 points tomorrow, the total would rise to 2582 points. That's a bonus of over 100 points. One day's bonus surpasses the increase of a realm for other units. If this isn't absurd, then what is? This is just. Subai found himself at a loss for words, feeling that this campfire given by the system was outrageously excessive. Moreover, it also provided 20 points in comfort and 20 points in loyalty. Coupled with the 27 points from the honor residence and the Better Lord's mansion and bed, the total comfort in the territory had reached 77 points, and the total loyalty bonus had also reached 147 points. He was just 13 points away from discovering the effects of reaching a total comfort of 100 points. It's not the time to think about so many things, so let's first place it and see. With the thought, Subai decided to place the legendary campfire in front of the honor residence. This would also facilitate the units to gather buffs. In the next moment, the building blueprint in his hand transformed into a warm orange light, flying towards the empty area in front of the honor residence. The light landed softly, not as dazzling and grand as the Lord's mansion and the honor residence, but quietly igniting. An orange-eared campfire danced in the night. The flames were not large, about the height of a person, but they radiated warmth and softness, illuminating a large area around them. Tiny golden sparks floated above the campfire, slowly rising into the night sky and disappearing. As the flames danced, they carried a peculiar rhythm that calmed one's spirit just by watching. Most remarkably, although it was just a campfire, there was not a trace of smoke. Instead, it emitted a faint fragrance somewhat reminiscent of sandalwood, yet also akin to a spice Subai couldn't quite identify. It made everyone feel relaxed, lifting their spirits. This feels so good. A gentle voice from behind was Alicia's. Subai turned around to find that at some point Alicia's beautiful eyes had closed in comfort, as if her spirit had been caressed. At the entrance to the honor residence, the 10 battle angels were also drawn out by the suddenly appearing light and gathered around the campfire, their faces filled with surprise and delight. Master, this campfire is so warm, one battle angel couldn't help but say, her voice softening. I feel like my soul is being comforted by the master. My mood has instantly improved. The angels spoke unconsciously, their pupils immediately becoming glistening and their stunning faces flushed, though it was unclear whether it was due to the warmth of the flames or something else. They looked at Subai with eyes full of longing, their legs unable to stop rubbing against each other. Alicia sat down beside the campfire with Subai, her soft body pressed closely against him, her arms wrapped around his chest, resting her chin on his shoulder, as she said in a soft, fluffy tone, Master, what should we do? They're on the verge of losing control. Subai felt a jolt throughout his body upon hearing her bewitching voice. Wasn't this angel a bit unusual? Shouldn't she be a succubus instead? Just as Subai was about to refuse, he heard Alicia say, surely Master wouldn't want the angels to be unable to relax after battle, right? Don't worry with Alicia here, they won't go too far. As soon as Alicia's sultry words fell, the pupils of the angels lit up with excitement. Lady Alicia is fighting for them. Lady Alicia is loyal. Subai wanted to refuse at first, but seeing the expressions of the surrounding angels, as if they wanted to devour him, changed his mind. If he didn't agree, the consequences might be dire. Then, as soon as possible. In the end, Subai, he tacitly allowed the angels. I, a dignified lord, feel utterly humiliated today. Just wait. If it weren't for the development of the territory during the day, at night, I will make you little fairies pay. Thank you, Master. Alicia smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits, and she pecked Subai on the cheek. Subai's expression was numb. This is your well-deserved reward. Thank you, Master. The angels cheered in unison, the atmosphere warm and joyful. It should be. The angels seemed quite happy. Subai, of course, also quickly found joy, after a wave of merriment. Subai leaned comfortably in Alicia's embrace, resting his head on her soft thigh, opening the system panel, and leisurely browsing the regional chat channel. Alicia gently stroked Subai's hair, occasionally glancing down at him, with eyes full of affection. The angels remained respectful, and didn't go too far. After each angel had their fill of cuddling, they finally left Subai alone. After all, the development of the territory was the priority. The messages in the regional chat channel continued to fly by. She said Feng didn't give me any brothers. I've finally gathered 100 wood. Just upgraded my territory, and am preparing to enter the upgrade dungeon. Wish me luck. Her share is my feast, don't mention it. Am still gathering wood. When will that mysterious big shot come out to sell wood? I've been waiting so long that my flowers have wilted. I said there's a snake outside. She said the snake is inside. By the way, has anyone entered the upgrade dungeon? I just went in and almost didn't come out. The enemy in the opposite territory is 2 stars higher than mine. I fought with all my might and barely won, just received a crate evaluation and was rewarded with 10 silver coins. Every day I eat coriander or not. I also went and did a bit better than you. Grade, got 20 silver coins. Every day I eat coriander or not. Let me reveal some information to you guys. My cousin's aunt's brother's daughter's husband's grandfather is a divine lord. He told me that it's best not to continuously upgrade in the territory upgrade dungeon. If you upgrade repeatedly in a short time, the dungeon will become particularly difficult, even surpassing your territory strength by several times. The only solution is to wait for the dungeon's difficulty to gradually decrease. Every day I eat coriander or not. Lords who have upgraded continuously can completely verify the truth of this statement. I'm sharing this information to prevent everyone from wasting upgrade resources. By the way, I'm from the Liu family. My father is a 9th Dire Lord. I don't eat beef. Thank you for the reminder. Big shot. I almost upgraded. Thankfully, or I wouldn't even know how I died. Heaven didn't give birth to me. Ye fan, I've put up 1 of 0 units of wood for sale. The highest bidder can have it. Subai looked at these messages and immediately compared them with his own situation. The difficulty of the dungeon after the second upgrade had indeed increased significantly. He wasn't sure if he could pass the third dungeon. However, it seemed Alicia sensed the hesitation in Subai's eyes and gently spoke. Master, you don't need to worry. Although the enemies in the dungeon are strong, we haven't used our full power yet. Plus, with the many divine buildings Master has obtained for us with such substantial bonuses, we will definitely be able to get through it. Hearing Alicia say this, Subai felt reassured. Indeed, the holy angels had yet to use their full strength. Just how strong the holy angels were he would have to see to know. He couldn't keep fighting lower-level enemies. That wouldn't help train his troops. At that moment, Subai no longer hesitated. Current level of the Lord's Mansion Tier 1 Level 2 requirements to upgrade to Tier 1 Level 3 would 500 copper coins, 500. This consumption was negligible for Subai at this moment. Prepare to enter the upgrade dungeon, Subai said to the surrounding battle angels. It might be a bit difficult this time. Understood, Master. The angels immediately put away their lazy demeanor, golden light flashing around them, their war armor instantly covering them, transforming from their previously cute and lazy appearance into holy and majestic battle angels. With a flash of golden light, the group entered the upgrade dungeon. Inside the dungeon was still an open. In the distance stood a Tier 1 Level 3 territory considerably larger than the previous 2, surrounded by a wooden fence with a dense array of troops guarding the entrance. Subai glanced at the data panel. Race, Orc, Berserker, Chief Talent, Elite, Level Black, Iron 9 stars, Faction, Chaos, Good Skills, Berserk, Elite, Bloodlust, Elite Health, 800 Attack, 70 Defense, 68 Stamina, 98 Spirit, 30 Description, a powerful elite hero with outstanding health and stamina. All the troops except for the hero were also Black Iron 9 stars. The difficulty of this dungeon had increased by a whole tier compared to the previous 2. Subai raised an eyebrow slightly. What that person said was indeed correct. The difficulty was still rising. Logically, the enemies he should face should be Black Iron 3 stars. This had far surpassed the expected difficulty. Before Subai could ponder further, Alicia had already made her move. Raging tide divide heaven and earth. A familiar sword light flashed, and the sword energy tore through the void, slashing towards the territory ahead. Boom. With one sword, the territory was destroyed, and all troops instantly evaporated. Ding. You have defeated a Tier 1 Level 3 territory challenge successful. Ding. You have received a basic challenge evaluation S grade. Ding. Detected that the host's challenge completion rate is extremely high. You may choose to continue the challenge for a higher evaluation. Would you like to continue? Continue. Subai did not hesitate. The basic challenge was relatively simple. With a flash of golden light, a new territory refreshed. This time the territory's level was Tier 2 Level 1. Troop level Bronze 1 star. Goodness. Straight to Bronze. Race, Abyss, Blood Slave, Talent, Elite, Level Bronze 1 star, Faction, Chaos, Evil Skills, Blood Sacrifice, Elite, Abyss, Fury, Elite, Health, 1573 Attack, 160 Defense, 116. Data doubled. Raging tide divide heaven and earth. Boom. Another sword strike annihilates the target. The notification chimes destroy Level 2 territory. The second, third, and fourth territories refresh one after another, each being obliterated by a single sword. Alicia used only one skill from start to finish, her face devoid of any strain, until the 30th Alicia found that a single sword strike could no longer resolve the situation. The target level had reached Silver 1 star. The Battle Angels also joined the fray. God-tier skills emerged one after another, bombarding these territories in succession. No territory could withstand 3 attacks from the Battle Angels, until the last territory appeared. The territory level shockingly reached level 3 tier 10, only one step away from reaching tier 4. Moreover, there were not just 1, but 5 heroes within the territory, all at Silver 10 stars with all epic talents. Until the last territory appeared. The territory level shockingly reached level 3 tier 10, only one step away from reaching tier 4. The difficulty was simply off the charts. Even Subai began to doubt whether they could pass this challenge smoothly. After all, in the previous 29 territories, the Battle Angels had been using godly skills for a prolonged time, and their mana was nearly exhausted. It was difficult to hold out for another battle. Subai had already decided that this would be the end of the challenge. Not obtaining the SSS reward was fine, but he absolutely could not allow any angel to be harmed. However, Alicia gave Subai a reassuring look. Master, please believe in me. As long as they haven't reached the Golden Realm, there is nothing to fear. After saying that, Alicia acted decisively. The godly skill would definitely not be able to instantly eliminate these enemies. It was time to employ a stronger skill. Celestial Eternity. A divine level skill. One of the strongest skills mastered by Alicia. She merely swept her sword lightly. The entire spacetime seemed to be locked. The 5 heroes whose strength was 2 major realms higher than Alicia's suddenly felt the threat of death under this sword and instinctively attempted to flee. Yet they found themselves frozen in place, even their thoughts constrained. Then a gust of wind swept through, and all the enemies before Subai, including the territory, instantly began to erode, as if time itself had corroded them, gradually disintegrating and being blown away. Everything happened so quickly that Subai could barely react. His Subai's mouth slightly opened. Time. Alicia had actually grasped the power of time. Was that not sinister? The notification chimes. Challenge time has ended. This time a total of 60 territories were destroyed. Overall evaluation SSS level. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the SS level upgrade challenge reward. SS level territory upgrade treasure chest 1. Master, I have lived up to your expectations. Alicia, after eliminating all the enemies, immediately shed her noble and untouchable divine aura, reverting to the alluring demeanor familiar to Subai. Subai took a moment to process everything before nodding. It seemed that improving his own strength needed to be prioritized. With such terrifying troops and heroes, if it weren't for the existence of 100 loyalty to eternity, he might have long been overthrown by these powerful heroes. As for the Lord's upgrade, it was entirely tied to the territory. With each level increase of the territory, the Lord's 5-dimensional data would also rise. Each level increase would add 10 to the existing data. This was the most basic enhancement. Of further improvements would require relying on talents. Some lords have talents specifically focused on enhancing their own data with minimal bonuses to other troops. For example, Subai's talent was purely supportive with strong versatility, but it did not necessarily provide a significant enhancement to his own strength. After returning to the territory, Subai did not rush to open the treasure chest, but sat by the campfire lost in thought. The sudden change in difficulty of the recent dungeon had exceeded his expectations. Although they ultimately succeeded in the challenge, the Battle Angels were also nearly at their limit. Alicia had even used one of her strongest skills. While the rewards for the next dungeon would surely still be achievable, reaching the hidden level would definitely involve encountering troops and heroes at the Golden Realm. Golden Realm opponents meant realm suppression. According to the rules of the Genesis Divine Domain, for each higher realm, all attributes are suppressed by 50, allowing only half of their strength. Increased by 2 realms, the suppression is 80. Increased by 3 realms, the suppression is 99, rendering them nearly incapable of resistance. The current level of the Holy Angels is around Black Iron 3 to 4 stars. If they encounter golden level enemies, the other side would be 3 major realms higher than them with a 99 attribute suppression. There would be absolutely no chance of victory. It seems I cannot be greedy. Subai muttered to himself. Today I can only upgrade to level 1 tier 3. Ensuring every time is an SSS evaluation is the most important. In comparison, the initial upgrade reward is no longer that significant. Alicia, listening nearby, gently asked, "Are you worried that the difficulty is too high, Master? We can still fight." "Alright, that's enough. Continuing the fight will only result in injuries to all." Subai chuckled at her words. "Although you are all strong, the realm suppression cannot be overcome. Let's wait until the difficulty returns to normal tomorrow before continuing. For today, we'll stop here." "Okay, Master." Alicia did not ask further and simply leaned obediently against Subai's shoulder. Did the Master just show concern for them? What do I really like, Master? Subai did not notice Alicia's unusual behavior. He opened his system backpack and looked at the newly obtained SSS treasure chest. "What will I obtain this time?" "Open it." A flash of golden light. Opening the SS-level territory upgrade treasure chest, the following rewards were obtained: 100 gold coins, obtained a divine-level building blueprint Pantheon Canteen. Subai was taken aback. He immediately checked the panel. He didn't need to look at the gold coins. Subai casually tossed them into the warehouse. Building name: Pantheon Canteen. Quality: divine. Current level: no level. Building health 1/0. Territory comfort 20 points 2. Loyalty of all troops and heroes within the territory 20 points 3. While dining in the canteen, all attributes temporarily increase by 100, lasting for 6 hours. 4. Dining daily will grant the blessings of the gods, increasing experience gained by 100, lasting for 24 hours. 5. The Pantheon Canteen can infinitely produce the highest quality food corresponding to the troops, granting significant buffs to various troops, while accelerating the training speed of troops and heroes. Upgrade requirements would: 100 gold coins, 1 post-upgrade effects promote to level 1 a tier 1 Pantheon Canteen, increasing temporary attribute boosts by 1, experience gained by 1, various buffs by 1, and health increased to 11000. Description: a place where the gods dine. It is said that food eaten here carries a hint of divinity. Subai stared at the panel in silence for a full 3 seconds. Then he slowly uttered a phrase. Is this a cafeteria? He was genuinely shocked. The previous divine buildings were already outrageous enough, with the glory residence enhancing all attributes, and the legendary bonfire also providing buffs. Goodness, now the cafeteria can provide buffs too. Moreover, it can produce food indefinitely. No matter how many types of troops he recruits in the future, he won't have to worry anymore. Most importantly, this cafeteria can produce the most suitable food for each type of troop. This saved Su by an unimaginable amount of money. Surely you don't think troops don't need to eat. Different types of food affect each troop distinctly. Food suitable for certain troops brings significant bonuses. However, if they consume food that is unsuitable, they could face dire consequences. Determining what food can or cannot be consumed by troops relies entirely on the Lord's judgment. If one makes a mistake, loyalty could drop dramatically. However, the cafeteria he acquired completely eliminates this potential risk. It can continuously produce food corresponding to each troop type. Who knows what food is best for the ultra-divine battle angels? The ingredients might even exceed divine level. In any case, it's definitely not something he can currently obtain. Once there was an epic lord with decent talent and strong troops on the verge of rising to greatness. But after one expedition, he mistakenly fed his troops the wrong food. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but that batch of troops was dark elves who naturally detested preserved foods. That night their loyalty dropped by 50 points, and the next day it fell another 10 points. By the time the Lord realized the issue, all his troops had fled. The worst part was that among the fleeing troops was his strongest hero. Later that Lord was targeted by competitors who struck when he was short on troops, destroying his territory and killing him. In the creation god domain, the mouths of troops can sometimes be more important than other aspects of logistics, such as food, clothing, and shelter must not be taken lightly. At first, Subai also thought about quickly clearing the dungeon in the morning so he could take the angels out to hunt in the afternoon. The angels' talents were too high, ordinary food simply couldn't meet their growth needs. Long-term consumption of junk food would slow their growth rate even if loyalty didn't drop. At the very least, he needed to fill the stomachs of several angels. However, now, the rewards received had solved Subai's most troublesome problem. The most crucial aspects of life, food and shelter, were resolved. Subai was no longer afraid. As if sensing his joyous mood, Alicia immediately approached him and asked in the most tender tone, "Master, did you receive good rewards?" Subai turned to her. Her stunning face was filled with curiosity, her gaze soft enough to seem like it could drip water. "We'll have a good meal at noon." Good food. Alicia's eyes lit up. She actually knew that the territory had just begun to develop. It was impossible to have anything good to eat. The food for the holy angels was far too precious. However, they understood Subai's difficulties and didn't mention the matter of food at all. But after a whole morning of battle, every angel was indeed feeling somewhat hungry. Naturally, hearing about good food made them very happy. Yes, the cafeteria of the gods. Subai nodded. From now on you can eat the most suitable food for you, the most suitable food for us. Alicia paused for a moment, then a blush appeared on her face, her voice turning softer. Then, Master, will you personally feed us? Clearly Alicia misunderstood. Subai's expression darkened. This silly girl only had her mind filled with nonsense. You are an angel. Very sacred. Subai immediately gave Alicia a light tap on the head. It's proper food. Subai then stood up and led Alicia to the open space between the glory residence and the legendary bonfire. With a thought, the architectural blueprint in his hand transformed into a dazzling golden light, flying forward. When the golden light landed, it didn't soften like the legendary bonfire, but instead erupted with brilliant radiance, illuminating the entire territory. The light lasted for a full 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. Then a grand building appeared before Subai's eyes. The style of the cafeteria of the gods was somewhat similar to that of a Western fantasy castle, but it was even more exquisite and luxurious. Constructed entirely from milky white jade stone, the walls were carved with intricate reliefs, and upon closer inspection, one could distinguish scenes of various races dining together. Elves, dwarves, dragons, angels, demons. Countless races gathered around a massive long table, raising their glasses in joyous camaraderie. The cafeteria's entrance featured two gigantic golden doors that opened outward, inlaid with colorful gemstones, sparkling charmingly under the bonfire's glow. Above the grand doors, 4 large characters were inscribed in divine script: Cafeteria of the Gods. Subai did not know divine script, yet he could understand it nonetheless. Pushing open the doors, the interior scene was even more shocking. The space was far larger than it appeared from the outside, roughly estimating at least 200 square meters. The ceiling reached over 10 meters high, with several enormous crystal chandeliers hanging down, emitting a soft and warm glow. In the center stood a long dining table, also made of milky white jade stone, its surface smooth as a mirror capable of reflecting human silhouettes. On both sides of the dining table were neatly arranged dozens of high-backed chairs, each chair back intricately carved with different racial totems. At the very back was a food-serving area with a long counter displaying various utensils and containers, though it was currently empty. Alicia and 10 battle angels followed him into the cafeteria, and the group of angels didn't seem surprised at all. They simply turned their eyes toward the food-serving area. As all the angels entered, the food-serving area suddenly lit up with a soft white light. The angels looked over in unison to see a dozen exquisite plates appearing out of thin air on the serving table. Each plate contained different kinds of food. There were fruits radiating a faint golden light, sliced white meat, steaming soups, and cups of crystal-clear beverages. Holy Angel exclusive radiant holy fruit, divine level. Consuming it permanently increases light-type skill power by 5, temporarily boosts all attributes by 50, lasting for 12 hours. Holy Angel exclusive Angel's Tear, divine level. Drinking it instantly restores 100 angelic power, temporarily increases spirit by 500, lasting for 6 hours. Holy Angel exclusive Blessed Spirit Meat, divine level. Consuming it increases experience gain by 200, lasting for 12 hours, and slowly enhances the Holy Angel's talent. Subai's eyelids twitched as he saw this. Goodness! Each dish was divine level. Moreover, the effects of each dish were incredibly outrageous. Permanently increasing skill power. Instantly replenishing divine power. Enhancing talents. Any one of these dishes would cause a sensation in the lordly world. If these were in Huaxiao, even a single dish could sell for an astronomical price. He turned to the angels and found their eyes sparkling with excitement. Alicia even pressed herself against him, wrapping her arms around Subai's neck, burying his head into her bosom, and exclaimed, "Master, you are truly too good to us." Subai was somewhat overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. He couldn't breathe. He truly couldn't breathe. A towering figure over 2 meters tall, the hump, was indeed capable of suffocating him. "Oh, Master." Alicia noticed that her master suddenly became motionless in her embrace and immediately pulled him out. It then became apparent that her hapless master was already enchanted by the fragrance. "Alicia, are you trying to murder this lord?" Subai's forehead was lined with black threads. Softness was indeed softness, but it was also truly suffocating. There wasn't a single breath of air to be. "Is my master so surprised by Alicia?" Without a hint of fear, Alicia planted a hard kiss on Subai's face, then released him and walked briskly towards the food area. The other angels cheered and followed suit. Subai stood at the back, watching them eagerly rush about. He couldn't help but smile wryly. You were bought off by just some food. Such gluttons. Watching as the angels each returned with their food and sat down to indulge. Subai also wanted to see just how potent these foods were. He watched as a battle angel picked up a bright holy fruit and took a gentle bite. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from her, and her aura surged several degrees. She squinted her eyes, her face displaying extreme enjoyment, letting out a satisfied hum from her throat. So comfortable. The other angels were similar. After eating, a faint golden light enveloped them, and their aura visibly strengthened. Subai couldn't help but click his tongue. Was this the power of exclusive food? In just one meal they could enhance their strength. So why were they still working hard to slay monsters? Just eat, and that's it. Master, I brought your food too. At this moment, Alicia approached with 2 trays. Subai also wanted to see what kind of food the divine cafeteria could provide for him, a human lord. He then settled down among the angels. A tray was placed in front of Subai. Exclusive to human lord's wisdom fruit, divine. Consuming it permanently increases all attributes base values by 5 points. 1. All attribute data temporarily boosts all attributes 100 mental power. Additionally increases by 500 for 6 hours. Exclusive to human lord's chaos barbecue, divine. Consuming it permanently increases attack power by 5 points, temporarily boosts attack 500. Lasts for 6 hours, exclusive to human lords. Life concentrated soup divine. Consuming it permanently increases life by 50 points, an additional 1 life value, temporarily boosts life 500. Lasts for 6 hours. Su by stared at the permanent boosts, his pupils narrowing. These boosts even included base data. Finally, not all were percentages, although percentages were indeed desirable. However, in the early stages, boosting base data was also very important. In the early stages, aside from leveling up, the only way to enhance base data was through high-value food. Subai took a deep breath and reached for the growth meal. He stuffed it all into his mouth in one go. Subai felt as if he had entered a realm of exquisite delicacies. It was so delicious, simply better than anything a world-class chef could produce. Subai had never eaten such delicious food. Suddenly, he felt a wave of heat spreading through his limbs and bones. He sensed a surge of power rapidly growing. Instinctively, Subai opened his system panel. Name Subai. Territory name unnamed. Can be named through chat channel. Lord talent chaos. Bestowal unique. Lord level black iron 3 stars. Territory level first stage level 3. Territory hero Holy Angel Alicia. Immortal God level. Territory units Holy Angel Battle Angel Super God level X10. Card effects unique God level. Barracks unique. Eternal Companion rare Golden Kidney. Territory buildings Better Lords Mansion Super God Holy Angel Barracks God level. Glory Residence God level. Legendary Campfire God level. Divine Cafeteria. View effects Castle Lord's Mansion first stage level 3. Western Fantasy Castle Skin Comfort 20. Super God Holy Angel Barracks no level cannot be upgraded. Daily free recruitment of 10 Holy Angels. God level. Glory Residence first stage level 7. Living space for 210. Comfort 27. Loyalty 27. All attributes 107. Recovery speed 107. God level. Legendary Campfire no level. Comfort 20. Loyalty 20. All attributes 100. Mental recovery 100. Daily base mental power 10. God level. Divine Cafeteria no level. Comfort 20. Loyalty 20. Temporary. All attributes 100 during meals. Daily experience 100. Infinite production of exclusive food. Comfort 87 points. Loyalty 167 points. Territory resources 4,247 units of wood. Ordinary wood resource cards X 432. Elite wood resource cards X 124. Rare wood resource cards X 12A. Epic wood resource cards X 1. Currency 378 gold coins, 76,699 silver coins, 0 copper coins. Life 65. Temporary 325. Lords do not benefit from hero building bonuses. Attack 12. Temporary 60. Defense 11. Temporary 11. Stamina 12. Temporary 12. Mental 11. Temporary 66. Evaluation a mediocre lord with average 5-dimensional data, yet somehow managed to obtain so many god level ability. This was the first time Subai truly examined his data panel. All the data on the panel was introduced in meticulous detail. But despite the low evaluation of his data panel, merely a mediocre lord. This was not Subai's fault. It was the case for all lord panels. All except for lords with special talents that granted them unique bonuses. The starting data for all lords should not exceed 50 for life, nor should the other 4 dimensions exceed 5. Lords are bound to their territories, and according to the rule that each level increase in territory enhances stats by 10. Currently, Subai's highest 5-dimensional data at Black Iron 3 stars should be Life 66, 5 Attack 6, 5 Defense 6, 5 Stamina 6, 5 Mental 6, 5. The above data should be the normal values. Yet Subai's data was clearly abnormal. Even the base data exceeded twice the norm, and this was just after one meal. Unbelievable. This cafeteria is just too incredible. Subai murmured to himself. The meal concluded amidst his astonishment. Subai decided that he absolutely couldn't skip 3 meals a day. Meanwhile, in another territory within the same region, a tall young man stood before a dilapidated lord's mansion, laughing heartily towards the sky. "Huh, I'm back. I really have returned. I actually have been reborn." Yi Fan spread his arms wide, feeling the unique aura of the creation god, domain, his eyes slightly moist. In his previous life, he endured for 2 whole centuries. Starting from the lowest ranks as an ordinary talented lord without any golden finger or fortuitous encounters, he relied solely on himself step by step to climb upward. While others were grinding dungeons, he was grinding too. While others were resting, he was still grinding. Troops that fell were re-recruited, resources that were robbed were regathered, territories that were destroyed were rebuilt. 200 years, a full 2 centuries. He finally cultivated his heroes and troops to divine level, and he himself stepped into the realm of a level 3 deity, becoming a newly promoted divine lord. Then, just as he entered the battlefield of the gods, thinking he could plunder other worthless lords to strengthen himself, before he could even see his surroundings clearly, he was kicked to death. Yes, kicked. He was casually killed, He didn't even catch a glimpse of the person's face. He only remembered that behind that person stood countless stunning beauties, each more beautiful than mere mortals. That person merely glanced at him, and he turned to ashes. In his final moments, he heard the terrified voice of a friend who was also a newly promoted Divine Lord. Heavens! He is the newly promoted Divine Lord Su Bai. This was the last sentence Yi Fan heard before his death. That lord who obtained the lower deity talent of the angel troop, rising from humble beginnings to become a newly promoted Divine Lord. Very well, you have already offended me. Yi Fan clearly remembered that Su Bai was a very famous Divine Lord who rose from humble beginnings. Initially, he was just an orphan, but through numerous opportunities, he gradually grew stronger to become divine level. It was very similar to the path he had walked. But why was Su Bai so much stronger than him? Why could he be killed at will? I refuse to accept this. Yi Fan am inherently not weaker than anyone. Su Bai, in this life, I will seize all your opportunities. You can only be my stepping stone. Yi Fan clearly remembered that Su Bai was also a highly accomplished divine lord who rose from humble beginnings. He had been interviewed by the Huaxia officials. The officials were curious about the opportunities that Su Bai had. In the interview, Su Bai stated that his angel troop was obtained coincidentally in a relic dungeon after the beginner phase ended. But the talent was only a lower deity with a fixed upper limit unable to be further enhanced. Yet even so, Su Bai still relied on the angel troop to plunder endless resources in the creation god domain, which speaks volumes about the power of those angel troops. Yi Fan couldn't understand at that time why were Su Bai's angels so strong despite both having lower deity talents while his own troops were so weak. He couldn't comprehend it at all, but now he didn't need to think so much anymore, because he had been reborn. Moreover, in this life the talent he awakened was Lord Talent Hundredfold Critical Strike Mythical. Talent effect: any resource obtained has a chance of 1 to 100 times critical strike to enhance quality. Mythical level. This is the highest level of talent that Yi Fan knew. In his previous life, very few lords awakened mythical level talents in the 220th session. At least he had never heard of anyone who had. And now with his rebirth, even his talent was mythical level. Yi Fan couldn't find a reason for his previous defeat. In this life, he would surely step on Su Bai, punch the lofty families of Huaxiao, and become the god of the entire battlefield of the gods. Yi Fan took a deep breath and opened his troop panel. Race Black Moon Song Wolf Critical Strike Amplification 50 times. Talent King. Level Black Iron 3 stars. Camp Chaos Good. Skills Black Moon Wolf Howl Legendary Song Fong Epic. Life 546. Attack 54. Defense 44. Stamina 36. Mental 12. Description: an exceptionally outstanding hero with a talent reaching the king level, is among the best of novice lord heroes. King level talent. Every stat is in double digits. Yi Fan clearly remembered that in his previous life all his troops were the most ordinary types with the highest dimensional data only slightly above 10, and even their health barely reached 100. And now he started with the king level. This is the power of mythical level talents. Su Bai. Yi Fan murmured this name, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. In this life, all your opportunities belong to me. Your angel troops, your beautiful women, everything about you shall be mine. I will let you know what it feels like to be kicked to death. Yi Fan calmed his emotions and opened the system panel. The first thing to do is to match the trajectory from memory. He opened the trading market and flipped to the lumber trading page. Then he smiled. Lumber 100000, unit price 1 silver coin, sold out exactly the same as in his previous life. On the first day of the novice phase, a mysterious person sold 100 units of lumber in the market. In his previous life, this mysterious person continued to sell various resources: lumber, stone, food, iron ingots. No one knew who he was, but his existence supported a large number of lords. Yi Fan was one of the beneficiaries. He recalled clearly that this mysterious person later became a legend in the creation god domain, known as the boss. It was said that he possessed countless resources. Countless people wanted to add this boss as a private friend through friend requests in the trading market, but not a single one succeeded. Yet no one ever knew his true identity. In this life, I will make him mine. A glint flashed in Yi Fan. This mysterious person controlled a continuous flow of resources. If he could pull him over, his development speed would at least double. If he doesn't recognize the situation, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Yi Fan opened the friend request interface, found the mysterious person's ID, displayed as anonymous with only a system-generated number. He wrote in the application bar, "I possess a mythical level talent. Give me an opportunity to invest in me, don't be ungrateful." Click send. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He didn't believe that with his mythical level talent the other party would remain indifferent. This life, he was bound to rise to the top. Meanwhile, within Su Bai's territory, Su Bai was lying in Alicia's arms enjoying a leisurely afternoon. Suddenly Su Bai felt a tickle at the tip of his nose. Then he sneezed. Achoo. who is speaking ill of me behind my back. Subai rubbed his nose, feeling a strange sensation all over, as if someone was watching him. Master, is Alicia's massage uncomfortable? By the campfire, Alicia knelt on the ground, while Subai lay in her embrace, enjoying the massage from her soft hands. No, I just have this feeling someone is watching me, a prickling unease. Subai knew all too well that with his current constitution, there was no way he could be catching a cold. Coupled with memories from his 2 lifetimes. Yanhuang Lao Zuzong had once said that a sneeze meant someone was speaking your name, though it was a rather mystical notion. Subai had always been excessively cautious. He was an orphan and effectively invisible at school, who would idle away their time gossiping about him. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. No, I must check. Subai immediately opened the system panel. In the lower right corner of the panel, the friend request icon flashed with 999. He glanced at it. Ever since he sold 100,000 units of timber on the market, the friend requests had never stopped. I am Li Chang'e, the second young master of the Li family of Huaxiao. I think we could cooperate. Please take me under your wing. Are you missing an accessory on your leg? If you will not abandon me, I wish to accept you as my sworn father. Boss, I know you have many resources. We are all Huaxiao. We should help one another. How about selling to me a bit cheaper? Big brother is handsome. A little sister is 36D and masters 18 arts. She knows everything. Please keep me. There were many requests. Some sought resources, some wanted to cling to him, some proposed collaborations, and some confessed outright. Subai felt a vain twitch on his forehead. Who were all these people? They were all freeloaders. And those women's photos, at a glance they were clearly high-level avatars. So what if she is 36D? Can she match my own Alexia? Is she as beautiful as my Alexia? Who is this person anyway? Yi Tiandi. Does this territory ID think itself so arrogant? Myth-level talent, and now offering me an investment opportunity. Who do you take yourself for? Clown. He rejected them all. Without a second thought, Subai declined every friend request. The trading market of Chuangshi Xinyu is protected by the system. Any trade initiated through the market is safeguarded by the system, which protects the true identities of both buyer and seller. Unless one accepts a friend request. But as long as he did not proactively accept, no one could discover who he was. Safety first. Subai muttered, checked his friends list, and finding it still at 0, finally relaxed. He resolved that from now on he would reject any friend request coming from the trading market. Master, Alexia murmured softly. Shall we have a bonfire party tonight? Subai opened his eyes, surprised as he looked at her. A bonfire? Yes, Alexia said, eyes sparkling. We are free this afternoon, and everyone is tired. Oh, let us entertain ourselves. I propose each angel perform an act to amuse the master. Subai considered it. He had nothing to do and would not wander beyond the territory, so he agreed. After all, he would be the one to enjoy it, or it would do him no harm. Very well, make the arrangements. Wonderful. Alexia happily kissed Subai on the cheek, then called to the nearby battle angels. The master has agreed. There will be a bonfire tonight, and each person must perform. The battle angels cheered. Great. Tonight, I will win the master's favor. I will dance. To let the master admire my voluptuous form, he will not be able to resist. The master will surely love my voice. The angels chattered with eager smiles, and then busied themselves with preparations. Dusk deepened. The bonfire had been lit, orange-red flames leapt and illuminated a broad area. Beside the fire lay an array of food and drink taken from the mess hall, and wildflowers the angels had gathered, decorating the stone platforms and lending the scene a warm, romantic air. 10 battle angels sat around the bonfire, each wearing a wreath and an expectant smile. Subai reclined in Alexia's arms, seated in the very center. All right. Alexia clapped. The party begins. Who goes first? Me. A full-figured battle angel immediately raised her hand, stood, and walked onto the clearing by the fire. She took a deep breath and began to dance. There was no music, but she used angelic power to weave a soft melody that matched her footsteps. Her movement was light and graceful, her wings swayed with her steps, and in the firelight, she seemed enveloped in a golden aura. A hazy allure appeared before Subai. This battle angel's figure was hardly any less striking than Alexia. She stood roughly around 1.9 meters tall. Her armor had long since been removed, leaving only a cool, revealing outfit. How to describe it? A gauzy dress, translucent and diaphanous. Worn by this angel, the blurred, suggestive effect, though her private places were concealed, the ambiguity only made the curiosity more maddening, stirring an urge to explore. Subai's eyes shone. The battle angel's dance drifted before him. Her soft, jade-like hand gently cupped his chin, and she licked her pink lips as she asked, Master, do you like it? Subai, feeling awkward, nodded. Yes, it's beautiful. Having been single his entire 18 years, when had he ever experienced such a spectacle? Even in his previous life, the women at clubs could not compare to these angels. Noticing the master's admiration for her dance, the battle angel's face lit up into a smile, so wide her eyes narrowed, she pecked Subai lightly on the lips. One by one the angels then took the stage. Some sang with voices as ethereal as the horizon. Others performed sword dances, blades flashing in time with the sway of their wings, a beauty that stole the breath. A few angels performed a coordinated group dance, their harmony so perfect it made Su Bei's fists clench. When the performances ended, everyone gathered around the fire, eating and chatting. The mood was warm and comfortable. Su Bei still lay in Alexia's arms, half listening to the angels, while casually scrolling through the chat channel. Night soon fell. Alexia leaned to Su Bei's ear, and in a voice silky with allure whispered, "Lord, it is time to sleep." Her words sent a thrill through Su Bei. A surge of heat rose within him. "Alexia, you have provoked me so many times today. Do you know that when something is aflame it must be extinguished? And how do you intend to extinguish it?" Alexia smiled coquettishly. Alexia was wrong, as she submits to whatever the master decides. "Any punishment is fine. Please, master, do not spare Alexia." Su Bei exploded, his reason taut as a string snapped with a click. Without hesitation, he swept Alexia into his arms and dashed toward the Lord's manor. The carriage was too large, a single pony could not pull it. The morning sunlight filtered through the castle windows, casting its glow upon the bedroom on the second floor. Su Bei slowly opened his eyes, feeling utterly exhausted, as if all his strength had been drained. His once handsomely striking face now bore the marks of weariness after a night of turmoil. His eye sockets were as dark as those of a panda. Moreover, his body appeared significantly thinner, as if all his vitality had been siphoned away. He attempted to move, but found himself utterly immobilized. This was because a soft, warm body was pressed tightly against his back, with two arms as white as jade wrapping around his waist, and a pair of long legs entangled around his own, firmly locking him in place. Su Bei tried to break free, only to be hugged even tighter. A lazy, soft voice came from behind him. "Wu, master. Your efforts are so adorable." Su Bei stared blankly at the ceiling, recalling the events of the previous night, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. "Good morning, master. Stop messing around, we have serious matters to attend to today." Su Bei wasn't scared, he hadn't lost. What was just one Alicia? He had endured it. It was just that today was indeed important, being the second day of the novice period. He needed to hurry and level up. Was Su Bei the kind of person who sought pleasure? "Oh," Alicia obediently responded, but her hands did not retreat. Instead, she pressed her face against Su Bei's head and rubbed it affectionately. Her expression was so tender, as if Su Bei were her little baby. After much effort, he finally managed to extricate himself from Alicia's embrace, and dragging his weary body, he leaned against the door frame to step out of the room. The system panel popped up automatically. Ding! A new day has arrived. Today is the second day of the novice period, and the dungeon available today is the Stone Resource Dungeon. Su Bei's listless eyes brightened. Finally a refresh. Draw cards. He immediately opened the talent space, and 3 card images appeared before him. Su Bei gazed at the 3 floating cards in front of him, his expression shifting. Gold, purple, blue. 3 types of talents with at least 1 guaranteed gold unique. Without the novice gift pack, he could only choose 1 talent card from now on. Su Bei's gaze immediately fell upon the gold unique. Gold unique 10,000 times critical hit card effect after being granted any resources obtained, including, but not limited to, woodstone, food, currency, troop, recruitment cards, treasure, rewards, etc. Have a chance to trigger a critical hit, with critical hit multipliers ranging from 1 to 10000 times. Applicable targets: Lord, hero, troops, citizens. Card evaluation: outrageous. Amazing. 10000 critical hits. 10000 critical hits. After reading this, Su Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. 10,000 times critical hit. What the hell? If this talent is granted, the resources I will obtain in the future, won't I have nothing to worry? Purple epic energetic card effect after being granted the target's energy recovery speed 200 stamina. Applicable targets: Lord, hero, troop, citizen. Evaluation: not bad, it can turn you into a nuclear powered dump. Su Bei twitched his mouth. Do you look down on me? You definitely do, right? Is this talent just pouring salt into my wounds? That said, it does smell good. But if I didn't have the golden unique talent of 10,000 times critical hit, Su Bei would genuinely want this talent. Blue rare lucky star card effect after being granted to the Lord, luck 10, lasts for 24 hours. Applicable targets: Lord, hero, troop, citizen. Card evaluation: a must-have for lucky people, a blessing for those less fortunate. This is the 3rd card. Actually, this is pretty good. Unlike 5-dimensional data, luck is a mysterious data that does not appear on the panel, yet it undeniably exists. Those with high luck are like protagonists in novels. Wherever they go, opportunities follow. But all Su Bei could say was, what can you do with 10 points? Without hesitation, Su Bei chose the golden unique talent. 10,000 times critical hit. Is there even a choice? As the golden light fused into his body, Su Bei felt a warmth all over, and then nothing particularly special. Let's test the effect. Su Bei immediately opened the system shop and spent 1 silver coin to buy 1 unit of wood. Ding! You have purchased wood 1 or consumed silver coin 1. Subai, where's the critical hit? Didn't it say I would gain resources? Just then the system panel said, no card bugs allowed, only resources obtained by hand can trigger critical hits. Subai. After reading all the talent descriptions, Subai finally understood. 10,000 times critical hits are also limited. Only materials obtained through personal efforts can trigger critical hits, resources traded in the market cannot. Although Subai was quite displeased, he had no choice, the talent was just written that way. Nonetheless, it was undeniable. Let's use today's recruitment quota first. Subai walked out of the Lord's mansion and arrived in front of the Sacred Angel Barracks. He hadn't recruited anyone today yet. Daily free recruitment of 10 Sacred Angels. With a thought, the barracks gate slowly opened and a platinum light shone from within. The recruitment animation was the same as when recruiting the Battle Angels and Alicia before. But after the special effects faded, Subai was stunned. Because the angels that walked out this time were completely different from the 10 Battle Angels from yesterday. The Battle Angels from yesterday were about 1.9 meters tall with well-proportioned bodies and pronounced muscle lines clearly suited for close combat. And today these, recruitment successful. Obtained Sacred Angels, Super Magic Angels 10. In the light, 10 angels slowly emerged. Their height was similar to that of the Battle Angels, but their figures were even more curvaceous and voluptuous. Additionally, they no longer held angel swords. Instead, they held angelic staffs. Their attire was also different from the Battle Angels. The Battle Angels wore light armor. The Super Magic Angels wore robes. To be precise, they wore extremely thin and transparent white gauze robes. How thin was the gauze? Thin enough for Subai to vaguely see the scenery inside. Thin enough that when a breeze blew, the gauze would cling to their bodies, outlining perfect curves. And there was that damned sense of haziness again. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Subai averted her gaze, remarkably calm at this moment. She took a deep breath and opened their panels. Race Holy Angel, Super Law Angel. Talent Super Divine. Level Black Iron 1 star. Faction Lawful Good. Skills Super Eternal Starlight, Super Divine, Super Law, Weaving, Super Divine, Star Guardian, Main God Level, Magic Source God Level, Battle Rogue God Level. Life 13,277. Base data of Unit 1100, Hero Boost 1000, Glory Garrison 107, Legendary Campfire 100. Attack 1810. Base data of Unit 150, Hero Boost 1000, Glory Garrison 107, Legendary Campfire 100. Defense 724. Base data of Unit 60, Hero Boost 1000, Glory Garrison 107, Legendary Campfire 100. Stamina 965. Base data of Unit 80, Hero Boost 1000, Glory Garrison 107, Legendary Campfire 100. Spirit 1943. Base data of Unit 161, Hero Boost 1000, Glory Garrison 107, Legendary Campfire 100. Evaluation impressive. An unprecedented Super Divine tier magic unit, with explosive attack and spirit capable of clearing the screen with just one ultimate move. Subai exclaimed in awe. Now Subai lacked nothing. She currently commanded a total of 20 angels, 10 combat angels adept in close combat capable of taking and dealing damage. 10 Super Law Angels specializing in long-range spells capable of clearing screens and controlling the battlefield, with Combat Angels for melee and Super Law Angels for massive area damage. One ultimate move can clear the screen. I wonder how many resources I can gain from the resource dungeon this time. This configuration is simply a physical superpower and a magical cleanup. Subai no longer hesitated and brought her 20 angels to the Divine Cafeteria. The serving area was already filled with today's exclusive food. The plates of the Combat Angels were filled with bright holy fruits, tiers of angels, and blessed spirit meat, just like yesterday. The plates of the Super Law Angels contained another kind of food, Holy Angel exclusive Super Law Starfruit God level. Consuming it permanently increases skill power by 5, temporarily adds 50 to all attributes for 12 hours, and grants an additional 200 to spirit. Holy Angel exclusive Super Law Magic Source God level. Drinking it instantly restores 100 of angelic divine power, temporarily increases magic recovery, speed by 500 for 6 hours. Holy Angel exclusive Super Law Wisdom Spirit Light God level. Consuming it grants 200 experience gain for 12 hours and slowly enhances talent. The food for Super Law Angels is somewhat different from that of Combat Angels. The effects of the Super Law Angels food focus on enhancing skills and the speed of skill recovery. Most of the effects on Subai's plate were the same as yesterday. Only the dishes had changed. A whirlwind of consumption. Every Holy Angel and Subai herself received temporary buffs. The angels had reached their peak state. Let's go. With a command from Subai, the Combat Angels glimmered with golden light as their war armor instantly enveloped them. The previously hazy garments of the Super Law Angels transformed into robes flowing with starlight adorned with countless tiny gemstones as if draping the starry sky upon themselves. The 20 angels lined up neatly awaiting orders. Subai opened the system panel to check today's dungeon information. Today marked the second day of the novice phase, and a new resource dungeon and a type of resource had been refreshed. Stone materials and energy crystals. First, regarding stone materials like wood, they are also a basic construction material. As the territory upgrades, the Lord's panel will gradually unlock various buildings. Most of these buildings require basic materials for construction. For instance, Subai, who already possesses a first-tier level 3 territory. Many basic buildings such as wooden walls, stone walls, watchtowers, and houses have been unlocked on the building. Many buildings require stone materials as well as later needs for iron ingots, etc. Not only is there a current need, but these basic resources will also be required for future upgrades. The consumption of resources will grow exponentially. In the future, even more stone materials may not be sufficient. Such basic resources cannot be considered too much. Now regarding another resource, energy crystals. This is a resource unlocked on the second day of the novice phase. This resource has a very low probability of dropping upon defeating targets in the creator's domain. They are divided into levels 1 through 12. The functions of energy crystals are much greater. Unit upgrades, Barracks upgrades, and upgrades of other buildings all require them. Do you know why the Holy Angel Barracks still cannot be upgraded? It is precisely because upgrading the Holy Angel Barracks to the first tier requires one first-tier bright crystal. Similarly, the legendary campfire requires only one flame crystal to upgrade, making it simpler. The Divine Cafeteria and Glory Garrison as functional buildings do not require crystals for upgrades, but they still require plenty of resources. In Subai's memory, the stone resource dungeon has a chance to yield rock crystals, but the drop rate is very low. To obtain crystals apart from hunting local life forms outside the territory, one must wait until the dungeon opens on the 5th day. The stone resource dungeon Subai plans to enter is located in a world entirely composed of rocks inhabited by various stone spirits. These stone spirits possess extremely high health and defense, and are at a higher level than wood spirits. Generally speaking, with the current strength of the Lord, it is nearly impossible to pass through the stone resource dungeon. Most lords would wait until their strength was sufficient before exploring the stone resource dungeon, or simply leave the territory to look for ingredients in the surrounding area to make do. However, Subai was unwilling to be like those lords. Each resource dungeon offers a chance to enter and plunder once a day. If she does not enter today, won't that mean missing an opportunity? If she doesn't enter, does she plan to search for stones all around the territory? Not to mention the dangers outside the territory. Subai's territory is surrounded by forests. Where would the stones come from? Returning to the subject of danger, there are plenty of threats outside the territory. Even in the novice zone, there are many local life forms in the creator's domain with overwhelming power. In just one day, over 1,000 people have been eliminated from the channel reserved for this day. Do you really think these 1,000 people were eliminated because they entered the resource dungeon and couldn't defeat the monsters inside, failing to retreat in time? It was all because they lacked sufficient wood resources, intending to go outside the territory to chop wood for timber, but encountered various unforeseen accidents along the way. Those resources outside are worth so little. How could they compare to what one can earn in the next dungeon? Subai has made up her mind. During the novice protection period, she will absolutely not step outside the novice protection zone. Enter the dungeon. Golden light flashed as Subai and his companions entered a completely unfamiliar world. Everywhere he looked, the entire realm was made of rock. The ground was paved with grayish-white stone slabs, and countless stone pillars, stone mountains, and stone forests stood in the distance. The sky was overcast with no sun visible, only a faint glow filtering in from all directions. The air was filled with a dry, rocky scent. Not far away, a group of stone spirits was diligently working, constructing various types of buildings. They were composed entirely of rough rock, standing about 1.5 meters tall with rounded bodies. Some were transporting stones while others were hammering at rock walls or mining ores. Subai casually opened the panel of one stone spirit. Race stone spirit, talent excellent, level black iron, 7 stars, faction neutral, good skills, rock skin, common stone, fist, common life, 350 attack, 15 defense, 30 stamina, 30 spirit, 3 description, high defense, and thick skin, very durable. Many units of the same level cannot break through its defenses. After reading the data, Subai felt little stirrings within. Although they indeed appeared to be much stronger than wood spirits, that was about it. For an ordinary lord's units, defeating a single stone spirit might take half a day, and even then the yield of stone might be minimal. If luck was poor, gathering 10 units of stone in an hour would be quite the achievement. But for Subai, start plundering. Subai's voice rang coldly. At the same moment, the stone spirits had already noticed the sudden intruders. They all turned their heads in unison, red light igniting in their hollow eye sockets. Intruders. Eliminate the intruders. Protect the homeland. The stone spirits let out deep roars, swinging their stone fists as they charged towards Su Bai and the others. The momentum was akin to 1,000 troops. And then, the archangels slowly raised their staffs and lightly waved them. Eternal starshine. With the ethereal incantation, countless starlights suddenly appeared in the sky. Those starlights descended from the heavens, transforming into brilliant pillars of light that accurately struck among the stone spirits. Boom, boom, boom. The light pillars hit the ground, exploding into countless golden sparks. The stone spirits within the range barely had time to scream before they instantly turned to a pile of rubble dissipating into the air. Su Bai had yet to clearly see the scene when that area of stone spirits had entirely vanished. Countless stones lay scattered on the ground, and a rough glance revealed at least 100 units. With just one skill from an archangel, over 100 stone spirits had been cleared. Not a single life survived within the range of the skill. Damn, that's impressive. Su Bai couldn't help but curse. Is this the ultimate move of the archangels to clear the field? This is too ruthless. The system's evaluation does not lie. The battle angels were not to be outdone, spreading their wings and soaring into the air towards another group of stone spirits. Raging wave divide heaven and earth. The battle angels swung their swords, unleashing terrifying sword energy that tore through the void, similarly annihilating another group of stone spirits. Although the battle angels had very few area skills, they weren't completely without them. With this one sword strike, they could also kill over 20 stone spirits. In the next moment, more angels joined the battlefield with sword lights flashing. Each strike could take down several stone spirits. Countless stars falling from the sky seemed to blanket the entire world, causing the stone spirits to fall in droves. Su Bai stood in a safe area watching the scene before him, feeling a twinge of pity for the stone spirits. They were diligently working in their own world when suddenly a group of angels barged in, without a word, just hacking away. How tragic, too tragic. However, the essence of the Creator's domain is to plunder, to seize every visible resource. Being weak is a sin. Su Bai could not escape this rule, for if he did not plunder, other enemies would come to seize him. To protect his territory and his units, he could only keep plundering and arm himself. Soon Su Bai was pulled back to reality by the sound of the system. Ding. Kill stone spirit 1, gain stone 1. Ding. Talent tenfold, critical hit triggered. Critical hit multiplier 560 times. Gain stone 560. Su Bai's eyes brightened. Here it comes. He immediately opened the system log and found that the critical hit notifications were flooding the screen. Kill stone spirit 1, gain stone 1. Critical hit 237 times. Gain stone 237. Kill stone spirit 1, gain stone 1. Critical hit 1892 times. Gain stone 1892. Kill stone spirit 1, gain stone 1. Critical hit 91 times. Gain stone 9. Kill stone spirit 1, gain stone 1. Critical hit 56 times. Gain stone 50. Kill stone spirit 1, gain stone 1. Critical hit 8,888 times. Gain stone 8888. Basically, every 10 drops of stone would trigger a critical hit. The critical hit multipliers range from 1 times to 10,000 times. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 1,000,000. Su Bai watched the stone count on the panel wildly jump, a grin spreading from ear to ear. In less than 10 minutes, the stone resource had already reached 1,000 units. Moreover, Su Bai discovered that not only stone resources could trigger critical hits, even resource cards could trigger them. Ding. Gained ordinary stone resource card 1. Ding. Talent tenfold, critical hit triggered. Quality critical hit multiplier 100 times. Gained rare stone resource card 1. Ding. Gained ordinary stone resource card 1. Critical hit 37 times. Gained ordinary stone resource card 37. Gained elite stone resource card 1. Critical hit 289 times. Gained elite stone resource card 289. Gained rare stone resource card 1. Critical hit 1,000 times. Gained mythical stone resource card 1. What the hell? What is this? Resource cards can also yield multiples and quality critical hits. Moreover, there's even a mythical stone resource card. A single mythical stone resource card is equivalent to millions of units of stone. Don't think that a mythical stone resource card is just worth 10 million units of stone. The value of the two is completely disproportionate. Because mythical level stone resource cards are rare and precious, their value cannot be compared to just 10 million units of stone. However, the wonderful events were far from over. A voice from the system caught Su Bai's attention. Ding. Killed a stone spirit and obtained a first-order rock crystal 1. Ding. Talent tenfold, critical hit triggered. Critical multiplier 78 times. Obtained first-order rock crystal 78. What the hell? How many? 78 rock crystals. Damn. Given the current drop rate, these 78 rock crystals could be sold for an astronomical price. Of course, Su-Bai wouldn't be foolish enough to sell these crystals. Crystals are rare and valuable. Even when added to buildings, they can significantly enhance defense and health, and can help troops break through. Su-Bai wouldn't be silly enough to sell them. This is a delightful surprise. However, time passed slowly. The crystals didn't trigger another critical hit, but he did obtain a few more. Of course, the main credit goes to the Super Law Angels. Their powerful screen-clearing abilities are astonishing, as each spell cast can take out a large number of stone spirits. This is the main reason. When the drop rate is low, quantity makes up for it. Meanwhile, their levels are rapid. Higher tier units with high talent levels share a characteristic. The higher the tier, the harder it is to level up. It's not that talent makes leveling difficult, but that they require an enormous amount of experience to upgrade. However, they become exceptionally strong after leveling up. Otherwise, the Battle Angels, having slain over 10,000 wood spirits yesterday, would still only be at Black Iron 3 stars. Other units would have long since broken through to bronze. Su-Bai randomly opened the panel of a Super Law Angel. Its level had already reached Black Iron 3 stars. Indeed, area damage upgrades are quick. 1 hour later, the dungeon's opening time has ended. Ding. Resource dungeon opening time has ended. Dungeon cleared. Calculating score rewards. Number of stone spirits killed 57843, collected stone 502347 units, resource cards obtained, common stone resource card 1232, elite stone resource card 5267, rare stone resource card 988, epic stone resource card 127, legendary stone resource card 20, mythical stone resource card 1, obtained rock crystals, first order crystals 84, overall score SSS level. Ding. Congratulations, Lord Su-Bai, for achieving an SS level score. Reward: SS level dungeon treasure, chest 1. Su-Bai looked at the data on the system panel, his lips curling into a wild grin. 5,000,000 units of stone. And so many resource cards. Excluding the epic stone resource cards, and above, the total adds up to nearly 17 million units of stone. These stones can all be sold in the trading market. Currently, there is no fixed price for stones in the market. But based on previous trends, a unit of stone will definitely not be priced lower than wood, at least 2 silver coins, 10 units of stone. What a huge fortune this is. During the novice protection period, this wealth is enough to allow Su-Bai to live very comfortably. Even for some time in the future, Su-Bai won't have to worry about money. Let's go back. Su-Bai was now eager to return to his territory. With a flash of golden light, the group returned to the territory. But Su-Bai didn't stop. He immediately opened the system panel. Wood resource dungeon, enter. Ding. Remaining entries for today's Wood Resource Dungeon 1, would you like to enter? Enter. The golden light flashed again, and Su-Bai and his group appeared once more in the familiar forest. It was still that vast primitive forest with those lush wood spirits. But this time there were 10 more Super Law Angels in Su-Bai's team. Su-Bai thought for a moment and looked at Alicia. Can the Super Law Angels gather the monsters? After considering, Alicia replied, the Super Law Angels have the ability to gather monsters. Su-Bai's eyes lit up. Then let the Super Law Angels gather the monsters while the Battle Angels reap the rewards. The Battle Angels are too cumbersome to kill monsters. Gathering them together for a mass slaughter will level them up faster. Understood, Master. The Angels immediately sprang into action. The Super Law Angels flew into the air, forming an arc, while simultaneously raising their staves. 10 different spells fell at once, flooding the entire forest with golden light. Countless wood spirits seemed to be guided as they ran devoutly in one direction. However, what awaited these wood spirits was not the grace of the Lord, but a terrifying sword energy. 1 hour later. Ding. Resource dungeon opening time has ended. Dungeon cleared. Calculating score rewards. Number of wood spirits killed 62347, collected with 725832 units, resource cards obtained, common wood resource card 12147, rare wood resource card 5682, elite wood resource card 747, epic wood resource card 118, legendary wood resource card 58, obtained raw wood crystals, first order crystals 6, overall score SSS level. Ding. Congratulations, Lord Su-Bai, for achieving an SS level score. Reward: SS level dungeon treasure, chest 1. Su-Bai looked at the numbers on the system panel, his expression showing little change. Resources. Su-Bai expressed that he was not interested in resources at all. Resources are just a string of numbers to him. He never touches these resources. Moreover, he wore a look of disappointment. After all, the raw wood crystals did not trigger a critical hit. The golden light flashed again, and the group returned to the territory. Su-Bai didn't rush to open the treasure chest, but first opened the system panel to check today's total harvest. Although Su-Bai was no longer interested in these resources, the quantity still needed to be counted. Current total wood 736500 units, current total stone 502300, current gold coins 478, current silver coins 76699, crystals First Order Raw Crystals, 84, First Order Raw Wood Crystals, 6 Common Resource Cards, Wood 1-147 Stone, 1-2-8-3-2 Rare Resource Cards, Wood 5-6-8-2 Stone, 5-2-6-7 Elite Resource Cards, Wood 7-47, Stone 9-88 Epic Resource Cards, Wood 1-19, Stone 1-27 Legendary Resource Cards, Wood 58, Stone 20 Mythical Resource Cards, Stone 1 Sue. Bai looked at the numbers on the panel, falling into silence for 3 seconds. Then he slowly uttered a phrase, golden unique 10-fold critical hit is awesome. After the excitement wore off, Sue Bai still didn't forget to check the levels of the angels. Subsequently, Sue Bai discovered that each angel's level had reached Black Iron 6 stars, while Alicia's level had even reached Black Iron 7 stars. The base data has been further enhanced. If he were to challenge the difficulty of yesterday's upgraded dungeon today, it would definitely become very easy. Then Sue Bai turned his attention to the 2 resource treasure chests. Both chests were rated SSS level. However, to Sue Bai's disappointment, it seemed that neither chest triggered a critical hit. This truly disappointed Sue Bai. Even a random critical hit of dozens or hundreds of times would have made him happy. Forget it, let's see what we can open. 2 SSS chests, one was given by the Lumber Resource Dungeon and the other by the Stone Resource Dungeon. Sue Bai rubbed his hands and was the first to open the Lumber Resource Dungeon. Opening the SS level Lumber Dungeon treasure chest, the following rewards were obtained: gold coins 100, acquired a Divine level building blueprint, Divine Lumber Yard, acquired an Epic Barracks blueprint, Empire Female Swordsman Barracks. After the system prompt, 100 gleaming gold coins appeared out of thin air, which Sue Bai casually tossed into his warehouse. 100 gold coins, that's the baseline. Sue Bai now held a fortune, not caring about these 100 gold coins. However, the other 2 rewards caught Sue Bai's attention. His gaze first landed on the Divine level building blueprint. Divine Lumber Yard. A divine building. Sue Bai immediately checked the panel. Building name Divine Lumber Yard, quality Divine, current level no level, building health 100, effect 1. Lumbering efficiency base of 1000 units per day. 2. Lumber yield 1000. There's a chance to obtain lumber resource cards while lumbering, special effect. While working in the lumber yard, efficiency 300, no fatigue effect. Upgrade requirements: lumber 100 stone, 500 raw, wood crystal core, 1 post-upgrade effect, yield bonus increased to 100 resource, card acquisition probability increased. Evaluation: Divine Lumber Yard, need I say more? Note: the Divine Lumber Yard requires citizens. Sue Bai's face lit up after reading the panel. Awesome. He knew too well what a normal lord's lumber yard was like. Besides building it himself, the only way to get a lumber yard was to plunder other lumber yards. A basic lumber yard built by a lord would be just a fenced-off forest with a small shabby wooden house containing a few broken axes. When citizens worked there, producing a dozen units of lumber a day was considered good. Plundered lumber yards were somewhat better, but the output was around 100 to 500. But the lumber yard he obtained was not simply limited to producing 100 units daily. It generated a base of 10000 units. Coupled with a 1000 production increase, that means a 10-fold output. Moreover, this lumber yard had a special effect. When citizens worked inside, efficiency increased by 300. That means even if the citizens had special skills like a double output talent, with this 300 efficiency buff, it would result in 6-fold output. And the most important thing is that lumbering could also have a chance to drop resource cards. This truly represents sustainable resource development. However, Sue Bai noticed the last prompt. His mood calmed down again. Citizens are not something one has from the start. During the first 3 days of the novice period, the Lord's territory only has military units, no citizens. How do citizens come? 2 ways. The first is that starting from the 3rd day of the novice period, there will be indigenous people coming to seek them out. Most of them are from the villages around the territory. These citizens generally have low talents, but sometimes one might come with a golden talent. The higher the prestige and the greater the stir caused in the creator's domain, the more citizens will come and the better their talents. The second way is to build a citizen recruitment office, consuming resources to recruit citizens. However, the recruitment office requires the territory level to reach level 1/9 rank to unlock. Moreover, the recruitment office is very unstable. Recruiting 1 citizen costs 1 silver coin, and the talent is not fixed. Any kind of talent can be recruited. As for the drop rate, it's comparable to that of a 3 Kingdoms killing game. There's no guarantee, and it's shared across the entire server. It's extremely difficult to recruit a citizen with high talent. However, once one obtains a citizen with high talent and nurtures them, the returns can be immeasurable. Sue Bai's territory is currently at level 1 rank 3, not far from level 1 rank 9. He should be able to upgrade it tomorrow. So this lumber yard is currently just a decoration. Let's see, what a waste of a day's production time. That production could yield at least 10000 units. That's 90000 silver coins. 900 gold coins. Sue Bai sighed deeply. Clearly there was a money-printing machine right in front of him, but it couldn't operate because there were no citizens. Then Subai looked at the third reward, the epic Barracks Empire Female Swordsman. This treasure chest surprisingly exploded with 3 rewards at once. Building name Empire Female Swordsman Barracks Quality Epic Building Health 5.0 Recruitment Rules can recruit 50 Empire Female Warriors for free daily. After the novice period ends, resources must be consumed to recruit. Description: the most elite female warrior corps of the Empire, known for their elegant martial arts and cold battle style. Subai's eyes lit up. A new troop type, and it's of epic quality. If Subai didn't have the super god Barracks talent to lower the standard, just relying on an epic level troop type could completely conquer the novice period. But let's not forget he is the one with the unique talent. Golden Unique Divine Barrack effect. When bestowed upon the building, it transforms into a super divine talent barrack with the lowest recruitment of super divine talent troops. This thing was originally integrated into the Lord's Mansion. In other words, any barrack built in his territory will automatically transform into super divine troops. Build. Subai thought, and the blueprint in his hand turned into a beam of light flying towards a vacant area in the territory. The light landed and began to take shape. A brand new barrack appeared before Subai. The overall style was completely different from the Holy Angel Barrack. The Holy Angel Barrack was made of pure white jade with a roof shaped like angel wings, sacred and solemn. This barrack, however, was constructed entirely of light blue jade. Its architectural style, more delicate and elegant, with a flying eave roof and wind chimes hanging at the corners, producing a crisp sound when the breeze blew. Above the barracks entrance, 4 ancient characters were engraved: Clear and Cold Fairy. Subai was momentarily stunned. Clear and Cold Fairy. Quite interesting. Immediately the image of the fairy he saw in film and television works floated in Subai's mind. Ethereal and beautiful. A fairy. This troop type sounds like it has high combat power. Subai then began to check the specific information of the barrack. Building name Clear and Cold Fairy Barrack Quality Super Divine Building Health 1 billion Recruitment Rules can recruit 10 Clear and Cold Fairies for free daily. After the novice period ends, each recruitment costs 100 Divine Source Coins. Evaluation: no comment. In short, awesome. Subai finished reading and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Super divine. It truly validated his guess. As long as that card is used on the Lord's Mansion, any barrack placed externally will be super divine. Without the slightest hesitation, Subai immediately activated the recruitment animation. Recruit. The doors of the Clear and Cold Fairy Barrack slowly opened and a beam of light shot out from within. Then figures emerged from the light. Currently making an appearance is the Zhuo Lungyan Sword Immortal, while the next chapter will feature the Lung Yu Fa Immortal. A mature lady dressed in a flowing gown made of celestial silk, exuding an aura akin to that of an immortal, slowly stepped out from the light curtain. The gown, made of celestial silk, is as light as a cicada's wing, ethereal and graceful. The collar and waist are embroidered with exquisite bluish-green patterns, complementing the pure white inner lining, enhancing her purity. Her crystal-like white hair is gathered atop her head, adorned with various hairpins. Compared to the holy angels, she stands rather short, approximately 1.75 meters tall. Her entire being emanates an otherworldly vibe. Wait. Otherworldly? No way. Something's off. Subai's expression immediately changed. Because after the recruitment animation, the full stature of these 10 immortals appeared before Subai's eyes. What kind of cold immortal is this? Why do they look so much like battle-hardened immortals? How should I put it? Because these immortals have some features that are excessively pronounced. The size of those assets could even be compared to that of Alicia. But the key is that Alicia's height is not even on the same level as that of the immortals. The light blue gauze dress is stretched particularly tight, as if it could burst forth at any moment. Yet her waist is so slender it seems it could be grasped with one hand. Below they appear to be plump, like 2 large thunderbolts. A classic hourglass figure. Her legs are long and straight, and through the gaps in the gauze skirt one can see skin as white as jade. On her delicate feet rests a pair of pure white flat shoes. Her entire body is wrapped in a thin gauze skirt, swaying gracefully with her steps. As they moved, the swaying dazzled Subai. This is simply too vulgar. It could kill Subai 1,000 times. Oh my, I've finally seen a normal figure. Moreover, not only are the figures of the immortals impressive, but her beauty is also stunning, with brows and eyes like paintings, a high-nosed bridge, and lips slightly pursed, exuding a chill. Yet this very chill combined with such an extremely provocative figure creates a striking contrast. Clearly her figure is so hot it could make one nosebleed, yet her face bears an expression that seems to ward off strangers. This contrast is deadlier than mere sensuality. Subai felt his nose begin to grow warm again. A total of 10 cold immortals emerged from the barracks. Each of their figures is nothing short of perfect, each face is a rare beauty, and each exudes a chilling aura like that of an immortal. They lined up, all gazing at Subai. Then, as if waiting for something, they frequently glanced toward the direction of the barracks. At that moment, the light from the barracks surged once more. Subai knew something big was coming. Sure enough, as the recruitment animation concluded, the hero Lung Yue entirely replicated 110. Those who appreciate it can give a thumbs up and a comment, so my efforts in searching for images aren't in vain. A woman half a head taller than the others slowly emerged. Like the other immortals, she wore a gown of celestial silk adorned with purple patterns. The inner lining of her white dress is filled with a mature purple hue. Not a single bit of skin was exposed. However, although no skin was visible, the white dress clung to her face. This in turn revealed her figure in its entirety. If the previous 10 immortals were rated as H, this one is undoubtedly at a higher level. Subai quickly averted his gaze, repeatedly chanting, "Form is emptiness." Meanwhile, both the little devil and angel versions of Subai appeared above his head. Little devil Subai, so what if you look, just look, who cares, after all they are all my units. Little angel Subai, I second that. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai ultimately chose to openly gaze at the last appearing immortal. Her features were even more exquisite than those of the other immortals, with a hint of laziness in her eyes differing from the other immortals. This last immortal to appear had purple hair exactly matching the color of the embellishments on her attire, and her makeup also bore purple elements. This blend of lazy maturity and the identity of an immortal creates a deadly allure. Her voice is incredibly cold, yet there is a hint of laziness in her tone. Cold Moon, the cold immortal, is willing to serve the master. As soon as Lung Yu finished speaking, she and the other immortals bowed to Subai. Upon hearing this, Subai felt completely stunned. She called me master. No way. You are an immortal. Don't tarnish the image of immortals in my heart. How'd you? Seeing Subai's self-control unravel, Lung Yu stuck out her delicate pink tongue and licked her purple lips. Is there somewhere master feels uncomfortable? Subai took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself, there's still important business, there's still important business, there's still important business. Lung Yu, welcome to your addition. After calming himself for several minutes, Subai finally spoke. He then dared not continue looking at Lung Yu's figure, and immediately checked Lung Yu's detailed information. Hero name Lung Yu. Race cold immortal. Talent immortal celestial. Level black iron 1 star. Faction lawful neutral. Personality cold, lazy, charming, contrasting. Skills immortal city toppling, immortal celestial level, immortal eternal silence, immortal god level, super unification, super god level, super exquisite balance, super god level. Immortal palace battle, armor god level. Legion skill, immortal slay, immortal celestial level, immortal endless, immortal celestial level. Legion effect, training effect, 1200 experience, gain 1200 march speed, 1200 legion, all attributes 1000. Life, 34,000. Specific bonuses won't be mentioned. I don't want to drag this out. After all, I've set up a formula and will calculate it myself. Attack, 3,500. Defense, 2,700. Stamina, 3,200. Spirit, 2,200. Evaluation, impressive. Incredible. After reviewing Lung Yu's basic data, Subai's expression finally revealed a hint of joy. Immortal celestial level. Another immortal celestial level hero. Although I don't know what kind of level celestial is, the teacher never talked about it in class, but it definitely sounds powerful. He glanced once more at the data panel of the other 10 immortals. Unit name Lung Yen, sword immortal. Race cold immortal. Talent super god. Level black iron 1 star. Faction lawful neutral. Skills super 1 sword toppling city, super god level, super sword heart clarity, super god level, super 10,000 swords return to 1 super god level, god sword domain main god level. Immortal palace battle armor god level. Life 13,200. Attack 2,400. Defense 1,080. Stamina 1,440. Spirit 1,010. Evaluation ultimate attack. No need to say more. After examining the data panel, Subai's expression was filled with intrigue. A cold and elegant sword fairy. A fairy who plays with swords. But does your attire and figure truly align with the term cold and elegant? So you want to play with contrast, do you? Or perhaps an extreme contrast. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Well, I suppose I must give it a try tonight. Alright Lung Yu, from now on I entrust the Fairy Legion to you to command. After regaining his composure, he continued, yes master. Lung Yu smiled coyly and bowed before standing behind Su by striking up a conversation with Alicia. The other fairies also engaged in conversation with the angels. It was apparent that these fairies had ceased to showcase their wretched allure. Subai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had the mood to look at the second SSS resource treasure chest. This chest was obtained from the stone resource dungeon. Open. A flash of golden light appeared. Ding. Opening the SS level stone dungeon treasure chest, the following rewards were obtained. Gold 100, acquired a divine level wonder giant stone statue, acquired 100 recruitment cards for troops. Subai's eyes lit up. 3 rewards again. And there's even 100 troop recruitment cards. This item is quite valuable as it allows direct recruitment of troops, ignoring the limitations of the barracks. With this item, he could finally increase his troop numbers. After all, he wasn't unable to support these divine. Subai chuckled bitterly at this thought. Having 30 combat units would surely be a joke to others. Other lords at the same level as Subai had nearly recruited hundreds of units. Indeed, Subai's 30 combat units were not many. They were even pitifully few. Of course, Subai was following the path of precision over quantity. He would recruit later. For now, he first wanted to look at the newly acquired wonder. He immediately checked the panel for the giant stone statue. Wonder named Giant Stone Statue Quality Divine Building Health 500 Effects 1. All citizens in the territory gain 200 mining efficiency 2. Mining yield 203. Damage against defensive races increased by 200 evaluation. With this wonder, my mother no longer needs to worry about my stone resources being insufficient. After reading, Subai nodded in satisfaction. This statue's effect was very similar to that of the lumberjack statue. Both provided buffs for resource gathering. Place. With a thought, Subai caused the blueprint to transform into a gray-golden light that flew toward the center of his territory. As the light landed, a massive statue slowly rose. The statue was similar in size to the lumberjack statue beside it. It appeared to be a miner wearing a headlamp, vigorously using a pickaxe to collect a rock. The moment the statue was completed, Subai felt a slight tremor throughout the territory, followed by a heavy aura enveloping the area. Subai nodded. Not bad. Subai expressed his satisfaction. He then looked at the troop recruitment cards. 100 cards allowing him to recruit 100 troops. How should they be divided? Subai contemplated and opened the current troop configuration. Combat Angels 10 units, Super Magic Angels 10 units, Cold and Elegant Sword Fairy 10 units, a total of 30 units. Let's divide them evenly. With a thought, Subai decided to recruit 45 angels and 55 fairies. Ding. Consumed Troop Recruitment Card 25, Recruited Combat Angels 25. Ding. Consumed Troop Recruitment Card 20, Recruited Super Magic Angels 20. Ding. Consumed Troop Recruitment Card 25, Recruited Cold and Elegant Sword Fairy 25. Ding. Consumed Troop Recruitment Card 30, Recruited Cold and Elegant Law Fairy. Wait, what is this fourth troop? Subai paused for a moment and then looked at the system prompt. A new troop has appeared, just like the Holy Angels. Now there's a second type of troop. Cold and Elegant Law Fairy. I must see how you embody elegance. As the recruitment cards disappeared, the recruitment animation began to flicker incessantly. First to appear were the angel ladies. Although each angel was beautiful and exuded a sacred aura, Subai was still very curious about what the new troop looked like. As the golden light flashed, the gates of the cool fairy barracks opened once more. This time the fairies that emerged had a different style. If the sword fairy embodied cold elegance with a sharp edge, then the new troop was. Who notices someone's charm first when looking at the opposite sex? What caught the eye was undoubtedly their physical characteristics. How should I put it? I must say they truly are magic practitioners. They don't like battle. Their figures are not as relatively slender and proportionate as that of the sword fairy. To summarize in 3 words, they are bigger. Yes, they are indeed bigger. The sword fairy's figure was already quite exaggerated, but the magic fairy's figure was even more voluptuous. Being voluptuous does not equate to being overweight. The two must be distinguished. As for the size of their chests, it was at least above eye, and their entire bodies were wrapped in a light black veil, which was thin enough to be almost transparent, but obscured from view by the black and white contrasting lining. However, while their figures were incredibly exaggerated, their aura was even colder than that of the sword fairy, with a hint of aloofness in their brows and eyes, exuding a profoundly cool demeanor. Moreover, their hair color was different from the sword fairy's sparkling snow white. Their hair was long and jet black, complementing their cold and elegant aura. They stood in a line, gazing at Subai, all bowing in unison. Master. With a mature voice, it was unmistakable. The cold expressions combined with that single word, master. Simply astonishing. Troop name: Cold and Elegant Law Fairy. Talent: Super Divine. Level: Black Iron 1-star. Faction: Lawful Neutral. Skills: Super Purple Chi from the East. Super Divine. Super 5 Elements: Yin Yang. Super Divine. 5 Thunder. Destruction of Worlds. Main God level. Xiangong Dao Robe Divine. Level: Life 140. Attack 190. Defense 800. Stamina 190. Spirit 20. Evaluation: Still a massacre machine in team battles. After reading, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Goodness, their effects are comparable to the Super Magic Angels. Both are troops capable of large-scale clearing. Subai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Now he was lacking nothing. Now his troop configuration became Combat Angels 35 units, Super Magic Angels 30 units, Cool Sword Fairy 35 units, Cool Law Fairy 30 units, totaling 130 Super Divine troops. There were also 2 heroes of the Fairy Divine level. With this lineup, not to mention the Novice Zone, even the last Lord of the previous term. Even the lowest ranked Lord could be challenged. Of course he wouldn't dare to challenge anyone right now. It was wiser to focus on development. He must possess divine-level combat power aiming for a 99 success rate before venturing out, otherwise everything is off the table. After recruiting the new troops, Su Bai finally opened the upgrade panel of the Lord's Manor. Current level of the Lord's Manor level 1 tier 3 requirements to upgrade to level 1 tier 4, with 2,000 copper coins 2,000 upgrade. Ding. The upgrade of the Lord's Manor was successful. Current level 1 tier 4. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this area to upgrade the Lord's Manor to level 1 tier 4. Received regional first upgrade reward better furniture. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Another series of better items. He opened the reward. Item name better furniture set effect 1. Territory comfort 30 points 2. When resting on furniture energy recovery speed 203. All furniture comes with a cleaning function never getting dirty 04. When interacting with Trupshiro's loyalty gains 100. Introduction, a set of comfortable furniture that allows you to enjoy a moment of tranquility in the busy life of a lord. Of course, if you have other uses, it can help with that too. After reading, Su Bai twitched his mouth. Other uses? What other uses? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. With a comfort level of 30, plus the previous 87 points, the total comfort level has now reached 117 points. Ding. Total comfort level of the territory reached 100 points, unlocking hidden effect, all attributes of troops heroes in the territory 10. Su Bai nodded. A 10 attribute boost, though not much, is still something. Ding. The territory has been upgraded to level 1 tier 4, and the upgrade challenge dungeon has been opened. Please enter within 10 minutes, otherwise the territory will revert to level 1 tier 3, and the resources spent on the upgrade will be wasted. Su Bai looked at the angels and fairies in front of him. Enter the dungeon. A flash of golden light passed, and the group entered the upgrade challenge dungeon. Inside the dungeon, it was still a vast plain. In the distance stood a level 1 tier 4 territory, significantly larger than before, surrounded by a wooden fence with numerous troops guarding the entrance. Su Bai glanced at the data panel. Race Black Flame Warhorse Talent Rare Level Black Iron 4 stars Health 4, 28 Attack, 44 Defense 36. All are Black Iron 4 stars. It seems the difficulty has decreased. Indeed, the difficulty would decrease after a day. For a normal lord, leveling up by 1 level in a day is quite good. This is the standard for normal upgrades. Let's go finish the battle quickly, Su Bai said softly. However, he did not let Alicia and the other angels take action. Instead, he let the fairies handle it. The fairies' levels were still too low. Even gaining a bit of experience is still experience. Although the experience gained in the territory upgrade dungeon is small, it's better than none. Flood Heavenly Abyss. As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, Cold Moon made a move. In the next moment, the entire sky seemed to split apart and divide into 2 halves. Just relying on momentum, he crushed the territory in front of him. Ding. Broke through level 1 tier 4 territory challenge successful. Ding. Received basic challenge evaluation S rank. Ding. Detected that the host's challenge completion rate is extremely high. You may choose to continue challenging for a higher evaluation. Do you wish to continue? Continue. The subsequent process was exactly the same as before. One territory after another was refreshed, and one after another was defeated. The only difference was that this time, not only Alicia was taking action. It was Cold Moon and the group of fairies. One soared to topple a city. An hour later. Ding. Challenge time is over. In this challenge, a total of 60 territories were destroyed. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS Rank. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving SSS Rank Upgrade Challenge Reward. SSS Rank Territory Upgrade Treasure, Chest 1. The dungeon was completed easily and Alicia didn't even need to take action. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving SSS Rank Upgrade Challenge Reward. SSS Rank Territory Upgrade Treasure, Chest 1. The dungeon was completed. Ding. Opened the SSS Rank Upgrade Challenge Treasure Chest. Received the following rewards: gold coins 100. Received God Level Building Blueprint. Great Wall. Su Bai was taken aback. Great Wall. He immediately checked the panel. Building name Great Wall. Quality God Level. Current level no level. Can be constructed. Construction cost 100 wood and 100 stone. Per meter health 100 meter defense. Immune to all damage below 100 attack power. Special effects 1. Air restriction can intercept airborne units from leaping over the wall. 2. Ground restriction: underground units cannot cross the foundation of the Great Wall. 3. Self-repair recovers 1 of maximum health per second. 4. City defense bonus: all troops fighting on the wall have all attributes 205. Solid city: every second fixed damage taken is 1 point. When the attack power exceeds the wall's defense, fixed damage taken is 10 points per second. Upgrade effect: each level increases health, defense, immunity, threshold, height, thickness, and bonuses. Upgrade requirements: wood 10,000 stone, 10,000 ordinary wood resource card 1, ordinary stone resource card 1. Introduction. Think your resources are enough. Then try the Great Wall. It's a building that can truly protect your... After reading Su Bai fell silent. Now tell me how many resources are needed to build 1 meter of wall. 100,000 units. And that's 100,000 of each resource. Building 1 meter of wall costs 200,000. Is this a money-guzzling beast? Not to mention the future upgrades. The resource consumption will be even greater after upgrading. But there are benefits too. Air and ground restrictions, plus fixed damage. An immunity to all damage below 1000 attack power. This means that unless the enemy has troops with more than 1000 attack power, they won't even be able to scratch the wall. And what does 1000 attack power mean? Even Alicia wouldn't be able to break the skin. Troops with mythic level talents would need to be at the platinum level to cause damage to it. Even when facing troops with divine level talents below the golden level, they cannot inflict any damage on the wall. Even above the golden level, the damage per second would only be 10 points. Note that it's per second, not per hit. The total damage in 1 second is 10 points, not 10 points per attack. The difference between these two is significant. This directly locks the upper limit, so even if troops of mythic level come, they would need to chip away slowly. Of course, those above divine level are counted separately. In short, during the novice phase, this section of the wall is invincible. Worth it. Su Bai initially planned to sell all these resources, but it seems otherwise. He didn't even know if the resources for his future upgrades would be enough. Don't think that the resources needed for 1 meter of wall are just over 100, but what if building walls starts from at least 1,000 meters? Do you think the resources Su Bai obtained today would be enough? Then Su Bai opened the system panel to check the data of the ordinary city wall. The ordinary city wall was one of the buildings just unlocked after upgrading the territory. Building name Wooden City Wall, ordinary construction cost 10 wood per meter, health 1,000 meter, defense. No special effects, can be destroyed by ordinary attacks. Description: the most basic city wall, barely sufficient. Su Bai then looked at the data of the Great Wall. Each meter consumes 100 wood, 100 stone. Health 100 meter. Immunizes against all damage below 100 points of attack. Air defense, ground defense, self-repair, city defense, bonus fixed damage. Is there even a choice? Su Bai gritted his teeth, planning to build the entire Great Wall. He calculated that to encircle the entire territory with a wall, he would need at least 1500 meters. That means he would need at least 15 million units of wood and stone. But he also knew that this thing had to be built. Even if it's just a small section to surround the most important buildings, it is better than having nothing. After all, the restrictions on air and ground attacks are too strong. With this city wall, no enemy could suddenly appear in front of him. They must attack from the wall's front. This eliminates the possibility of someone assassinating him. Place. Su Bai focused his mind, and the blueprint transformed into a beam of earthy golden light, flying toward the edge of the territory. The light landed and began to coalesce. A segment of the wall approximately 1 meter high and wide slowly rose from the ground. The wall was built of large gray stone bricks, each engraved with complex runes that glimmered faintly with golden light. The ends of the wall were open, awaiting further extension. Watching this 1 meter long wall, Su Bai suddenly felt a pang of heartache. This 1 meter of wall consumed 100 wood and 100 stone. No way, this is too shabby. Su Bai looked at the lone 1 meter wall in front of him, lost in thought. 1 meter. Just 1 meter. Spending 100 wood and 100 stone for such a small piece of stone. Calling it a wall, it was barely half a meter high. Su Bai gritted his teeth and opened the system panel to start calculating. It would be best for the territory to be round, as it would cover a larger area. A 1000 meter wall would enclose approximately 7900 square meters. Close to 800 square meters, which should be enough to accommodate his territory's buildings. Each meter consumes 100 wood and 100 stone. 1,000 meters would require 10 million. Su Bai looked at the numbers in his warehouse. Current total wood 73650 units, current total stone 500 units, current gold 478 coins, current silver 76699 coins. Crystal core, level 1 rock, crystal core 84. Level 1 log, crystal core 6 common resource cards, wood 12147 cards, stone 12832 cards, rare resource cards, wood 5682 cards, stone 5267 cards, elite resource cards, wood 747 cards, stone 988 cards, epic resource cards, wood 119 cards, stone 127 cards, legendary resource cards, wood 58 cards, stone 20 cards, mythic resource cards, stone 1 card. The available wood units surely aren't enough. But he had resource cards. A common resource card provides 100 units of wood. A rare resource card provides 1000 units. An elite resource card provides 1000 units. Su Bai could easily obtain these 3 types of resource cards, so he planned to use them. He would use 1000 cards, each for the common resource cards, 5000 for the rare ones, and 400 for the elite ones. Finally, he managed to gather 10 million units of wood. The same goes for stone. With this combination, he gathered 10 million units of stone. He'd have to reserve 1000 common resource cards for construction. Build. Subai focused his mind, and the blueprint of the Great Wall burst into a dazzling, earthy golden light, beginning to extend along the route he had planned. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. A wall that wasn't so grand, and even looked somewhat comical, rose from the edge of the territory, completely encircling it. The wall was built entirely of dark, gray giant stones, its surface covered with complex runes. Those runes glimmered faintly with golden light shimmering in the sunlight, as if alive, moving across the surface of the bricks. However, the wall was only 1 meter high and wide. It seemed as if one could leap over it with a hand. But do not be deceived by appearances. The entire wall was seamless, showing no joints, as if it had grown from the earth itself. Moreover, above the wall one could faintly see a layer of pale golden light in the air, which was the wall's entire effect. No flying objects could cross over the territory to enter. It was a solid protective array. Any flying unit wishing to cross the wall would have to pass through this layer of light first. Not only did the wall have defenses above, but the ground below also had golden light penetrating the earth, ensuring that no underground units could stealthily infiltrate. Surrounded above and below with no blind spots, it effectively protected the entire territory. A smile crept onto Subai's lips. With this thing, let alone those inexperienced newcomers, even those seasoned lords who had developed for a while would have to think twice before attacking. Immunity to all attacks below, 1000 points. Units below the Golden Realm can't even scratch the wall. As for those above the Golden Realm, they deal a fixed damage of 10 points per second, plus a healing rate of 1 per second, which means a healing of 1000 points per second, enough for them to fight for a lifetime. You could say this is quite devious, right? Worth it. Subai nodded and turned back to the Lord's mansion. Ding. Upgrade challenge dungeon cooling down, remaining time 47 minutes. Subai glanced at the system notification, then casually sat on the newly acquired Better Lord sofa and opened the regional chat channel to pass the time. Alicia and Lung Yu also entered the Lord's mansion at this time, sitting on either side of Subai. Subai paid no attention to their movements. He opened the regional chat channel to check the chat content. Regional chat channel, the messages were still flying by quickly. There was no drop in heat just because it was the second day. She said, "Sew it up for me, brothers, I can't take it anymore. I can't beat the wood resource dungeon, nor can I beat the stone resource dungeon. I tried to chop trees outside the territory, and just after walking 500 meters, I encountered a black iron 9-star wild boar, which wiped out all my units. Now I'm left with nothing. You think that's something? I didn't believe in evil yesterday, and wanted to test the waters in the stone resource dungeon. I went in for 3 minutes and all my units were wiped out. If I hadn't retreated quickly, I might have perished in there. That stone spirit's health was as thick as a damn city wall. It simply couldn't be damaged. An introverted person never sets external expectations. A stone dungeon. Is that something a person can tackle? I heard that no more than 10 people in the entire area can clear the stone dungeon, and they are all those who possess rare talents and are extraordinarily lucky. I mentioned there are snakes outside, and she said the snakes are inside. Don't even talk about dungeons. Right now, I can't even gather basic resources. Upgrading territory requires wood, constructing buildings requires wood, upgrading buildings requires wood. I almost want to chop myself up for firewood. Subai scrolled through the screen, viewing these messages with an unperturbed heart. Is it difficult? Indeed it is. If one doesn't possess the unique talent, one must be just like them. Therefore, Subai would never mock them. However, Subai wouldn't be foolish enough to help these people. These individuals, even if you assist them, will take advantage of you and engage in moral coercion. This is human nature. Thus, Subai would never extend a helping hand to anyone. He just needed to live his own life well. He was about to close the chat channel when he suddenly saw several unusual messages. Yi Tiandi 1,000 units of wood 1. 2 silver coins per 10 units. Private message if interested. Yi Tiandi 500 units of stone 1. 5 silver coins per unit, negotiable for bulk orders. Yi Tiandi, I will have more tomorrow. Those in need can engage in long-term cooperation. Subai raised an eyebrow. Yi Tiandi. This name is somewhat familiar. He flipped through the previous chat records and suddenly remembered, isn't this the person who sent a friend request claiming to have a mythic talent? How does he have so many resources? Generally, a lord cannot obtain hundreds of units of resources in a day, unless he has a powerful troop type, just like himself. Or perhaps his talent is related to resource acquisition. Subai became intrigued and continued to read down. The chat channel was already in chaos. Likes Rain Sister 45. Wow. Yi Fan has made a move. 1,000 units of wood. I managed to snag 50 units. Thank you, Yi Fan. Kazakh control love, I got a bit too. Yi Fan is amazing. This price is much lower than the market rate. What has risen to 1. 5 silver coins in the past 2 days. Discovering girlfriend is same fan seeking long-term cooperation. I'm short on wood every day. Zhuang 0 and Goddess 4. What's the background of Yi Tiandi? How does he have so many resources? It can't be that mysterious boss from yesterday, right? Daily eating cilantro impossible. That mysterious boss has no information at all, and has always anonymously sold in the trading market. None of his friend requests were approved. Very mysterious, obviously a selfish person. I don't eat beef no matter who it is. Being able to sell resources makes him a good brother. Yi Tiandi, let's add each other as friends. Prioritize me for resources in the future. Yi Tiandi limited friend slots, only adding those with strength. Subai smirked slightly at this point. Selling resources so openly. Is this person mentally challenged or just too young? Subai shook his head. In a place like the creator's domain, exposing that you hold a significant amount of resources is tantamount to declaring you have a granary in a time of famine or that you've discovered oil in a desolate area. Isn't this just asking to be robbed? Although the novice area temporarily has system protection preventing direct attacks on other lords' territories. Once the novice period ends, do you believe that some powerful beings won't just slap him down? Those who are envious don't care how good your talent is. You geniuses are mere ants before they truly grow. Any lord with backing can swallow them whole. In the best case scenario, one ends up as a resource-producing machine for that faction, working tirelessly. 247. Subai could easily imagine how many were keeping an eye on Yi Fan. Foolish, too foolish. Subai closed the chat channel and opened the friend requests. 999, as usual. He casually clicked open and scanned a few. I'm from the Zhao family. We control the entire timber resource sales channel in China. Brother, are you interested in collaboration? Resources can be split evenly. Hello, I'm from the Li family. Stone resources have always been under our control. To avoid disrupting market balance, I think it's best for us to sit down and talk. Handsome, I'm a girl. Check out my photo. If you like it, we can meet offline. Image. Brother, don't be so rigid about gender. I'm a lowly from Chengdu. Let's meet. I've already given you the chance to add me as a friend. Don't be so ungrateful. Subai nearly laughed out loud upon seeing the last message. It was sent by Yi Tiandi. Why is he so confident? With such arrogance, it's no surprise that many have developed opinions about him in the regional chat. Some people won't dare to stand out right now. The time for the true dragons to make their move is after the novice period. All rejected. Subai cleared all with a single click, leaving none. After rejecting all friend requests, he suddenly remembered something. The barracks. Currently, he has 2 super god-level barracks. The Holy Angel Barracks and the Cool Fairy Barracks. Each barrack can recruit 10 troops for free every day. However, these 2 barracks were both obtained from treasure chests. Is there anyone selling barracks in the trading market? Subai opened the trading market and searched for Barrack blueprints. The result. Found 0 results. Subai was taken aback. No one is selling. He thought for a moment and found it reasonable. Barracks are the lifeblood of a lord. Who would sell their lifeblood? Moreover, it's only the second day of the novice period. Those who can obtain Barrack blueprints are already few, and those who have them will certainly use them first. Who would trade for resources? Unless they possess multiple barracks or draw troops from a different faction than their primary barrack. However, even if they were to sell, they would likely be snatched up instantly. Subai hesitated for a moment and decided to inquire in the regional chat to see if there were any barracks for sale. Just as he was about to post the information, a prompt came through the chat channel. Please confirm your territory name. Subai thought for a moment. The name must be low-key and popular. Otherwise, if he chose a name like Yi Tiandi, it would be clear he had the fate of a protagonist, and perhaps one day an unknown powerful hand would come down. After a final thought, Subai settled on his name. Your goddess, my golden basin, acquiring various Barrack blueprints, price negotiable. Private message, if you have any. Once the message was sent out, it was drowned in the massive flood of chat. Then it exploded. Subai thought no one would pay attention to him. After all, troops are too precious. Who would be foolish enough to sell them? Lu Ru Yen, I have surplus troops, but I don't know what price you can offer. Troops. Finally, someone is willing to sell troops. He immediately opened the chat window with Lu Ru Yen and replied, what kind of troops? What price? Not long after sending the message, the other party replied. Lu Ru Yin, ordinary lizardman camp, can recruit 100 per day, price 1 gold coin. After reading, Su Bei's smile instantly froze. 1 gold coin. Just for an ordinary camp. Do I look like I can afford 1 gold coin? Subai took a deep breath and immediately replied in the chat, 1 gold coin. Who do you think can pay that price? Every novice lord only starts with 1 gold coin, and currently, there is no stable income source, so that 1 gold coin is simply unrealistic. Lu Ru Yin quickly replied, her tone as if it were natural. It's only the second day of the novice period, and there are very few who can obtain a second camp. I have a unique offer, so the price has to be higher. Besides, 1 gold coin shouldn't be impossible for you, right? Anyone planning to purchase a camp blueprint on the second day of the novice period must have anticipated this situation. Subai twitched his lips. Is this woman probing into his finances? You're overthinking it and buying ordinary troops just to use them as cannon fodder merely to pave the way for future upgrade dungeons. Besides, what use does an ordinary troop have besides being cannon fodder? If I can't recruit them, I'd have to pay to maintain them, at most 1 silver coin. Lu Ruyin was silent for a few seconds before replying, looks like you really know your stuff. The class has not been wasted. Subai remained silent, waiting for her to make an offer. After a while, Lu Ruyin sent another message, let's each take a step back, 50 silver coins. Subai looked at this message, his lips twitching again. From 1 gold coin cut down to 50 silver coins, a clear half off. It was obvious that she was trying to trick him from the start. This person truly lived up to her name, very shrewd. However, Subai still shook his head and replied, 5 silver coins, that's the most. Although Subai had money, he would never foolishly allow himself to be tricked. After all, there was no rush for the troops, and not getting this troop wasn't a big deal. However, Lu Ruyin replied immediately, 5 silver coins. I could exchange them for resources at a higher price. Subai, then go sell your resources. Lu Ruyin. Another moment of silence. Subai was not in a hurry, leaning back on the sofa while waiting. After a while, Lu Ruyin's message came again, 40 silver coins, it can't go lower. If you don't have silver coins, you can trade for something else like a humanoid female troop. Subai, what are you thinking? If I had humanoid female troops, would I still give them to you? Can I recruit them myself? 5 silver coins. Lu Ruyin. 35 silver coins. Subai, 5 silver coins. Lu Ruyin, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, forget it. Subai saw this and immediately closed the private chat window. Chat is chat, but why send emojis? It's just an ordinary troop, not something absolutely necessary. Buying an ordinary camp for 35 silver coins made him feel like a fool. Meanwhile, in another territory, Lu Ruyin stared at the chat window with the words 5 silver coins, seething with anger. This person. Why is he so stingy? She bit her lip, her lively eyes flickering, looking at the private chat window again and again, contemplating her words before deleting them, ultimately not sending anything. Like her territory name, her real name is Lu Ruyin. She has just turned 18 and is a young lady from the prestigious Lu family of Huaxia. Every divine family is one of the top forces in Huaxia. The family is prosperous and controls countless resources and channels. Her Lu family is no exception. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are from the celestial dragon lineage. However, Lu Ruyin is not favored in her family, merely a side branch. Moreover, she is just a concubine daughter of a male side branch of the Lu family. She is truly a marginal figure. However, after entering the creation god domain, Lu Ruyin obtained an exceptional talent. Mythical grade goddess grace. Effect 1, can only recruit humanoid female troops. Effect 2, troop talent level increases by 1. Effect 3, all humanoid female troops gain a 200 increase in all attributes. This talent appears to be very strong. In reality, it is indeed very strong. Originally, her starting troop was merely a rare level deep sea siren, but due to the talent, it immediately upgraded to an epic level. However, this talent has significant limitations, as it can only recruit humanoid female troops. Had it not been for the fact that her randomly assigned troop was indeed the deep sea siren. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to recruit even the first troop. Just like the second troop she just obtained, although it is female, it is not humanoid, thus still unable to be recruited. 5 silver coins. How could he even say that? Lu Ruyin glared at the chat window, yet couldn't help but click on the other party's profile to take a look. Your goddess, my golden basin, what kind of name is that? He must be some old pervert of filthy otaku. All day long just thinking about fantasies. Filthy. Yet Lu Ruyin had no way out. It had been 2 days since she entered the Lord's world. The food stored in her territory was nearly depleted. And obtaining food relies on food resource dungeons or hunting outside the territory. Yet her territory is situated in a desert with no source of food. She is about to face a situation of lack of water and food. Originally feeling proud of obtaining a mythical level talent, Lu Ruyin thought that once she waited for the novice period to end and return to the real world, she would gain support from her family, and then everything would no longer be a problem. But currently, whether she can survive until the end of the novice period is a question. Moreover, she has no surplus resources to sell, and her remaining coins are not enough to continue buying food. Food prices have been too high the past few days. The consumption of troops is high, and it is difficult to obtain food. Now the regional chat is filled with messages seeking to purchase food. Even if there is food for sale, she can't snatch it. Damn it. Am I going to fall here as the Emperor Ruyin? I don't want to become a starving ghost. Lu Ruyin was about to cry out of anxiety while her deep sea siren looked on from a distance, sighing at Lu Ruyin, who was losing her mind. Deep sea siren, what to do? The Lord seems a bit mad. She's about to cry. As for Subai, he felt no regret for refusing Lu Ruyin's request. He certainly did not wish to be a fool. Moreover, even if he obtained a unit type now, he couldn't upgrade it. It was better to wait and see what tomorrow's Subai stood up and glanced at the time. The cooldown for the upgrade dungeon had already ended. Alicia and Cold Moon also stood up in response. The two heroes and 130 units quickly gathered standing neatly in front of the Lord's Mansion. Subai opened the upgrade panel of the Lord's Mansion. Current level of the Lord's Mansion, level 1, level 4. Upgrade to level 1 or level 5 requires wood 5,000, copper coins 5,000. Ding. Upgrade of the Lord's Mansion successful. Current level 1, level 5. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this area to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 1, level 5. Reward for the first upgrade in the area, a better hot spring. Subai casually accepted it, not rushing to open it. Let's clear the challenge dungeon first. Ding. The territory has been upgraded to level 1, level 5, and the upgrade challenge dungeon has been unlocked. Please enter within 10 minutes or the territory will revert to level 1, level 4, and the resources consumed for the upgrade will be wasted. Enter the dungeon. A flash of golden light, and the group vanished from sight. Inside the dungeon, it was still an expanse of open plains. A level 2, level 5 territory stood in the center of the plains surrounded by 3-meter-high stone walls filled with units. The city gates were tightly shut and several units could even be seen on the city tower. Subai glanced at the race Black Crow. Talent Elite. Level Bronze 5-star. Health 985. Attack 98. Defense 86. Race Black Crow Leader. Talent Rare. Level Bronze 6-star. Health 1970. Attack 196. Defense 142. All bronze level. Moreover, there were numerous units. A rough scan revealed at least 2 to 300. Subai raised an eyebrow. The difficulty had indeed increased significantly. But that was all. Cold Moon. Subai spoke softly. Cold Moon nodded slightly and stepped forward. She raised her hand, her purple eyes flashing with a glimmer. Hong Tian Yuan. As her languid and alluring voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from her. Cold Moon unleashed a move. The sky was once again torn in half. Boom, 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 boom. The city walls collapsed and units evaporated. The entire territory was turned into ruins within 3 seconds. Cold Moon withdrew her hand and turned to Su by, her purple eyes carrying a hint of feminine charm. Master, are you satisfied? Subai smiled and nodded, saying very good. The subsequent process was exactly the same as before. One territory after another was refreshed, and each was annihilated by Cold Moon in a single strike. Alicia watched the whole time without intervening. She leaned against Subai, speaking in a gentle tone. Master, Cold Moon is so powerful. Subai chuckled and playfully tapped Alicia's nose. You're not bad either. A strange scene unfolded as Cold Moon fought on the front lines while Subai and Alicia flirted in the back. Cold Moon glanced at the two, but said nothing. Her lips curled up slightly, hinting at something ambiguous. Ding. Challenge time has ended. This time a total of 60 territories were destroyed. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS level. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an SSS level upgrade challenge. Reward SSS level territory upgrade, chest 1. After dealing with the last territory, even Cold Moon appeared somewhat disordered in her aura. The strength of the last territory was quite high. Cold Moon and the others had to exert a great deal of effort to resolve it. Subai noticed this scene as well. Next time, Alicia and the others must participate in the upgrade challenge. Alright, let's retreat. A flash of golden light, and everyone vanished from sight. Upon returning to the territory, Subai wasted no time and had the fairies rest before immediately taking out the chest. Open. Ding. Opening the SSS level upgrade challenge chest, the following rewards were obtained. Gold 100. Obtained Divine level building blueprint Hall of Heroic Spirits. Hall of Heroic Spirits. Subai immediately checked the panel. Building name Hall of Heroic Spirits. Quality Divine level. Current level no level. Building health 1000000. Effect 1. All units heroes in the territory gain 30 loyalty. 2. Can store the soul marks of all units heroes. After units heroes die, they can be resurrected in the Hall of Heroic Spirits. 3. Once per day can summon an ancient heroic spirit of the same unit type for battle. The combat power of the heroic spirit is related to the summoner's unit talent, with no upper limit. Upgrade requirements would 100 stone 100, gold 1, soul crystal 1. Upgrade effects 1, all attribute bonus per level 1 loyalty, enhanced summoning strength of heroic spirits. Introduction 666, the resurrection armor has arrived. After reading, Subai's expression suddenly turned to one of surprise. This is resurrection. Subai felt an immense joy at this moment. What is the greatest fear of a lord? Isn't it the fear of losing their powerful units? Every time a main unit dies, it greatly weakens their combat strength. In the creation god domain, when a unit dies, it's truly dead unless there are extremely rare resurrection items, otherwise it is impossible to recover. This is why all lords are cautious and dare not let their main units take risks, leading to the rampant cultivation of cannon fodder units. Cannon fodder units are resources that all lords can consume at will. Only main units and main heroes are what all lords are unwilling to lose. But now the Hall of Heroic Spirits directly solved this problem. As long as the soul mark is left, they can be resurrected after death. It's simply invincible. Moreover, the Hall of Heroic Spirits has mechanisms beyond just resurrecting units. He can also summon ancient heroic spirits. What does this represent? He can summon an ancient heroic spirit like a holy angel or a cool fairy for battle. These heroic spirits could be of black iron grade or even divine grade. Their combat power has no upper limit. Although there are limitations, they can only be summoned once a day. Even so, it's incredibly overpowered. Additionally, with 30 loyalty combined with previous bonuses, the loyalty of all units is nearing 200 now. Only 3 more loyalty points are needed to break through to 200 loyalty points. Subai is now extremely eager to see the effects after loyalty points exceed 200. But now is not the time to think about these things. First, let's deploy the Hall of Heroic Spirits and let the angel fairies provide an additional layer of insurance. Subai took a deep breath, focused his thoughts. Placed. The blueprint transformed into a golden light, flying towards the open space in the center of the territory. The light landed and began to condense. A magnificent building slowly rose. The Hall of Heroic Spirits is constructed entirely of dark golden giant stones, standing 20 meters tall and covering a vast area. The architectural style is ancient and solemn, with countless battle scenes intricately carved into the walls depicting humans, angels, demons, and deities, all vividly brought to life. The main entrance of the hall features 2 massive bronze doors adorned with complex runes that shimmer with a faint blue light. Above the door, 3 large characters are inscribed in divine script reading Hall of Heroic Spirits. At the top of the hall is a spire from which hovers a fist-sized blue crystal radiating a soft glow that illuminates the entire territory. Subai pushed open the bronze doors and stepped into the great hall. The interior was exceedingly spacious, with a gigantic stone tablet positioned in the center of the hall, soaring over 10 meters high. The stone tablet was etched with names, each one representing the names of every hero unit in each territory. Each name emitted a faint golden light. Surrounding the stone tablet floated countless tiny points of light, each representing a mark. However, these marks did not yet contain any stored souls. As long as the units imprint their soul marks on these marks, it would provide an insurance policy. Everyone enter the Hall of Heroic Spirits and leave your soul imprint. Su Bei's voice echoed throughout the territory. The units and 2 heroes hurried to Su Bei's side. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing dark golden structure, each person's face was filled with astonishment. As they possessed divine-level talents, they could also sense the extraordinary nature of this building. Master, what is this? Alicia and Lingyue looked at Su Bei with puzzled expressions. Su Bei smiled slightly and explained the purpose of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Rest assured, as long as the Hall of Heroic Spirits exists, I will never allow you to face life-threatening dangers. Upon hearing Su Bei's words, Alicia and Lingyue were deeply moved. The relationship between the units and their lord ultimately boiled down to that of master and property. The lord could easily abandon their units, even using them as cannon fodder without bearing any responsibility. However, their master was different. He had actually built a hall for them that could revive them, ensuring their safety. She was truly moved to tears. Loyalty. Many angels and fairies couldn't help but embrace Su Bei, their faces filled with deep emotion. Su Bei spoke to the maidens in a gentle tone. You are all my wings, so I will naturally not let you encounter any accidents. Now hurry in and leave your imprints. The fairies and angels entered the Hall of Heroic Spirits without hesitation, inscribing their soul imprints. The names on the stone tablet began to emit golden light, each name corresponding to an angel or fairy. The floating points of light also imprinted into the soul marks of the fairies and angels. After all the units left their marks, the number of points of light around the stone tablet reached 132. Su Bei looked at the flickering points of light and let out a long sigh of relief. With the Hall of Heroic Spirits, his units were secured. Even if they were unfortunate enough to perish in battle, they could still be revived. After exiting the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Su Bei returned to the Lord's mansion, waiting for the refresh of the challenge dungeon. What else could he do in his leisure time? Of course, he could indulge in some relaxation, while also checking the regional chat. Alicia and Lingyue naturally sat beside Su Bei, extending their hands to serve him. Regional chat channel, I said there's a snake outside, but she said the snake is inside. It's over, my units are starving. Do you have any food? I will buy it at a high price. Hello, Great King, where are we going to get food? The food from the territory's warehouse is limited, and who told you to summon so many units? Now there isn't enough to eat, you deserve it. Eating cilantro every day, let me tell everyone, if the units get hungry, their loyalty will drop. My units are looking at me differently now, as if they want to eat me. Pablo Picasso at night, what the upstairs said is true. My units started losing loyalty at noon today, because there was nothing to eat. I heard them plotting if they want to eat me. What should I do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Remember to add beauty filters when taking pictures. It's over. My units haven't eaten anything for a day and a night. They've started to rebel, and I can't control them at all. They're coming at me. Oh no. Don't. Ahihi. She said her belly eats round things. Are you okay, sister? Upstairs. You don't look like someone who has been eaten. I have food here. I can share some with you. Remember to add beauty filters when taking pictures. Oh hee. Thank you, brother. I will definitely shout out. Heath can eat and sleep. No worries. Unbelievable. All turtles in the pond. Your shell is the greenest. I remember that female unit seems to be a goblin, right? Tisk tisk tsk. Subai scrolled through the screen, feeling that the one called she said her belly eats round was a jester. However, this conversation also gave Subai a piece of information. Many lords were running low on food. His angels and fairies were in the same situation. He had the divine canteen producing god-level food infinitely every day, and the angels and fairies ate even better than him, never worrying about food. If he hadn't drawn the divine canteen, he might have had to risk going out of the territory to hunt. Not only was it dangerous, but the hunted food would also be unappetizing. Should he sell some food? The food from the divine canteen was produced in unlimited quantities. However, Subai decisively dismissed this idea. Selling food now could indeed be quite profitable, but the food produced by his divine canteen was of too high a level. Selling it would be an act of aiding the enemy. It would be impossible to sell even a bit. Meanwhile, within Yifan's territory, Yifan looked at the wailing messages in the chat channel, a dark smile creeping across his lips. It's here. Finally here. He remembered clearly that in his last life on the second day of the beginner period, everyone faced a food crisis. No food, loyalty drops, units rebel, massive power loss. Then the sudden change dungeon would open tomorrow, directly eliminating a third of the people. The sudden change dungeon was a small-scale dungeon that appeared on the third day of the beginner period. However, this dungeon was different. It did not appear in the form of a dungeon teleportation array, but affected the entire territory. The types of sudden changes included earthquakes, landslides, floods, monster attacks, bandit raids, and foreign invasions assigned randomly. This was the first disaster of beginner protection. If they successfully weathered it, it would be fine. If not, they would only be eliminated. In his last life, he was lucky enough to draw the monster attack. Although those monsters were ferocious, killing them would yield monster meat. Relying on that monster meat, he barely survived the crisis. In this life, he possessed 100-fold critical talent. Killing one monster would yield a critical amount of meat, directly solving the food problem. Moreover, a glint of sharp light flashed in Yifan's eyes. He had foresight, knowing that a crisis was coming, allowing him to prepare in advance and purchase anything that could enhance his strength. Others could only face the disaster in panic. Once he resolved the monster crisis, he could rely on selling food to gather resources, then snowball his growth. After the crisis passed, his strength would definitely see a significant increase. He would also have a higher confidence in the dungeon on the 5th day. Subai. Yifan murmured this name. Just wait, once I grow stronger, I will glare you to death. He opened the trading market and immediately took down all the wood and stone he had listed. He had accumulated plenty of resources totaling thousands of units. Within Yifan's territory, he gazed at the chat window displaying Lu Ruyan's ID, pondering the appropriate words to say. In his previous life, Lu Ruyan was a legendary figure who emerged from this very region. A mythic-level talent, the second deity of the Lu family, of being admired by countless individuals. A paragon of heaven, she must be an existence of unparalleled pride. She is undoubtedly unique, and I must not be too ostentatious. I must align with her to showcase my own distinctiveness. Suddenly, Yifan seemed to have thought of something, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He took a deep breath and began typing Yi Tiandi. Hello, are you there? Yifan admired his opening line and clicked send with satisfaction. After waiting for a while, he realized he had not received any messages. Yifan's brow furrowed. Could she be busy? Had she not seen his message? Seeing this, he quickly sent several more messages. Yi Tiandi. Hello, Miss Lu. I am Yi Tiandi. I sense you might be facing difficulties. I have some surplus resources and can offer you some just to make a friend. After sending, he added Yi Tiandi 200 units of wood and 200 units of basic food, enough to last you several days. No need to be polite, I have plenty of resources. Yifan looked at the messages he had sent, nodding in satisfaction. A little warmth and kindness is worth more than a huge sum. Such a gesture of delivering coal in the snow would surely be remembered by her. In the future, when she grows stronger, he would become the person she trusts the most. Hee. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was still troubled about how to acquire food for her large number of troops. She was in a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, she noticed a private message notification. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. Who is this? Yi Tiandi. I don't know him. Moreover, his name seems quite arrogant, even more so than my own. And he offers resources right away. And so much. 200 units of wood and 200 units of food. These things together are worth at least 30 to 40 silver coins. What's wrong with this person? Why would he give me resources for no reason? Do I even know him? Have I seen him before? How does he know about me? Could he be one of my admirers from school? But I remember my admirers aren't from this region. Moreover, the timing of his appearance is suspicious. He reaches out to me just when I'm at my wit's end. Lu Ruyan, being a descendant of the divine family, may not be favored, yet her vision and intelligence are well above the average. She would never believe that there would be unearned benefits. This person must be laying a trap for her somewhere. A stranger offering resources for no reason must either have ulterior motives or be mentally unsound. However, she glanced at the scant food left in her territory's warehouse, and then at the starving sea witch in the distance. If it's free, why not take it? I didn't ask for it, he insisted on giving it. Everyone can be a witness. After all, I'll just claim ignorance later. He never said anything. I'll play dumb like I don't owe him anything. What's a little face and reputation worth? Once I successfully pass the beginner phase and return to Huaxia, we'll see if I even care about him. Whatever free is free. Lu Ruyan decisively clicked to accept. As she looked at the newly added resources in her warehouse, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Thanks, big benefactor. She chuckled and simply replied in the chat window, thank you, you are a good person. Then she decisively closed the chat window with Yifan. Afterwards, Lu Ruyan eagerly opened another chat. Lu Ruyan, hey you stingy iron rooster, a big spender, just sent me resources chat screenshot, did you see? Being from the Lu family of Huaxia and having a particularly high-level talent, once I return to my family after the beginner period, I will receive substantial nurturing. If you buy my barracks, it's an opportunity to connect with me. If you don't value it, others will. After sending, Lu Ruyan proudly lifted her chin. Giving you a chance, and you let it slip away. You've wasted a favor from a future young lady of the Lu family. Within Su Bei's territory, he was lounging on the sofa in the Lord's mansion with Alicia and Lung Yu on either side of him. Suddenly, a private message notification rang out. Su Bei casually clicked to open it, saw Lu Ruyan's message, and his lips twitched. This person. Is she out of her mind? Has the fairy fever struck? He muttered to himself, then replied with a single word, your goddess, my golden basin. Oh. He clicked send, and then directly closed the chat window. Alicia, curious, leaned over and asked, Master, who is it? Su Bei casually said, two people with issues are getting together. They actually seem quite compatible. One is a clown licking boots, and the other is the little fairy Lu Ruyan. Tisk, this combination is unbeatable. Lu Ruyan looked at the solitary O in her chat, feeling utterly dismayed. Oh, he just replied with. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, her chest heaving in indignation. She is the young lady of the divine Lu family. Though only a secondary daughter, she is still a member of the Lu family. Moreover, she awakened a mythic-level talent. Upon returning to the family, she will definitely be given special attention. Why is this person so calm? Why does he only respond with an O? Lu Ruyan bit her lip, growing increasingly furious. But as she fumed, she suddenly calmed down. Don't react. Is there a problem? Lu Ruyan's intelligence began to gain the upper hand. This person shows no reaction upon hearing she belongs to the divine family. He must either be a fool unaware of what that means, or he is backing that rivals the Lu family. The first choice is definitely not the case. With this guy's cleverness, he cannot be a fool, which means this jerk's backing might also be a divine family. Lu Ruyan squinted her eyes, feeling increasingly that the second possibility was more likely. His background may not be inferior to hers. In fact, his status within his family must be higher than hers. This person must not be offended, who she needs to befriend and win him over. As a secondary daughter, Lu Ruyan has never been favored, so her thoughts matured early on. She has always been using methods to acquire the resources she desires. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and reopened the chat window with Su Bei. Lu Ruyan, hello, are you there? Lu Ruyan asked, are you also from a divine clan? I think we could cooperate. She added that her talent was exceptional and that she would surely be favored once she returned. She assumed his standing in his clan could not be low and proposed that the two of them pool resources and develop together to their mutual benefit. Lu Ruyan, hey, are you there? Lu Ruyan, hello. She composed several long messages and sent them, but received no reply at all. Anger made her small fists clench again, yet it only served to confirm that the other party was of extraordinary status and disdained to converse with her. The rejection struck Lu Ruyan hard. No, this cannot stand, she told herself. His place in the clan must be high, though he is surely a direct descendant. After all, I am of the concubine line. The clan will never lavish full effort on me. I must keep a way out. I must draw closer to him. Just then a message from Yifan appeared. Miss Lu, if you have other difficulties, you can tell me. My talent is somewhat special. I can obtain resources more easily. Feel free to ask. Lu Ruyan, still fuming, read Yifan's message and felt a fresh flare of annoyance. What use was a talent without a divine clan backing it? Without a divine clan's endorsement, a resource-type talent like his was like a great beauty stripping herself bare and plunging into a crowd of beggars while calling with a seductive voice, come on, brothers. She rolled her eyes disgusted and begrudgingly typed a reply. Lu Ruyan, Yi Tiandi Gid, you are such a kind person, a sister is so grateful. Meanwhile, Subai had not ignored her messages on purpose. It was because the cooldown had ended. Ding. The upgrade challenge dungeon cooldown has ended. You may enter again. Inside the dungeon, a first-level second-rank territory rose from the plain, encircled by 5-meter stone walls teeming with tightly packed regiments. On the battlements could be seen several beings of heroic rank. Subai glanced at the status panel. The panel read Race, Dark Knight Demon Wolf. Talent Rare. Level Bronze 2-star. HP 1850. Attack 185. Defense 120. And there was the leader Dark Knight Demon Wolf Chief Talent Epic. Level Bronze 3-star. HP 3700. Attack 370. Defense 240. All were high-tier bronze units. Their numbers numbered at least 500, and there were 5 heroes, all of epic talent. Subai frowned. The difficulty had been escalated harshly. This was only the ordinary challenge, and it had already become so severe, the hidden trials beyond would be worse. Long Yue Alexia, take this seriously and strike together, Subai said in a low voice. The two heroes exchanged a look and nodded. Long Yu raised her hand as purple light flared in her eyes. She invoked Hong Tianyuan. The sky tore as countless purple light shadows pressed down. Alexia struck at the same time, a colossal angelic blade cleaving through the air. They roared Quanlan Fenge Tiendi as golden sword chi swept outward. Battle angels unfolded their wings and surged forward while archmage angels lifted their staves, showers of starlight cascading like rain. Cold, elegant sword immortals, sense sword chi weaving across the field, jade made spell immortals unleashed volleys of magic. 130 regiments and 2 heroes struck with every ounce of force. Explosions thundered. The entire territory was instantly inundated by countless assaults. Walls crumbled, regiments evaporated, heroes were annihilated. Ding. Second rank level 6 territory breached. Challenge success. Subai did not relax. Continue, he said in a grave tone. The following process was similar to before. Yet each subsequent territory grew more demanding. By the 40th, Lung Yu and Alexia were already panting. By the 50th, the regiments began to show wear. Lung Yu and Alexia fought in concert. Angels and fairies poured out their full output. Lung Yu and Alexia fought in concert. Angels and fairies poured out their full output. It took a full 59 seconds before that territory was utterly destroyed. Ding. Challenge time ended. This run destroyed 60 territories. Overall rating SS. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SS level upgrade challenge reward. SSS territory upgrade, chest 1. Back at the territory, Lung Yu collapsed to the ground, her purple eyes heavy with exhaustion. Alexia leaned against Subai, panting. The regiments swayed, barely able to remain upright. This was the result of severe mana overdraw. In this upgrade dungeon, every hero and unit had used skills relentlessly, the consumption was terrifying, and running out of mana was inevitable. After all, the fairies and angels were of too low a realm. Their mana reserves were simply inadequate. If not for the archmage angels and jade made spell immortals continuously replenishing mana, and for having consumed restorative provisions in advance, the victory might well have been unattainable. Subai watched them with pangs of pity while rapidly calculating. Today's difficulty had reached its limit. Every hero and unit had unleashed their full strength. They had missed the SSS chest by a single second. From tomorrow on, to be safer, I will only ascend 2 ranks at a time, he resolved. He thought soberly. I can forego the first up reward, but I must preserve the SSS rating. And none of the angels or units may be injured, it would break my heart otherwise. Subai took a deep breath, seeing the fatigue on each angel's and fairy's face, and hastened to open the first up reward. Once again, the first up reward went to Subai. The prize read, item name, a better hot spring. Effect, submerging in the pool cleanses all mental fatigue and bodily weariness. 2. Instantly restores all spiritual power, vitality, and mental clarity. 3. Comfort 20. Evaluation, a bath after battle is a rare delight. This reward would neatly resolve the angels and fairies' present condition. Subai willed it. Place. The blueprint became a pale blue light and flew to an empty plot in the territory. When the light settled, a hot spring slowly took shape. The spring was fashioned from milky white jade, circular and roughly 50 meters across. Mist rose from its waters, a few nameless petals drifted upon the surface, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Around the spring, pale green jade paths were laid, flanked by faintly glowing plants that rendered the whole place like a realm of immortals. Subai nodded in satisfaction. Yet the hot spring was vast. The territory he had previously enclosed with the 1,000-meter Wanli Great Wall was clearly insufficient. He would have to expand the area, but that would wait until tomorrow. The Wanli Great Wall required too many resources. He would need to run 2 more dungeons tomorrow to gather enough materials for construction. Without further thought, Subai turned to the exhausted angels and fairies. Everyone go soak for a while. The angels and fairies were momentarily stunned, gazing at the suddenly appeared hot spring, and then they erupted in cheers. They could already feel the soothing aura emanating from the spring, which brought them a sense of mental relaxation. What a rare treasure this is. How does the master have so many precious items? And they are all prepared for them. The master has always been considering them, even to the point of not enjoying it for himself. I am truly overwhelmed with emotion. To repay the Lord's kindness, the angels and fairies voluntarily shed their garments in front of Su Bai and jumped into the hot spring. They invited Su Bai, saying, "Master, come join us." Seeing this scene before him, Su Bai's eyes widened in surprise. How should I put it? 130 voluptuous angels and fairies frolicking together in the hot spring amidst the swirling mist, with glimpses of scenery that were both enticing and elusive. Su Bai felt his nosebleed was about to go out of control. "Master, come and soak with us." Alicia's soft voice rang out. Before Su Bai could react, he was pulled into the hot spring by several soft hands. The warm water enveloped him entirely, and Su Bai felt a wave of comfort, as if all his fatigue had been washed away. "Are you comfortable, master?" Alicia asked, softly embracing Su Bai gently. Su Bai honestly nodded, feeling the softness very comfortable. Cold Moon lazily leaned against his shoulder, a hint of satisfaction in her purple eyes. "Master, I want." Without hesitation, Su Bai replied, "Not now, let's talk about it later tonight." Cold Moon smirked slightly at his words, "Then he'll just take a bit of interest first." After soaking in the hot spring, Su Bai lay at the edge, feeling refreshed, as he opened the SSS treasure chest. Su Bai suddenly discovered the miraculous effect of the hot spring. Within it, he felt no trace of fatigue at all. This was simply the best news for Su Bai. Ding! Opened the SS level upgrade challenge treasure chest, and received the following rewards: Gold 100, acquired a divine level building blueprint, Eternal Tower. Su Bai's eyes lit up. Divine level building, Eternal Tower. He immediately checked the panel. Building name, Eternal Tower. Quality, divine. Current level, no level. Building health, grow. Passive effect, all building health in the territory. 100 defense, 100 active effect. Activate Eternal Barrier, lasts for 10 seconds. During the activation of the barrier, the entire territory is immune to any form of damage. Instantly restores 10 health of all buildings, subsequently restores 1 of maximum building health per second. Upgrade effect, each level up. Passive bonus 1, OI active duration 1 second, instant restore 1, a restore per second 0. 1. Upgrade requirements: wood 100, stone 100, light, crystal 1. Evaluation, the Eternal Tower, a sanctuary. With it, your territory becomes an impenetrable fortress. After reading, a wild grin spread across Su Bai's face. All building health 100, defense 100, 10 seconds of invincibility. Instantly restore 10, restore 1 every second. Each of these statistics is extraordinary, especially the 10 seconds of invincibility. Even if a god were to come, they would need to wait 10 seconds before causing any damage to him. Moreover, as he upgraded further, this time could be extended. This building is simply too overpowered. It is a complete lifesaver. What Su Bai feared most was being killed by some unknown entity before he had a chance to develop. Now that he had another life-saving card, how could Su Bai not feel happy? With this, along with the Great Wall, his territory would be a true bastion. Place. Su Bai thought, and the blueprint transformed into a golden light, flying toward the center of the territory. The light landed and began to coalesce. A tall tower slowly rose. The Eternal Tower was made entirely of light golden giant stones, standing 30 meters high, slender and elegant. The surface of the tower was engraved with intricate runes that shimmered with golden light, as if alive. Each eave of the tower was adorned with a golden bell ringing clear and crisp when the breeze passed by. At the center of the tower's peak was embedded a massive golden gem, radiating a gentle glow that enveloped the entire territory. The moment the light fell, Su Bai felt that the entire territory had transformed. The buildings seemed to be draped in a golden cloak, looking incredibly sturdy. Su Bai nodded in satisfaction, though the territory's boundaries felt more tense. Tomorrow he must hasten to acquire resources. Then Su Bai reopened the regional chat channel and posted, "Regional chat channel, your goddess, my golden basin, acquiring various crystals, negotiable prices, private message me if interested." Since every lord was currently struggling with the food issues of their troops, the chat content in the regional channel was scarce. Many people saw the message Su Bai posted. Soon someone privately messaged him. Su Bai negotiated several trades with a few people, exchanging wood and stone for some flame crystals and ice crystals. Although he did not acquire the crystals he needed, he still managed to stock up a bit. Better safe than sorry. That night, after finishing dinner, Su Bai planned to return to the Lord's mansion to rest. Meanwhile, Cold Moon and Alicia exchanged glances and quietly followed behind Su Bai, stealthily slipping into the Lord's mansion. As soon as Su Bai lay down on the bed, he noticed the two heroes smiling and standing at the head of his bed. The next morning, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. He felt utterly drained, truly emptied. His eye sockets were sunken, his complexion pale, and he seemed to have been squeezed of all his energy. Subai struggled to lean against the wall and walk out of the Lord's manor. Without hesitation, he jumped into the hot spring. The warm water enveloped his entire body, swiftly washing away his fatigue and mental emptiness. Subai let out a long sigh. By the time Subai finally climbed out of the hot spring, it was already 9 in the morning. He took a deep breath and opened the system panel. Ding! A new day has arrived and today's card draw count has been refreshed. Subai's spirit lifted. Draw cards. He immediately opened the talent space and the silhouettes of 3 cards appeared before him. Gold, gold, blue. 2 golds and 1 blue. Subai's eyes widened. Double gold. He first looked at the blue card. Rare blue West Sea. Card effect: after being assigned to the Lord possesses exceptional oratory skills capable of stirring the emotions of the people, and the initial loyalty of all subjects in the territory increases by 20 points. Target of effect: the Lord himself. Evaluation: with this card you will be that failed art student of the West, a rebellious art student. What the hell is this? Is it some historical figure? Anyway, Subai had never... Skipping over this card, Subai looked at the other gold card. Golden Unique, the Chosen King. Card effect: once assigned, all future recruits in the territory can only be male. All male subjects have a constant loyalty of 100. All male subjects gain 500 to all attributes. The talent ceiling of all subjects increases by 1. Target of effect: the Lord himself. Card evaluation: the path of the king, the choice of the conqueror. From now on your territory will be filled with iron blood and glory. After reading this, Subai fell silent. Male troops. Only recruiting males. He glanced at the angels and fairies beside him, then looked at the card effect. Get rid of them all. Besides, why would he need male troops? For sword fighting. Subai had no such preference. Without hesitation, get rid of them all. Besides, why would he need male troops? For sword fighting. Subai had no such preference. Without hesitation, he turned to the second gold card. Golden Unique, the Goddess Descends. Card effect: once assigned, all future recruits in the territory can only be female. Loyalty transforms into admiration with a minimum of 100 unwavering until death, and the higher the admiration, the stronger the combat power. With special interaction effects, CG, all female subjects gain 500 to all attributes. The talent ceiling of all subjects increases by 1. Target of effect: the Lord himself. Card evaluation: the Goddess. King of the Harem. From this day forth your territory will be filled with tenderness and affection. After reading this, Subai's lips curled up wildly. This is it. Is there even a need to choose? He unhesitatingly selected the Goddess Descends. 2 unique gold cards. There was no hesitation at all. Even a second of delay would be an insult to him as a normal male. The golden light merged into his body. Subai felt a warmth envelop him, and then his aura suddenly transformed, as if he were a born divine king. He sensed a vague, indescribable connection with the angels and fairies around him. That feeling was more intimate than mere loyalty. Alicia suddenly came closer. Master, Alicia feels. Master, you smell so good. Cold Moon also approached, her purple eyes filled with tenderness. Master, how has your aura changed? You've become so majestic and powerful. Other angels and fairies also looked at him with similar gazes. Subai felt a chill run down his spine from their stares. What the heck? This card didn't just change the thoughts of the troop heroes, it changed his very aura, resulting in a distortion of loyalty among the troops and heroes. Subai planned to follow the procedure today and first challenge 2 resource dungeons. After obtaining resources, he would build the Great Wall to expand his territory further. Now, every building in his territory occupies at least dozens to hundreds of square meters, even several hundred square meters. With the increasing number of buildings, space was becoming insufficient. To protect these territorial structures, he could only expand the Great Wall. Just as Subai opened the system panel intending to enter a dungeon, a private message popped up. After obtaining resources, he would build the Great Wall to expand his territory further. Now, every Lu Ruyin, please reply when you see this message. Lu Ruyin 1. Lu Ruyin, Iron Rooster. Lu Ruyin, oh come on, respond to me. I have something important to discuss. Lu Ruyin, not to mention you just came online and posted a message to buy crystal cores, can't you reply to me? Lu Ruyin, I'm going crazy. Lu Ruyin, respond to me, okay. Lu Ruyin, I just obtained a radiant crystal core, but do you want it? If you reply to me, I'll give it to you. Subai raised an eyebrow. What does this sister want from him again? He checked the time of the last message. Goodness, it was just when he was chatting with Alicia and Cold Moon in the hot spring. What is this sister up to? Why is she looking for him so urgently? But she does have a radiant crystal core in her hands. This was something he needed. Upgrading the Eternal Tower required radiant crystal cores, and upgrading the Holy Angel Barracks also needed radiant crystal cores. Subai thought for a moment, and replied, Your Goddess, my golden basin, what's the condition? I don't believe you would give it for free. Lu Ruyin replied instantly, Lu Ruyin, there are no conditions, I just want to give it to you, and get to know you. Subai looked at the messages lost in thought. Free gifts. In a place like the Creation Divine Domain, could someone really give away things for free? He didn't believe he had anything worthy enough for someone like Lu Ruyin to know him. Since entering the Creation Divine Domain, Subai had never stood out. He had been lurking in his territory. Subai was self-aware. He replied, "Your goddess, my golden basin, I don't want to get to know you, let's talk about money." In Lu Ruyin's territory. Lu Ruyin was furious when she saw Subai's message. What kind of person is this? She was offering him gifts for free, yet he didn't appreciate it. This was the first time she had given something to someone back in school others would scramble to give her gifts. When had she ever experienced such a loss? Lu Ruyin, just giving away for free, although I know your family is wealthy, and as a descendant of a divine family, you look down on this light crystal nucleus. But right now during the novice period you must want the light crystal nucleus for training troops or upgrading buildings, right? If not, with enough strength, we might not even be able to get through the novice period. It would be better for us to join forces together. Let's talk about getting through the novice period first. Once we return to Huaxiao, we can successfully gain the support of our families. How does that sound? Send. Lu Ruyin began to look forward to Subai's reply. Meanwhile, in Subai's territory, he glanced at the lengthy message Lu Ruyin sent, feeling a headache coming on. But Subai still patiently read through it. After finishing, he realized that Lu Ruyin had mistaken him for a descendant of a divine family. Thinking of this, Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, a gleam flashing in them. This Lu Ruyin seemed to be a very useful tool. Easily deceived, naive, and prone to overthinking. He could definitely maintain his mystery while cooperating with her. After all, Lu Ruyin had good talent, and once the novice period ended and she returned to Huaxia, she would surely receive support from her family. By then, with her entire family backing her, he could also better hide himself while cooperating with her. Your goddess, my golden basin, okay? Subai replied with just 2 words. However, he also sent over some of the initial food, wood and stone from his territory. Subai had no use for the initial food from the territory. He wouldn't even eat that kind of food. It was just right to give it to Lu Ruyin, and he gave 200 units of wood and food as resources for upgrading the territory. Consider it a purchase of the crystal nucleus and troop cards. After all, he was still making a profit. The value of a light crystal nucleus was far beyond that. On the other side, Lu Ruyin, upon seeing Subai agree, immediately became excited. Since this person called your goddess my golden basin said yes, it meant that they had officially started cooperating. She could finally safely get through the novice period. Lu Ruyin thought of the environment surrounding her territory and felt a headache coming on. A desert, an endless desert. How could she, a deep-sea siren troop recruit, in a desert? If she didn't find someone to cooperate with, she really wouldn't be able to last through the novice period. If that happens, everything would be gone. This was also why Lu Ruyin wanted to secure a strong ally. If that happens, everything would be gone. This was also why Lu Ruyin wanted to secure a strong ally. Subai looked at the new items in the warehouse, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. He first opened the barrack. Building name, Ordinary Green Lizard Barracks. Quality, Ordinary. Building health, 5,000. Recruitment rules: can recruit 150 Green Lizard Warriors for free daily. After the novice period, resource consumption is required for recruitment. Introduction: the most basic barracks. The recruited Green Lizard Warriors have ordinary talent and a low cap. Subai read it and focused his mind. Construct. The blueprint transformed into a beam of green light, flying towards an empty area in the territory. Then a change occurred. The green light exploded into a dazzling golden light the moment it landed. The entire territory trembled slightly. Subai's eyes brightened. Here it comes. Ding. The Ordinary Green Lizard Barracks is evolving. Ding. Evolution successful. Obtain the Celestial Divine Level Barracks. Primordial Dragon Nest. As the golden light faded, a brand new building appeared before Subai's eyes. This was a massive dragon nest constructed entirely from dark golden giant stones towering over 100 meters, occupying a vast area. The dragon nest was shaped like a giant disc surrounded by 9 coiling dragon stone pillars, each intricately carved with lifelike divine dragons. At the center of the dragon nest was a gigantic incubation pool flowing with golden liquid that radiated warm light. Countless enormous dragon eggs lay scattered around the pool, each covered in intricate runes. At the top of the dragon nest floated a golden dragon pearl the size of a fist, slowly rotating and emanating an aura of majesty. The air around the dragon nest subtly distorted, as if even space could not bear this pressure. Subai stared in astonishment. This is the Celestial Divine Level Barracks. Its grandeur was even more exaggerated than the Holy Angel Barracks and the Cool Fairy Barracks. He immediately checked the panel. Building name, Primordial Dragon Nest. Quality, Celestial Divine Level. Building health, 5 billion. Recruitment rules: can recruit 10 primordial dragons for free daily. After the novice period, each recruitment costs 1,000 divine source coins. Evaluation: against the heavens. This is a troop that has never appeared before. Once grown, even those at the Blazing Sun realm can be easily defeated with a single slap against a Tier 3 deity. Subai took a deep breath. Celestial Divine level troops. The health of this building is extraordinarily high, another top-tier troop. Subai knew this was certainly because of his new talent goddess presence. All troop talent limits increased by 1, so the originally Super Divine level became Celestial Divine level, and Celestial Divine level became Divine King level. Subai's heart raced. He immediately clicked to check the panels for the Holy Angel Barracks and the Cool Fairy Barracks. Sure enough. Name Holy Angel Hall. Quality Celestial Divine level. Building health for billion. Recruitment rules can recruit 10 Holy Angels for free daily. After the novice period, each recruitment costs 1,000 Divine Source coins. Evaluation. What more evaluation do you want? Here you go. The names of the two barracks have not only changed, but their quality has also reached the Celestial Divine level, with a significant increase in health points. Moreover, Subai noticed that the appearance of the two barracks had also changed. The Holy Angel Barrack was now constructed entirely of platinum holy jade, rising dozens of meters high, resembling a 12-winged angel unfurled. Each feather on the wings shimmered with golden divine patterns, while a gigantic luminous crown floated above, casting a sacred brilliance. The entire structure emanated an aura of authority that suppressed the heavens. The cold celestial palace was even more impressive. An ancient-style building shot up from the ground. Pale blue jade transformed into a 90-year celestial palace, with eaves hanging like the Milky Way, the sound of wind chimes resonating with the Tao. 36 white jade pillars surrounded the main hall, each engraved with various runes. At the top, a cool moon slowly rotated, its moonlight enveloping the entire celestial palace, exuding a transcendent celestial aura. Watching the changes in the three barracks within his territory, Subai's breath became rapid. All the troop types had upgraded. By the way, would the newly recruited troops also evolve? Subai immediately turned his gaze towards the panels of Alicia and Lingyu. Hero name Alicia. Race Holy Angel. Talent Celestial Divine King. Level Black Iron 7 stars. Faction Lawful Good. Personality Confused, Gentle, Protective, Contrasting. Skills Divine King, Return to Tranquility, Divine King, Level Divine King, Radiance, Divine King, Level Celestial Eternity, Celestial Divine, Level Divine Unity, Celestial Divine, Level Ultra Holy, Ultra Divine, Level Ultra Radiant, Divine Court, Ultra Divine, Level Ultra Glorious Radiance, Ultra Divine, Level Radiant Judgment, Main God level. War Armor Divine level. Legion Skill Divine King, Source of Annihilation, Divine King, Level Celestial Primordial Holy Angel Formation, Celestial Divine, Level Celestial Primordial Eternal Silence, Celestial Divine level. Legion Effect, Training Effect, 1200 Experience, Gain 1200, March Speed, 1200 Legion, All Attribute, Increase 1000. Health 132518, Base Health 3858, Hero Bonus, 1000 Glory Assistance, 107 Legendary Campfire, 100 Goddess Presence, 500 Comfort 10. Attack 13,323. Hero name Lingyu. Race Cold Celestial. Talent Celestial Divine King. Level Black Iron 1 star. Faction Lawful Neutral. Personality Cold, Lazy, Charming, Contrasting. Skills Divine King, Harmonizing 3 Purities, Divine King, Level Divine King, Infinite Unity, Divine King, Level Celestial City of Beauty, Celestial Divine, Level Celestial Eternal Silence, Divine, Level Ultra Unity, Ultra Divine, Level Ultra Dazzling Balance, Ultra Divine level. Celestial Palace Battle Armor Divine level. Legion Skill Divine King, Extermination of the Holy, Divine King, Level Celestial Extermination of Celestials, Celestial Divine, Level Celestial Endless, Celestial Divine level. Legion Effect, Training Effect, 1200 Experience, Gain 1200, March Speed, 1200 Legion, All Attribute, Increase 1000. Health 72,114. Attack 7,211. Defense 5,494. Stamina 7,039. Spirit 6,009. Evaluation Impressive. Both heroes have also leveled up. Subai was so excited, he almost jumped up. Health over 10000 and attack power over 10000. Wow. This is a significant boost from the hard-earned bonuses. It's simply terrifying. A total of 1714 increase. Then Subai looked towards the other angels and celestial beings. All talents have increased by 1, reaching the Celestial Divine level. Each troop type has received a tremendous enhancement compared to before. At this moment, Subai was simply overwhelmed with excitement. But he quickly calmed down and looked towards the ancient dragon nest. This was the main event. This is a dragon. Just by its name, it should be much stronger than ordinary troop types. Subai felt that the ancient dragon must be even more powerful than Alicia and Lingyu. Recruit. Golden light flashed, and the incubation pool at the center of the dragon nest began to bubble. Golden liquid surged, and 10 dragon eggs slowly rose. The eggshells cracked. 10 small dark golden-black dragons crawled out of the eggs. They were only about 1 meter long, covered in dark golden scales that shimmered with a faint golden light. Each had 2 small dragon horns atop their heads with golden vertical pupils surveying the world with curiosity. Although small in size, the pressure emanating from their bloodline made the surrounding air tremble. At that moment, the dragon nest erupted with golden light once more. Subai knew the hero was about to appear. In the next moment, a unique dark golden dragon egg emerged from the incubation pool. In the next moment, all the magic power in the territory suddenly surged toward the egg at the center of the dragon nest. Shortly after, the dark golden dragon egg began to stir. A black dragon larger than the other young dragons slowly broke free from the egg. Its scales were even darker and the golden light was more intense, and in those golden vertical pupils there seemed to be an endless wisdom. A shadow suddenly appeared behind the young dragon. It was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a black and gold dragon robe. The woman had 2 horns atop her head, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect without anger, as if an empress had descended, gazing down upon the world, looking down on all beings. Then in a flash of light, the shadow disappeared, merging into the young dragon's body. As the shadow vanished, the young dragon transformed into a delicate little girl who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. She wore a black dragon scale dress adorned with golden patterns. Her long, deep black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends curling naturally. Her skin was as white as jade and her face was round and chubby, giving her a babyish charm. But her eyes were golden vertical pupils radiating an authority that belied her age. She crossed her arms, tilting her little head slightly, and surveyed Su Bai with her golden gaze. "Are you my master?" Her voice was soft and cute, yet her tone was very aloof and proud. Su Bai was taken aback. This was actually Itsundra Loli. "Hey, why aren't you speaking?" Ling Shuang pouted slightly, her golden eyes showing a hint of delight. "I am the Dragon Emperor. How dare you ignore me?" Su Bai came back to his senses and couldn't help but smile at the little Loli before him. "You're quite the amusing little character." Looking at this soft and adorable little Loli, Su Bai couldn't resist reaching out to pinch the rounded little face of Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang. "I have to say the feel is really good." Ling Shuang was utterly taken aback that Su Bai would directly pinch her little face. Her entire face turned red with warmth. You are being rude. How can anyone just touch my face like that?" Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang's voice trembled slightly, wanting to dodge but not wanting to leave. The scent from this human was so pleasant. She wanted to stay by his side. The Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang was filled with inner turmoil, yet it was a stroke of luck for Su Bai. Su Bai playfully rubbed Ling Shuang's small face. He couldn't help but think that this little creature was truly adorable. "This little thing is so cute." Su Bai. Alicia wholeheartedly agreed with Su Bai's opinion. With her maternal instincts overflowing, she would have rushed over to hug the Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang, if not for Su Bai's presence. "Do not say that this emperor is cute. However, since you are my master, I will reluctantly acknowledge you." Ling Shuang crossed her arms and lifted her head as if giving Su Bai a chance. Su Bai squatted down, smiling as he met her gaze. "Then I will rely on you in the future." Ling Shuang's small face flushed slightly as she turned her head away. "I'm not doing it for you. It's just, I find you pleasing to the eye." After saying this, she sneakily glanced at Su Bai and murmured softly, "I would never admit that you are this emperor's master." Seeing this, Su Bai smiled, finding her tsundere nature quite charming. He then opened the panel. He wanted to see the panel of Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang. However, he was taken aback by what he saw. Hero named Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang. Race Primordial Dragon. Talent God King level. Level Black Iron 1 star. Camp Chaos Neutral. Personality Tsundere aloof, soft, and adorable, clingy. Skills God King Dragon Emperors. Descent God King level God King. Primordial Domain God King level God King. 10,000 dragons. Worshipping God King level Immortal Dragon. Might Immortal Celestial level Immortal Dragon Breath Immortal Celestial level. Dragon God Battle Armor Divine level. Legion Skill God King Primordial Dragon Array God King level God King Dragon Emperors Judgment God King level. Legion Effect Training Effect 1200 Experience Gain 1200 March Speed 1200 Legion All Attributes 1000 Life 137,360 Attack 12,019 Defense 12,705 Stamina 11,332 Mentality 10,302 Evaluation God King level. God King level. God King level. This is something that should not exist during the newbie phase. After reading this, Su Bai felt completely stunned. How much? All data over 10,000 for Black Iron 1 star. This data was even comparable to Alicia. Compared to Lung Yue, it was simply incomparable. Su Bai hurriedly looked at the data panels of other primordial dragons. Unit name Primordial Dragon. Race Primordial Dragon. Talent Immortal Celestial level. Level Black Iron 1 star. Camp Chaos Neutral. Skills Immortal Primordial Dragon, Might Immortal Celestial Level Immortal Primordial Dragon Breath Immortal Celestial Level Immortal Ancient Dragon Veil Immortal Celestial Level Dragon God Battle Armor Divine Level Life 68,680 Attack 6,009 Defense 6,352 Stamina 5,666 Mentality 5,151 Evaluation. Is this really the data of an ordinary unit? How can Lung Yu cope with this? Lung Yu's base stats should be similar to these numbers. Is this the strength of the dragon race's units? Indeed, they were shockingly strong. Subai took a long time to come back to his senses. The astonishment brought by the primordial dragon was simply overwhelming. However, it didn't take long for Subai to regain his composure. So what if the data is off the charts? The stronger the soldiers under him, the more at ease Subai felt. This was a good thing. After acquiring Ling Shuang and 10 young dragons, Subai took out a bright crystal core. It was time to upgrade the Holy Angel Barracks. He walked to the Holy Angel Barracks, concentrating his thoughts. Beep. Do you wish to consume 100 units of wood stone and 1 bright crystal core to upgrade the Holy Angel Hall? Upgrade. Golden light flickered as the Holy Angel Hall began to change. The already grand structure became even more majestic. The surface of the building revealed more golden runes gleaming with a sacred light. Beep. Holy Angel Hall upgrade successful. Current level first stage level 1. Upgrade effect 1. Daily free recruitment amount 5 now 15 persons day 2. All Holy Angel units skill damage 10. Subai nodded in satisfaction. A 10 skill damage increase, though not much, was just the first level. In the future it could be upgraded many more levels, and even small increments would add up to a significant enhancement. Recruit. Subai eagerly conducted recruitment for the Holy Angel Hall and the Cold Celestial Palace. Unfortunately, there were no new units, just the same 4 types. Subai was not too disappointed. Now Subai's unit count had reached 165. The morning sun cast its light over the territory. Inside the divine cafeteria, it was bustling. Battle Angels, Super Law Angels, Cold Sword Immortals, Jade Girl Law Fairies, along with the newly joined 10 young primordial dragons and Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang sat around the long dining table, entering the eating mode. The serving area was filled with today's exclusive food. The angels' food remained holy fruits, tears of angels, and blessed spirit flesh. The food for the fairies consisted of star fruits, source of magic and wisdom, spirit light. As for the primordial dragon's food, Subai glanced over and twitched his mouth. Primordial dragon exclusive dragon blood fruit, God King level. Permanently increases life by 500 points, all attributes 10, lasts for 24 hours. Primordial dragon exclusive dragon soul, crystal, God King level. Permanently increases dragon might by 5, dragon type skill power, 500, lasts for 12 hours. Primordial dragon exclusive dragon feast, God King level. Increases experience gain by 500, lasts for 24 hours, and slowly enhances the dragon race's talents. The effects were similar to those of the angels and fairies' food. What shocked Subai was the amount of food consumed by Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang and her kin. Each young dragon devoured food meant for 100 people. They could eat 10 dragon blood fruits in 1 bite, 5 dragon soul crystals in 1 bite, 3 portions of dragon meat feast in 1 mouthful. And that was just for 1 bite. 1 bite was nowhere near enough to satisfy these primordial dragons. Each primordial dragon's table could be stacked with food like a mountain. Subai felt his eyelids twitching at the sight. If it weren't for the divine cafeteria being able to provide unlimited food, Subai doubted he could afford to raise these dragons. Just the food alone could drain him dry. However, being able to eat is a blessing. Moreover, the combat power of these primordial dragons was genuinely increasing. My lord. At that moment, Ling Shuang approached Subai holding a small bowl, her golden eyes filled with anticipation. This is for you to eat. Inside the bowl was a dragon blood fruit. Subai was taken aback. This is your food, why give it to me? The Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang blushed slightly and turned her head away. I didn't give it to you on purpose. I just saw you haven't eaten anything, so I casually gave you one. Ling Shuang wouldn't admit that Subai had let her eat such precious dragon food while he sat aside watching them. She thought the food was especially precious and such good things couldn't be eaten by herself. Her master also needed to strengthen his power. Subai looked at her proud little expression and couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine, you all eat. I have my own special food. Don't worry about me running out of food. The food here is an unlimited supply, just eat to your heart's content. Oh, unlimited supply. Ling Shuang's round little eyes blinked. She looked extremely cute. Then she turned her head to glance at her 2 elder sisters Alicia and Lung Yu. Seeing no denial, Ling Shuang finally believed it. Immediately she ran to the food outlet with her little She grabbed plate after plate of food. Subai watched her small figure with a twitching smile at the corner of his mouth. She really could eat a lot. So she had been taking care of my little pantry and hadn't let loose before. You little rascal. After eating her fill, Su-Bai brought his troops to the entrance of the dungeon. Today's targets were still the Wood Resource Dungeon and the Stone Resource Dungeon. On the third day for beginners, there would be no new beginner dungeons opened, but it would unlock the citizens. However, that could only be discussed after Su-Bai finished conquering the dungeon. Enter. With a flash of golden light, a group entered the Wood Resource Dungeon. The forest was still dense and the wood spirits were still busy. But this time the team included dozens of fairies and 10 ancient dragons. The combat power had received an extremely terrifying boost. Go, plunder to your heart's content. Su-Bai spoke casually, allowing the troops to unleash their potential. Ling Shuang waved her little hand. God King Taishu Domain. A black light curtain instantly enveloped the entire forest. Within the curtain, all movements of the wood spirits slowed down, their bodies trembled, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. This is the dragon's might. The 10 young dragons opened their mouths simultaneously. Dragon breath. 10 streams of golden dragon breath surged forth, evaporating the forest and annihilating the wood spirits. With one strike, every target in sight was completely cleared. Su-Bai stared in astonishment. Is this the combat power of the dragon race? The angels and fairies did not want to be outdone and also took action. The angels radiated a bright aura. The fairies wielded sword intents that pierced the sky. But compared to the ancient dragons of Taishu, they were indeed lacking. However, under Su-Bai's special request, the 3 legions immediately coordinated to level up together. Clearly, Su-Bai had already regarded the dungeon as a training ground. Currently, the resource dungeon was the best place to level up. 1 hour later. Ding. Wood resource, calculating score rewards. Number of wood spirits slain 184721, collected with 615600 units. Gained resource cards: common 56421, rare 27082, elite 2241, epic 357, legend 174. Gained raw wood crystal cores, first tier 921 pieces. Overall score SSS level. Ding. Congratulations Lord Su-Bai on obtaining SS level rating. Reward: SS level dungeon treasure, chest 1. Su-Bai nodded in satisfaction. This was several times more than yesterday. Of course, this was largely due to the critical hit talent. Otherwise, Su-Bai might not even earn the slightest bit from these resources. Next, Stone Resource Dungeon. With another flash of golden light. 1 hour later. Ding. Stone Resource Dungeon cleared. Calculating score rewards. Number of stone spirits slain 173458, collected stone 608400 units. Gained resource cards: common 54127, rare 25836, elite 2017, epic 381, legend 51. Gained raw crystal cores, first tier 8178 pieces. Overall score SSS level. Ding. Congratulations Lord Su-Bai on obtaining SS level rating. Reward: SS level dungeon treasure, chest 1. In the Stone Resource Dungeon, Su-Bai was particularly lucky. One of the rock crystal cores even triggered an 8,000-fold critical hit. He received a magnificent reward of 8,000 rock crystal cores. After leaving the dungeon, Su-Bai looked at the data on the panel, his smile growing wildly. Once back in his territory, Su-Bai immediately opened the system panel to start tallying today's gains. Wood Resource Dungeon harvest directly obtained with 615600 units. Common Wood Resource card 56421, 564200 units. Rare Wood Resource card 27082, 2708200 units. Elite Wood Resource card 2241, 224100 units. Epic Wood Resource card 357, 357000 units. Legend Wood Resource card 174, 17400 units. Total Wood 271000 units. Stone Resource Dungeon harvest directly obtained stone 608400 units. Common Stone Resource card 54127, 5413000 units. Rare Stone Resource card 25836, 2583600 units. Elite Stone Resource card 2017, 201700 units. Epic Stone Resource card 381, 381000 units. Legend Stone Resource card 51, 51000 units. Total stone 146000 units. Crystal core harvest raw wood crystal cores 921 pieces. Raw crystal cores 8178 pieces. Su-Bai looked at the string of numbers on the panel, his smile growing wildly. Adding the previous stock in the warehouse. He opened the warehouse overview. Current total wood 6892500 units. Current total stone 658630 units. Current gold coins 678 pieces. Current silver coins 76699 pieces. Crystal cores first tier raw wood crystal cores 927. First tier raw crystal cores 8182. Common resource cards with 57568 pieces, stone 55959 pieces, rare resource cards with 27764 pieces, stone 26103 pieces, elite resource cards with 2588 pieces, stone 2605 pieces, epic resource cards with 476 pieces, stone 508 pieces. Legend resource cards with 232 pieces, stone 71 piece, mythical resource cards, stone 1 piece. Awesome. Subai couldn't help but do a Charlotte pose. The 10,000-fold critical hit talent was simply a BU-level existence. Now the resources to build the city wall were secured. Subai glanced at the layout in his territory. It was chaotic, extremely chaotic. He needed to plan it well. Previously, it was due to insufficient territory space that he couldn't plan. Now that he had resources, expanding the city wall by one circle was no longer a problem. But before that, he needed to upgrade the Lord's Manor. Current level of the Lord's Manor, level 6 of Tier 1. After 2 days of upgrading, the Lord's Manor has reached level 6 of Tier 1. This upgrading speed is exponentially faster than that of other lords, leading by numerous levels. Generally speaking, by the 3rd day of the novice period, most lords have managed to reach level 3 of Tier 1, which is already quite impressive. Only those with exceptional talents can upgrade their lord's manors faster. But even then, none could match Su Bei's speed of upgrading. In short, he was far ahead. Ding! The Lord's Manor has been upgraded successfully. Current level 7 of Tier 1. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first lord in this area to upgrade the Lord's Manor to level 7 of Tier 1. You have received the regional first upgrade reward, selectable Tier 1 Crystal Core Gift Pack Extra. Subai casually accepted it. Ding! The territory has been upgraded to level 7 of Tier 1A and the upgrade challenge dungeon has been unlocked. The dungeon has been opened and Subai checked the panel data of the Angel Fairy and the Little Dragon Girls. After clearing the resource dungeon, twice the realms of the fairies and the Little Dragon Girls have also improved. Each combat unit's realm has reached Black Iron 7 stars. The 3 heroes have even reached the level of Black Iron 8 stars. Alicia Cold Moon and Dragon Emperor Ling Frost have all seen significant improvements in their basic data. Hero name Alicia. Race Holy Angel. Talent Fairy God King. Level Black Iron 8 stars. Health 145769. Attack 14655. Defense 11709. Stamina 21908. Spirit 7327. Hero name Cold Moon. Race Cool Fairy. Talent Fairy God King. Level Black Iron 8 stars. Health 157899. Attack 15789. Defense 11651. Stamina 14537. Spirit 13024. Hero name Dragon Emperor Ling Frost. Race Ancient Dragon of the Void. Talent God King level. Level Black Iron 8 stars. Health 324574. Attack 30215. Defense 31450. Stamina 29145. Spirit 28945. The data panels of the 3 heroes are exceedingly luxurious, especially Dragon Emperor Ling Frost, whose data is even twice that of the angels and fairies. But do not think that the combat power of Dragon Emperor Ling Frost is simply double that of the angels and fairies, as the data suggests. If a battle were to break out, Dragon Emperor Ling Frost could single-handedly take on 10 Alicius or Cold Moons. The two cannot be compared. Dragons are simply overwhelming. With unmatched single-target combat ability and no weaknesses, possessing a strong physique, while dealing high damage, Subai believes that Dragon Emperor Ling Frost could even slay some weaker golden-level enemies. It must be noted that each increase in the enemy's major realm significantly affects one's troops. A Black Iron against a Bronze will directly have the data. Only half of their strength can be exerted. A Black Iron against a Silver will directly reduce the data by 80. A Black Iron against a Gold will reduce it by 99. The most common golden-level monsters have basic data, usually exceeding 1,000. Although Dragon Emperor Ling Frost's data is reduced to a few hundred after being halved, its skills are formidable, making it not impossible to take on. So should he challenge to upgrade the territory 3 times today? If he does, he will definitely encounter golden level. Subai thought about it and decided to abandon this idea. He would play it safe and aim for an SSS rating first. He said, "Enter the dungeon." With a wave of his hand, in the next moment a flash of golden light passed, and everyone disappeared from their... Inside the dungeon, a level 7 Tier 1 territory stood tall in the center of the plain, with walls brimming with various troop types. The variety has already reached 5 or 6 types. Subai had no intention of checking the detailed data of these troops. In this initial challenge, either Subai's troops or heroes could easily annihilate them with a single skill. "Go ahead," Subai said calmly. However, it was Dragon Emperor Ling Frost who responded. Dragon Emperor Ling Frost lifted her little head, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her golden vertical pupils. "Let me do it. Void Domain." Instantly, a black light curtain enveloped the entire territory as 10 little ancient dragons of the void opened their mouths simultaneously. 10 streams of scorching dark golden dragon breath targeted the territory. Dragon breath. Boom. The entire territory could not withstand even a second before it turned to nothingness. Ding. Level 7 Tier 1 Territory Breach Challenge successful. An hour later. Ding. Challenge time ended. This time a total of 60 territories were destroyed. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS Level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the SSS Level Upgrade Challenge Reward SSS Level Territory Upgrade Treasure Chest X1. Today's first territory application was very low in difficulty, and there were no ripples whatsoever. Subai along with his companions completed the challenge almost effortlessly. After returning to the territory, Subai asked the girls to take a rest. Meanwhile, he took the 3 heroes back to the Lord's Manor, accumulating 3 treasure chests once again in the morning. Now he had just enough time to open them all at once. Alicia and Cold Moon stood behind Subai, their hands constantly pressing and rubbing on Subai's. In Subai's arms was Dragon Emperor Ling Frost. At this moment, Dragon Emperor Ling Frost had her arms crossed over her chest, her warm little face slightly puffed, glaring fiercely at Subai. That naughty master. Again poking her face. Subai seemed oblivious to Dragon Emperor Ling Frost's protests, continuing to fondly pinch her cheeks. This little girl was just too fun with a round and chubby face. Her character was adorably proud. A gentle poke would make her bare her teeth and glare at you. Wow, I have obtained infinite resources. Subai was quickly captivated by the introduction of the Eternal Tree's limitless logging. A tree that can be logged infinitely. Its value is simply incalculable. As everyone knows, the further one goes in the Lord's world, the greater the resource consumption. In the later stages, just the wood needed to upgrade a single building could amount to hundreds of millions. How long would it take to chop enough wood for 100 million units? And is there even that much wood available for you to chop? Subai's territory was surrounded by a dark forest. Even if he cleared that entire dark forest, he would still not reach 100 million units of wood. Thus, this eternal tree is simply a strategic asset. It means that from now on wood will only be he no longer has to worry about running out of wood. However, it is not without its drawbacks. Although the eternal tree can be logged infinitely, the acquisition of resources is limitless. But if the logging speed is too slow, if it takes an hour to chop down a single tree, he won't earn much wood in a day. Therefore, talented individuals must be arranged to chop the eternal tree. You think letting the angel fairies or the little dragon girl do it? Absolutely not. They can fight, but their logging speed would be inferior to Subai himself. Every profession has its specialty. Combat units should focus on fighting. The task of logging the eternal tree must be entrusted to professionals. And who are the professionals? Naturally, the citizens. Today is the 3rd day of the novice period, and the citizen system is activated. From today onwards, citizens will join his territory. At that time, he can assign citizens with logging talents to chop the eternal tree, significantly improving both speed and efficiency. Then Subai quickly opened the stone resource treasure chest. Ding. Opening the SS Grade Stone Dungeon Treasure Chest, you have obtained the following rewards: 100 gold coins, acquired Legendary Wonder Nirvana Stone, acquired Epic Item Shock Core. Free items. Subai immediately checked the detailed data of the Nirvana Stone. Wonder name Nirvana Stone, quality legendary, level no level effect. The Nirvana Stone can be mined infinitely and will never deplete. The daily output of stone is related to mining efficiency and has no upper limit. Mining once can increase the output by 10 units of stone. Description: a stone that can never be exhausted. After clearing an area, it will regenerate. Subai was amazed. First infinite wood, and now infinite. Although Subai felt that this reward was overly exaggerated, who wouldn't want such rewards? I might not want it, but if it's given to me, I can only accept it. Subai was in a great mood. The treasure chests from both resource dungeons yielded such amazing items. Even if the upgrade treasure chest didn't produce anything good, he felt indifferent. Then Subai looked at the epic item. Item name Shock Core, quality epic effect, can create a layer of territory protection to safeguard the entire. It's an item. Subai glanced at it, but lost interest in the Shock Core's effect. He had better alternatives for protecting his territory. Thus the Shock Core seemed useless. Well, it's still an item, so we'll keep it for now. The last one. Subai finally opened the upgrade treasure chest. Ding. Opening the SS Grade Upgrade Challenge Treasure Chest, you have obtained the following rewards: 100 gold coins, acquired Legendary Building Blueprint Citizen Hall. Citizen Hall. He immediately checked the panel. Building name Citizen Hall cannot be upgraded. Quality legendary building, health 10 billion effect, can spend 100 gold coins to recruit one citizen, with the recruited citizen's talent level ranging from legendary to divine. Description: want top tier citizens. Come here. But only if you can afford to pay and sustain them. Subai finished reading and suddenly stood up from his seat. Even the Dragon Empress Ling Shuang, who had been sitting on Subai's lap, was startled by this sudden movement. Her small face puffed up in displeasure. My lord, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. Subai realized he had gotten too excited scaring the little girl. However, the rewards that appeared were truly hard for Subai not to be excited about. Minimum legendary. Maximum divine. Don't underestimate legendary citizens' talents. You see, most lords, or rather almost 99.99 of lords have citizens with ordinary, rare, or elite talents. Epic level talents are already rare, while legendary level talents are even harder to come by. Even in a tier 10 divine territory, it is difficult to possess legendary citizens. Because there is only one reason. The legitimate means of obtaining citizens are only two. One is naturally coming forward. Villagers around the territory will choose to join after hearing the Lord's fame. The other is to build a citizen recruitment office. The citizen recruitment office is a building that every lord can construct. It only requires consuming 1 silver coin to recruit citizens. The maximum recruitment limit is epic level. But as for the drop rate, it uses the entire server's drop rate. That is to say, the entire generation of lords shared by hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions of people competing for a single epic level citizen. With no guarantees whoever draws it is theirs. One can imagine how difficult it is to obtain a citizen above epic level. There was once a lord of a divine territory who emptied his entire fortune to purchase an epic level citizen, but failed to obtain one. A divine lord spending all his wealth to buy an epic level citizen, was he mad? Obviously not. Any citizen whose talent exceeds epic level is a strategic asset. Even if you are the most worthless, most ordinary, most common, most lowly lord, as long as you unexpectedly obtain an epic level citizen, you can change your fate. Becoming the protagonist of this generation of lords is not impossible. High talent citizens are that terrifying. Yet the building he obtained guarantees a minimum of legendary, with a maximum of divine. Subai had never even heard of divine citizens. His teacher had never taught him anything related. He thought about the horror of this building. Subai was already unable to contain his excitement. He quickly pulled a few people and headed to an open area. Build. With a thought, the blueprint transformed into a golden light and flew to an empty spot in the territory. As the light landed, a building slowly took shape. The citizen hall was constructed entirely of pure white jade, standing 10 meters tall, with a classical and solemn architectural style. The main entrance of the hall featured 2 huge golden doors intricately carved with scenes of citizens at work, farmers, plowing, miners, extracting, craftsmen, forging, merchants, trading, all vividly depicted. The construction resembled a royal palace. Truly worthy of a divine grade building, its exterior is simply stunning. Subai glanced at the ordinary citizen recruitment office's appearance in the system panel and found them incomparable. Subai pushed open the grand doors and entered the hall. The interior space was not large, containing only a reception hall. In the center of the hall stood a golden fountain flowing with radiant spring water. Beside the fountain stood a stone tablet inscribed with the recruitment rules. Each recruitment costs 100 gold coins. The second time costs 200 gold coins. The third time 300 gold coins, and so on. The maximum limit for recruitment is 100 divine source coins per time. Recruitment results are random, with a minimum of legendary level and a maximum of divine level. Well, it seems there's still a pit here. However, this pit is somewhat acceptable. A legendary level subject is worth far more than 100 gold coins. As long as I can recruit with gold coins, Subai will always profit. He would dare to invest even more gold coins. As long as he recruits, he will never incur a loss. Subai looked at the gold coins in his warehouse. Originally, he had 678 coins, and with the addition of 300 coins from 3 treasure chests, he now had a total of 978 coins. Enough to recruit 3 times. No, I need to gather a bit more gold to make it 4 times. To put it simply, he immediately listed 100 units of wood and stone on the trading market priced at 1 and 2 gold coins. He listed a total of 100 sets each. Currently, the trading market price for wood and stone is 1 silver coin for 20 units of wood and 2 silver coins for 20 units of stone. Subai directly offered a 1100 exchange rate. It could be considered a benefit, but Subai didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to earn gold coins first. Before long, Subai's transactions were complete, yielding a total of 270 gold coins. There has never been a shortage of people with opportunities and wealth in this world. Among millions, there are always those who can afford these resources with gold coins. After withdrawing all the gold, Subai's total gold reached 1248 coins. Enough for 4 recruitments. Let's do 4 first. Subai took a deep breath and tossed 100 gold coins into the fountain. The water immediately rippled, and a beam of light rose from the fountain. As the light dispersed, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before Subai. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in plain linen clothes, yet even so it could not hide her voluptuous figure. Her waist was slender, her hips full, and her long legs were straight and well-proportioned. Her face was exquisite, with a gentle smile in her eyes, and she held an axe in her hand. But what attracted the eye the most was her ample bosom, at least an E-cup tightly stretching the linen fabric. Subai feared that the fabric could not withstand the burden. She was simply a congenital Confucian saint body. Subject, name Mu 1 talent, mythical level, effect 1 from the goddess presence, occupation lumberjack. Effects 1. Logging efficiency 1002. Additional wood 1003. Chance to obtain higher grade wood. 4. There is a chance to drop resource cards when cutting trees. 5. There is a chance to obtain precious wood which can be sold for a significant amount of currency. Subai gasped in astonishment at Mu Wan's talent effects. Efficiency 1000. Plus an extra 1000 wood. What does this mean? A regular subject can fell a tree in an hour, but Mu Wan can do it in a second. One tree can yield 10 units of wood, but Mu Wan can obtain 110 units. There's also a chance to get resource cards, higher grade wood, and even more precious wood. Isn't this outrageous? Without a doubt, Mu Wan can obtain resource cards of any level, including divine level resource cards. Higher grade wood might serve as upgrade materials for the next level of wood. As for the more precious wood, it has its own furniture or buildings made from some precious wood can increase comfort. This is also one of the main sources of comfort for common lords. Thus the price of precious wood has always been high. Mu Wan is simply a walking treasure trove. If I can raise the level of the eternal tree, it's unimaginable. Oh right, didn't I also obtain a divine level lumberyard? If I combine the effects of cutting the eternal tree, then with Mu Wan doing the cutting, the effects of 3 skills would stack wildly. I'd be able to gather so many resources in a day. Mu Wan greets the Lord. Seeing Subai look at her in shock, Mu Wan's face immediately flushed, and she shyly lowered her head, bowing to Subai. Mu Wan's voice was pleasant and melodious. It instantly brought Subai back to reality. Hello, welcome to the territory. Subai immediately reached out his hand to shake Mu Wan's. This is a talent. A strategic level talent. He must treat her with courtesy. Noticing that her small hands were tightly clasped by a pair of big hands, Mu Wan's face turned even redder. Lord, is it okay tonight? If we have children in the future, we can name the boy Su Yun and the girl Su He. How about that? Mu Wan said softly. Subai was taken aback, thinking, wow, she's already thought about what to name the kids. Hockey, he rascal. Of course, Subai quickly realized he was being too forward and awkwardly withdrew his hand, saying, sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right. Mu Wan didn't mind too much, but still stole a few glances at Subai. When she found Subai staring at her, she quickly lowered her head like a shy rabbit. Continuing to recruit. To cover up the awkwardness, Subai tossed 200 gold coins into the fountain again. A second beam of light flashed. Another woman appeared. This time she had a pickaxe on her back and wore leather armor that clung tightly to her body, fully revealing her voluptuous figure. Her bosom was even larger than Mu Wan's, and the leather armor looked as if it might burst open at any moment. Another congenital Confucian saint body. Subject name Shi Yao, talent mythical level. Due to the goddess presence, the lowest level thereafter is also mythic. Occupation minor, effects 1. Mining efficiency 1002. Additional stone 1003. Chance to obtain higher grade stone. 4. There is a chance to drop resource cards when mining. 5. There is a chance to dig up precious gems which can be used to enhance equipment and increase power. Goodness 666. On par with Mu Wan. Now adding comfort, and now there's another gem. Before long, equipment will be in abundance. Some equipment will have reserved gem sockets. The gems mined by Shi Yao can provide significant enhancements to the equipment. It's truly a heavenly experience. Whether it's precious wood or gems, they are coveted by everyone in the divine creation realm. One can only say that mythical level subjects are too authoritative. Subai continued to toss 300 gold coins to begin the recruitment for the third subject. As the recruitment animation finished, another woman appeared before Subai. This woman was also dressed quite provocatively. She wore a leather apron, and underneath it was only a bustier. Her waist was incredibly slender, and beneath the apron were a pair of long straight legs with a bone knife strapped to her thigh. She also held a massive butcher's knife with bloodstains on the blade, combined with her stunning face, creating a bizarre allure. However, her bosom was not very large. Aside from a few little girls, she was the smallest among them. But her legs were the best, looking slender and well-proportioned. She was definitely a leg goddess. Name of the citizen Tuya. Talent mythical. Occupation butcher. Effect 1. Slaughter efficiency 1002. Meat production additionally 1003. High probability of obtaining rare ingredients of 4. High probability of obtaining complete materials. 5. High probability of obtaining crystal cores from slaughtering. What a remarkable thing. The effect of having a high probability of obtaining rare ingredients is simply an unattainable dream for ordinary lords. However, Subai already has the divine canteen, so he does not value this rare ingredient much. It is the fourth and fifth effects that truly capture his attention. Monster materials are often the raw materials for crafting equipment. Generally, the materials dropped after defeating monsters are random. One might kill 100 and still not get a single material. However, if the corpses of the slain monsters are given to Tuya for disassembly, the drop rate of materials will increase exponentially. The same goes for crystal cores. What is Subai lacking right now? He is lacking crystal cores. Many buildings cannot be upgraded due to the lack of crystal cores. There are no sellers of crystal cores in the entire regional chat. So far, the production of crystal cores is still exceptionally low. With the addition of Tuya, Subai has already begun planning to send the angels out of the territory to hunt some monsters to bring back to Tuya for disassembly to obtain crystal cores. But Subai still intends to recruit the last citizen before proceeding. Another 400 gold coins were invested. However, this time the color of the light underwent a tremendous change. A dazzling golden light illuminated the entire citizen hall. The fourth light has turned golden. As the brilliant golden light faded, a woman appeared. Her attire was completely different from the others. She wore a well-tailored women's suit that hugged her curvaceous figure, even more exaggerated in size than Shi Yao, almost rivaling Lung Yu's figure. The buttons of the suit were tightly stretched as if they would burst open at any moment. Below, she wore a form-fitting skirt paired with black suspender stockings, and on her feet were black high-heeled shoes with red soles. With a faint smile on her face and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, she exuded an air of shrewd competence. What a remarkable urban career woman has emerged. Subai truly liked this one. Hello, my lord, my name is Qinlan. I am delighted that you have summoned me, and I will forever assist you. Qinlan's voice was that of a mature woman, cool, yet pleasant, akin to an older sister. Subai immediately checked Qinlan's panel. Name of the citizen, Qinlan. Talent, divine. Occupation, financial steward. Effect 1. When there is currency, income increases by an additional 102. Can perform a market analysis once a day predicting price fluctuations. 3. No transaction fees are deducted when trading in the market. 4. Any transaction can trigger discounts with a minimum discount of 0, 1 and a maximum of 50. 5. Can trade for free once a day. Subai felt stunned after reading this. Divine talent. Moreover, each effect is extraordinarily powerful. While the effects of 1234 are strong, they have not reached an absurd level. They still remain within reason. But the fifth one, free trading once a day. Do you know what this means? No matter what transaction it is, as long as there is a trading activity, it can be obtained for free. This means that if someone lists a divine artifact in the trading market priced at an innumerable amount of zeros, Qinlan can acquire it directly, without spending a single coin. Just think about how terrifying this ability is. If you say there are no divine artifacts for sale in the market, sorry, after the novice period, this batch of lords will officially join the Genesis God domain chat channel. At the same time, the trading market will be synchronized. When the time comes, Qinlan will sweep away all the most powerful items in the trading market. Just think about whether this is strong or not. Can a single Qinlan change fate and become the main character of the 220th batch of lords? Subai took several deep breaths to suppress his excitement. I am glad for everyone's joining. The development of the territory requires everyone's effort. Qinlan licked her pink tongue over her red lips, revealing a hint of a dangerous smile. Thank you, my lord. I will always be by your side. Don't worry, my lord, leave the wood to me. Muwan said softly. Shi Yao patted her chest, her ample bosom, causing Subai to be dazzled. There will be plenty of ore. With me here, no one will go hungry. Tuya laughed heartily. Subai was very pleased with the addition of several citizens just as he was settling them in. Ding. All lords, please be aware. A sudden abnormal dungeon is about to open. Please prepare, lords. Your territory has drawn the dungeon-type monster migration. Dungeon description: a large number of monsters are about to pass through your territory. You must defend your territory against the onslaught of the monsters. The number of monsters is related to the territory level. If you survive and defend your territory, you will receive abundant rewards. Dungeon countdown 30 minutes. Subei's expression changed. A sudden abnormal dungeon has appeared. Such dungeons can emerge at any time, unpredictable and unavoidable. One can only endure. However, if one endures, the rewards will be immensely rich. Such dungeons are fraught with both danger and opportunity. Subai quickly checked his territory. At that moment, he found the territory to be in complete disarray. Many of the territory's buildings were constructed outside the Great Wall, leaving them unprotected. This Great Wall was only 1,000 meters long, barely enclosing the core buildings. But with the migration of monsters, there would certainly be a considerable number. What if many powerful ones appeared? I must expand the wall's perimeter. Subai opened the resource panel and began calculating. Today's resource dungeon yielded over 100 million resources. This is enough to encircle the entire territory. No time to waste, let's build a 3,000-meter Great Wall. A 3,000-meter Great Wall requires 30 million with 30 million stone and 3,000 resource cards for ordinary wood and stone. Subai looked at the resource cards in the warehouse. Ordinary wood card 5756, 8 cards 5. 7,568 million units rare, wood card 2776, 4 cards 2,776. 4 million units. Elite wood card 2588 cards 2,588 million units. These combined are sufficient for the wood. Stone is similar. Subai concentrated and began to dismantle resource cards in bulk. Consume 50,000 ordinary wood resource cards. Obtain wood 5 million. Consume 20,000 rare wood resource cards. Obtain wood 20 million. Consume 500 elite wood resource cards. Obtain wood 5 million. After a series of operations, the wood totaled 30 million and the stone also reached 30 million. In addition, he reserved 3,000 ordinary wood cards and 3,000 ordinary stone cards as fixed consumption for upgrading the Great Wall. Build. Subai willed it, and the blueprint of the Great Wall erupted with a dazzling, earthy golden. The light extended along the planned route 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. 3,000 meters of new walls rose from the ground. Although not high, only 1 meter, it is compact and exquisite. Even though it is just 1 meter, it may not appear grand enough, but its defensive power and durability are absolutely top-notch. Adding the previous 1,000 meters, the total length of the Great Wall is now 4,000 meters. If shaped in a circle, the area within the Great Wall can reach over 1 million square meters. All buildings will be completely protected within the wall, and for a short time, there will be no worries about insufficient. After over 10 minutes of rearranging the territory's buildings, Subai finally managed to place all the buildings back within the walls. Only then did Subai breathe a sigh of relief. Come on, let me see how many monsters there are. Whatever comes, I will slay them all. As long as no deities appear, Subai will remain undefeated. Subai felt no concern for the approaching beast migration dungeon. With a city wall immune to attacks below 10,000 points, and a terrifying recovery rate of 1 per second, along with the Eternal Tower's 10 seconds of invincibility as a life-saving trump card. Not to mention a group of novice-level beasts, even a few gold or platinum-level bosses would have to slowly grind against the city wall. However, it was certain that no beasts above gold level would appear during the novice phase. Thus, Subai could rest easy. Although he had no worries about the challenges, it didn't mean others felt the same. In the regional chat channel, chaos erupted. Someone who kicks the dirt under their feet, what the heck? The sudden anomaly dungeon has started. I'm facing a mountain flood. My territory is at the foot of the mountain, and it has been pouring rain. I feel like my entire territory might be destroyed. Brothers, do you have any wood or stone? Please lend me some, I need to reinforce my territory. Malicious stepfather, what a joke. You are just a natural disaster. I'm in a sudden anomaly dungeon where 2 big shots are fighting. Right now, 2 diamond-level creatures are fighting above my territory, and the resulting shockwaves nearly destroyed my land. It's simply an undeserved disaster. Tonight's Picasso, I drew a mountain bandit attack. A group of black iron 5-star mountain bandits are assaulting my territory, and my troops are only black iron 2-star, so I can't fight back. Help. Remember to beautify the snapshots, woo woo woo. I'm also facing mountain bandits here. Half of my goblin troops have already fled and the rest are fighting alongside those bandits. Ahaha. I have read and won't reply 666 if the person above is pleased. Meanwhile, within Yifan's territory, he watched the chaos in the chat channel, a determined smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's here. Finally here. He took a deep breath, sensing the tense atmosphere permeating the air. In his previous life, he survived by luck in this sudden anomaly, barely making it through the novice phase by relying on the meat he obtained from killing beasts. And in this life, he possesses a 100-fold critical strike talent, a king-level Black Moon Wolf, and the advantage of foresight. This disaster is not a calamity for him, but an opportunity. Not only do I need to survive, but I also need to make a fortune. A glint of sharp light flashed in Yifan's eyes. Suddenly, he remembered something. In his previous life, he recalled that Lu Rian obtained a special item, a taunt from ice, before triggering the anomaly dungeon. The effect of this item is simple. It forcibly attracts the hatred of all nearby beasts, ensuring they always target the user. In the hands of an average person, this item is a death warrant, but in the hands of someone powerful, it becomes a treasure trove, luring all beasts over a single wave of slaughter, and the rewards will be maximized. Yifan remembered very clearly that in his last life, Lu Rian's sudden anomaly dungeon was a sandstorm. This item was completely useless, leading Lu Rian to nearly perish in that sandstorm, but fortunately she survived. In the end, she successfully passed through the novice phase and gained the Lu family's resource tilt. Now Yifan thought, isn't this item perfectly prepared for him? I must get my hands on that item. Yifan immediately opened a private chat window and found Lu Rian. Ye Heavenly Emperor, Miss Lu, are you there? After sending the message, he waited for a while, but received no response. Ye Heavenly Emperor, Miss Lu, I urgently need to find you. Still no response. Yifan frowned and sent another message. This time, however, he didn't send a direct message, but instead sent 1,000 units of resources. Ye Heavenly Emperor 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of food. This time Lu Rian accepted it instantly. Lu Rian, I'm here. Ye Heavenly Emperor is such a good person, what can I do for you? Yi Fan's mouth, but he didn't have time to dwell on that, and typed directly. Ye Heavenly Emperor, Miss Lu, did you find an item outside your territory? You know, the kind that can attract beasts. Lu Rian fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Rian, know what item? I haven't seen any. Yi Fan grew anxious. Ye Heavenly Emperor, the kind that can taunt beasts. Think again. Lu Rian really didn't see it. Ye Heavenly Emperor, how do you know I have such an item? Yi Fan was stunned. Could he have remembered wrong? It couldn't be. He remembered clearly that in his previous life Lu Rian mentioned in an interview how difficult her novice phase was. There was originally an epic level item, but it was completely useless. She wanted to sell it, but no one could afford it. Could it be that in this life, due to his rebirth, a butterfly effect occurred resulting in some unknown changes? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard a rumble from outside his territory. The beasts are coming. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, not having time to think any further, and sent another message. Ye Heavenly Emperor, in that case, I'll give you 2,000 units of wood, stone, and food. You take care of yourself. You're facing a sandstorm, right? Remember to reinforce your buildings. Don't worry, just call me if you face any difficulties, I'll definitely help you through. Yi Fan felt he had no other choice. He believed Lu Rian wouldn't deceive him. Someone as beautiful as her could never lie. Moreover, having put in so many resources, there was no reason for her to trick him. As long as he established a good relationship with Lu Rian, she would undoubtedly be a great help in the future. Yi Fan quickly sent the promised resources to Lu Rian. Lu Rian still accepted it instantly. Lu Rian, thank you, Ye Heavenly Emperor. You're really a good person. Yi Fan felt a bit more at ease upon seeing this message. No matter what, he should first build some goodwill. As for that item, it might really be the case that his rebirth caused some unexpected changes. Within Lu Rian's territory, she looked at the additional 3,000 units of wood, stone, and food in her warehouse, giving a cold smile. Huh, how disgusting. But I have to admit, this fool is really easy to deceive. Lu Rian spat in disdain, then unhesitatingly opened the chat window with Subai. Lu Rian, are you there? After waiting for a while, there was no response. Lu Rian, are you there? Still no response. Lu Rian, Iron Rooster. Reply to me. Lu Rian 1. Lu Rian, hey, pay attention to me. Lu Rian, I just found an item in the ruins outside that can taunt beasts in groups. I thought since we're supposed to help each other, maybe this item would be useful for you. After sending the message, Lu Rian rested her chin on her hand, waiting for a reply. This wait lasted more than 10 minutes. Just as she was about to give up, the other party finally replied. Your goddess, my golden basin, what item? Lu Rian's eyes lit up as she immediately sent the information about the item. Comment, she has insulted many people, including you. If this taunting item is used, won't all the beasts from the migration fall into the trap? Without hesitation, Lu Rian directly sent the item through the trading system, and then she sent another message. Do you need my help? Lu Rian raised her eyebrows after reading it. He was so calm, clearly not taking the beast migration seriously. There was no doubt that this person had absolute confidence in his strength and planned to capture all the beasts. Is this the confidence and power of the divine family? However, the next moment, Subai sent another message, which was also a trade message. Subai replied, equitable exchange, win-win cooperation. Lu Rian's eyes widened as she looked at the detailed data of the shock core. It's important to know that the sandstorms in the creation god domain are completely different from those on Blue Star. The winds there carry magical power. Wherever the sandstorm passes, all buildings will be buried and destroyed. Before the abnormal copy, Lu Rian had suffered great losses outside her territory to obtain that taunting. Without the protection of the deep-sea sirens, it would be difficult for Lu Rian to survive until the sandstorm ends. With the shock core, she could easily withstand the sandstorm. This man must have been paying attention to her all along. He is definitely a direct descendant of the divine family, and the most favored one. In an instant, a whole plot unfolded in Lu Rian's mind. Subai had no idea about Lu Rian's imagination and couldn't care less. For him, Lu Rian was just a useful tool, easily deceived and fond of embellishing things to help him provide cover. As for the shock core, he wouldn't use it anyway. Trading it for a usable item was not a loss. Alicia's gentle voice rang in his ear. She looked towards the west of the territory, sensing many magical beasts gathering, preparing to attack Subai's territory. Subai nodded. Everyone prepare, we will engage in battle soon. Let them come, oh well, kill as many as they send. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep rumble came from afar. The ground began to tremble. Subai stood up, walked to the edge of the city wall, and looked into the distance. On the horizon, dust was rolling. Countless magical beasts were rushing towards them. They're coming. Ding. The sudden abnormal copy beast migration has officially begun. Your territory level, first stage, level 7. Copy difficulty hell. Number of magical beasts, approximately 10000. Beast level black iron 7 stars, to silver 1 star guaranteed, to have a silver level boss. Copy objective defend the territory against the beast onslaught or annihilate all beasts. Subai looked at the system prompt raising an eyebrow. The difficulty had reached hell level. Subai remembered his teacher saying that the difficulty of sudden abnormal copies is related to the development. The faster the development during the novice period, the higher the difficulty of the copy. The highest level is indeed hell level. Historically, only one person has cleared a hell level copy, and that person scored an S rank. That person is currently the strongest in Huaxia. The 1-meter high city wall looked quite amusing. However, the densely packed runes on the wall, the golden barrier enveloping the entire territory, and those figures standing atop the wall, exuding a terrifying aura. Each breath sent shivers deep into their veins. Every single figure could make them tremble all over. It was a crushing pressure from their rank. Although the leading beasts discovered the unusualness of this territory, but at this moment it was already too late. Behind them, countless beasts surged forward continuously, pushing the leading ones closer to Qin Shang and the women with Subai. Roar. No, I won't go. He'll die. Oh, we'll stop pushing, run, we can't win. You don't crowd me, I want to run. Subai couldn't help but laugh at the chaotic state of those beasts. Once you come, don't leave, he said blandly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Shuang had already leaped from the city wall. The small figure instantly expanded in midair, transforming into a dark golden giant dragon several meters long. Void Domain. A black light curtain instantly enveloped the entire beast horde. All the beast's movements suddenly slowed down, with some weaker ones collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear. This was the might of the dragon. 10 juvenile void ancient dragons opened their mouths simultaneously. Dragon breath. 10 streams of scorching dark golden dragon breath erupted, sweeping through the beast horde like 10 lasers. Wherever it passed, the beasts instantly evaporated, not leaving a trace behind. Alicia also made her move. She raised the angelic giant sword and lightly waved it. Raging tide divide heaven and earth. A golden sword light slashed out, distorting the very fabric of space. Hundreds of beasts were turned into nothingness under this sword. Lung Yu was not to be outdone. She raised her hand, and her violet eyes shone brightly. Flood heaven abyss. The sky tore open a rift, and countless purple lights fell like raindrops. Each time they touched a beast, it would be instantly obliterated. The 3 heroes annihilated the vanguard troops as soon as they made their move. Then other angelic fairies joined the battle. Behind each angel, a pair of dazzling golden angelic wings manifested. Flying into the beast horde, the sword lights flickered, each swing taking down dozens of beasts. The blood of the beasts splattered onto the angels' war armor, emitting a seductive red glow. The fairies soared through the air. Surrounded by a magical barrier, they charged into the beast horde, unleashing carnage. Not a single drop of blood could touch their delicate bodies. Over 100 units and 3 heroes rampaged outside the territory, slaughtering the beasts with abandon. The beasts were utterly collapsed. Were they not an invincible horde? They had previously destroyed countless territories. Countless lords had been eliminated under their onslaught. Thousands of units and heroes had crawled beneath their feet. But why? This territory was so different. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. The beasts wanted to escape, but the suppression of the void domain made it impossible for them to move an inch. When the beasts tried to counterattack, their attacks landed on the angels and fairies, but could not break even a single defense. A silver-level boss beast hidden in the herd sensed danger and attempted to flee. But as soon as it poked its head out, it was pinned to the ground by the Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang's claw. Where did this bug come from? The Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang unleashed a breath of dragon, evaporating the silver boss instantly. An extremely powerful silver boss perished in such a humiliating manner. The battle had lasted less than 10 minutes from start to finish. When the last batch of beasts was annihilated by a single sword strike, the battlefield was left with nothing but the corpses of beasts. In the sky, the armored angels and fairies in battle skirts continuously flew by checking for any surviving targets on the ground. Once they spotted a living target, they would swiftly deliver the finishing blow. Soon a sound from the system rang out. Ding. Congratulations on successfully repelling the beast migration. Beasts killed 12437, among them iron level 8342, bronze level 4095, silver level 4, a silver boss level 1. Overall evaluation SSS level. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining an SSS level unexpected mutation dungeon treasure, chest 1. Subai looked at the system prompt and nodded with satisfaction. Over 12,000 beasts, and the battle was resolved in 10 minutes. Not a single drop of blood was shed in his territory. The city wall didn't even have a scratch. Awesome. Even better than Alicius Long Yu. Subai let out a long breath of relief. Just then Alicia appeared beside him, her war armor vanishing the moment she landed. She transformed back into her casual attire. Master, you've worked hard. It's too dirty outside, let's return to the Lord's manor. Su Bei's lips twitched. Hard work. Dirty. He had just stood on the city wall watching for over 10 minutes. What was so hard about that? But he didn't say, you all are the true heroes of the territory. Tonight we'll have a pool party to reward you well. Divine food is available to eat, and the hot spring is open for soaking. At this moment Lung Yu also leaned over, a hint of seductive charm in her violet eyes. Can I enjoy it, little master? After saying this, Lung Yu even stuck out her little pink tongue and licked her incredibly tempting purple lips. Su Bai. No way. This Lung Yu still has cravings, right? The Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang transformed back into her little lowly form and proudly returned to Su Bei's side. My lord, what are you all talking about? I want to join too. Su Bai twitched the corners of his mouth. This was not something to join in on. Hee, it's nothing, just treating you to some good food tonight. The Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang's face flushed at his words, turning her head away. Who likes that kind of food? The battle was over, but the work had just begun. Qinlan walked over in high heels, wearing a professional smile. Master, I have good news. Su Bai looked at her. Speak. Qinlan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and opened the ledger in her hands. During the unexpected mutation dungeon, I kept an eye on the trading market. A large number of lords' territories were destroyed, and now the prices of wood and stone are skyrocketing. She pulled up a panel to show Su Bai. Current average price of wood 1 silver coin 5 units, up 400 from half an hour ago. Current average price of stone 1 silver coin 2 units, up 500 from half an hour ago. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Is it that exaggerated? Qinlan nodded. And it's still rising. I predict that in the next hour prices will double again. If the master sells now, you can make a huge profit. Su Bai immediately opened the regional chat channel and took a glance. She said, help. My territory's buildings have collapsed. I need wood to rebuild. Who has wood? He'll pay double price. Shit on my head still wants to stir trouble. I was hit by beasts and my entire territory has been destroyed by more than half. I have no resources left. Is there anyone kind enough to send me a little resource? Talked for 3 years. 918 streamer, you're lucky. Your territory was only half destroyed. Mine has only 1 lord's manor still standing, but thankfully the rewards were not bad. At least I have money to buy resources. I want to buy a large amount of wood and stone to rebuild my territory. Stalking, remember to add beauty. Woo. My territory almost disappeared. If it weren't for me holding off over 100 bandits, my territory would have been gone a long time ago. Hee, goblins are so useless, except for that kind of thing they are of no use at all. Is there a kind-hearted big brother who can support a little resource for my sister? My sister will treat you for free later. She said my belly is round, the one above is incredible. Can eat and sleep without any worries, you're amazing too. Su Bai finished reading and twitched his lips. Excluding the inappropriate comments, most of the messages were indeed requests for resources. The wood and stone in the trading market are sold out immediately. Qinlan, I'm handing over the trading market authority. Su Bai looked at Qinlan. Put the resources in the warehouse that should be listed on the shelves. Just keep the epic level and above resource cards. Qinlan immediately nodded. All right, master. Qinlan adjusted her glasses, revealing a shrewd smile. Don't worry, master, I guarantee you will make a fortune. She walked towards the Lord's Manor office in her high heels, and Su Bai clicked his tongue at her back. He wondered how much money this wave of resources would bring. How much profit would it generate? As Qinlan just left, Su Bai called for Tuya again. Master, what about those beast corpses? Tuya licked her lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Can I handle them? Su Bai glanced at the multitude of beast corpses outside the city and nodded. I called you over to deal with. Go ahead, dispose of them all. Tuya smiled. Thank you, master. She grabbed the butcher's knife and swiftly walked towards the city outskirts. Su Bai immediately sent 2 angels to follow Tuya. In case there were any remaining beasts that could attack her, Su Bai would be heartbroken. Outside the territory, Tuya approached a black iron-level beast corpse. This beast was a pig-like creature, massive in size, weighing over 500 gene. In the next moment, Tuya lightly swung the butcher's knife. The blade flashed, and the pig-like beast was neatly divided into dozens of portions. Each portion was arranged neatly. Ding! Tuya the butcher slaughtered a black iron-level beast, obtaining 5,432 units of beast meat, 15 units of black mountain porcupine, tenderloin, 10 complete beast skins, 10 bones, and 1 first-tier rock crystal core. Ding! Talent tenfold critical hit triggered. Tenfold critical hit. Obtained black mountain porcupine beast meat 54,320. Obtained complete black mountain porcupine beast skin 100. Obtained black mountain porcupine tenderloin 150 units. Obtained black mountain porcupine bones 100. First-tier rock crystal core 10. Su Bai exclaimed. 666 as he looked at the system notification, marveling at its brilliance. This was just the first pig. A 500-kilogram black mountain porcupine beast. As a result, Tuya had dissected it into over 5,000 units of beast meat. It was simply like creating something from nothing. The law of conservation of energy was completely disregarded. Two Yas movements were relentless, the knife flashing up and down, each cut precise beyond measure. Beast after beast transformed into neatly arranged ingredients in her hands. The system notifications flooded the screen. Ding. Obtained beast meat. Ding. Obtained complete beast skin. Ding. Obtained horn. Ding. Obtained crystal core. Ding. Talent 10-fold critical hit triggered. 132-fold critical hit. Ding. Talent 10-fold critical hit triggered. 1,000-fold critical. Subai stared at the wildly fluctuating numbers in the warehouse, completely astounded. With over 12,000 beasts given 2 Yas efficiency and the 10-fold critical hits, Subai could hardly imagine how many units of food resources he would possess. However, food resources were the least important to Subai. What mattered most were the crystal core resources. Many of his building upgrades required crystal cores. 2 Yas slaughtering work lasted a full 3 hours. During this time, Subai was not idle either. The cooldown for upgrading the dungeon had already ended. Subai immediately upgraded the Lord's Mansion. He upgraded it to level 8 of the first tier. At the same time, the dungeon was successfully cleared. The rewards were quite decent. The upgrade reward included a Dragon Blood Fruit. Named Dragon Blood Fruit, quality epic, level no level effect, can bear 1 Dragon Blood Fruit per day. Using it grants a slight increase to strength value, can be used infinitely. Evaluation, an extremely rare special fruit capable of stacking strength attributes without limit. Subai was very excited about this reward. Up till now, what was he most lacking? The most lacking was the base. However, the buildings, or rewards Subai had obtained so far, mostly enhanced percentage attributes. Although these percentage rewards were extremely valuable, accumulating some base data early on would cause the percentage increases to lead to explosive growth. These two things could be done simultaneously. But contrary to expectations, every reward Subai received was an increase in percentage, with very few rewards that added to the base values. Subai happily planted the Dragon Blood Fruit tree in the Lord's Mansion. Planting the Dragon Blood Ancient tree required Dragon Blood for upgrades, or directly using Dragon-type crystal cores for upgrades. Although Subai happened to have Dragon-type troops, he would not let the little dragon girls get hurt. He would just nurture them slowly day by day, as the increase in base values was relatively small early on. Then Subai opened the territory upgrade treasure chest. Apart from the fixed 100 gold coins, Subai also obtained a new divine level building. War Equipment Forging Platform. Building name: War Equipment Forging Platform. Quality: Divine. Current level: no level, cannot be upgraded. Building HP 1. Effect 1. Can forge various weapons and equipment with the forging limit based on the forger's talent, capable of forging divine king level equipment at most. 2. Forging efficiency increased by 1,000. 3. Equipment is guaranteed to succeed in forging. 4. The quality of forged equipment increases by 1. 5. The forged equipment is guaranteed to be enchanted with no less than 3 enchantment effects. Evaluation: a grand stage for forging. Come if you have talent. Seeing this reward, Subai's eyes instantly lit up. The Creation God domain had countless weapons and equipment. These equipments are divided into 9 types: helmets, chest plates, gloves, leg armor, boots, weapons, waist ornaments, bracelets, and necklaces. Moreover, the level classification of these equipments is quite strict. Common, rare, elite, epic, legendary, mythical, divine. The attributes of weapons of each quality differ vastly. Furthermore, different types of equipment can only be forged at their corresponding forging platforms, and the forger must possess the corresponding talent to forge them. For example, rare weapons can only be forged at the weapon manufacturing platform, and only commoners with rare forging talent can forge them. The War Equipment Forging Platform he just obtained encompasses all forging platforms, allowing any quality and type of equipment to be forged there. Moreover, it also provides a forging efficiency bonus. It's worth noting that for common equipment, it usually takes several hours to forge a single piece, while the War Equipment Forging Platform directly increases efficiency by 10-fold. Of course, the most terrifying effects are still those of points 3, 4, and 5. As is well known, all equipment forging carries a risk of failure. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more likely it is to fail. Once the forging quality exceeds epic, the failure rate approaches 90. Let alone the legendary and mythical weapons that follow. The guaranteed success of Effect 3 speaks volumes about its value. Then there's Effect 4, which increases quality by 1. This is simply a bug-level existence. Forging an epic piece yields a legendary piece. Isn't that just absurd? In comparison, Effect 5 can't be considered a powerful effect. Of course, that's when compared to these 3 effects. At least 3 enchantment effects are also an extraordinary existence. Apart from the basic data bonuses, additional effects are referred to as enchantment effects. Each enchantment effect is immensely powerful, and just one can elevate the equipment to a new level. The value of the equipment rises exponentially. Not to mention 3 enchantment effects. Looking at the 5 effects as a whole, it would be strange if Su Bai wasn't delighted. Before Su Bai could finish reveling in his joy, the news of Ya finishing slaughtering the beast corpses also returned to the territory. Ding! The butchery work of the butcher Ya has been completed. The total number of magical beasts slaughtered this time 12437. The statistics of the obtained resources are as follows. Su Bai's expression shifted, something big was coming. Su Bai immediately checked the resources tallied by the system. First, the meat resources from the magical beasts. Various ordinary beast meats too. 37 billion units, only satiating, no special effects. Various premium beast meats 8. 47 million units consuming grants special effects. Seeing 37 billion units of food, Su Bai's mouth dropped wide open. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still startled by this number. Putting aside the little dragon girl and the others, how long would it take for Su Bai and the angelic fairies to consume 37 billion units of food? They wouldn't be able to finish it even in hundreds of lifetimes. Of course, Su Bai certainly wouldn't eat such low-quality food. To eat, he would definitely go to the divine canteen. As for the 37 billion units of magical beast meat, it would only be digested by putting it on the market. Similarly, the premium beast meat would follow suit. In Su Bai's view, these premium meats were no different from ordinary meats. There was only a difference in price. Next, Su Bai looked at the materials dropped by these magical beasts. Various complete beast skins 128. For million pieces. Various quality beast skins 237000 pieces. Various rare beast skins 42000 pieces. Various magical beast bones and muscles 156. 3 million portions. Various magical beast tendons 876000 portions. Various magical beast horns teeth claws 432000 pieces. These materials can all be used for forging equipment. Beast skins and bones can be used to forge helmets and chest armor, while claws and teeth can be used to forge weapon accessories. These items won't be sold. Su Bai planned to keep them for forging equipment and then equip them onto his angel. It is worth mentioning that the equipment in the creator's domain can be concealed. Each troop type has 9 equipment. Equipping items can completely conceal them, meaning they provide data bonuses without altering appearance. The weapons and equipment inherently provided to troops are not affected. After reviewing the material statistics, Su Bai turned his attention to the real highlight, the crystal cores. Crystal core statistics: total crystal cores approximately 122. 2 million pieces. First tier wooden crystal cores 217000 pieces. First tier rock crystal cores 275000 pieces. First tier flame crystal cores 254000 pieces. First tier water crystal cores 205000 pieces. First tier metal crystal cores 224000 pieces. First tier thunder crystal cores 142 pieces. First tier poison crystal cores 432 pieces. First tier ice crystal cores 554 pieces. Second tier wooden crystal cores 1240 pieces. Second tier rock crystal cores 2451 pieces. Second tier flame crystal cores 3784 pieces. Second tier water crystal cores 1944 pieces. Second tier metal crystal cores 3544 pieces. Second tier thunder crystal cores 10 pieces. Second tier ice crystal cores 10 pieces. Second tier poison crystal cores 10 pieces. Third tier thunder crystal cores 10 pieces. Su Bai looked at the names of the crystal cores displayed on the panel, and his mouth couldn't help but smile widely. Over 1.2 million crystal cores. Although most of them are relatively ordinary, the quantity is absolutely sufficient. A single crystal core is worth about 1 gold coin during the beginner phase. These 1 million crystal cores are worth at least over 1 million gold coins. Of course, this is their value in gold coins. For Su Bai, these crystal cores can upgrade buildings. The effects of upgraded buildings cannot be measured by gold coins. I can level up a wave now. Su Bai chuckled heartily and called for Qinlan. There are 200 million units of magical beast meat in the warehouse. Su Bai doesn't need a single bit of this magical beast meat. The food that Su Bai and the angelic fairies along with the little dragon girls eat is all special food provided by the divine canteen. The food produced by the divine canteen is all divine level delicacies. Su Bai looks down on these ordinary foods. Although Su Bai dismisses them, many others do not. There are hardly any food sources during the novice period in the creator's domain. The only way to obtain food is through the ingredient dungeon on the 5th day or by hunting outside the territory. However, hunting outside the territory is extremely dangerous, and one can encounter peril at any moment. Therefore, food is extremely precious in the early stages. Su Bai's 200 million units of food are still in the global trading market, but they haven't made a single ripple. Yet it is enough to monopolize the entire food market for the 220th session. Whatever price Su Bai sets, all the lords can only purchase according to Su Bai's price. Lord, I have arrived. Outside the door, Qinlan gently knocked and replied in a cool voice. Come in. The door opened gently, and Qinlan stepped in wearing high heels. She was still dressed in that professional attire, a gold-rimmed glasses, a body-hugging skirt, and black stockings with red-bottomed high heels. Tap, tap, tap. Qinlan walked rhythmically to Su Bai's front. Seeing Su Bai staring intently at her, Qinlan's lips curled slightly. Then she slightly opened her collar and reported in a mature tone, Lord, the resources of wood and stone have started to be gradually listed. As expected, the price of wood has risen to 1 silver coin for 5 units and food ingredients are 2 units for 1 silver coin. I sold some wood and stone, and the market response has been quite good. Qinlan efficiently reported the market situation. Su Bai nodded as he listened. He had to admit Qinlan was very efficient in her work. Su Bai didn't have to worry about market sales. There are over 200 million units of ordinary magical beast meat newly entered into the warehouse. You can sell them together when the time comes. And those higher-grade magical beasts can also be sold entirely. After Su Bai finished giving instructions, Qinlan nodded in agreement. Does the Lord have any other business? Su Bai shook his head in confusion. Nothing, you may leave now. However, Qinlan had no intention of leaving. Instead, she licked her red lips with her tongue. Lord, there's an old saying, when there's work the secretary handles it, when there's nothing. Since you have no business, my lord. Without waiting for Su Bai to react, Qinlan approached him. Su Bai felt a wave of astonishment in his heart. Why is everyone in the territory so proactive? This isn't right. Even if I have the stamina of a stallion, I can't handle this. Yet even so, Su Bai couldn't say anything. Even if he wanted to resist, he knew well his own limits. He had originally planned to upgrade the buildings in the territory, but this matter had delayed him for quite a while. Indeed, indulgence leads to trouble. From today on, no more drinking. After thoroughly satisfying Qinlan, Su Bai finally opened the Lord's panel to begin upgrading the territory buildings. First up was the Divine Level Lumberyard. This building had been idle since its acquisition due to the lack of residents. Now that Mu Wan had arrived, it was time for it to come into play. Su Bai opened the Divine Level Lumberyard panel with a thought. Building named Divine Level Lumberyard, current level, no level upgrade cost, wood 100 stone, 0 raw, wood crystal core 1 upgrade. Ding. Consumed wood 100 stone, 500 raw, wood crystal core 1. Divine Level Lumberyard upgrade successful. Current level, first stage, level 1. Upgrade effect, daily base, wood production 100 units, wood production bonus 10A, and a slight increase in the drop rate of resource cards. Su Bai looked at the upgrade effect, it was quite good. Level 1 adds 1000 base production. At level 10, it would add around 1000. No longer hesitating, Su Bai continued to upgrade. Ding. Consumed wood 200 stone, 100 raw, wood crystal core 2. Divine Level Lumberyard upgrade successful. Current level, first stage, level 2. Upgrade effect, daily base, wood production 100 units, wood production bonus 10A, and a slight increase in the drop rate of resource cards. Continuing. Ding. Consumed with 300 stone, 150 raw, wood crystal core 3. Upgrade successful. Current level, first stage, level 3. A series of system prompts flooded the screen. Wood stone and raw wood crystal cores were consumed like flames. When the final golden light flashed, the level of the Divine Level Lumberyard was fixed at. Building name, Divine Level Lumberyard quality, Divine, current level, second stage, level 10, building health, 4 million base effect, daily base, wood production, 500 units, special effect 1. Wood production 100, special effect 2, efficiency of residents working 300, no fatigue, special effect 3. There is a chance to obtain wood resource cards while cutting, chance 200, special effect 4. There is a chance to obtain high level wood, special effect 5. Increases the growth speed of raw wood in the ranch by 100. To upgrade to third stage, level 1 requires wood 10 million stone, 5 million third stage raw, wood crystal core 1 evaluation, a true wood printing machine. As long as you have residents, wood will never run out. Of course, now you have some. Su Bai looked at this panel, a wild grin spreading across his face. Su Bai poured resources into upgrading the Divine Level Lumberyard to second stage, level 10. Although the resources required for the upgrade to second stage were considerable, Su Bai had enough. There were over 1 third stage raw wood crystal cores in the warehouse. It only required 55 for the first stage, not even a fraction of that. Finally, Su Bai gazed at the effects of the mystical lumberyard. Originally 4 effects, 1 more had appeared. The growth speed of raw wood in the lumberyard increased by 100. This meant that a tree that could grow in 1 second could now regrow in half a second. This enhancement was no small matter. Firstly, the base production of 500 could be considered negligible even with the addition of the 120 production bonus. In a day that would amount to only 600 units of wood. This was just the base. It would also include the effects of the eternal tree along with the cutting efficiency bonus from the wooden bowl and additional bonuses. The final calculated result was 22 million units daily. An 8-hour work system. Subai definitely wouldn't exploit his residents. If a few more were recruited with 3 shifts, the production would reach a terrifying 66 million units daily. Although it couldn't match the production from instances, at least the lumberyard was sustainable. Resource instances would disappear after the beginner phase ended. In the future, the Lord could only rely on the lumberyard for wood acquisition or venture outside the territory to cut raw wood. Subai opened the system panel and glanced at the ordinary Lord's lumberyard. The blueprint for the ordinary lumberyard was automatically unlocked when the territory upgraded to first stage level. Building name: Ordinary Lumberyard. Quality: Ordinary. Current level: No level. Base effect: Daily base wood production 10 units. This is the efficiency of the ordinary lumberyard. It was not even on the same level as the divine level lumberyard. Subai silently closed the panel of the ordinary lumberyard. No comparison, no harm. Then Subai turned his attention to the second building to upgrade. The legendary campfire. Subai building name: Legendary Campfire. Current level: No level. Upgrade cost: wood 100, gold 1, flame crystal core 1. Upgrade. Ding. Consumed wood 100, gold 1, oi flame crystal core 1. Legendary Campfire upgrade successful. Current level: First stage level 1. Building name: Legendary Campfire. Quality: Divine. Current level: Second stage level 10. Building health 4 million. Effect 1. Territory comfort 40 points. Effect 2. Loyalty of all troops heroes in the territory 40 points. Effect 3. When near the campfire, troops heroes' mood greatly improves. All attributes 130 and mental recovery speed 130. Effect 4. Leaving the campfire causes all attribute bonuses to decay over time, returning to 0 after 12 hours. Returning to the campfire immediately restores them. Effect 5. The entire territory will maintain the most comfortable constant temperature. Special effect: when resting by the campfire, daily troops heroes' base spirit increases permanently by 40 points. To upgrade to third stage level 1 requires wood 1 million, gold 100. Third stage flame crystal core 1. Evaluation: this campfire is much warmer than your neighbor's fireplace. Like the divine level lumberyard, upgrading to second stage level 10 for the legendary campfire also added one more effect. However, this one did not directly enhance combat power, but it was still quite good. At least the constant temperature could keep people comfortable. Just then Subai received a prompt from his talent. Ding. Detected that the loyalty of all residents has reached a threshold of admiration exceeding 200. Special effect triggered. Special effect: the renowned blade returns to seclusion. The renowned blade returns to seclusion. Any resident who receives any fatal damage will be forcibly locked at health and instantly teleported back to the territory. The teleportation will not be limited by distance or space and can be triggered once daily. After reading the special effect, Subai inhaled sharply. Health lock teleportation. Once daily. 666. Isn't this just too sinister? Not only does it have the resurrection of the Hall of Heroes, but it can also lock health for teleportation. With 2 life-saving skills, what can other lords even do? Forget it. Just let it be. While Qinlan was picking up the pen under the table, she seemed to sense something. She felt an imperceptible layer of protection over her. But Qinlan knew that all of this was thanks to her lord. She couldn't help but feel a tightening in her chest. Her lord was truly too good to them. My lord Xian. Half an hour later, Subai opened the system panel again. He was preparing to upgrade the third building. Building name: Glory Residence. Current level: Level 1, Stage 7. Upgrade cost: with 3,500, gold 35. Subai's previous gold storage was only a little over 200 pieces. However, with the capable Qinlan by his side, the amount of gold was rapidly increasing. Thus, even with 35 gold, Subai could upgrade it without a second thought. Upgrade. Subai opened the panel. Building name: Glory Residence. Quality: Divine. Current level: Level 2, Stage 10. Building health: 5 million. Living space: 1,000 people. Effect 1, territory comfort 40 points. Effect 2, loyalty of all units heroes in the territory 40 points. Effect 3, all attributes of all units heroes in the territory 130. Effect 4, recovery speed 130. Effect 5, can set teleportation points, allowing daily teleportation to the restroom without distance limitations. Upgrade to level 3, a stage 1 requires wood 1,000, gold 1,000. Introduction: a residence exclusively for divine units, now capable of accommodating all your treasures. Subai glanced, and as expected, a new effect appeared. However, this new effect did not directly enhance. Even so, it cannot be said that this effect is weak. It allows for active teleportation. Moreover, it ignores distance limitations. In the event of encountering an unbeatable enemy, one teleportation could allow for a quick escape. This is still a highly secretive effect. Subai looked at another building: the Divine Canteen. Building name: Divine Canteen. Current level: No level. Upgrade cost: wood 100, gold 105 attribute crystals. Subai glanced at the consumption of the Divine Canteen and found that the requirements had changed. It actually needed 5 types of attribute crystals. Of course, Subai was not lacking in this regard. Upgrade. Ding. Consumed wood 100, gold 1, 5 attribute, crystal 1. Divine Canteen upgraded successfully. Current level 1 stage 1. Half an hour later. Building name Divine Canteen. Quality Divine. Current level 2, stage 10. Building health 5 million. Effect 1, territory comfort 40 points. Effect 2, loyalty of all units heroes in the territory 40 points. Effect 3, when dining in the canteen all attributes temporarily 150, lasting for 6 hours. Effect 4, daily dining grants the blessing of the gods experience, gain 150, lasting for 24 hours. Effect 5, unlimited production of the highest quality food for corresponding units. Effect 6, can carry food out of the canteen. Upgrade to level 3, stage 1 requires wood 1 gold 1000 stage 3 5 attribute crystal 1. Introduction, a place for the gods to dine. Subai looked at the newly appeared effect 6 with a smile. Previously, the food from the divine canteen could not be taken out for consumption. This meant that food could only be eaten inside the canteen. Every time he prepared for a conquest, he had to eat in advance to gain buffs. But now being able to take food out of the canteen meant he could carry it with him, allowing him to eat food to gain buffs during battle whenever he ran low. When health is low, he can consume food that increases health. If his attack methods are restricted, he can eat purification food. This isn't just an additional effect, it's a complete removal of restrictions. Next up is the Hall of Heroes. Subai opened the Hall of Heroes panel. Building name Hall of Heroes. Current level no level. Upgrade requirements wood 100 stone 100, gold 1, soul crystal 1. Current available soul crystals 0. Subai. Looking at the Eternal Tower. Building name Eternal Tower. Current level no level. Upgrade requirements wood 100 stone, 100 light, crystal 1. Current available light crystals 0. Subai fell silent. Both the Hall of Heroes and the Eternal Tower require crystals that Subai currently does not have, so upgrades cannot be made for now. Subai decided to set them aside for the time being. Next is the Great Wall. Building name Great Wall. Current level no level. Upgrade requirements wood 100 per meter stone, 100 common, wood resource card 1, common stone resource card 1. Upgrade effect health increase, defense threshold increase. This really consumes resources on a grand scale. Subai looked at the wood and stone in his warehouse, and then at the already 400 meters long wall. To upgrade this 400 meter wall to level 1 stage 1, he would need 40 million wood, 40 million stone, and 400 of each resource card. Subai could afford these resources. However, doing so would require selling elite level or higher resource cards. It would be a waste to dismantle epic level or higher resource cards so early. An epic level resource card can yield 100 units of resources when dismantled, but its value far exceeds just 100 resources. Subai decisively decided not to upgrade the wall for now. After all, the current defense is sufficient, he would wait until tomorrow to defeat another resource dungeon. Next are the Eternal Tree and the Nirvana Stone. These two wonders require a log crystal and a rock crystal respectively. Subai was currently most abundant in these two common crystals. Building name Eternal Tree. Current level no level. Upgrade requirements wood 100 log crystal 1. Upgrade. Ding. Consumed wood 100 log crystal 1. Eternal Tree upgraded successfully. Current level 1 stage 1. Building name Eternal Tree. Quality Divine. Current level 2 stage 10. Special effect 1, a unlimited logging never exhausted with each logging yielding with 300. Special effect 2, chance to obtain wood resource cards when logging. Special effect 3, chance to obtain higher grade wood when logging. Special effect 4, compatible with any quality lumber yard, increasing the daily wood cap of the lumber yard. Upgrade to level 3, a stage 1 requires wood 100 stage 3 log crystals 10. Evaluation, this tree will provide wood for a lifetime. Subai looked at the newly appeared special effect 4, initially not fully understanding it, but after checking the details, he suddenly realized. This special effect is also an incredibly powerful existence. If the Eternal Tree were to be planted in a divine lumber yard, the daily output of the divine lumber yard would increase several times. Now for the Nirvana Stone. The upgraded effects are very similar to those of the Eternal Tree. Building name Nirvana Stone. Quality Divine. Current level tier 2, level 10. Special effect 1, can be mined infinitely never exhausted. Each mining yields 300 stones. Special effect 2, there is a chance to obtain stone resource cards during mining. Special effect 3, there is a chance to dig up precious gems during mining. Special effect 4, compatible with mining facilities of any quality, can increase the daily base stone limit of lumber yards. Upgrade to tier 3 level 1 requires 100 stones, 1 tier 3 rock crystal core. Evaluation: this stone is enough for a lifetime of mining. The effects of Nirvana Stone and the Eternal Tree are quite similar. Both enhance production. In any case, Subai won't feel anxious about insufficient wood and food for the time being. Next is the Barracks. The Holy Angel Hall requires a light crystal core, which is temporarily set aside. The Cool Fairy Palace requires a 5 elements crystal core. Upgrade. It's certain that the 5 elements crystal cores are never in short supply. Building name: Cool Fairy Palace. Current level: no level. Upgrade requirements: 1000 wood, 1000 stones, 15 elements crystal core. Upgrade. Building name: Cool Fairy Palace. Quality: Celestial Divine level. Current level: Tier 2, level 10. Building health: 5 billion. Recruitment rule: free recruitment of 30 Cool Fairies daily. Special effect: 1. All skills damage of Cool Fairy units 100. Upgrade to Tier 3 level 1 requires 1000 wood, 1000 stones, 1 Tier 3 5 elements crystal core. Evaluation: excellent. Your unit skill damage has increased. Subai looked at the upgraded effects. His heart filled with joy. Once again, it was a skill effect that directly enhanced combat power. Finally, he turned his gaze to the upgrade option for the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest. As expected, it requires a dragon crystal core. Without a second thought, there isn't even a single dragon-type beast among the thousands of magical beasts. But Subai did not forget that he still had good items. He opened his backpack and found the reward that had been forgotten. Select 1 Tier Crystal Core, Gift Pack 20. This was a reward obtained upon reaching Tier 1 level 7 in the area. Each gift pack allows the selection of 1 Tier 1 Crystal Core of any type. Subai began to ponder how to choose. In the end, he still chose to upgrade the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest first. Because upgrading the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest, then he could recruit more Tai Su Ancient Dragons daily, which would greatly enhance his strength. Ding. Consume. Select 1 Tier Crystal Core Gift Pack 15. Obtain Dragon Crystal Core 15. Subai walked to the front of the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest. Ding. Consumed 1000 wood, 1000 stones, 1 Dragon Crystal Core. Upgrade of the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest successful. Current level: Tier 1, level 1. Upgrade effect: recruitment quantity 5. Subai continued to upgrade. Ding. Consumed 200 wood, 200 stones, 2 Dragon Crystal Cores. Upgrade of the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest successful. Current level: Tier 1, level 2. Upgrade effect: all dragon unit skill damage 10. Continue. Ding. Consumed 1000 wood, 1000 stones, 5 Dragon Crystal Cores. Upgrade of the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest successful. Current level: Tier 1, level 5. Upgrade effect: recruitment quantity 5. Subai finally consumed 15 Dragon Crystal Cores. Ultimately, he upgraded the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest to Tier 1, level 5. Building name: Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest. Quality: Celestial Divine level. Current level: Tier 1, level 5. Building health 5 billion. Recruitment rule: free recruitment of 20 Tai Su Ancient Dragons daily. Special effect: all dragon unit skills damage 30. In addition to increasing skill damage by 30. It can also recruit an additional 10 Tai Su Ancient Dragons. Subai was very satisfied with this upgrade. As for the remaining 5 self-selected gift packs, Subai didn't plan to use them right now. What if another self-selected gift pack appears after upgrading the territory? He could upgrade the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest again. Thus all upgradable buildings have been upgraded. Subai opened the territory overview panel. Looking at the rows of golden building data, a strong sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Current territory building overview. Castle Lord's Mansion, Tier 1, level 8. Holy Angel Hall, Tier 1, level 1. Cool Fairy Palace, Tier 2, level 10. Tai Su Ancient Dragon Nest, Tier 1, level 5. Divine Glory Residence, Tier 2, level 10. Divine Legendary Campfire, Tier 2, level 10. Divine Gods Canteen, Tier 2, level 10. Divine Heroic Hall, no level. Divine Eternal Tower, no level. Divine Great Wall, no level. Divine Lumberyard, Tier 2, level 10. Divine Eternal Tree, Tier 2, level 10. Divine Nirvana Stone, Tier 2, level 10. Divine Giant Stone Statue, no level. Unique Lumberjack Statue, no level. People's Hall, not upgradable. Subai looked at these buildings, his mind completely clear. All buildings start with the word divine. Other lords would be overjoyed to obtain any mobile divine level building and would be lost in happiness. Any divine level building can change a lord's life, yet Subai has 15 such buildings. Moreover, he possesses other talents and citizens that can likewise change lives. With such a panel, no one would doubt Subai's capabilities. Subai happily closed the system panel. At that moment, the voice of the creator's domain echoed in Subai's ears once more. Ding. All lords, please pay attention. The sudden mutation instance has concluded and rewards are being calculated. It's over. He glanced at the time from the moment the first batch of magical beasts appeared until the last one was finished off by it had only been a little over 4 hours. But for other novice lords, those 4 hours could be incredibly torturous. Subai opened the regional chat channel. She said, drinking soy sauce, gene mutation finally over. I almost thought I was done for here. Got shit on my head, woo-woo. I almost lost my territory. Talked for 3 years with 9 Yao streamer, a ground dragon passed through and destroyed my entire territory. All my units died, and now only the Lord's mansion remains. Can eat, can sleep, doesn't care. Fortunately, I should be able to receive decent rewards this time. Subai quietly closed the chat channel. His rewards had arrived as well. He clicked on his system notification. Kill magical beasts 12437. Territory damage 0. Overall evaluation at kill magical beasts 12437. Territory damage 0. Overall evaluation SSS level. Ding. Congratulations host for receiving an SS level sudden mutation reward selection pack 1. Subai's eyes lit up. A selection pack. And its SSS level. Subai opened the selected gift pack and discovered a variety of item options. There are 3 main categories. The first category includes resource rewards. 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, 100 units of food epic quality, wood resource card epic quality, stone resource card epic quality, food resource card extra resource, dungeon refresh card, 100 gold coins. In total, there are 8 types of rewards. In addition to the basic stone, wood, and food, there are corresponding epic quality resource cards. For any lord, 100 units of resources is undoubtedly a fortune. Moreover, the epic quality resource cards are even more precious. They cannot be measured by just 100 units of resources. However, for Subai, these 2 rewards were truly unimpressive. Subai casually acquired resources worth over 1 billion in the next round. A mere 100 units is nothing. It would be better to choose an extra entry into the resource dungeon. Thus, Subai chose the last 2 rewards, the extra resource dungeon refresh card and 100 gold coins. Isn't it enticing to use 100 gold coins to recruit citizens? Next, Subai looked at the second reward. The second reward is for buildings, and again, he can choose 2 types. Phoenix's Kitchen Epic Horn Demon Barracks Epic Tree Spirits Treehouse Epic Hero Recruitment Tavern Special. There are 4 types of buildings, 3 of which are epic quality, and 1 is a special type. Building name: Phoenix's Kitchen. Quality: epic. Current level: no level. Building health: 100. The Phoenix's Kitchen is equipped with a full set of kitchen tools. 2. The Phoenix's Kitchen has a complete set of condiments. 3. The food produced by the Phoenix's Kitchen has special effects. Upgrade requirements: wood 100 stone, 100 silver coins, 1 wood element crystal core, 1. Upgrade effect enhances food effects. Evaluation: an excellent canteen fills the stomach, a great canteen wins hearts. Building name: Horn Demon Barracks. Quality: epic. Current level: no level. Building health: 100 effect. Can recruit 25 horn demons daily. Building name: Tree Spirits Treehouse. Quality: epic. Current level: no level. Building health: 100 effect. 1. Heroes can rest in the tree house, continuously recovering health. 2. A certain hero can rest in the tree house, continuously recovering spiritual power. Building name: Hero Recruitment Tavern. Quality: special. Current level: no level. Building health: 100 effect. Using a hero recruitment card can recruit an additional hero. The highest quality of heroes is mythical. The drop rate is shared across the server. Subai reviewed the specific effects of the 4 building blueprints without hesitation, choosing the Horn Demon Barracks and Hero Recruitment Tavern. No other reason. He already had the Divine Canteen. The place where the hero units reside also has the Glory Stronghold. Both rewards have better alternatives, so he could only choose these 2. Subai then looked at the third type of reward. The third reward is a special type of reward. 100 troop recruitment cards, 1 hero recruitment card, 1 random epic weapon, 1 complete set of elite equipment. In total, there are 4 types. The first type goes without saying. Subai had already obtained troop recruitment cards before. The second type allows for recruiting an additional hero in the Hero Recruitment Tavern. As for the random epic quality weapon, Subai hesitated a bit. Any weapon surpassing epic quality is considered quite rare. Many veteran lords still haven't implemented legendary weaponry, which demonstrates the preciousness of epic weapons. Most of the weapons used by the lord's troops are generally at the rare elite stage. The fourth reward is a complete set of elite weapons. Subai's teacher had taught about them in class. Some weapons have set effects. Helmets, chest armor, gloves, leg guards, boots, weapons, belts, bracelets, necklaces. Any combination of 3, 6, or 9 items will trigger powerful set attributes. The value of a complete set of elite equipment is no less than that of an epic piece of equipment. Each of these 4 rewards is quite good, leaving Subai momentarily troubled. After thinking for a moment, Subai ultimately chose the troop recruitment card and the hero recruitment card. After all, troop recruitment will become paid once the beginner period ends. And after the beginner period, each recruitment of his troops will cost hundreds or even thousands of divine source coins. Subai didn't even know what divine source coins were. He didn't even know what they looked like. This shows how high the difficulty will be for Subai to recruit angelic fairies in the future. Thus it would be better to seize the current opportunity and recruit more troops. There is no need to panic about the weapons. With determination, the system also transmitted a notification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following rewards: extra resource dungeon refresh card, 110 gold coins. Ding. Talent 10,000-fold critical hit triggered. Critical hit multiplier 5600 times. Obtained 560 purple gold coins. Blueprint of Epic Building Horn Demon Barracks 1 Blueprint of Special Building Hero Recruitment Tavern 1 100 Troop Recruitment Cards 1 Hero Recruitment Card. What the hell? What is this? A critical hit. Subai's eyes widened as he looked at the 560 purple gold coins he had obtained. Purple gold coins are a currency 1 tier higher than gold coins typically used in the mid-late stages of a lord's career and are highly valuable. 1 purple gold coin is worth 10,000 gold coins. Subai truly didn't expect a critical hit at this moment. However, he thought about it and found it reasonable. Previously, his critical hit rate was roughly every 10 times he would get a critical hit once, and the SSS rewards he acquired were quite rare with very low probabilities. But this time is different. There are multiple rewards. It is only natural to have a critical hit once. With this in mind, Subai's thoughts began to race. Since that is the case, why can't he use the opportunity of a critical hit on unlocking rewards? If he casually acquires rewards over 10 times ensuring there are no critical hits, and then immediately opens the treasure chest, wouldn't the probability rise significantly? Subai felt that this idea was indeed feasible. However, the randomness of the critical hits is too strong. Sometimes it only takes 1 or 2 times to trigger a critical hit, while at other times it could take over 10 times. 10 times is just the average. This probability is a bit hard to control. Forget it, he will see later. Subai looked at the new items in his warehouse, a slight smile appearing on his lips. First, he will build the buildings. He then immediately left the Lord's mansion and arrived at the open space in the center of his territory. The territory has expanded by another 30 meters due to the construction of the Great Wall, making the space particularly vast. Subai found an empty spot in the barracks area and immediately took out the blueprint for the Hero Recruitment Tavern. With a thought, the blueprint transformed into a golden beam of light flying towards the open space. As before, golden light erupted and the building began to condense. Ding. Detecting the Lord's talent, God-level barracks activated Hero Recruitment Tavern is evolving. Ding. Detecting the Lord's talent, Goddess Descent activated Hero Recruitment Tavern is evolving. Ding. Evolution successful. Obtained Celestial God-level special building, Hero Hall. Subai heard the notification in his mind and was momentarily stunned. Wait, the Hero Recruitment Tavern can evolve too. Then he quickly came back to his senses. The Hero Recruitment Tavern is essentially a branch of the barracks. They are both buildings for recruiting hero units, sharing the same origin. It makes sense that it can be purified. But Subai still wanted to say 666, they aren't even pretending. Once the evolution was complete, and the golden light dissipated, an ancient building appeared before Subai. It was a 2-story small building constructed entirely of dark golden wood with an ancient and mysterious style. The entrance was 2 wooden doors that opened outward, intricately carved with images of various heroes. There were sword-wielding warriors, staff-holding mages, bow-drawing archers, and dragon-riding knights. Various exquisite illustrations adorned the doors. In the center of the hall is a circular bar with rows of liquor cabinets behind it filled with all sorts of bottles. Above the bar, a huge crystal panel floated scrolling various information. Hero recruitment rules. Rules for hero recruitment. You can use a hero recruitment card for summoning guaranteed to obtain a hero on the first use with quality randomized. A minimum of 1 hero is guaranteed after 100 draws, lowest being Immortal Celestial level, highest being Divine King. Resources can be consumed to recruit heroes requiring 100 divine source coins for each recruitment. The first summon guarantees a hero with quality randomized, and a minimum of 1 hero is guaranteed after 100 draws, lowest being Immortal Celestial level, highest being Divine King. You will be removed from the shared drop rate pool across the server and will no longer be affected by the overall server. After reading the 3 rules, Subai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The guaranteed heroes are all at least at the Immortal Celestial level. Subai certainly had the right to speak about how terrifying Immortal Celestial level heroes could be. Encountering enemies, a single sword strike would be enough to slay them. If 1 strike fails, 2 strikes are sure to finish the job. However, the difficulty of recruitment seemed a bit too daunting. Although the hero recruitment card is said to be rare, it doesn't seem that rare, as there isn't a single one available in the Novice Lord's trading market. After all, heroes represent high-end combat power, and possessing 1 more hero means an increase in strength. Who would be foolish enough to sell them? Fortunately, I have a hero recruitment card. Subai took out the golden card. Recruit. With a thought, the hero hall suddenly lit up with a dazzling radiance. Ding! Recruitment successful. Obtained hero, super god mechanic Zoya. A figure slowly coalesced. It was a woman dressed in a white lab coat. Her long silver hair was tied up in a high ponytail, swaying gently with her steps. She wore a pair of glasses with golden frames. Her eyes were bright and sharp. Her face had distinct lines, fair skin, and a slight smile, making her exceptionally beautiful. Her upper body was clad in a white lab coat which flowed with a sci-fi virtual light effect as she walked. Looking at her lower body, she wore sheer white stockings that clung tightly to her slender legs, creating a line that accentuated her curves. On her delicate feet were a pair of white high heels gently tapping against Su Bei's heart with each step. Her figure was obscured by the oversized white lab coat, making it hard to discern her exact shape, but one could vaguely sense her alluring curves. There was no doubt about her physique. Great mechanical creator, my name is Zoya, pleased to meet you. Zoya approached Su Bei, slightly bowed, her voice crisp and infused with excitement. Su Bei was momentarily stunned. Goodness, he had become a mechanical creator. Rise and look me in the eye. As soon as Su Bei finished speaking, Zoya lifted her head, staring intently at him, her eyes filled with fervor. Su Bei was puzzled. He saw a kind of madness in her gaze. What was going on? How could someone with such a cool exterior have such a frenzied expression in her eyes? Su Bei glanced at Zoya's panel. Hero named Zoya, race super god mechanic, talent immortal super god, level black iron 1 star, faction lawful neutral, personality cold big sister, tech geek mad cruel warmonger. Skills immortal eternal mechanical heart, immortal super god, immortal intelligent machine calamity, immortal super god, immortal war factory, immortal celestial super self-destruct legion super god. Divine precise strike, divine legion effect, all mechanical creations 1000 to all attributes, manufacturing efficiency 1000, O resource consumption 50, O life 56640, attack 7788, defense 7062, stamina 6372, spirit 1770, evaluation a mad mechanic who can create any mechanical creation by hand. To form an army of one is not just talk. Of course, the premise is that you have enough resources. Su Bei remained silent after reading this. Goodness, a seemingly cold big sister, but inwardly a fervent warmonger. Is this the kind of stark contrast? Furthermore, Zoya's panel seemed too specialized. Her spiritual power reached 17000. Compared to other heroes, Zoya's standout feature was her spiritual power, while her other attributes were rather lacking. However, considering that Zoya would not fight on her own but rely on her mechanical creations for battle, having higher spiritual power was not excessive. Moreover, Su Bei noticed the evaluation of Zoya 1 can form an army capable of creating any mechanical creation by hand. Su Bei recalled a character from a novel he had seen 200 years ago on Blue Star, who was a mechanic. The terrifying mechanical creations in the later stages could only be described as fearsome. Would the future Zoya become that powerful as well? Su Bei tentatively asked Zoya, what level of mechanical creations can you produce? At the mention of this, Zoya's eyes lit up, her entire being instantly brimming with excitement. Master, what do you wish to create? Swarm combat units, integrated strike units, individual combat systems, interstellar orbital strike units, continuous strike unit factories. As long as you desire, I can make any mechanical creation. Their level depends on the materials you provide, Master. Even with the most basic resources, as long as there are crystal cores, I can create large-scale destructive mechanical creations. Zoya became increasingly excited, her eyes seemingly glowing with a hint of red. She stepped forward, quickly grasping Su Bei's arm tightly. Then she pressed her entire body against him, causing the whole area to tremble continuously. Without waiting for Su Bei to respond, she spoke eagerly. As long as there are blueprints and materials, I can create anything. No blueprints? No problem, I can design on the spot. Do you know the wonders of machinery, Master? The moment gears interlock, the rhythm of pistons moving the trajectory of energy transmission. Just give me enough iron ingots and crystal cores, and I can create a perfect mechanical legion for you. At that time, the sky will have swarm combat units controlling the air, while the ground will have large-scale individual combat units crushing everything. Any enemy will perish beneath our mechanical army. Just imagine that scene, Master. Aren't you excited? Su Bei gulped. It seemed he had recruited an extraordinary individual. He looked at Zoya's gentle face, then at her fervent, almost mad eyes. The contrast was quite significant. Well, I don't have iron ingots at the moment, but I have plenty of stone, and wood and crystal cores are abundant. Upon hearing this, Zoya instantly calmed down. Without iron ingots, the most basic mechanical creations could not be made. But having crystal cores was still promising. She could definitely handcraft a mechanical miner made from wood and stone that would continuously gather iron ore from the surrounding territory 24 hours a day. Zoya envisioned the feasibility, and then her eyes lit up as if she thought of something. She then waved her slender fingers in the air, and a transparent holographic image appeared before her. Zoya was designing the blueprints while Su-bai chose not to interfere further. There was still one building that had not been. He then took out the blueprint for the Horned Demon Barracks. With a thought, the blueprint transformed into a dark red light that flew forward. At the moment it landed, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light. The entire territory trembled slightly. Ding. Detecting the Lord's talent, Divine Level Barracks activated. Horned Demon Barracks is evolving. Ding. Detecting the Lord's talent, Goddess Arrival activated. Horned Demon Barracks is evolving. Ding. Evolution successful. Acquired Immortal Divine Level Barracks. Ancestral Succubus Pool. As the golden light faded, a brand new building appeared before Su-bai. Then a large pool manifested in. The pool had a diameter of approximately 50 meters, constructed entirely from dark-colored jade. The surface of the jade shimmered with faint pink light. At the same time, the water in the pool was pink, glowing softly, with delicate golden specks floating on the surface. In the center of the pool stood a statue. It was a statue of a woman with an alluring figure, a pair of demon wings on her back, and a pair of curved horns atop her head. The statue was lifelike, and its eyes seemed to gaze at every person who looked upon it. Surrounding the pool was a ring of pink mist within which various tempting images could be vaguely seen, yet upon closer inspection nothing was there. Somewhat sinister, standing by the pool, one could hear faint whispers of temptation, like the allure of demons. Su-bai's eyes brightened. These 10 groups of succubus pools, like the Holy Angel Sanctuary, the Serene Fairy Palace, and the Ancient Chaos Dragon Nest, had evolved into special Barracks characteristics. In plain terms, it meant they had a special skin bonus. They looked impressively formidable. Su-bai immediately opened the detailed panel. Building name: Ancestral Succubus Pool. Quality: Immortal Divine Level Building. Health: 5 billion. Recruitment rules: can recruit 10 ancestral succubi for free daily. After the beginner period ends, each recruitment will cost 1,000 divine source coins. Evaluation: false succubi seduce hearts with beauty, while true succubi conquer heights with conviction. And you, my esteemed lord, are my conviction. Su-bai took a deep breath. Succubi. There was something intriguing here. This should be the type of succubi he envisioned. Succubi and angels. No, wait. Su-bai felt that if these two types of troops met, they would definitely clash. One represented the Order faction, while the other represented the Chaos faction. They were inherently opposing camps. Moreover, in various literary works, these two were born enemies. If his succubi were summoned, would it not ignite a fire in his own backyard? Additionally, Su-bai recalled that the Ancient Chaos Dragon was also part of the Chaos faction, right? He had been so excited when obtaining the new barracks that he completely overlooked the issue of faction conflict, and now he couldn't help but feel anxious. He turned to look at Alicia beside him. Alicia was gazing at him gently, her eyes full of affection. There was no sign of change in her demeanor due to the appearance of the succubus pool. Su-bai then glanced at Lung Yu. Lung Yu also belonged to the Order faction, which was in opposition to the succubi. To Su-bai's surprise, Lung Yu was similar to Alicia. She did not seem to care too much about the succubus pool. Instead, she lazily inserted her long sword into the ground and leaned gently against it, her purple eyes smiling faintly as she looked at Su-bai. He then looked at the little lowly dragon Empress Ling Shuang sitting at a distance, secretly glancing at Su-bai, only to quickly turn her head away when he looked over. Want you feel hostility towards the succubi? I remember you all belong to the Order faction, right? Alicia and Lung Yu were taken aback upon hearing this. Why would the master think this way? We are primarily your faction and only secondarily the Order faction. Since we are all part of the master's faction, why would we want to upset the master? Alicia tilted her head in confusion and said. Lung Yu nodded in agreement, looking very much in accord with Alicia's words. In the distance, Dragon Empress Ling Shuang also nodded in agreement. Su-bai was shocked to hear this. Is that so? He remembered that the book, Lords and Troop Relations, he studied in high school, did not describe it this way. The troops he recruited were indeed from his faction, however, should not their faction's priority be higher than that of the Lord? Once a Lord has decided which type of barracks to recruit from, there will be no changes. For instance, if a Lord's core troop is from the Order faction, all the troops he recruits in the future must be from the Order faction. Otherwise, if troops from different factions collide, it could turn into a hellish battlefield. That could truly lead to fatalities. It is possible for the Lord to perish amidst the conflicts of the troops. Even if loyalty is high, it is useless, though any troops recruited from different factions would see a sharp decline in loyalty. This is why some Lords sell troop cards. Different factions do not conspire together. Currently, he has 4 barracks, 2 from Order and 2 from Chaos, thus preventing any internal conflict. Su-bai also felt quite extraordinary. Such an important matter had not crossed his mind. Fortunately, it ultimately did not lead to a major error. The 3 troops that had already been recruited continued to coexist peacefully. If a fight broke out, Su-bai did not think his small frame could withstand their casual strikes. It must be due to my talent that my troops' loyalty has transformed into admiration value, he thought. This has made me their top priority. Regardless, since there won't be a conflict, I should recruit first. Subai walked back to the ancestral succubus pool. He was going to use today's 10 consecutive draws. As Subai focused his thoughts, the pink water in the pool began to bubble. Countless bubbles rose to the surface, releasing faint pink mist when they burst. From within the mist, silhouettes began to rise slowly. 10 women floated above the pool, and the next moment they slightly opened their eyes. After glancing at the world, they instinctively locked onto Subai's direction, then gently floated out from the water. They were about the same height as angels, around 2 meters tall, and matched Subai's impression of succubi, their figures incredibly alluring. The two prominent figures were of similar stature to Alicia. They were still the innate Confucian sacred bodies. Moreover, their attire was much bolder than that of the angels. At least the angels had white flowing ribbons and battle skirts for coverage. But what about the succubi before him? What were ribbons? There were none. There were almost no clothing at all. Only a few thin pieces of fabric barely covering their key areas. The fabric was black with heart shapes and dark red patterns, so thin it was almost transparent. Their faces were indescribably beautiful. Like the angels, they were stunning in ways Subai had never encountered before. Moreover, not only were they pretty, but their figures were also explosively attractive. Their waists were so slender they seemed to be graspable with one hand, their hips full and perky, and their long legs were straight and elongated, adorned with black stockings and black leg rings. Their jade feet were also clad in red-soled high heels. Their allure was simply explosive. Of course, they certainly possessed the traits of succubi. They had a pair of small, delicate demon wings on their backs, dark red in color with golden sparkles at the edges. Atop their heads were a pair of curved black horns entwined with golden chains. Additionally, they had long heart-shaped succubi tails that swayed quickly with their moods. Master, upon hearing this, one by one the succubi flew towards Subai. Just that one word made Subai feel weak in the knees. It felt as though his white moonlight was beckoning to him. Subai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement within him as he opened the panel. Race ancestor, arrogant succubus. Talent, celestial god level. Level, black iron 1 star. Faction, chaos evil. Skills, celestial domain of arrogance, celestial god level, ultra charm, ultra god level, ultra lust, whip, ultra god level, ultra demon wings god level. Divine succubus, kiss god level. Life, 25,000. Attack, 1,200. Defense, 1,800. Stamina, 2,800. Spirit, 4,500. Evaluation, I disdain to charm you with mere allure. After reading, Subai's eyes brightened. Another prodigy indeed. Spirit, 4,500. Higher than that of the ultra-law angel. Is this the terror of the succubus? Focusing on spiritual power. At that moment, the water in the pool began to bubble again. The pink mist grew denser, enveloping the entire pool. Amidst the mist, an even more enchanting figure slowly emerged. She was half a head taller than the 10 succubi, her figure even more exaggerated. Her proportions were larger than those of ordinary succubi. Yet she did not appear fat. Rather, she possessed a perfectly voluptuous form. Moreover, her attire was bolder, consisting of only a few delicate chains draped across her body. Behind her were a pair of larger demon wings adorned with golden patterns. Her long ram horns were adorned with golden chains that cascaded down to her chest. Her features were exquisite, radiating a natural laziness and alluring charm. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, revealing a dangerous smile. Master. Her voice was softer than those of the other succubi, tinged with a hint of laziness, a touch of allure, and a trace of... Subai couldn't articulate it. Nonetheless, upon hearing her voice, his mind went blank. He seemed to see the face of his first love. Wait, who was his first love again? Forgotten. Yet this vague sensation only served to entice him further. Hero name, Nier. Race ancestor, succubus. Talent, celestial demon king. Level, black iron 1 star. Faction, chaos evil. Personality, lazy, alluring, scheming, pure love. Skills, celestial endless sea of desire, celestial demon king. Level, celestial ancestor charm, celestial demon king. Level, divine eternal charm, celestial god level. Legion skills, celestial primordial desire, celestial demon king. Level, celestial heavenly charm, celestial demon king. Level. Training effect, 1200 experience, gain 1200 march speed, 1200 legion, all attributes 1000. Life, 68,000. Attack, 4,500. Defense, 3,200. Stamina, 3,500. Spirit, 18,000. Evaluation, decadent succubi are detestable, but what about a devoted succubus? Enchantress, don't get too smug. Just wait until I finish my business. Subai's eyes glimmered with a red light. 100 recruitment cards were evenly distributed between the succubi and the Tai Su Ancient Dragon. The Tai Su Ancient Dragon did not spawn any new troop types. However, the succubi revealed 5 distinct new types. They were jealous succubus, lazy succubus, angry succubus, greedy succubus, and gluttonous succubus. Subai didn't need to guess. The last troop type would undoubtedly be the lustful succubus. The final 6 succubi stood neatly in front of Su by a total of 60. Subai scanned their panels one by one. Each type of succubus had slightly higher spiritual attributes than their other 4 attributes. Yet each had differences in attributes other than spirit. For instance, the angry succubus had high attack, while the lazy succubus boasted high defense, and so on. Moreover, their weapons and armor were quite varied. Some wielded swords, some guns, some halberds, and others daggers, etc. After reviewing Su, I had a clearer understanding. Each succubus possessed a unique role. They were not mindlessly stacking spirit. They were akin to the holy angels and fairies. There were frontliners, mages, damage dealers, and several combinations. This lineup was even more comprehensive than that of angels and fairies. Moreover, the most crucial point was that these succubi were truly seductive. Every single succubus seemed to tempt Su-bai first. Each temptation burrowed deep into Su-bai's heart. It was as if the vague face from his memories whispered in his ear, gradually transforming into the visage of these succubi. If this continued, Su-bai would truly struggle to hold on. Then there was Nier, who had been clinging to him all this time. Since recruitment began, this ancestor succubus had stuck to him like a piece of toffee. She was either whispering in his ear or getting a bit too touchy with her small hands. Su-bai glanced over at Alicia and Lung Yue, who were standing not far away, constantly fidgeting. "Aren't you two going to do anything about this?" However, Alicia and Lung Yue shook their heads, saying, "I think Master is enjoying this indeed. We can't ruin Master's mood." Alicia and Lung Yue wore a look of grievance as they spoke softly. Su-bai was taken aback. "What slander? This is slander." At this moment, Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang also noticed something strange here. Just as she tried to lean over to see what was happening, Alicia gently covered her eyes with her soft hands. "Whoa, Alicia, what are you doing? What's wrong with my master? He looks quite uncomfortable. Ooh, I can help him." Alicia gazed at the little Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang with a motherly affection, saying, "Children should not look okay." Upon hearing someone call her a child, Ling Shuang instantly became displeased. She forcefully pried Alicia's hands away, then placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Alicia, who wore a loving expression. "I'm not a child. If you let me eat a few more meals, I can grow up very quickly." Originally huffy, the Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang found herself at a loss upon seeing Alicia's tender visit. It was as if a child had found their mother, and her voice grew softer. "Master." Nier's enticing voice echoed in Su-bai's ear. Then a pair of delicate white hands turned Su-bai's head around. At this moment, Nier was lazily hanging in front of Su-bai, her arms wrapped around his neck, her fiery red lips close to his ear, her voice soft and alluring. "Master, don't look at them, look at me more. I love you the most, Master. You are my one and only. What should I do, Master? I love you so much. Ooh, I want to possess you." Nier's voice, filled with endless love and temptation, rang in Su-bai's ears. Su-bai trembled all over. 666. Even the succubi are playing pure love now. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. Everyone knows about succubi, those beautiful, seductive beings that require no payment, though they do have a reputation for promiscuity. But what if a pure-hearted succubus, one who cherishes only you, appears before you? How would you react? She fulfills every fantasy that humans have about succubi, yet she regards you as her true love. Where would you find such a succubus? If only I were a magnificent flying spiral. At this moment, Su-bai's resistance was plummeting. This is truly a case of encountering a succubus right after leaving the novice village. Su-bai, who had always been pure and upright for the past 18 years, had never faced such temptation. Even pure angels who do not cultivate the path of seduction cannot withstand the allure of succubi. Faced with a succubus dedicated to the art of seduction, Su-bai had no chance. His rationality had long since snapped. Just as Su-bai was preparing to deal with Nier, she gracefully slid away, her supple body jumping off him. "Master, can we not do this here? I'm feeling shy. I just want to possess you all to myself." Nier's voice was laden with temptation. Her voice grew softer, low enough for only the two of them to hear. Su-bai felt his mind buzzing. Alicia and Lung Yu wanted to intervene, but seeing their master in such high spirits, they quickly swallowed their. She cannot be so inconsiderate. The master is above all. The master is in a good mood, she must not At this moment, Alicia and Lung Yu appeared like powerless wives, watching helplessly as their husband was sullied by a wicked woman, unable to do anything. Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang pried open a portion of Alicia's hand, revealing a small gap. When she glanced at Su-bai, and Nier, her face flushed, and she quickly shut her eyes in shyness, hastily closing Alicia's fingers. Is this the world of adults? Finally, unable to endure any longer, Su-bai took a deep breath and scooped up Nier, heading toward the hot spring. A pink light veil immediately enveloped the entire hot spring, blocking everyone's view. Alicia, Lung Yue, and the host of angelic maidens stood outside the barrier, their bodies trembling. It was as if they were filled with indignation, yet also powerless. However, a strange blush adorned their faces. For some reason, the mist of the hot spring curled around, with petals floating on the water's surface. Nier lay in Su-bai's arms, soft as a puddle. Her skin was as white as jade, glistening faintly in the steam of the hot spring. The delicate chains had long since disappeared, replaced by the warm water enveloping the two. Subai gazed at Nier, and his arms momentarily lost, as if he saw his own white moonlight. Wait, where did he get his white moonlight from? He was just a living Sigma man raised in an orphanage with no childhood sweetheart, no school beauty by his side, and he hadn't even held a girl's hand. Every day, he opened his eyes thinking about making money for tuition, then entering the Lord's world. When would he have time to like someone? So where did he find his white moonlight? But at this moment, Subai's rationality finally returned. Damn it, this group of succubi is seducing me. What is the master thinking? Nier's voice pulled him back to reality. Subai glared at Nier, dissatisfied. You must not use your seduction skills at whim from now on. Upon hearing this, Nier's previously joyous expression instantly crumbled. Her lazy eyes lost their sparkle, and her eyelids drooped, as if overwhelmed. She looked as though she had suffered a great injustice, her entire being seemingly lost its spirit. Subai's heart was struck like a heavy hammer. Was he too harsh? After all, although Nier used her charm on him, she hadn't done anything to harm him. In fact, he was the one enjoying it. I was too harsh in my tone. What I meant was, do not use your charm skills on me at all times. If it weren't for the hot spring, I couldn't handle it. Subai's dissatisfaction dissipated, and his tone returned to its previous form. After hearing Subai's words, Nier immediately broke into a smile. She smiled like a fox. Subai instantly realized he had fallen for it again. This succubus had a devious personality. Master, have you rested well? Once rested, I might be coming again. She didn't finish, but Subai was no longer interested in hearing. Wait. We have important matters to attend to today. I can't be lost among you pink skeletons. Subai stood up from the hot spring, ignoring Nier's perfect. Nier watched Subai's back, covering her mouth in a stifled laugh. Saint mode? Interesting. 2 hours passed. As Subai dressed and stepped out of the hot spring area, he saw Qinlan strutting toward him in high heels. Master. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her face beaming with a bright smile, still blushing. For a full 2 hours had passed. They had listened to Nier's seductive calls for the entire duration. All units in the territory had been significantly affected. Qinlan had experienced such things before. Therefore, she even changed into a new pair of black stockings. Subai did not notice anything unusual about her, simply asking, has today's trading data come out? The time was already approaching dinner. The data for the day should be about ready. Qinlan nodded, following Subai into the Lord's mansion. She opened the holographic panel. Rows of data popped. Today, a total of 6 million units of timber were listed. Based on the current market price of 1 silver coin for 5 units, the total revenue is... She paused, a slight smile gracing her lips. 2 million silver coins. 2,000 gold coins. Plus today's average trading discount of 30. The final total revenue from timber today is 86 million silver coins and 2,600 gold coins. However, this is not all. Qinlan continued, some stone was also sold, but because most lords are at a low level, the demand is quite small and the price fluctuates greatly. I suggest waiting until tomorrow to sell in bulk. Thus, the total revenue from stones is relatively low, totaling 28700 silver coins and 432 gold coins. Additionally, you instructed me to sell food ingredients. There is a huge demand for food in the market, and now 200 million units of food have been completely sold. The selling price is 1 silver coin for 100 units of standard ingredients and 1 gold coin for 100 units of premium ingredients. The total revenue from food ingredients is 2 million silver coins. The revenue from gold coins is 10000. The total revenue from the 3 resources combined is 834700 silver coins and 13032 gold coins. The balance in the territory is 8423,699 silver coins, 13710 gold coins, and 91 copper coins. Subai inhaled sharply after hearing the report. He had anticipated a significant gain, but he never expected it to be this substantial. A total of over 8 million silver coins, and over 10000 gold coins. Indeed, there are too many wealthy individuals in the world. Even during the beginner phase, such a large amount of gold could be harvested. However, it must be said that Qinlan's talent played a significant role in this. The introduction of Qinlan's talent clearly stated that when currency income is recorded, it would additionally increase by 100, and any transaction could trigger a discount, with a minimum discount of 0. A discount of 10 at minimum, up to 50 at maximum. It was precisely because of these two effects that this transaction's volume increased exponentially. What does an additional 100 income represent? Double the income. This means if he sold 5 units of wood, he would normally receive 1 silver coin, but it was forcibly raised to 2 silver coins, and with a 30 discount, it wasn't him giving a discount, but rather others offering him an additional 30 off. After all, Qinlan is a wolf of Wall Street. How could she possibly suffer losses? She could only profit. Therefore, calculating it all, he earned an additional 3 silver coins. As for where this money came from, or how it was produced out of thin air, don't worry about it. Just ask about her incredible talent. Subai nodded in satisfaction. Additionally, master, I have news about the items you asked me to pay attention to. Qinlan waved her hand, and a list appeared on the holographic panel. Recruitment cards for troops. There are currently 3 available on the trading market, each priced at 1 silver coin. I have already purchased them in advance. Each recruitment card was bought at a 10 discount, totaling a consumption of 3 copper coins. However, no hero recruitment cards have appeared on the market. There are quite a few other special items, but most of them are impractical. Subai looked at the system panel, his brow relaxing like cream melting. Awesome. Qinlan is simply too capable. A silver coin for a recruitment card, and she managed to buy it for a mere copper coin. Truly worthy of being a divine-level citizen, it's simply terrifying. By the way, my lord, Qinlan suddenly spoke. I haven't used my talent today, we can exploit the trading market once more. Is there anything you desire? Let's directly snag it. Subai was momentarily taken aback. He then remembered that Qinlan had a special ability to acquire an item from the trading market for free. Subai's lips curled into a smile. He was eager to see what diverse items the market had to offer. Subai became interested. He began browsing the trading market. The sections of the trading market were divided into many categories: weapons, armor, materials, blueprints, and items. Each category had prices sorted. However, it was still the 3rd day of the beginner phase. Even in a global trading market, there were 200 million participants trading, but good items were scarce. Most were ordinary goods. Occasionally a few elite quality items appeared, but their prices were exorbitant. There were even some weird items mixed in. They claimed to be original flavor. But who would believe that? Until Subai opened the price sorting option. An item caught Subai's eye. Name: small-scale iron mine extraction certificate, quality special price 1,000 gold coins. Description: allows the establishment of a large iron mine in a designated area within the territory, with a daily basic output of 1,000 units of iron, or which can yield 100 iron ingots when combined with a factory. Once placed, it cannot be upgraded or transferred. Seller's note: this was a reward from a variation dungeon. This item is useless to me, and holding onto it serves no purpose. I'd rather exchange it for some resources, or if a big shot is willing to offer me what I want, we can discuss it in detail. Subai's eyes lit up. An iron mine. He had been worried about the source of iron ingots, and now it had arrived. To know that if Zoya wanted to exert combat power, iron ore was essential. Only through iron ore could various mechanical warriors be manufactured. Eventually, when mechanical warriors appeared in scale, his angels and fairies wouldn't have to risk their lives on the battlefield. Although this was just a small-scale iron mine, it was sufficient to handle the current predicament. The iron mine dungeon would not open until the 5th day, with a day's wait in between. This day must not be wasted. Thus, this iron mine must be secured. Subai looked at Qinlan. This one, acquire it. Qinlan adjusted her glasses, revealing a shrewd smile. Of course, my lord. She extended her hand and gently tapped the holographic panel. Ding. Executing transaction. Transaction successful. Acquired small-scale iron mine extraction certificate 1. Subai looked at the blueprints that had appeared in his warehouse, his lips curling up wildly. Free. Truly free. Not a single copper coin spent. Meanwhile, in some unknown space, the treasury of the God Creation Domains system trembled slightly, and 1,000 gold coins vanished without a trace. In a novice territory, a foreigner who did not resemble a Huaxiao person was startled by the alert from the trading system. He immediately sat up straight, because he saw that his small-scale iron mine extraction certificate had indeed been sold, and the other party had paid in full. He had encountered a big shot. Alex quickly opened the system to check which buyer had purchased his small-scale iron mine extraction certificate. He discovered that it was the mysterious person who had been selling wood and stone on the trading market. Alex quickly sent a friend request. However, Alex waited for several hours, and this friend request seemed to have sunk into the sea, creating no ripples. He felt immense regret at this moment. Damn it, the other party must be a big shot to be able to buy the iron mine extraction certificate in full. If only he could latch onto their leg. Unfortunately, there is no if. Well, at least I earned 1,000 gold coins, and I have some resources now. There are too many monsters around my territory, and my troops aren't strong enough. It seems I can only buy some powerful weapons to equip my troops. Alex immediately began to browse the weapons and equipment in the trading market. However, after looking around, he found no suitable weapons. Either the prices were too high or the quality was too low, not meeting Alex's standards. On Subai's side, after obtaining the iron mine extraction rights, he did not rush to set it down, because iron mining required miners among his citizens. However, his current citizens did not include the miner profession. Therefore, he could only go to the citizens' hall to see if he could recruit citizens with miner talents. He had earned over 1,000 gold coins, and having money means he must spend it. He brought Qinlan to the citizens' hall. Previously, he had recruited citizens 4 times. Now the recruitment price had risen continuously and had reached 500 coins per attempt. Subai could still accept this price. It was enough for many attempts. Let's start with one attempt. Subai invested 500 gold coins. A golden fountain rippled, and a beam of light ascended. Within that luminous radiance, a pristine figure gradually coalesced. She wore a simple white shirt overlaid with a dark apron. Her sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, revealing slender, fair forearms. Her hair was loosely tied back with a few strands falling softly across her forehead, softening her features. Her face was delicately proportioned, gentle brows, warm eyes, and a faint serene smile playing upon her lips. At first glance, she resembled a kind, approachable elder sister, but upon closer inspection, a subtle sharpness gleamed in her eyes, as if capable of piercing through illusion and truth alike. Her hands held no tools, yet her fingers were long, strong, and elegantly defined by pronounced knuckles. Vassal named Tang Hao, talent rank divine, profession armorer. Effects 1. Capable of forging any type of weapon or armor with no upper limit on refinement. Tier 2. Guarantees 100 forging success rate. 3. Enhances final quality by 2 tiers. 4. Ensures at least 1 divine tier enchantment per forged item. 5. Increases forging efficiency tenfold. Subai stared, utterly stunned. His luck had surged beyond reason. He had just acquired another divine tier vassal, and not merely any specialist, a master armorer. Given sufficient materials, adequate resources, and suitable facilities, even the most legendary weapons could be forged. Incredible. Utterly astonishing. Subai turned toward the nearby war equipment forging platform, previously a source of concern due to the lack of a skilled artisan, now graced by a veritable deity of arms. Moreover, her talent synergized perfectly with the platform. The platform guaranteed success, 1 quality, and 1 guaranteed enchantment. Tang Hao likewise ensured absolute success, with 2 quality and 1 divine tier enchantment. Incredible. A common weapon forged under this synergy would instantly ascend to epic rank, bearing 4 enchantments, 1 of which divine. Subai dared not imagine the potential of forging even higher tier arms. Though deeply astonished by this unexpected boon, his focus today remained fixed on recruiting a miner. He continued drawing. Another 600 gold coins vanished into the system. Once more light rose, and this time the figure who materialized bore no resemblance to Tang Hao. She wore a plain white top and light blue jeans that ended just above her ankles, exposing skin as translucent and lustrous as polished jade. Her feet were clad in sturdy, weighty boots. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, its ends curling gently, lending her face an air of quiet softness. Her features were refined and graceful, her eyes tender, her smile faint yet sincere. At first glance, she resembled a freshly graduated student, innocent, unassuming. Yet a closer look revealed faint calluses on her palms, telltale marks of long hours gripping tools. Vassal named Tai Xian, talent rank mythic, profession miner. Effects 1. Mining efficiency increased tenfold. 2. Yields 1,000 additional ore per excavation. 3. Chance to discover rare mineral veins. 4. Chance to obtain spirit cores during mining. 5. Chance to unearth gemstones. Subai's eyes brightened. He nodded, deeply satisfied. He had struck gold on his second draw. Though not divinity or mythic, was extraordinarily potent, especially the chance to acquire spirit cores, a true treasure. What did Subai lack most? Spirit cores, specifically those imbued with light soul or shadow essence. Not the generic ones he already possessed in bulk. With Tai Xian now among his vassals, such rare cores might finally emerge from the earth itself. Tang Hao, Tai Xian, welcome to my domain. At these words, both women smiled faintly, their voices soft, yet resolute. Lord, we swear eternal fealty to you. Subai first led Tai Xian to the domain's edge, selecting an open plot, where he placed the iron mine concession scroll. Adjacent stood the divine tier lumberyard. The Nirvana stone lay here as well. Subai intended to designate this entire zone as the raw materials district. With a flash of golden light, a mine appeared before them. Modest in scale, it featured only a single tunnel entrance reinforced by wooden beams. The darkness within impenetrable and depth unknowable. Structure name small iron mine. Total estimated yield 100 units. Base daily output 100 units. Assessment a modest iron deposit. Limited in volume, yet sufficient for early stage development. Subai glanced at the total yield. This small mine was in fact among the most meager of its kind. Yet he felt no anxiety. With Tai Xian present, scarcity ceased to exist. Her tenfold output multiplier meant she could effectively produce 1 million units of iron ore from nothing. Incredible. Creation ex nihilo. Master, I've succeeded. Zoya strode over in high heels, eyes alight with excitement, clutching a bundle of blueprints. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically with each step. Even her cool, distant gaze burned with fervent anticipation for war. Master, look. She unfurled a schematic depicting a stout spherical robot. The mining robot, crafted from timber, stone, and rock spirit cores. Subai accepted the blueprint. Mining robot tier common effect automates excavation, harvesting 10 units of ore per hour without fatigue. Operates continuously powered by spirit cores. Assessment, a nuclear-powered donkey. This was but one of many schematics. Robots spanning every stage: extraction, transport, smelting, and shaping. An entire end-to-end production line had been meticulously designed. That nuclear-powered donkey, the mining robot, was merely one cog in the grand mechanism. Su Bai's eyes gleamed. Can this be mass-produced immediately? Zuya nodded vigorously yes. Supply me with sufficient stone timber and spirit cores, and I'll handcraft one on the spot. Mighty Master of Mechanics, grant me authority now. I require a full-scale iron ingot production line, immediately. I will forge combat units. I will build armories. I will construct mechanical warriors. I will have these warriors fight in your name. Su Bai watched Zuya's fervor spiral toward obsession, then delivered a sharp, precise flick to her forehead. Settle down. Stung Zuya instantly crouched, cradling her head, her aloof composure crumbling into pained childlike dismay. Mighty Master, please spare my forehead. You'll break it. Su Bai twitched at the corner of his mouth. Ugh, fine. Build. Build as wildly as you wish. Let's see what marvels you create. I've just secured a mine. You needn't venture beyond the domain's borders. Far too dangerous. Establish your production line directly within it. Oh, and I nearly forgot Tai Xion's talent multiplies or yield tenfold. See if your robotic progeny can harmonize with her ability. Only then did Zuya notice the newly manifested mine, and Tai Xion standing beside it. Instantly her eyes blazed with incandescent ravenous light. Iron ingots, my absolute favorite. The very foundation of all mechanical creations. And astonishingly, there's even someone who can boost production tenfold. This is a perfect match for me. Zoya's eyes sparkled with starlight as she gazed intently, almost unnervingly, at Tai Xion. Her stare made Tai Xion shiver inwardly. Lord, this elder sister is terrifying. Trembling, Tai Xion instantly ducked behind Su Bai. Su Bai turned to Sir Xion and reassured him, don't worry. She simply admires you deeply and bears no ill intent. Once this elder sister completes the robots, you'll lead them in mining operations. Sir Xion nodded, his face lighting up with a brave, determined smile. Having settled the iron ore matter, Su Bai escorted Tang Hao to the war equipment forging bench. Su Bai intended to assign Tang Hao's duties in full. Tang Hao stepped before the bench and gently traced her slender fingers across its surface. Her eyes gleamed with fervent brilliance, as if beholding a rare, priceless treasure. A masterful forging bench elevates a smith's craft immeasurably. Thus, every smith cherishes such a bench above all else. Tang Hao, it's yours now. It's a fine forging bench. Thank you, Lord, she murmured softly. Instantly, Su Bai granted Tang Hao partial authority over the warehouse. These are the materials amassed within our territory. See if you can forge a weapon from them. Su Bai opened the warehouse inventory for Tang Hao's inspection, then glanced inside. Indeed, the stockpile was abundant. Beast hides, sinews, horns, fangs, claws. All remnants of migrating magical beasts varying widely in quality. Can you forge something from these? Tang Hao sifted through the materials and gave a slight nod. No problem. Absolutely feasible. She selected a beast hide, a sinew, and a beast claw, placing them upon the bench. Then she lifted a hammer, one taken directly from the bench, unassuming at first glance. Yet the moment her hand closed around it, golden light flared along its surface. Clang! The first strike rang out, sparks erupted. The hide contracted, the sinew melted, the claw warped and reshaped. Clang! 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 3 precise strikes fused the 3 materials into a nascent weapon, its form coalescing in under 5 seconds. The forging was complete. Before Su Bai could even step away, the process had already ended. He stared, utterly dumbfounded, expecting hours of labor, yet witnessing effortless mastery in mere moments. Before him lay a short blade. Tang Hao set down the hammer, picked up the blade, examined it briefly, then handed it to Su Bai. Done. Dazed, Su Bai accepted it, and immediately inspected its attributes. Name: Shadowhunter Short Blade. Quality: Epic. Attack power: 54100. Enchantment: Ikeen 4. Inflicts 20 additional damage on attack. Enchantment: 2 Piercing 4. Increases armor piercing effect by 50. Enchantment: 3 Lightness 4. Boosts attack speed by 100. Divine Enchantment: I Lethal Strike. On the 100th attack, triggers instant death against targets below the solar flare realm. Appraisal: forged from the most mundane materials, yet imbued with divine enchantments. Is this not profoundly surreal? Su Bai read the stats and froze speechless. Huh. So I just spent a few trivial beast claws and hides, and she forged a weapon capable of instantly slaying solar flare realm foes. Incredible. Su Bai offered his highest praise. Thank you, Lord. Your recognition is the greatest honor of my life. Tang Hao smiled warmly and bowed her head modestly, her voluminous braid swaying gently, drawing Su Bai's fascinated gaze. After savoring the spectacle, Su Bai turned his thoughts to strategy. The weapon was undeniably exceptional. With abundant raw materials, he could fully equip his troops, even rotate their armaments. Yet he also considered selling them on the open market, a far more lucrative prospect. They remained within the novice zone. Neither China's nor the world's elite clans and sovereign territories could yet intervene. He had a narrow window to amass vast wealth. Once the novice phase ended and global aristocrats flooded and opportunities would vanish, he must seize this fleeting chance to secure every possible resource. Weapon sales were ideal, high demand, immense value. Consider a single lord commands multiple troop types, surely dozens, even hundreds. Each requires full armament. Thus purchases wouldn't be singular, but dozens or hundreds of sets. And each set comprises 9 pieces. That translates to hundreds, or thousands, of units per lord. With 400 million lords worldwide, all ripe for harvest. If he hesitated, others would claim the spoils. At the very least, he'd secure his share. Can you forge more common weapons? Su Bai asked Tang Hao immediately. Tang Hao paused, thoughtful. Well, perhaps, maybe, possibly, yes. She wasn't entirely certain. Crafting peerless arms came effortlessly, but deliberately forging inferior ones. That truly, how does one forge subpar weapons? After a moment's reflection, she lifted the hammer again, this time striking slower with markedly lighter force. Clang, clang, clang. Minutes later, a long blade emerged. Name Heaven Howl Beastbone Long, quality rare. Attack power 2452. Enchantment I Keen 3, inflicts 15 additional damage on attack. Enchantment 2 Longsword 3, extends attack range by 30. Enchantment 3 Durability 3, endures 100 battles without maintenance. Divine Enchantment I Stored Momentum, nurtures blade energy, the longer it's cultivated the greater its explosive power. Appraisal words fail. Su Bai fell silent. Rare. This was merely a rare-grade weapon, yet crafted with such extraordinary artistry. Su Bai twitched at the corner of his mouth and asked Tang, how can it be even simpler? She scratched her head, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Wasn't this already the lowest quality possible? Lord, this is the most rudimentary weapon I'm capable of forging. If it were any cruder, would it still qualify as a weapon? Then it's just a fire poker. Su Bai fell silent. Hearing her casually dismissive remark, he opened the trading market and browsed listings for monster-crafted weapons. Name common iron sword. Quality common. Attack power 2. Appraisal, that's it. Do you seriously expect special effects? Su Bai blinked, then glanced at the blade in his hand. This common iron sword bore official system certification, yet to Tang Hao it was little more than kindling. Others hearing this would surely weep. Zoya. Su Bai felt helpless and had no choice but to call out to Zoya. Coming. Zoya responded. Then Su Bai saw Zoya sitting cross-legged on a round plump sphere that rolled over to him. Even on the steepest path, Zoya was not disturbed while designing blueprints on the light screen. After arriving in front of Su Bai, Zoya gently adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and asked, Great Master of Machines, what command do you have for me? Although Zoya was responding, his eyes never left the screen. Su Bai didn't mind and merely smiled slightly. It's definitely something you're interested in. Take a look at this weapon and see if you can replicate it. The quality doesn't need to be too high, just ordinary will do. It was at this moment that Zoya finally raised his head and glanced at the weapon in Su Bai's hand. Then with a flash of inspiration, he said, This is not difficult. We can replicate it according to this template. It won't take much effort. Su Bai received the answer he wanted and said, Then Zoya, can you manually create a military factory whose purpose is to manufacture this modified version of the weapon? No problem. Zoya did not refuse at all. Instead of feeling upset about the increased workload, he grew even more excited. Is the Master of Machines creating these weapons for war? Master of Machines, I love war. Please let me. Su Bai. Don't be silly, there will be plenty of wars in the future. We don't need to rush this moment. We should develop steadily. What if we can't win the war? Su Bai explained extensively to dissuade Zoya from the idea of starting a war. Fortunately, if I don't hold back, a war fanatic will surely appear in the future. I am truly magnificent. Zoya paused his work and sought Su Bai's opinion. My lord, the military factory will be ready soon. But the specific core still needs Tang Hao to prepare us. Then I will use mechanical modification to manufacture. The equipment produced will be of lower quality, but the quantity will be sufficient. As long as we modify enough times, high quality will become rare, and rare will become ordinary. Su Bai nodded upon hearing this, and turned to Tang Hao, saying, Tang Hao, you'll have to work hard over the next few days. You can create a few standard templates to give to Zoya. Then we'll manufacture a set of equipment for each combat unit in the territory. My lord, you can count on me. Tang Hao immediately accepted the task. This was originally his job. An afternoon passed quickly. Night soon fell. After settling the 2 new citizens he had acquired, Su Bai jumped into the hot spring. He relaxed completely in the hot spring. He planned to wash away the fatigue from his body in the hot spring. Today's gains were too significant. Not only did he acquire a succubus lady, but also a mad war criminal, 2 extraordinary citizens, and millions of silver and gold coins. Master, this is dinner. Alicia's gentle voice echoed in his ear. Subai turned to see Alicia bringing a plate of food to his side. It was mealtime. Most of the troops had already entered the divine cafeteria for their meal. Seeing that her master had not come in, Alicia brought the food out to find Subai. As a result, she found Subai bathing in the hot spring. Just put it down anywhere, Subai said casually, then began to browse the system panel. The regional and world chats were bustling with excitement. Most were discussing the mysterious person who had suddenly listed millions of wood resources. Many wanted to latch onto this big shot, but Subai rejected them all. Even Lu Ruyun asked Subai if he wanted to get to know this mysterious person. Get to know myself. That was naturally impossible. So Subai replied that he didn't need to. What Subai didn't know was that in another territory, Lu Ruyun's heart was once again stirred up. Oh my, this person doesn't even regard that mysterious person. How confident must he be? I must firmly latch onto this big shot. Once I gain my family's support, I can pursue deeper cooperation. How Lu Ruyun was changed, Subai had no idea and did not want to know. When Subai came back to his senses, he found that he didn't know when Alicia had already entered the hot spring. She still wore those few fluttering ribbons. When they fell into the water, they floated on the surface. Everything beneath the water was hazy and mysterious. But the ribbons on the surface clung to her body, outlining a breathtaking curve. Alicia slowly approached Subai from behind, gently holding him in her embrace. As if treating a child, she gently wiped Subai's body. But as she continued, her hands began to wander. Master, I want. On the water's surface, mist billowed. At that moment, a sound of splashing water suddenly rang out. Subai turned to see it was Lung Yu who had also come in. She was still wearing that long dress with white and purple patterns, the hem, soaked by water, clinging to her legs, revealing a segment of her fair calf. Her purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, the tips floating on the water's surface. An hour. 3 hours. He looked down at his defined 8-pack abs, perfect like the handsome actors on screen. At the same time, his mental energy was rapidly recovering under the nourishment of the spring water. The effects of the battle waged for hours last night had clearly worn off. Subai cautiously crawled out of the crowd, stepping onto the slick stone slabs as he made his way to the shore. At that moment, a voice announcing the awakening of his talent echoed in his mind. Ding! A new day has arrived and your card draw count has been refreshed. Subai immediately opened the lottery interface. Countless colorful cards circled around him, and finally 3 cards appeared before his eyes. White, red, and gold. 3 different types of cards once again. Subai examined them one by one. The first was a plain white card. White ordinary slave card effect. After acquiring this card, the target will become a black-skinned slave, needing to recognize a master with a cotton-picking efficiency increase of 100. Applicable targets Lord Subject's evaluation. Do you know where the black-skinned slave is the whitest? Subai's mouth twitched as he read this card. What the hell kind of talent is this? Such a talent can be drawn too. Subai then looked at the next card. Red Myth Master Builder card effect. Upon acquiring this card, you will gain the talent of a master builder, allowing you to construct any building below divine level by hand. Applicable targets Lord Subject's evaluation. Do you want to become a master builder? Then choose this one. Subai glanced at the effect of the card, and to be honest, it wasn't bad. Then he looked at the last card. Golden Unique Escape 1 card effect. After using this card, all traces of the target will be hidden and no life will be able to detect any information or location of the user. Applicable target, the Lord himself evaluation, the eternal god of hide and seek. After reviewing the 3 talents, Subai unhesitatingly chose the 3rd Golden Unique card. This was a no-brainer. The 3rd card was simply a life-saving skill. As long as he didn't want to be found, even the gods couldn't locate him. The effect of this card was perfectly aligned with Subai's survival instincts. Subai was still worried that the materials he had been listing in the market these past 2 days might attract unwanted attention. Once the beginner period was over, he would undoubtedly be targeted. Although there was protection from the trading system, what if? He had to be cautious, yet today, he drew a card that could completely hide him. With this card, he could freely engage in cutting profits in the trading market without fear of being targeted by ill. Subai laughed heartily, feeling incredibly refreshed, and immediately absorbed the Escape 1 talent. With this talent, he would no longer fear selling weapons. What if he disrupted the livelihoods of those divine families? He was breaking the monopoly. In a good mood, Subai hummed a little tune as he got dressed. Just as he finished dressing, he saw Qin Lan standing not far away waiting for him. Today she was once again in professional attire, a white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, new black stockings on her legs, and red-soled high heels. Although Subai liked this workplace outfit very much, he also recalled something very important. It seemed that the troops in his territory only had 2 types of attire. One was a cool mode exclusively for the territory, and the other was a combat mode during dungeon battles. Although Subai didn't mind the troops dressing lightly, that was only when he was present and within the territory. In reality, he didn't want the troops to dress too revealingly. There were many times when Subai couldn't bear it at all. If only there were a factory that made clothes. But it seems I haven't obtained any similar blueprints or recruited any suitable subjects. It seems I still need to test my willpower. Subai thought to himself. Good morning, master. Qinlan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. She wore a professional smile, but her eyes showed a hint of fatigue from lack of sleep. Who knows how long she listened to those lewd sounds last night. The entire night at the hot spring the sounds of moaning never ceased. Qinlan simply couldn't sleep, so she decided to work overtime all night, keeping an eye on the trading market. Subai nodded, also noticing something unusual about Qinlan. What's wrong with you? Didn't sleep well last night. Is it uncomfortable staying at the Glory Stronghold? Subai inquired with concern. He was not a lord who exploited his subjects. Every subject in his territory strictly adhered to a work schedule of 10 to 5, with a 2-hour lunch break, clocking out on time. Subai didn't want to be that kind of disgusting capitalist. A great territory earns gold coins while an excellent territory wins people's hearts. No, my lord, it's Qinlan who wants to distract herself for the lord's sake. I monitored the trading market all night yesterday, and the gains were quite good. I obtained 32 troop recruitment cards and 10 hero recruitment cards. There are 2 types of barracks, both male barracks, and their strength is low. A total of 132 weapons have been listed, all of ordinary quality. Additionally, there are several ordinary blueprints and ordinary crystal cores. 2 high-level crystal cores appeared in total, 1 dark crystal core and 1 thunder crystal core. Both types of crystal cores have been secured. Qinlan opened the ledger in her hand and reported to Su by one. Subai nodded upon hearing this. Having Qinlan was truly wonderful. With her around, he wouldn't have to keep a constant watch on the trading market. He could act promptly whenever an opportunity arose. Well done. Subai encouraged Qinlan. The dark crystal core was exactly the kind of core Subai needed at the moment. This core could be used to upgrade the level of the primordial succubus pool. Although a single crystal core could only upgrade by 1 level, it was certainly better than having none. Once the underground city dungeon opened tomorrow, these special crystal cores would be plentiful, and they could likely be purchased in the market. However, upgrading a day earlier would allow for 5 additional succubi. It was advantageous no matter how one calculated it. Alright, Qinlan, you can go rest now. Leave the rest to me. Subai looked at Qinlan's drowsy eyes, feeling a twinge of pity. After all, she was his woman, and he couldn't let her tire herself out. Qinlan nodded, operated a few commands on the panel, stored the items she had purchased into the warehouse, and then prepared to rest. Subai, on the other hand, began to wander around the territory. Before long, the women in the hot spring began to wake up leisurely. Alicia and Lung Yu exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of rivalry in the other's eyes. Ultimately, it was Lung Yu who raised her head. The disdainful version of Lung Yu. Just yesterday, she was the MVP. The master still favored her more. Alicia and Nier pouted defiantly at Lung Yu. Clearly, she was a cold and elegant fairy. The cold and elegant version of Lung Yu. How could she display such an expression? So very. The fairy struck first, catching the 2 women off guard. Each one appeared impeccably pure and cold, yet privately was so. It made the 2 women grit their teeth in frustration. Sister Alicia and little sister Nier, yesterday, it was I who won. Don't forget our agreement. Tonight you mustn't disturb our communication with the master. Lung Yu licked her purple lips, her smile. This expression was completely at odds with her pristine persona. This was no cold fairy, she was a wooden bead fairy version. Photos of fairy versions are easy to find, but other troop types are hard to come by. Upon seeing this, Alicia and Nier clenched their fists in frustration. Lung Yu, you shouldn't be so proud. Everyone has their contrasting sides. Oh, we haven't lost yet, Alicia and Nier huffed defiantly. They then stood up and walked toward the cafeteria. Their pure jade-like bodies shimmered as their tattered clothes were magically restored. The other angels and succubi in the pool followed their respective masters into the cafeteria. Lung Yu watched the backs of the 2 women and smiled, covering her mouth. Let's see who can win the master's favor more, she mused. Guess whether this is a sword fairy or a magic fairy. On Su Bei's side, he was not idly wandering in the territory, but had gone to the front of the 4 barracks. Today's recruitment slots needed to be used quickly. After yesterday's upgrade, the Holy Angel Palace's daily recruitment rose from 10 to 15. Today's recruitment was for 10 combat angels and 5 super magic angels. Over at the Cold Fairy Palace, the 30 fairies for today had already been recruited. 20 were cold and elegant sword fairies, while 10 were jade maidens of magic. The Taishu Ancient Dragon Nest's daily recruitment increased from 10 to 20. However, Subai used all 35 troop recruitment cards on the Taishu Ancient Dragon Nest. There was no helping it. The combat power of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Nest was simply too formidable, offering the greatest rewards when invested there. Thus, a total of 55 Taishu Ancient Dragon little lollies emerged from the nest. The primordial succubus pool produced 10 new succubi. Indeed, the newly emerged succubi were lustful succubi, perfectly complementing one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. Subai glanced at the last 10 recruited succubi. He felt the energy that had just calmed down in his body start to stir wildly again. True to their name, lustful succubi, one could imagine just how seductive these 10 succubi would be. How to describe it? Do you know what a band-aid is? Do you know what a 3-point bikini is? Do you know what stockings are? The thickness of stockings is usually indicated by D. D represents denier. The smaller the D, the thinner and more translucent the stockings. For instance, 10D, 20D, 30D, 50D, 80D. The stockings used for robbing banks are 50D. 10D refers to ultra-thin types. Thin as a cicada's wing. Anything below 10D is nearly transparent. However, the stockings mentioned above have no relation to the lustful succubi before him. But why did Subai mention the denier of stockings? Because the lustful succubi before him were draped in a sheer garment. And this garment was even more transparent than 10D stockings. Often being completely bare is not the greatest temptation, but rather it is the overwhelming sense of mystery that is the most alluring. The lustful succubi before him embodied this perfectly. Subai felt a heat rising to his nose. He sensed something was about to escape him and hurriedly looked up at the sky. This lustful succubi truly lived up to their name. The angel fairies were simply overshadowed in front of the lustful succubi. You all quickly retract your divine powers, Subai said, a black line appearing on his forehead. Look. Subai said he needed a clothing factory, otherwise with these succubi and fairy angels behaving like this every day, who could stand it? If you can stand it, come here yourself. Anyway, Subai dared not look directly at the lustful succubi any longer. Upon seeing Subai's expression, the lustful succubi covered their mouths and giggled. Wasn't the master's reaction a testament to their infinite charm? However, the master's words could not be ignored. The lustful succubi immediately changed into their battle attire. A set of red and black armor quickly enveloped the lustful succubi, with only a heart-shaped mark on their chests representing their identity as lustful succubi. Seeing this, Subai finally dared to look directly at the 10 new succubi. When he saw the lustful succubi switch to their battle poses, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Subai then quietly opened the system panel and glanced at the current total troop strength. Holy Angel Palace Alicia, 55 combat angels and 40 super magic angels. Cold Fairy Palace Lung, you have 55 cold and elegant sword fairies and 60 jade maidens of magic. Taishu Ancient Dragon Nest Dragon Emperor Ling, Shuang, 125 young dragons. Primordial Succubus Pool Near, and 10 succubi of each of the 7 deadly sins. Super God Mechanic Zoya. A total of 5 hero units and 405 combat troop units. Subai looked at this number and silently breathed a sigh of relief. On the 4th day of the novice period, he had 405 fairy and god-level troops, and 1 god-level hero along with 4 god kings. This lineup was simply luxurious. Let's go have breakfast. Subai waved his hand, leading a grand procession into the cafeteria of the gods. After finishing breakfast, it was time to begin today's activities. After finishing the meal, he replenished his buffs at the legendary campfire, applying nearly all the buffs he could. All the troops entered a state of readiness for battle. Subai opened the system panel. Current level of the Lord's Mansion, level 1, a level 8 upgrade. Ding. The upgrade of the Lord's Mansion was successful. Received the regional first upgrade reward of better clothing room. Subai had no time to check the first victory reward and decided to clear the upgrade dungeon. Received the regional first upgrade reward of better clothing room. Subai had no time to check the first victory reward and decided to clear the upgrade dungeon first. Enter the dungeon. A golden light flashed. Inside the dungeon, a level 1, a level 8 territory stood in the center of the plain with troops stationed all over the city walls. Subai lazily glanced at the data and waved his hand directly. The next steps were identical to before. Territories refreshed one after another and were swiftly annihilated. An hour later. Ding. Challenge time has ended. This challenge destroyed a total of 60 territories. Comprehensive Evaluation SSS level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the SSS level upgrade challenge reward. SSS level territory upgrade treasure, chest 1. The upgrade dungeon entered a 1-hour cooldown. With a flash of golden light, Subai and his troops vanished from the spot, then entered the lumber dungeon. Inside the lumber dungeon, the forest remained dense and the wood spirits were still busy. There was no change at all due to Subai's entrance. The lumber dungeon was so vast that calling it a planet would not be an exaggeration. This was the domain of the wood spirits. Subai's teleportation location was never the same. Begin plunder. Subai said calmly. Ding. Lumber resource dungeon cleared. Calculating score rewards. Ding. Stone resource dungeon cleared. Calculating score rewards. Number of wood spirits slain 347821. Collected lumber 34782000 units. Resource cards obtained common 104347 rare 52173 Elite, 5217 Epic, 1043 Legendary 208 Obtained Raw with Crystals Level 1 100 Level 2 5104. Comprehensive Rating SSS Level. Ding. Congratulations to Lord Su Bai for receiving an SSS rating reward. SSS level dungeon treasure, chest 1. Number of stone spirits slain 328547. Collected stone 328450 units. Resource cards obtained common 98564 rare 49282 elite 4928 epic 985 legendary 197. Obtained rock crystals level 1 300 level 2 4585. Comprehensive rating SSS level. Ding. Congratulations to Lord Su Bai for receiving an SSS rating reward. SSS level dungeon treasure, chest 1. Su Bai's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to find level 2 crystals in today's resource dungeon. Could it be that bronze level with spirits and stone spirits have appeared in today's resource dungeon? Su Bai immediately opened the troop panel. To his surprise, all his troops had reached black iron 10 star. Due to the increase in strength of his troops, the wood spirits in the dungeon had also gained corresponding strength. Bronze level monsters had already appeared. However, the drop rate of crystals in the resource dungeon was still too low. Together they amounted to only a few million, which was nothing compared to his own crystal reserves. If Su Bai took a look at his critical hit notifications, without critical hits, he would have only obtained 3 level 2 raw wood crystals and 4 stone crystals. Only with critical hits did he achieve such quantities. With hundreds of thousands of wood and stone spirits, it is clear how rare the crystals were in the early stages. But Su Bai was not dissatisfied. With his critical hit talent, he lacked for resources. However, all his troops had already reached black iron 10 stars. To upgrade them again, he would need to absorb a corresponding level 1 crystal. The fairies were fine, absorbing 5 elemental crystals would suffice. But the angels, succubi, and dragon maidens were a bit troublesome. Angels needed light crystals, succubi needed dark crystals, and dragon maidens needed dragon-type crystals. These 3 types of crystals were all scarce and extremely difficult to obtain. It seems he could only wait for the underground city to open tomorrow to venture into the dungeon. After returning to the territory, Su Bai did not rest and directly opened the Lord's Mansion upgrade panel. He upgraded the Lord's Mansion by another level, and now its level had reached level 1, level 10. Su Bai re-entered the upgrade dungeon. But this time the difficulty of the upgrade dungeon increased exponentially. However, it was not yet at a point where Su Bai would feel overwhelmed. The level of the final territory was silver 7 stars. Although the level gap was significant, he still successfully cleared it. After leaving the dungeon, Su Bai immediately returned to the Lord's Mansion to check today's treasure chest rewards. First, the first upgrade gift pack contained 2 types of rewards: a better clothing room and a level 1 crystal selection pack X100. Name Better Clothing Factory Quality Special Effect can remodel the clothing room in the Lord's Mansion, allowing for unlimited refreshing of various clothing designs simply by the Lord's thought. Evaluation: there are all kinds of clothes. After reading the description, Su Bai's eyes suddenly brightened. This was simply a wish-fulfilling piece. Su Bai was worried about his troops' clothing issues. This instantly resolved the problem. He no longer needed to be ready for battle at all times. After these few days, Su Bai was well aware of his self-control. He could hardly resist at all. With these clothes as cover, Su Bai at least had some room for relaxation. The other reward was a selection pack of 100 crystals. This was also a good item. Su Bai needed to consider whether to use it to upgrade buildings or to raise the level of his troops. But let's put that aside for now. First, let's open the 2 resource treasure chests. Ding. Opening the SSS level lumber dungeon treasure chest, the following rewards were obtained: gold 100, obtained divine gem, eternal heart of wood 1, obtained level 1 crystal selection pack 20. Ding. Opening the SSS level stone dungeon treasure chest, the following rewards were obtained: gold 100, obtained divine gem, eternal heart of stone 1, obtained level 1 crystal selection pack 20. Su Bai's eyes lit up. Divine gem. Su Bai immediately opened the panel. Gem name Eternal Heart of Wood, quality divine. When embedded in weapons, it deals real damage to wood-type creatures, ignoring defenses. 2. Damage to wood-type creatures 500. 3. When attacking wood-type creatures, there is a very small chance to trigger the wither effect, leading to an instant kill. Evaluation: this gem embedded in a weapon could make even deities kneel if they came. Gem name Eternal Heart of Stone, quality divine, effect 1. When embedded in weapons, it deals real damage to stone-type creatures, ignoring defenses. 2. Damage to stone-type creatures 500. 3. When attacking stone-type creatures, there is a chance to trigger the shatter effect, leading to an instant kill. Evaluation: this gem embedded in a weapon could make even deities kneel if they came. It can kill divine beings. Su Bai smiled. Looking at the 2 rewards, his heart was filled with joy. 2 god-level gems which could inflict true damage on creatures of the same type, and could even kill in an instant. If these two gems were attached to a weapon, the weapon's power would be unimaginable. It could even slay God. Subai couldn't help but speculate in his heart. The evaluation stated that even gods would kneel before it. However, he quickly calmed down. He mustn't rejoice too soon. He was still too complacent. Although he had means to deal with gods, the gods would not foolishly stand still for him to attack. His troops were still too weak. It was impossible to get close enough to launch an attack on a god. His troops might be instantly killed before they could even reach the god. He needed to lay low. Subai nodded to himself, aware of his own limitations. Any item within his territory would be considered extraordinary in the god creation domain, and once exposed it would certainly attract the wrath of the gods. Thus he had to endure. Endure until he became invincible and re-emerged. Then Subai opened the territory upgrade treasure chest. Ding. Opening SS level territory upgrade treasure chest. You have obtained the following rewards: Gold 100, obtained god level attack. Building Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower 1. Subai was momentarily stunned. Attack building. He opened the panel. Building name Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower. Quality God level. Current level no level. Building health 50 million. Effect 1. Can unleash lightning strikes on any target area within a radius of 10 kilometers, dealing fixed area damage of 1/0 points, ignoring defense and level. Effect 2. Lightning strikes have a chance to trigger the Heavenly Punishment effect, instantly killing the target, ineffective against targets above level 3 gods. Effect 3. Can store lightning energy. The longer it is stored, the higher the damage, up to 1/0 points of damage, ignoring defense and level. Effect 4. Can consume thunder crystals for active recharging. Upgrade requirements would 1/0 stone, thunder crystal, 1 upgrade effect for each level, increased lightning strike, damage 10, range 10 kilometers. Evaluation. This is divine punishment. Upgrading to the later stages, even gods would find it hard to escape the damage of lightning. Subai gasped in awe. Fixed damage of 1/0 points, ignoring defense and level. Isn't this true damage? Most golden level monsters only have around 1/0 to 2/0 health. This Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower could kill a large number of golden level monsters with just a couple of strikes. Moreover, it deals area damage. It was simply a large-scale clearing building. An excellent weapon for protecting the territory. Besides, he already had thunder crystals. He had over 140 thunder crystals, which could completely upgrade this building to level 10 of tier 1. Subai did not hesitate at all. He immediately left the Lord's mansion and went to an open area in his territory. Soon several heroes gathered around him. Subai selected a spot in his territory. With a thought, the blueprint for the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower transformed into a stream of light and appeared before everyone. The Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower was entirely forged from dark purple metal, standing 50 meters tall. Its slender and sharp tower body resembled a sword plunged into the ground. At the top of the tower floated a massive purple thunder orb with intricate arcs of electricity swirling over its surface, producing crackling sounds. The air around the tower subtly distorted, a result of the lightning warping the space. Standing beneath the tower, Subai felt a terrifying sense of oppression. Without any hesitation, he immediately invested the thunder crystals to upgrade it. Before long, the level of the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower reached tier 1 level 10. Simultaneously, the tower's damage exceeded 25900. The attack range also reached about 25 kilometers. With this building, there was no enemy within a 25-kilometer radius that would dare to appear within Subai's range. With 2500 damage, anyone who approached would die. With the support of this electric tower, Subai's confidence grew stronger. Indeed, Elder AI was right. The truth lies only on the edge of the sword, and dignity only within the range of artillery. If only he had possessed this tower earlier, he wouldn't have needed so long to solve those monsters in the dungeon. One strike of lightning would annihilate all targets. Such a good thing is surely better in greater quantities. Subai knew that as long as it was an attack or defensive building, once the blueprint was used, the corresponding crafting method would appear in the territory. However, except for the first building obtained for free, constructing the second building required the corresponding resource. Subai glanced at the materials required for the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower. Then he quickly lost interest. All the materials were ones he had never seen before. Even the most familiar golden river required a level above 10. This was a divine level crystal. Where would he find a crystal of such a high level? Indeed, the resources he controlled were still too few. The women, upon seeing the suddenly appearing building, were also secretly astonished. Most of the combat units were unharmed. Seeing their master create a new gadget, they gathered around to observe. However, upon discovering the thunderous power contained within this electric tower, even they as talented beings felt a sense of dread. This electric tower posed a threat to them. Master of machines, may I study this building? Unlike her curious companions, Zoya wore a frenzied smile on her face. The allure of this building was too great for her. If she could apply the attack principles of this electric tower to her own combat units, Wouldn't that allow for mass production of mobile electric towers? Just imagine how spectacular it would be in the midst of battle. Zoya trembled with excitement. Her entire body was almost glued to Subai. Hey, of course. Subai couldn't withstand Zoya's pleading expression. Can you imagine a cool, aloof woman showing a pleading expression in front of you? Do you think Subai would be able to resist? Thus he unhesitatingly agreed. Zoya's face lit up with joy at his words. With a mix of coolness and madness, she quickly brushed her fingers against Subai's cheek, and then swiftly moved away, saying, "Master of machines, this is a reward for you. But I need to go research now." Zoya felt no shyness, only a thirst for knowledge and research. Subai shook his head, feeling helpless. He thought the most aloof Zoya would behave more normally. But unexpectedly, she was just like the other troops. Subai glanced at Zoya's affection level. Goodness, it has already reached 270. Subai glanced again at the affection levels of Alicia, Long Yue, and Nier. As heroes who had close contact with him, their admiration values were naturally much higher than those of other troops. The highest Alicia had even reached 500. Seeing such a high admiration value sent a chill down Subai's spine. Isn't that a bit too high? Reaching 100 is already a pledge of unwavering loyalty. What does 500 even mean? Although they followed his commands 100 of the time, Subai shivered again, not daring to think further. However, the admiration value must increase. Using buildings to raise loyalty is still too slow. Raising 400 troops to 300 is a long way to go. It seems the only option is to work hard myself. Subai decided not to consider opening the second treasure chest. The golden light flashed again. Opening the SS grade territory upgrade treasure chest, you gain the following rewards: gold 100, acquired divine grade defense, building Heart of the Universe. 1. Subai's eyes lit up at the mention of Heart of the Universe. Building name: Heart of the Universe, quality divine, current level no level, building health 100 million, effect 1. Instantly teleport all buildings, troops, and citizens within the territory to designated coordinates, teleportation distance 10 kilometers, quantity 100 units. Effect 2. Can instantly teleport the entire territory to a random location, cannot be stopped. Effect 3. Can probe any lord's base coordinates and set anchor points for teleportation with a maximum of 3 anchor points, allowing the teleportation of 100 troop hero units. Upgrade requirements would 100 stone, 100 spatial crystal core, 1 upgrade effect. Each level increases teleportation distance by 10 and quantity by 100. Evaluation: damn the box. The grudge was formed in the morning, the box was opened in the morning, and the resentment was from the morning. Subai exclaimed, "Damn," opening the box. Subai immediately opened the chat panel and randomly found a lord. Would you like to open the box for Yi Tianda's territory location? Open. Yi Tianda's territory location coordinates 384012341784. Surrounding information of the territory. Belonging region. Considering the overall strength of the lord, one can easily kill and plunder. Would you like to set an anchor point for teleportation? Subai looked at the system's prompt and exclaimed in admiration. This is simply a weapon in a box. Now he truly could sneak up on enemies through the network. In the future, if anyone in the chat world bore a grudge against him, he could just teleport over. Isn't that terrifying? Moreover, even if he couldn't fight, he could still take his territory and run. It's simply a weapon that can both attack and defend. Subai took a deep breath and immediately placed the Heart of the Universe. However, upgrading the Heart of the Universe requires a spatial crystal core, which Subai had not found yet. The upgrade matter would have to wait. Subai then approached Zoya, who was still frantically studying the Divine Punishment Thunder Tower, and asked Zoya, "Have you completed the buildings I entrusted to you yesterday?" Upon hearing the Lord's question, Zoya immediately snapped out of her research state and hurriedly replied, "The production of iron ingots has now entered the right track." She waved her hand, and a holographic panel popped up. The production of iron ingots has reached about 1000 units per day. With the Iron Heart, the production has increased significantly. Subai nodded in satisfaction. Although 1000 iron ingots are not a lot, they are sufficient to support the construction of the factory. What about the weapon factory? Zoya gestured, and the small iron ball that had been sitting beneath her moved over from a distance. Zoya floated onto it, and said to Subai, "Mechanical Master, let me take you to see the site." Soon Zoya brought Subai to the front of a newly established factory. Seeing the factory before him, Subai's eyes lit up. The military factory in front of him was filled with a sense of sci-fi. Many silly little robots were shuttling back and forth in the factory. Some were transporting raw materials, while others were moving finished weapons. Each robot was perfectly planned. It was simply a productivity machine. Seeing Subai's delighted expression, Zoya proudly said, "Sister Tang, how finished the template last night? I tried to modify her weapons hundreds of times, reducing their quality from epic to ordinary. Then using special methods to nullify their enchantments, I obtained these ordinary weapons. I must say Tang Hao's forging talent is incredibly high. Oh, it took hundreds of modifications to reach ordinary quality. Even Zoya, as a super god mechanic, couldn't help but admire Tang Hao's talent. Su Bai nodded in agreement. He had witnessed Tang Hao's talent, which was indeed impressive. He wondered if the set of weapons he had asked Tang Hao to craft for his combat units was completed. He could check it out later. First, he needed to inspect the factory before him. Su Bai immediately picked up 2 pieces of equipment, examined them closely. Name Beastbone Iron Sword Quality Ordinary Attack Power 7 Evaluation, a high-quality item among ordinary weapons. Name Beast Skin Chestplate Quality Ordinary Defense Power 8 Evaluation, a high-quality item among ordinary chestplates. Seeing the descriptions of these 2 weapons, Su Bai was quite satisfied. Generally speaking, the enhancement of ordinary weapons ranges from 2 to 5 points. Seeing the descriptions of these 2 weapons, Su Bai was quite satisfied. Generally speaking, the enhancement of ordinary weapons ranges from 2 to 5. If these weapons were thrown into the trading market, they would definitely be snatched up. Currently, there aren't many who possess weapons. Once he sells these weapons, it would undoubtedly bring him great profits. Zoya, what is the production volume of these ordinary weapons? Su Bai inquired about the production volume. Zoya estimated and said the current fixed quantity is still very small and the production line hasn't been fully completed. It's about 1,000 pieces per day. Su Bai nodded. The quantity of iron ingots remained the biggest issue, but fortunately these problems would be resolved by tomorrow. Let's produce some elite weapons as well. Su Bai felt that it wasn't necessary to sell only ordinary weapons. Some elite weapons could be included too. Although most lords would buy ordinary weapons, elite weapons are the targets of stronger lords. One cannot only target the commoners, the elite class must also be included. Zoya drew out another panel displaying a humanoid mech over 2 meters tall to Su Bai. Master of Machines, this is the extreme individual combat unit I developed last night. These combat units can explore the resources around our territory. Su Bai became intrigued looking at the combat unit created by Zoya. Name Extreme Individual Combat Unit Prototype Realm Diamond 1 Star Designer Zoya Weapon Configuration Dual Arm Cannons Shoulder Missile Nest Back Energy Sword Composite Armor Energy Shield Life 7-41030 Attack 75248 Defense 71366 Stamina 70402 Spirit 0 Evaluation. A perfect creation of a genius super mechanic. The extreme individual creation does not only represent single combat, but can also engage in group combat. After reading, Su Bai gasped. Unbelievable. Diamond level. All dimensions start with 70000. This data is even higher than that of the little dragon girls. Is this the power of a super mechanic? Just at the Black Iron realm, they can create diamond-level mechanical. Terrifying, unimaginable. Zoya, can this extreme individual combat unit be mass-produced? Zoya nodded without hesitation. It can be produced. However, it requires a large amount of iron ingots and crystal cores. We even need copper ore. So currently we cannot mass-produce them. But producing a combat cluster is not a problem. A combat cluster is about 10 units. Su Bai decisively said, start the production. Such a great item must be manufactured. Su Bai was reluctant to let his troops venture out of the territory, but these extreme individual combat units can go out. He wouldn't feel heartbroken if these combat units were destroyed. But if even one of his troops died, it would break his heart for a long time. Zoya's eyes sparkled. Master of Machines. You are so great. I will start the production right away. It will be completed by noon, ensuring that you can plunder more resources. Then Su Bai walked over to the war equipment forging station and found Tang Hao. Yesterday, Su Bai not only had Tang Hao forge weapon templates, but also had him create a set of equipment for each combat unit using the best materials in the territory. Tang Hao, how is the equipment coming along? Tang Hao smiled slightly, pulling out neatly arranged equipment boxes from the warehouse. My lord, the equipment has been forged and tailored specifically for each combat unit. Tang Hao worked very hard yesterday, personally measuring the detailed physical data for each combat unit, striving to achieve perfection in the equipment. She opened one of the boxes, revealing a complete set of silvery light armor. This is the Holy Wing set designed for the Battle Angel. The full set includes a helmet, chest armor, leg guards, boots, waist adornments, bracelets, necklaces, cloaks, and weapons. Su Bai was immediately captivated by the various weapons before him. Each piece of the Holy Wing set radiated a dazzling platinum light. This aura complemented the sanctity of angels. It seemed tailored just for him. Name Holy Wing set quality legendary total attribute bonus life 500000, attack 500000, defense 500000, stamina 500000, spirit 500000, set effect 9 pieces 1. Basic all attributes 50, light skill damage 100, gain the effect of Holy Wing descent. Unfold angelic wings, changing all skills to area skills, cooldown 24 hours, enchantment penetration V. Collapsed evaluation, wear it. and you are invincible below the Starry Realm. Subai looked at the bonuses from this set and gasped. How many zeros is that? Subai remembered that even the basic data of the Starry Realm only added this much. Yet these pieces of equipment with just their basic bonuses could boost his troops to the data of the Starry Realm. Is that not absurd? Will Tang Hao get her account banned for playing like this? Look, this is the power of a divine-level citizen. An existence that makes no logical sense. Tang Hao opened a few more boxes. They contained the Frost Fairies Guanghan set, the Ancient Dragon Gods set, the Ancestral Succubus Desire set, and the Super Mechanics Mechanical set. Each set's bonuses are incredibly outrageous. Subai counted, and there were 5 legendary-level sets. These 5 sets were crafted by Tang Hao using the highest-grade materials in the entire territory, specifically prepared for 5 heroes. Of course, the other sets were not weak either. They were all epic sets with bonuses starting from the tens of thousands. Any enemy below the Diamond Realm will have no fear, because weapon equipment is not subject to the suppression of level realms. Of course, they do not enjoy percentage bonuses. But Subai didn't mind. With already several tens of thousands of extra data bonuses, what more could he want? Subai was extremely excited. He even hugged Tang Hao in excitement and kissed her. Tang Hao, you are simply my lucky star. The surprise that Tang Hao brought to Subai was immense. Tang Hao was momentarily stunned by Subai's sudden kiss, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as if steam was rising from her head. My lord, I want a reward. Subai, already in a state of excitement, was willing to fulfill any request from Tang Hao. Little did Subai notice that Tang Hao's eyes were already filled with little stars. My lord, my reward is you. Tang Hao's intermittent voice reached Subai's ears. Subai trembled upon hearing this. He quickly turned to look at Tang Hao only to see her eyes filled with his image. Even her pupils seemed to reshape. My lord, Tang Hao cherishes you, and you wouldn't want to be without high-level weapons in the future, right? What kind of statement is this? And why do all the rewards that his citizens want involve himself? Xinlan is like this, and so is Tang Hao. Of course, Subai is not a virtuous man. This was simply a sacrifice made to increase the affection value of the territory. When Subai finally emerged from the territorial office, it was already noon mealtime. People are iron and food is steel. Skipping a meal makes one anxious. Naturally, Subai walked into the cafeteria of the gods. As soon as Subai entered, he attracted the attention of countless troops and citizens. A common understanding spread among them: completing the tasks assigned by the Lord could yield rewards from him. Such rewards could win the Lord's favor. This understanding led all the citizens to look at Subai with eager. Subai felt a chill run down his back. What's going on? They are all looking at me. However, Subai did not think much of it. After finding a spot to sit, several heroes gathered around while Subai opened the system panel. The weapons have mostly been produced and can be sold in the market. Subai opened the world chat channel intending to see how the market was reacting today. Messages were scrolling rapidly, even more lively than the previous days. She said the mysterious big shot has released more goods again. Today, another 5 million units of timber have been put on the market. The price is still 1 silver coin for 10 units. I snatched up 100 units. Finally, I can upgrade now. Bob, even the Uma stone materials have dropped in price. Now it's 1 silver coin for 5 units. I stocked up on 2,000 units thanks to the mysterious person's contribution. Blake, hurry, mysterious person, list the goods quickly. I'm waiting to sell high at a low price. Subai watched the world chat screen scroll frantically, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wow, the scalpers are here so quickly. However, Subai was indifferent to this. Did these scalpers really think they could take advantage of him? Sorry, but I have always had stock. The resources I obtain daily from the resource dungeon amount to thousands or even billions of units. This is no small amount, and it can continue every day. Let the scalpers fight for it. Ooh, when the last day comes and they can't sell it, that will be amusing. After all, Subai was not afraid of these scalpers because the pricing power was always in his hands. Then Subai looked towards the regional chat. Hihi, some people really have their schemes, taking advantage of the market's shortage to sell at high prices. This is a conspiracy. It must be to harvest the gold coins from our hands. We must resist that certain someone. Zhuang Zero and Goddess 4, are you crazy? The mysterious person is selling resources properly. What are you meddling for? Who doesn't know you're cursing him behind? Next door, old Wang, exactly, I see. It's because that mysterious big shot is blocking your way. If it weren't for that mysterious big shot, you wouldn't even know what price to raise the timber and stone to. Yitiandi, nonsense. If he was so kind, why not just give it to us for free? He's just cutting off the path for us lords with excess resources. Can eat, can sleep indifferent. I doubt it, Yitiandi. Did you realize that the resources in your hands aren't as cheap as those sold by the mysterious big shot? That's why you're here raging in impotence. After reading this, Subai raised an eyebrow. Yitiandi, it's him again. Is this person sick? Always talking bad about himself in the regional chat. Xinlan had reported about him several times. However, he had been busy with the military heroes and hadn't paid much attention to him. Although Yi Tiandi was indeed not wrong in saying that selling resources at a low price was not done with good intentions. His purpose in selling resources was certainly not for charity. By selling at a low price, he aimed to squeeze every gold coin from every lord's hands. But there are benefits too. He brought these lords low-priced resources, allowing them to develop and continuously produce shiny gold coins for him. He is doing this for these green leaks, so what's the conspiracy about? Nonsense. This person really deserves. Su Bai was not a person to swallow his anger. Previously, he didn't take action against Yi Tiandi because he couldn't locate him. Even if he cursed back in the regional chat, Yi Tiandi wouldn't lose a piece of meat. But now that he had obtained the heart of the universe, he held the box of weapons in his hands. He could totally reach through the internet and slap him across the face. Su Bai quickly finished his food and said to the nearby heroes, "Have you eaten enough? Once you're full, let's go work off." Upon hearing work off some food, the girls immediately looked at Su Bai. "Master, where are we going to work off food?" Su Bai chuckled and opened the interface for the heart of the universe. He remembered that he had previously opened the box of Yi Tiandi. Soon Su Bai found a target. Yi Tiandi's territory location 384012341784. Would you like to set an anchor point for teleportation? Set the anchor point. Su Bai focused his mind, marking Yi Fan's territory coordinates. Then Su Bai stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. The girls had already finished their meals early and were accompanying Su Bai. When Su Bai walked out of the cafeteria, they followed closely behind him. The anchor point can teleport 100 combat units at once. Su Bai immediately counted the number of people. This time, he was mostly bringing holy angels and a few other heroes. Nearly 100 holy angels arrived grandly in front of the heart of the universe building. A golden magic circle had already appeared at the building's center, resembling a portal. Su Bai stood in front of the heart of the universe. Teleport to the marked anchor point. The golden light surged. In the next moment, Su Bai felt a blur before his eyes as he was enveloped by an invisible force. When his vision cleared, he was already standing under another sky. Beneath his feet lay an unfamiliar territory. The whole territory was dilapidated, with the barracks askew and surrounded by a wooden wall. Inside the territory, there were only dozens of Black Moon Wolf soldiers, each looking spirited, as if they had just returned from a victory. Inside the territory, Yi Fan was cursing in a small broken wooden house that served as his lord's residence. That mysterious person really doesn't know what's good for him, constantly disrupting the market, causing my resources to be unsellable. Moreover, I've sent him dozens of friend requests, yet he never responds. Once I grow stronger, I will definitely find him and let him know the consequences of offending Yi Fan. And those idiots in the regional chat too. This mysterious person has been selling low-priced resources. Can't they see that? This is just raising leaks. A bunch of fools being harvested as leaks and not even realizing it. He became more and more agitated, completely unaware of the changes outside the territory, until a wolf shouted, "Lord, something bad has happened." Suddenly many enemies appeared in the sky outside. We have no idea how they got here. They just suddenly appeared in our territory. And their aura is terrifying. What should we do, Lord? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised his head, his whole body freezing in place. Outside the territory, numerous enemies appeared. Where did these enemies come from? Yi Fan immediately ran out of the Lord's residence and looked up at the sky. There hundreds of platinum-armored angels were flying in the air. Each figure exuded a suffocating aura. Yi Fan quickly opened his panel to investigate the basic information of these enemies, but as soon as he opened the panel, he was left dumbfounded. All he saw were question marks. Not a single piece of real information. How could this be? Even enemies far above his level should at least display their race name and evaluation. But why were all the enemies in front of him question marks with not a single piece of information visible? Yi Fan's mind went blank. These are all angels. But who did he offend to attract angels? And aren't angels supposed to be the lowest of divine units? How could such beings appear within his territory? Who exactly did he provoke? Whose cake moved by itself? How did the other party even find me? 1,000 questions erupted within Yi Fan's mind. He opened his mouth to speak, but his throat felt clogged by some invisible force, and not a single syllable escaped. Hidden behind a host of angels, Su Bai watched the scene below and flicked her hand. Dozens of angels surged at once toward Yi Fan's realm. The slaughter began. He Yutsonglang's forces stood no chance against Su Bai's troops. They did not even muster the courage to resist. In less than 3 seconds, the entire domain began to collapse. There was no opportunity to fight back. Yi Fan stood stupefied as a sword chi tore the heavens and descended toward him. Who on earth did I piss off? Why do these angels resort to killing at the slightest provocation? Yi Fan never learned whom he had offended, nor how such overwhelmingly powerful units had suddenly appeared in his territory, nor where the novice protection had gone. With a thunderous crash as the sword chi fell, Yi Fan's domain was utterly destroyed. At that moment, Alexia, who had been beside Su Bai, frowned. She turned her gaze toward the place where Yi Fan had died, her red lips parted as she spoke. Guiji. With that word, an unremarkable wave of energy drifted toward the spot. Shenwang Guiji, Alexia's Shenwangtier skill. It was her most devastating ability, and also a rule-bound technique. Skill effect marked the target absolute execution, erase all traces. Rule erasure. A system chime announced that Yi Fan's domain had been annihilated and that he would be expelled from the Chuangshi Xinyu in 10 seconds. At Qizhong School, Yi Fan was flung out of the teleportation array. He seemed utterly drained of spirit, lying motionless on the ground. He had been ruined. Everything was over. For Yi Fan, death itself was not terrifying Yi after all he had died once already. What truly tormented him was the knowledge that this life he might have ascended to the pinnacle of the Chuangshi Xinyu, yet now he had not even left the novice village and was destined to remain among the lowest of men. There was no chance to turn his fortunes around. A mediocre existence stretched before him. No, you might as well let me die. Yi Fan howled at the sky, his heart filled with bitter unwillingness. The teachers and students around him shook their heads at his appearance. Another eliminated one, losing lord status and unable to accept it, teetering on madness. Then without warning, Yi Fan's body trembled, time around him seemed to slow to a halt. He remained frozen in the posture of his recent roar. His shout ceased, as if someone had pressed pause. Within a 10-meter radius the light dimmed. In the next instant a blade strike, imbued with the force of rule, descended upon Yi Fan's body. The light snapped back to normal, yet where Yi Fan had just stood there was no trace of him, as if he had vanished entirely. Where had he gone? Around them people began to stir and question themselves. What was I doing a moment ago? Why was I staring toward the teleport array? Someone else was eliminated, but I don't see anyone. So strange, why are so many people looking at the teleport array? Did something happen over there? The teachers and students were thoroughly baffled. What they did not know was that at that very moment all records and memories of Yi Fan and those connected to him had been wiped clean from the world. It was as if Yi Fan had never existed at all, a complete erasure of his traces of being. Alexia, what's wrong? Why have you grown so weak all of a sudden? In the Chuangshi Xinyu, Su Bai cradled the suddenly exhausted Alexia tightly. After unleashing her skill, Alexia had immediately lost all strength and pitched forward toward the ground. If Longdi Ling Shuang had not reacted swiftly to catch her fall would have been disastrous. Alexia's plight would have been terribly humiliating. "I'm fine, my lord," she murmured. "The skill drained too much. All my magic has been exhausted. Rest a moment, and you'll recover." Her complexion was very pale, yet she spoke to Su Bai with gentle effect. Upon hearing Alexia's words, Su Bai was startled. All her magic spent. He had known she had just cast, but Su Bai had assumed it was no different from her usual cast, nothing to worry about. He never expected that a single skill would drain every last drop of Alexia's mana. How could that be? With equipment augmenting her, Alexia's spirit power exceeded 500,000. Her mana reserves tied to spirit power should have been vast. And yet under such circumstances one skill still completely depleted her stores. How dreadfully fearsome that ability must be. Su Bai could hardly imagine it. Alexia smiled faintly and stroked his cheek. "Master, do not worry. No one can threaten you." Su Bai looked upon Alexia's pallor with aching concern. "Alexia, don't be so impulsive next time. Fortunately, you are all right this time. Such skills are best left unused." By the way, what were we doing here?" As he spoke, Su Bai fell. How had he come to be here? It seemed they had come to punish a realm lord. Which lord was it again? He could not recall, and chose not to dwell on it. This territory was destroyed, right? If it was, then let's leave. Su Bai did not wish to linger. Alexia had been harmed, and he was anxious to return to their realm. Back at their domain, Su Bai immediately led Alexia into a hot spring to restore her spiritual power. He held her as they soaked together. Once he was certain Alexia would be all right, Su Bai relaxed and glanced at the system's recent notification. It stated that he had destroyed a certain realm and received spoil with 2 3 units, stone 187 units, provisions 5 units, silver coins 3472, and a rare barracks blueprint. What on earth? Why were there 3 blacked out characters? Whose name was that? Su Bai shrugged and paid it little mind. The real prize was the spoils. The haul was not enormous. The best reward was the single rare barracks blueprint. Building name Mu Yaojing Bingying. Quality rare. Building HB 7000. Recruitment rule: free recruitment of 20 Mu Yaojing per day. After the novice period, recruitment requires expenditure of resources. Description: a beautiful peace-loving female fairy race, petite and charming, palm-sized, but do not use them for wicked ends. Su Bai looked at the panel, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He had finally acquired another barracks. However, as for the other items, Su Bai really did not find them appealing. He was too poor. There was nothing valuable in the entire territory. Su Bai casually tossed them into the warehouse, too lazy to look further. The urgent task now was to continue summoning the barracks. But at that moment, the system notification of the creation god domain rang in the minds of all the lords. Ding! Attention all lords. The special event of the beginner period, the war journey, has officially begun. Event duration from now until the end of the beginner period. Event content: a large number of unknown organizations, mountain bandits, horse bandits, and roaming camps have appeared around the territory. Killing these organizations will earn territory prestige points, and when the time comes, the faction shop will open, allowing items to be exchanged for prestige points. A leaderboard will be activated during the event. The leaderboard is divided into a world leaderboard and national leaderboard and a regional leaderboard. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards after the event ends. Note: attacking neutral or order faction organizations will accumulate red name points, which can be used to exchange for items in the Chaos faction and neutral faction shops. After reading the announcement, Su Bei's eyes lit up. The event had started. Su Bei had learned in school that the war journey was quite different from the sudden mutation dungeon. The war journey is the main quest of the creation god domain. All lords will embark on a journey to battle against myriad races at this moment, plundering everything, strengthening oneself, and gaining prestige. Among them, prestige points are the rewards of battle. The higher the prestige, the rarer the items that can be exchanged. The same goes for red name points. Su Bei pondered. This thing was actually quite similar to the prestige system in games. Killing monsters earns prestige, and prestige can be exchanged for items. Of course, one could also kill lords or order faction organizations to gain red name points. The direction of choice is up to the lords. However, for the lords, items can be purchased in the corresponding faction shops from either faction. Once one faction surpasses the other, they will be met with hostility from the opposing faction. This is also the most important aspect of faction gameplay. Once hostility from the opposing faction is incurred, it will become exceedingly difficult to participate in activities of that faction. Su Bei was also considering whether to align with the Order or Chaos faction. After all, he was quite special, as his troops included both Order neutral and Chaos units. Neither choice seemed favorable. Why not just go neutral? Su Bei began to contemplate. Just then Qin Lan approached her, high heels clicking on the ground. Master, good news. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a look of excitement on her face. This event has come at the perfect time. Su Bei raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Qin Lan waved her hand, and a holographic panel appeared. For us, this event is actually an opportunity. So far, many lords lack combat power and cannot defeat the mountain and horse bandits in the event. They are in dire need of weapons right now, and we can take this chance to sell all our stockpiled weapons. Su Bei's eyes brightened. This was indeed a great opportunity. Everyone was rushing to climb the leaderboard, and any means to enhance strength was worth investing in, with weapons being a hard currency. Moreover, the quantity of weapons and equipment needed is substantial. Over 10,000 weapons tossed in the trading market wouldn't even cause a ripple. But once today passes and the Iron Mine dungeon opens tomorrow, everything will no longer be an issue. Even today, he could send out elite solo combat units to search for iron mines and expand their scale. Su Bei opened the regional chat channel and took a glance. He indeed found that many lords in the chat were getting in. They were all purchasing items that could enhance the lord's strength in the market. Among them, weapons and equipment were in high demand, with prices soaring to outrageous levels. Even a very ordinary weapon could sell for 7 or 8 silver coins. It's worth noting that an ordinary weapon typically costs only a few dozen copper coins. This price represented a significant profit margin. Su Bei felt elated at this realization. Qin Lan put all the weapons in the warehouse up for sale. Set the prices as you see fit. The more we earn, the better. You're familiar with this. Qin Lan nodded and found a spot in the Lord's mansion to sit down. She quickly operated on the holographic panel. Moments later, rows of new items appeared in the trading market. Their prices were slightly higher than the ordinary weapons in the market. Plant during work, while thousands of pieces of equipment listed at the same time. Where did all these weapons come from? Leon, you fools, look at the stats of these weapons. They are all top-tier ordinary weapons. Pingwa charger cost, see Kongjin, damn it's true. I can't help it, I want to buy 10 sets. You can only be considered a lowly your mom, whose hands were so fast they got snatched in an instant. The market reacted with great enthusiasm. Some lords who had been lurking in the trading market immediately made purchases upon seeing weapons for sale. As soon as Su Bei listed the items, the system notification rang loudly. Ding! You sold Beastbone Iron Sword 1, earned 10 silver coins, and due to Qin Lan's talent bonus, you earned an additional 10 silver coins. The transaction discount is 10, earning an extra 9 silver coins. Ding! You sold Beast Skin Chest Armor 1, earned 10 silver coins, and due to Qin Lan's talent bonus, you earned an additional 10 silver coins. The transaction discount is 20, earning an extra 8 silver coins. Ding! You sold Beastbone Long Knife 1, earned 10 silver coins. The messages kept coming in without pause. The silver coins in Su Bei's warehouse surged once again. When Su Bei opened the trading market, he discovered that all the weapons he had listed were sold out. Total time taken less than 3 seconds. However, even though Su-bai had listed thousands of ordinary weapons at once, there was not even a ripple on the world trading market. The scale of the entire world trading market was still too vast. Thousands of pieces of equipment dropped and felt like a drizzle. Su-bai didn't pay it much mind and began to check the newly appeared leaderboards. After the event began, a leaderboard would appear. Many lords with considerable strength would leave their ranks on the leaderboard, which was also for their future development. As mentioned before, the creation god domain has existed for several hundred years. Each nation has powerful lords battling in the creation god domain. These lord families wield great power and certainly attract many talents. This leaderboard is the stage for ordinary lords to showcase their worth. As long as one makes it onto this leaderboard, it proves their value, and they can be noticed and cultivated by prestigious families and powerful factions. Su-bai opened the bandit extermination leaderboard, intending to see the current ranking situation. He scanned the regional leaderboard and the national leaderboard, but there were no entries yet. However, just as Su-bai was looking, suddenly a name jumped out on the world leaderboard. Su-bai raised an eyebrow. Has someone already made it to the rankings so soon? Moreover, it was actually the Lord of Huaxia. Ranking second on the world list, Huang Mao Hong Bozi America, reputation 10. Ranking third, Che Li Ju Rin Japanese Empire, reputation 10. Lords from various countries were appearing on the list, with rankings constantly fluctuating. Looking at these names, Su-bai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, there are hidden talents everywhere. The leaderboard had just started for less than a minute, and already people were making it onto the list. Clearly, these individuals were aware of the leaderboard's imminent opening, having waited patiently to gain reputation points. Su-bai glanced at the rankings of other nations, then switched to Huaxia. There were only 3 people listed in Huaxia aside from the first-ranked fool. There were 2 others. One named Li Chang'e and the other named Qin Zheng. Su-bai nodded. These 3 had some promise. He then closed the leaderboard and began to ponder. Should he attempt to get on the list? He had no doubt about his ability, but what if he attracted unwanted attention? Once he made it onto the list, many families and organizations from Huaxia would come seeking him. Once he revealed his brilliance, the consequences would be dire, leaving him with nothing but scraps. But if he didn't go for the ranking, he would miss out on the rewards at the end of the event. As he was contemplating this, he suddenly remembered something. Escape 1. Golden Unique Escape 1 conceals all traces of the target, rendering the user undetectable by any life form. Su-bai's eyes lit up. This was the talent card reward he had received yesterday. He hadn't paid much attention to it after obtaining it, and hadn't deeply researched the capabilities of this card. But looking at the description of this card talent, could it mean that with this card he could completely hide his information? Su-bai immediately settled down to study it. Before long, he was pleasantly surprised. It actually worked. He could even change his name on the leaderboard or remain anonymous. He could even choose not to appear on the list at all. No one would be able to probe into his information. However, if he chose not to appear on the list, he would receive no rewards, which was somewhat disappointing. However, Su-bai didn't really care about this. The final rewards from the leaderboard would only come from the world rankings, which were the most generous. The rewards from the nation and regional rankings were trivial, pitifully small. Getting on the list would only increase the risk of exposure. A wild grin spread across Su-bai's face. What was he waiting for? He would go for the ranking. First, he needed to secure a spot on the world list. Su-bai immediately left the Lord's mansion and headed to the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower. The dark purple tower shone with a cold light under the sun, and the thunder orb at the top crackled with noise as thin arcs of electricity spread through the air. Su-bai opened the scanning panel of the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower. Scanning range 25 kilometers. Scanning all hostile organizations within a radius of 25 kilometers. Scanning complete. Detected targets: Mountain Bandit Camp 27, Horse Bandit Camp 18, A Rogue Camp 12, a Robber Stronghold 15, Monster Gathering Area 55. Su-bai inhaled sharply. So many targets. He thought there would only be a dozen or so nearby, but he was surprised by the sheer number. It seemed that the density of organized groups in this event location was much higher than he had anticipated. Should we eliminate them all? Let's take them out. They have the audacity to invade my territory. They must have ulterior motives for my land. Eliminate them all. Su-bai focused his thoughts, and the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower began to charge. The arcs of electricity on the orb became denser, and the cracking sounds grew louder. The tower trembled, and the surrounding air began to distort. 10 seconds later, the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tower finished charging. Launch. A purple thunderbolt shot from the tower's peak, soaring into the sky. Then the sky split apart. Countless dark clouds appeared, with purple lightning rolling within, spreading out. Soon the sky within a 25-kilometer radius was filled with dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning poured down from the rift in the sky, accurately striking every camp within that distance. Mountain Bandit Camp. A group of mountain bandits were drinking and playing games. They had looted a village today and were enjoying their spoils. Suddenly the sky darkened and dark clouds gathered, resembling a calamity. What's going on? Why is there thunder here? The leader of the bandits looked up, his eyes filled with fear. Run, everyone. The pressure emanating from the dark clouds was overwhelmingly oppressive. The sound alone made his heart race with chaos. It felt as if his heart was being squeezed. Boss, do you really think we can outrun this? Who the hell summoned this purple thunder? Who the hell has the capability to summon this purple thunder? Damn. To strike me with purple thunder, do they think so highly of me? In a 25-kilometer radius, countless camps were filled with confused shouts. They could hardly fathom who had provoked such terrifying thunder. With such terrifying thunder, how could they possibly survive? Soon Su Bei's system chimed with a notification. He couldn't be bothered to look and immediately opened the leaderboard. On the world leaderboard, his ranking began to soar. Ranking number 1, anonymous. Reputation 21. Instantly, the entire creation domain fell silent. Then it exploded in chaos. World chat channel. John Smith, what the FK? 2120 reputation. Is that even possible? Ivan Petrov, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I only have 10 reputation. How did he achieve this? Hermann Schmidt, who is anonymous. Which country are they from? Tanaka Ichiro Baka. This must be someone. Only the masters of America have this kind of power. The entire world chat was in a frenzy discussing who this mysterious person could be. Meanwhile, the person causing the uproar was happily opening the shop. The newly opened leaderboard shop had 3. They were order neutral and chaos camp shops. The items sold in the 3 shops were mostly different, but had similar categories and level restrictions. Basically, they were all items such as weapons, equipment, crystal cores, and resources. There were also other items like barracks unit recruitment cards, hero recruitment cards, construction blueprints, and so on. Su Bai stared at the item worth 9 billion reputation points, his eyelids twitching. What? Are you kidding me? 999. 9 billion. What on earth is this thing selling for such a high price? He tried to click on it, and the system popped up a message. You do not currently have the purchasing qualifications for this item and cannot view specific information. Su Bei's mouth twitched. How could he not have the qualifications? But seeing the value of 9 billion reputation points laid out before him, Su Bai understood that the prestige of this item was undoubtedly very high. Moreover, it was the most valuable item in the reputation mall. The second most valuable item was only worth a few billion reputation points. Forget it, 999 billion reputation points. Even if he became a deity, he might not be able to buy this thing. Just as he was about to close the store, Qin Lan suddenly leaned over, adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, and a glint of light flashed in her eyes. Master, can I give this a try, eh? Su Bai was taken aback. Give it a try? How? Qin Lan licked her lips, revealing a fox-like smile. My talent allows for 1 free trade each day. Although the faction store did not belong to the trading market, this item was priced, thus it constituted a product. Therefore, the faction store was essentially a kind of trading market, fundamentally still a transaction. As long as it is a transaction, I can get it for free. Su Bei's eyes brightened, and he slightly raised the corner of his mouth. You mean? Qin Lan smiled at him and nodded. Trying it out won't cost anything, and it won't deduct any opportunities anyway. Su Bai immediately transferred the control of the panel to Qin Lan. Qin Lan reached out and gently tapped the holographic panel. Ding. Qin Lan's talent for 1 free trade per day has been triggered. Executing trade. Ding. An unknown error occurred. Executing trade. Transaction target faction store heart of order transaction amount 999. 9 billion reputation points transaction judgment in progress. Oh. Su Bai held his breath. Qin Lan did the same, nervously staring at the panel. Suddenly a series of dinging sounds rang out. Ding. Transaction successful. Acquired God-level heart of order. A God-level item. He hurriedly opened his warehouse to look at the item worth 999. 9 billion reputation points. Item name Heart of Order, quality unique effect units of the Order faction, all attributes 500, and for each enemy slain the Order faction randomly permanently increases 1 attribute, no upper limit. After reading, Su Bei's mouth curled into a slight smile. Another 500 increase in all attributes. Moreover, it could permanently enhance attributes with no upper limit. This effect is simply astonishing. No wonder it's a God-level item. He turned to look at Qin Lan, who was smiling at him. Master, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Su Bai hugged her tightly and kissed her fiercely on the cheek. Satisfied. So satisfied. Qin Lan's face flushed, but her smile deepened. Su Bai took a deep breath, took out the Heart of Order, and used it without hesitation. A golden light erupted from the Heart of Order in his hand, enveloping him. At the same time, all the units of the Order faction in his territories were strengthened by this light. They felt the changes occurring within themselves. They all looked towards the Lord's residence with surprise. The light dissipated. Su Bai felt no change in himself, but he knew that his units had been strengthened once again. However, Su Bai began to ponder another question. Since the Order faction has the Heart of Order, do the neutral and chaos factions also have their own faction stars? However, he currently had no way to check the specific information on the highest valued items in each store. He could only wait for tomorrow when Qinlan's talent refreshed to take another look. Then Subai shifted his gaze to the other items in the faction store. There were still quite a few items in the factions. There were all kinds of items. The prices just varied. In the Order faction store, a first-tier crystal core costs 10 reputation points each. A slightly rarer crystal core requires 30 reputation points for each exchange. Second tier, 100, third tier, 1000. There were also other basic resources. Ordinary wood, stone, and stone resources could be exchanged at 10 units for 1 reputation point. To be honest, Subai really wanted to submit all the basic resources in his warehouse to the reputation mall in exchange for reputation points. But this operation was clearly not feasible. Subai directly skipped the basic resources. He had no interest in these resources. Then Subai looked at some higher-level items. Some higher-level items had purchase limits. Moreover, each item's purchase limit was different. For example, blueprints, most of which were building blueprints, were generally permanently limited to 1. Other items such as equipment had daily, weekly, or monthly purchase limits. Subai immediately focused on 2 types of items. Unit recruitment cards cost 10 reputation points each with a daily limit of 100 cards. Hero recruitment cards cost 100 reputation points each with a monthly limit of 10 cards. In addition, there were also some strange items such as scrolls, potions, weaponry, and building blueprints. In the end, Subai's gaze fell on the unit recruitment card and hero recruitment card. What he needed most right now was to increase the number of units. High-quality barracks have one disadvantage: the number of units is very small. At this time, other lords might have several hundred to thousands of units, while he only had a few hundred, which was really whole. He needed to quickly increase his number of units. Subai immediately maximized the unit recruitment card for purchase. He bought 100 at once, consuming 1,000 reputation points. He didn't neglect the hero recruitment cards, either, clearing out all 10 purchases. After spending, Subai was left with 120 reputation points. Although Subai's current reputation points were only 120, his ranking on the leaderboard still showed 2,120, which would not decrease due to spending reputation points. After purchasing all the items, Subai then took out the barracks he had obtained from an unknown person's territory. He then took Qinlan and walked out of the Lord's residence. The moment Subai appeared, several heroes suddenly descended beside him. Alicia, how do you feel? Has your magic power recovered? Alicia had just emerged from the hot spring, her hair and body still carrying some water droplets. The allure created was simply overwhelming. Master, Alicia has recovered. Alicia walked closer to Subai, enveloping him in her sacred and gentle aura. Subai once again felt the gentle aura that was entirely Alicia's. That's good. He then glanced at Lung Yuan and the little lowly dragon emperor Ling Xuan. Let's go, you all will welcome your new sister with me. With that, Subai took the lead towards the barracks area. The heroes behind him exchanged glances, their expressions slightly changing. Each hero weighed something in their hearts. However, Subai was oblivious to all of this. Ding. Would you like to build a wood fairy barracks? Build it. The blueprint transformed into a green light and flew towards a vacant area in the territory. Then a sudden change occurred. At the moment the green light landed, it erupted into a dazzling green golden glow. The entire territory trembled slightly. Ding. Detected that the Lord's talent for divine level barracks is effective. The wood fairy barracks is evolving. Ding. Detected that the Lord's talent for goddess arrival is effective. The wood fairy barracks is evolving. Ding. Evolution successful. Obtained immortal divine level barracks, eternal elf kingdom. As the golden light dissipated, a brand new structure appeared before Subai. To call it a building was not quite accurate. Before him stood a giant tree 50 meters tall, emanating an incredibly rich life energy. The trunk of the ancient tree was so wide that it would take dozens of people to embrace it. Its canopy blocked out the sun, and countless tiny lights danced among the branches and leaves. Each branch of the giant tree was entwined with vines adorned with blossoms that emitted a faint glow. Sunlight filtering through the tree's shade transformed into green dots scattering beneath the tree. At the roots, there was a small pond, its water crystal clear, shimmering with a gentle green light. Standing beneath the tree, Subai could also smell a faint fragrance of grass, and would pleasing to the heart. He opened the panel. Building name: Eternal Elf Kingdom. Quality: Immortal Divine Level Building. Health: 5 billion. Recruitment rules: you can recruit 10 Eternal Elves for free each day. After the novice period ends, recruiting each one will cost 1,000 Divine Source coins. Evaluation: alright, your strongest support has arrived. Subai's eyes brightened as he looked at the words strongest support in the evaluation. Could this be a support unit? Subai's expression immediately brightened. To be honest, he didn't lack combat units at the moment. He had too many combat units. All 4 types of units were combat types. In terms of offensive capabilities, he was already sufficient. However, there was still a significant shortfall in support and enhancement. Subai was eager to see what characteristics the newly emerged Eternal Elves had. Recruit. With a thought, Su-bai initiated the process. The shade of the eternal elf kingdom began to sway gently, and emerald green lights slowly coalesced from the giant tree. Then figures emerged from the light. Soon the light gathered into human forms. They were about the same height as the fairies around 178 meters tall, but unlike the fairies, their figures were not as voluptuous. They were more slender and elongated. Of course, this was only in comparison to the fairies. They wore sheer green skirts, thin as a cicada's wings, gently fluttering with their steps. The neckline of the skirts was very low, revealing large areas of fair skin. The bust was not exaggerated, yet still extremely full, with proportions perfectly wrapped in the skirts, appearing both alluring and understated. Their waists were slender, as if a gust of wind could snap them. The curves of their hips were accentuated by the skirts, creating a perfect silhouette mysteriously visible beneath the fabric. Naturally, they also possessed the characteristics of the elf race, with pointed ears peeking out from their golden hair, gently twitching. Their skin was as white as jade, radiating a faint glow. Their features were stunningly beautiful, with gentle brows and eyes, and a faint smile gracing their lips. Behind them fluttered a pair of delicate wings as light as gossamer. The most striking feature was their eyes. They had emerald green irises with what seemed like starlight swirling within. Each of them possessed a figure that could be deemed perfect, and their faces were nothing short of breathtaking. However, unlike angels, fairies, or succubi, their beauty did not elicit a racing heartbeat, but rather a serene and calming beauty. Looking at them, one would feel that the world is a beautiful place. They stood in a line, all gazing at Su-bai. Then the foremost one spoke, her voice crisp and clear like a mountain spring master. Su-bai quickly nodded and opened the panel. Race: Eternal Elf. Life: Elf. Talent: Immortal. Divine Level: Level Black Iron 1-star. Faction: Neutral. Good Skills: Immortal. Fountain of Life: Immortal. Divine Level: Immortal. Natures: Blessing: Immortal. Divine Level: Super. Healing Light: Super. Divine Level: Super. Purification: Super. Divine Level: Divine Vines. Entanglement: Divine Level. Life: 24,000. Attack: 1,800. Defense: 1,200. Stamina: 1,000. Spirit: 12,000. Evaluation: Death: non-existent. Su-bai took a deep breath after reading it. Another unit focused on spirit. However, it was not the same as the succubi. They specialized in support, and this was precisely what he needed. While Su-bai was feeling pleased, the ancient tree in the palace suddenly began to glow. The patterns on the trunk began to shine, the lights on the crown began to dance, and the water in the pond began to bubble. Amidst the glow, a figure slowly re-emerged. Su-bai knew that this was the arrival of a hero. He saw that the figure this time was half a head taller than the other elves, yet her figure was perfectly proportioned, truly a model of perfection. She wore a long dress woven from starlight, the hem adorned with tiny gemstones, each emitting a... Her long hair was silver white, cascading down to her waist, the tips sparkling with starlight. Her ears were pointier than the other elves, slightly bending backward like two leaves. Her features were so exquisite that they seemed unreal, with a natural gentleness and kindness in her eyes. The corners of her mouth gently lifted, revealing a reassuring smile. Master. She spoke, her voice like the tinkling of wind chimes, clear and melodious. Eternal Elf Queen Discisha at your service. While other descriptions are similar, just the clothing is slightly different. The AI won't allow generating such clothes, so let's adjust that. Hero name: Discisha. Race: Eternal Elf. Talent: Immortal. Divine. King Level: Level Black Iron 1-star. Faction: Neutral. Good Personality: Kind, Inclusive, Wise, Contrasting Skills: Immortal. Tree of Life: Immortal. Divine. King Level: Immortal. Breath of Nature: Immortal. Divine. King Level: Immortal. Starlight Veil: Immortal. Divine. King Level: Immortal. Revival of All Things: Immortal. Divine Level: Immortal. All Woods: Immortal. Divine Level. Legion Skill: Immortal. Eternal Kingdom: Immortal. Divine. King Level: Immortal. Lives Him: Immortal. Divine. King Level. Legion Effect: Training Effect: 1,200 Experience, gain 1,200 March Speed, 1,200 Legion. All attributes: 1,000 Life, 72,000 Attack, 3,800 Defense, 5,200 Stamina, 4,800 Spirit, 32,000 Evaluation. Support: Forever's Deity. Discisha, welcome aboard. Su-bai gazed at the silver-haired elven queen before him, feeling a slight sense of admiration. Finally, a unit that appeared to be relatively normal had arrived. Among the recruited units, apart from the little lowly, the others were quite abnormal. This was the first time Su-bai had seen a unit with such a normal physique, appearance, and attire. Su-bai had read about the elven race in books. Beautiful, noble, pure, elegant, peaceful, and averse to war. They were the envy of countless races. Discisha smiled, gently, elegantly bowing and greeting, Master Discisha, and the children will forever protect your territory. Hearing Discisha refer to him as Master Su-bai felt a stir in his heart. Such noble, sacred, and elegant elves uttering the title Master truly tarnished their grace. It was as if their noble demeanor had been sullied. Su-bai had repeatedly asked the units to call him Lord, yet all the units unanimously refused. It was as if their noble demeanor had been sullied. Subai had repeatedly asked. 10 life elves stood under the shade of the trees, their emerald green skirts fluttering in the wind, sharp ears peeking out from their golden hair, with stunningly beautiful faces and gentle expressions. Could you demonstrate your abilities? Subai was quite curious about just how strong these elves' support abilities were. He wanted to witness it firsthand. This way he could have a better understanding. No problem, master. The life elves responded with smiles after hearing Subai's inquiry. Everything felt so normal. Subai no longer doubted, and said to Alicia beside him, "You all should feel this." Alicia and several heroes nodded in agreement, stepping out from beside Subai. They also brought along a few ordinary angels. "All right, sister, you can bestow us with states now," Alicia said softly to Desisha, smiling. The two beauties standing together formed a stunning sight. Upon Desisha's arrival, Alicia first felt a sense of crisis. This was because Desisha's personality was quite similar to hers, both embodying the gentle big sister archetype. However, Alicia soon ceased to worry excessively as she realized that Desisha's gentleness was merely that of an ordinary big sister. Yet her gentleness toward her master was distinctly different. "All right, sisters," Desisha did not feel anger upon being called younger sister. She still responded calmly and elegantly. Then Desisha raised her hand, and a green light overflowed from her palm, enveloping the heroes and their respective units. Alicia and the heroes' units trembled, their auras instantly surging. Subai opened his panel. Alicia health 187432374864100. 100. Subai gasped in astonishment. Goodness, just a single support buff had doubled Alicia's total health. Then Subai looked at the health values of the other heroes and units, and they were the same as Alicia's. Their total health had all increased by double. This was a substantial increase in total health. It was an enhancement made after various bonuses. This indicated that Desisha's support capabilities were of exceptionally high priority. Not only was Subai astonished, but even Alicia and the others were equally surprised. One's own body and sensations are the most accurate. Whether it was Alicia or Lung Yunir, they could all feel their health limits had increased once more. Desisha, seeing this, had no surprise on her face, elegantly nodding and smiling. The blessing of the elves can provide all-around enhancements to allied units, not just limited to health limits, but also to attack, power, defense, and other aspects. In addition to enhancing the base stats, various buffs can also be added. For example, the healing, mana, regeneration, revival, and lifesteal controlled by the life elves. Desisha briefly explained her elves' abilities. With every word she spoke, the shock it brought to Subai and the others was immense. Subai's eyes widened. Indeed, everything the books had said was not wrong. The most crucial point in Lord battles was to first eliminate the support. A support like Desisha could truly turn the tide on the battlefield. "Younger sister, you are truly impressive." Feeling the powerful force suddenly surging within him, every hero sincerely expressed their admiration. Christia is very grateful to receive recognition from the master and the sisters. Christia continued to express her gratitude gently and elegantly. Soon several heroes gathered together to discuss tactical matters. Many discussions revolved around Christia's support skills. After all, Alicia and the others were combat units. Their combat methods were naturally topics they needed to discuss. Subai watched the scene before him, feeling quite surprised. Christia had something special about her. She had just been recruited and had already gained high recognition from Alicia and the others. While the heroes were engaged in tactical discussions aboard, Subai suddenly saw Zoya rolling over on her ball. When she stopped in front of Subai, she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes filled with excitement. "Great mechanical lord. Good news. The extreme single soldier combat unit is ready." Subai's eyes lit up at her words. "Take me to see it." He remembered Zoya had proposed the idea of an extreme single soldier combat unit yesterday. Subai was very invested in this matter. With this combat unit, he could easily send people out to plunder resources from outside the territory. It should be noted that this was during the beginner period. Countless big shots were watching the situation in the novice area. Although it was unlikely any deity would take the time to pay attention to a small fry like him. But better safe than sorry, as Subai was unwilling to gamble his life and that of his units on such a slim chance. This was also the reason why Subai had always discouraged exploring resources outside the territory. After all, the resources were just sitting there, they wouldn't run away, and it would be better to wait until he had the means to explore. Now something that could be explored had just appeared. With a wave of Zoya's hand, the round little iron ball beside her formed another seat. Subai sat down, immediately pressing close to Zoya's side. Soon the two arrived at the military factory. Subai had specifically designated an area in the territory for Zoya to set up factories and research labs. Now several buildings had appeared in this area, and some were still under construction, all built by robots. These robots were all crafted by Zoya. One should never underestimate the abilities of a god-level mechanic. Subai turned his gaze to a completed building. This building was the military factory. Although it was in its initial phase, it had already completed basic, fully automated production operations. In the military factory, 10 jet black mechas stood in neat rows. Each mecha towered 3 meters tall, their surfaces shimmering with a faint glow of energy. They stood silently like sculptures, and even Su, by a novice in combat, could sense the terrifying power contained within them. Limit Single Soldier Combat Unit, First Generation Mass Production, Type, Diamond 1 Star. Limit Single Soldier Combat Unit, First Generation Mass Production Type, Rank Diamond 1 Star. My lord, these 10 are the initial generation of Limit Single Soldier Combat Units, although their strength is quite weak. But for now, they should be sufficient. Zoya then began to introduce the basic capabilities and relevant data of the combat units to Subai. As she explained, Zoya's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. She could hardly wait to ignite a war, to use the flames of battle to purify her creations. Subai listened attentively, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, Zoya. As a reward, you will personally initiate and command this war. The purpose of our war is to seize iron or resources. Subai was also eager to see what the world outside his territory looked like. Well-versed in the art of survival, Subai even stepped outside his territory to take a look. However, these Limit Single Soldier Combat Units had their own magical projection capabilities. They could serve as Subai's eyes, allowing him to see what the world beyond his borders truly looked like. Subai immediately led Zoya towards the Heavenly Punishment Divine Thunder Tower and opened the exploration panel. Although the Heavenly Punishment Divine Thunder Tower was an attack building capable of striking selected targets, it also had another function to detect the surrounding environment and select attack targets. Naturally, these strike units were a primary focus for the resources. Heavenly Punishment Divine Thunder Tower Resource Exploration range 25 kilometers, scanning all or resources within a radius of 25 kilometers. Scan complete. Targets discovered: small iron mine 2, medium iron mine 1, large iron mine 1, super large iron mine 1, small copper mine 2, large copper mine 1, small silver mine 1, small gold mine 1. Subai's eyes lit up at the sight of the various mineral resources. He did not expect there to be so many precious mineral resources surrounding his territory, including a super large iron mine and a gold mine. However, Subai did not let the sudden surprise cloud his judgment. Generally, such veins were heavily. Sure enough, as Subai checked the information about the iron mine, a panel appeared before his eyes. Super large iron mine Inc. Black mining area reserves approximately 5 billion units of iron, or current status occupied by the Mo2A Kingdom. Garrison forces approximately 2,000 soldiers. Garrison experts: Mo2A Platinum Knight, Commander 1, Mo2A Gold Knights 5, Mo2A Silver Knights 200, Mo2A Bronze Warriors 1742. After reading this, Subai frowned. In the Genesis Divine Domain, there are not only lords, but also many cities, nations, races, and factions. Of course, there are also humans in the Genesis Divine Domain, but these humans look quite different from Subai's kind. The humans here have bizarre appearances resembling various oddities. They merely look somewhat human. All the lords cannot tolerate such beings claiming to be humans. Can you accept a humanoid creature that walks on 8 legs and looks remarkably like an octopus claiming to be human in front of you? No, you cannot. They are just a group of humanoid aberrations. They are all targets for the legitimate human lords of Blue Star to plunder. Subai also does not accept this. He does not recognize such aberrant humanoids as human. This makes him feel insulted by the term human. He intends to use war to plunder them, to make them realize their true position. Not every slimy humanoid being can claim to be human. These aberrations can only be objects of his plunder, and their blood will lay the foundation for his ascent to godhood. Zoya mobilized them. Target the Mo2A mining area. Subai issued the battle order with a firm voice. He would feel no pity for any life in the Genesis Divine Domain. Would you feel sad over the death of an NPC in a game, causing your mood to change and falling into eternal? No, Subai never would. The path to becoming a god is fraught with thorns. Those who are indecisive and overly sympathetic will never succeed. Zoya seemed to sense Subai's yearning for war and immediately nodded excitedly. At your command, my most esteemed master of machines. I will follow your will and wage war. At that moment, the 10 standby combat units opened their crimson eyes. A terrifying aura descended upon the military factory. The thrusters behind the mechas expelled unknown energy. The entire 3 turtle mecha immediately took off. With a sword in its left hand and a cannon in its right, it flew straight toward the Mo2A mining area. Meanwhile, in a large shed within the military factory, the roof quietly opened at that moment. Countless swarm working units followed the battle units into the sky towards the Mo2A mining area, belonging to the Mo2A Kingdom. This kingdom was established by humans, but the humans here resemble squids. They possess the thoughts of true humans. They have genuine human systems. They are incredibly formidable in this region. The Mo2A mining area is one of the largest iron mines in the Mo2A Kingdom. It accounts for about 10 of the entire iron production of the Mo2A Kingdom. Outside the mine, a sturdy fortress stood tall. Fully armed soldiers stood atop the fortress with magical crossbows and catapults mounted on the walls. At the highest point of the fortress, a flag of the Mo2A kingdom flapped in the wind. In the fortress hall, Knight Commander Oleg sat in a chair drinking. He was a powerful figure at the platinum level, stationed in this mining area for 3 years, and no one had ever dared to cause trouble. After all, the Mo2A kingdom is the most powerful existence in this region, and no race or force dares to defy. However, today the entire Mo2A mining area entered a state of wartime alert, because in the morning they witnessed a scene they would never forget. What? The heavenly tribulation lightning again. Oleg leapt from his seat in alarm and rushed to the window, gazing upward into the sky. Dark clouds churned across the heavens, thick and suffocating within, which violet lightning coiled like serpents through the roiling gloom. His pupils contracted faintly, yet he swiftly steeled himself. What is there to fear? Has it ever struck before? Besides, intelligence confirms these thunderbolts target only bandits and Clearly this storm does not seek us. Why tremble? Even if it descends, I, Oleg, a platinum tier warrior, fear no mere bolts of lightning. I am no common outlaw. Oleg instantly reassured himself inwardly. Earlier he had dispatched scouts. All reports confirmed the lightning singled out only the chaotic ones. The heavenly thunder was divine retribution upon the chaotic ones. No concern for those who upheld. A soldier swallowed hard. But sir, it's heading straight for us. Indeed, the storm clouds were converging rapidly over Motoa mine. They gathered and refused to disperse as though fixated solely upon them. Even Oleg faltered, though he forced down his rising dread. Fear. Nonsense. I am Oleg Platinum, Knight of the Motoa Kingdom. Who dares strike against me within Motoa's sovereign borders? Does he wish to incur Motoa's death edict? Before the words faded, another soldier burst in. Sir. Urgent report. Unknown hostiles are hovering above our mine. Oleg's brow nodded sharply. Who are they? The soldier shook his head. Unknown. We've never seen their kind. They're encased head to toe in iron plating, resembling the Mechanist cult. At the name Mechanist cult, Oleg's face paled violently. He bolted from his office. Outside the mine, 10 obsidian black warmechs stood in perfect formation. Sunlight glinted off their hulls with a cold metallic sheen. Behind the vanguard, swarms of heavy engineering constructs surged forward at blinding speed. Transmission received directive of the mother machine. Eradicate without exception. A synthesized voice resonated within each mech's neural core. Oleg emerged flanked by 5 golden tier knights and 20 silver tier knights. He had heard the command. Fury flared across his features. Identify yourselves. Where do you hail from? Do you not know this is Motoa Kingdom's sovereign military zone? Do you intend to ignite full-scale war? His gaze swept over the warmechs, his brow furrowed deeper. These iron titans defied all measure. Such ambiguity admitted only 2 possibilities: either they were hollow spectacles, or far superior in strength. Clearly the latter held true. The mechs remained silent. A pair of mechanical ocular lenses suddenly ignited with crimson light. All targets locked. Hostile combat units, 2412. Concealed hostile units, 8412. Initiate extermination protocol. Oleg's expression darkened. I asked you a question, and you dare ignore me. 10 pairs of crimson eyes pivoted in unison, locking onto Oleg. High-threat hostile target identified. Priority elimination sequence engaged. A chill of unease slithered up Oleg's spine. These iron constructs obeyed no command, nor did their gaze inspire anything but primal dread. What do you intend to do? No reply came. 10 mechanized arms rose as one, autocannons whirring to life. Oleg's pupils contracted. You. But before the word escaped, 10 cannons roared in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Fire consumed everything. Oleg and his knights perished without resistance, reduced to crimson mist in an instant. Thus began the slaughter. Before the remaining soldiers could flee, the mechs crashed into the ranks, each fist crushing a man, each kick scattering bodies. No artistry, only absolute merciless annihilation. Simultaneously, violet lightning sealed the entire mine beneath a dome of celestial wrath. Any attempting escape met instant obliteration. 3 minutes later, not a single breath remained within the mine, not even among the laborers. Towering warmechs strode across the corpse-littered terrain, scanning relentlessly for residual life signs. Only when absolute nullity confirmed did they transmit a final data packet to Zoya deep within the territory. All targets eliminated. Motoa mine secured. Upon receiving the transmission, Zoya turned immediately to Su Bai, mighty lord of mechanism. The mine is fully seized. All targets eradicated. 0 casualties on our side. Su Bai nodded, deeply satisfied. He felt no curiosity toward the skirmish, nor sorrow for the dead. Their numbers meant nothing to him. What truly mattered was the mine's remaining iron or reserves. Dispatch engineering drones immediately to assume control, quantify, or yield and inventory existing ingots. Transport all stored ingots back to the territory without delay. Zoya bowed, as commanded Lord of Mechanism. Engineering drones have assumed full operational control. Inventory assessment underway. Assessment complete. Matawa Mine is a supermassive iron deposit. Total reserve, 5 billion units. 1 billion units already extracted. Current daily output 100,000 iron ingots. Warehouse holds 1 million raw or units unrefined and 500,000 finished ingots. Hearing Zoya's report, Subai nodded again, pleased. At that moment the Genesis Divine Realm System chimed. Ding! A supermassive mine has been conquered. Awarded 100 Crimson Name Points. Chaos Bazaar unlocked. Subai paused, startled. A single supermassive mine yielded 1,000 Crimson Name Points. Unbelievably lucrative. And several more such mines lay scattered around his territory. Pure gleaming Crimson Name Points. Plenty to harvest. Later. First finalize current operation. Dispatch ingots to the territory immediately. Accelerate RD and production of combat units and armories. I demand war spread to copper, silver, and gold mines by tomorrow. Since Zoya craved war, Subai saw no reason to restrain him. After all, they were both his heroes. What else could he do? Indulge him. In the end none would suffer but others, and the Matawa kingdom was not human. Subai bore no moral weight. Those not of his kin were simply erased. Moreover, copper, silver, and gold mines held paramount significance in the Genesis Divine Realm. Seizing them guaranteed endless coin, gold, silver, and copper alike. Who refuses wealth? When Zoya realized Subai endorsed total war, elation flooded his heart. War was art, and Zoya vowed to deliver a masterpiece worthy of the Lord of Mechanism. With operations now unfolding seamlessly, Subai's involvement ended. He returned quietly to his territory. Subai walked out of the military-industrial complex area and headed towards the barracks. On the world leaderboard his name remained anonymous with a reputation score of 2,120, far ahead of the second place. However, to his surprise, next to the reputation points, there was an additional line of new data. World rank 1, anonymous. Reputation 2120, a red name 1000. Subai raised an eyebrow. It turns out that reputation points and red name points can be listed together. Moreover, the ranking is determined by the total of both. A super large mining area is worth 1,000 red name points, which is indeed quite attractive. Subai casually opened the Chaos Shop. Earlier he had browsed the Chaos Shop. At that time he had not yet acquired any red name points, so many items were out of reach. However, the items inside were actually similar to those in the order shop, and the price for troop recruitment cards was the same. 10 red names for one card with a daily purchase limit of 100 cards. Buy another 100 cards. With a thought, Subai consumed 1,000 red name points, and his warehouse gained another 100 troop recruitment cards. Adding to the previous ones, he now had 200 troop recruitment cards in hand. Give 100 cards to the elves, and distribute the remaining 100 evenly among the other 4 barracks. The elves have particularly strong support abilities. Thus the more the better. Just as he made the decision, he arrived at the barracks area. Subai first arrived at the Eternal Elven Kingdom, where the 50-meter-tall life giant tree emitted a faint green glow under the sunlight, and the light spots on the tree crown danced in the wind. Recruit. Ding. Consume troop recruitment cards 100. Recruited Eternal Elves 100. 100 emerald green lights fell from the tree crown, condensing into 100 slender figures. They wore emerald green skirts with pointed ears peeking out from golden long hair, and their faces were enchanting with gentle brows and eyes. 100 elves stood neatly under the shade of the tree, bowing together. Master. Subai nodded and glanced at the panel. With the previous 10, there were now a total of 110 elves. However, Subai with his sharp eyes noticed that among these 100 elves there were actually 2 different types. Subai immediately opened the panel to check. Race: Eternal Elves, Sun and Moon Elves. Talent: Immortal God level. Level: Black Iron 1 star. Faction: Neutral Good. Skills: Immortal Sunlight, Immortal God level, Immortal Moonlight, Immortal God level, Super Dawn Light, Super God level, Super Eternal Night Protection, Super God level. Life: 28,000. Attack: 3,200. Defense: 1,800. Stamina: 1,500. Spirit: 15,000. Evaluation: Sun and Moon Elves, masters of the realm of light and darkness. In their realm, they can ensure your troops remain undefeated. Subai's eyes brightened after reading this. Another branch of elves. Life elves are responsible for healing and buffing, while the newly appeared Sun and Moon Elves provide realm support. In the realm of light and darkness, allied forces will receive comprehensive enhancements. These 2 forms of support complement each other perfectly and also have stacking effects. Such a terrifying support ability is simply unparalleled. Subai snapped back to reality from his shock, realizing he still had 100 recruitment cards left unused. He then evenly distributed 100 cards to the other 4 barracks. His territory gained another 200 combat units. But Subai did not forget that he still had 10 hero recruitment cards. These were purchased from the faction shop previously with a monthly limit of 10 cards, and he bought them all. Now was a good opportunity to see if he could draw another hero. Subai had already experienced the strength of Zoya. It was simply terrifying. Soon Subai arrived at the hero recruitment tavern. The 10 recruitment cards immediately transformed into a stream of light and flew into the tavern. Ding. Detected hero recruitment cards 10. Would you like to proceed with a 10-fold recruitment? Yes. Light emanated from the recruitment tube, and a colorful beam shot up into the sky. Subai held his breath. As the light dissipated, 10 items appeared neatly in Subai's system. No heroes were recruited. Although it was expected, Subai still felt regret, as this was 1,000 reputation points. He opened the panel and glanced at the reward list. Epic Iron Ingot Resource Card 1. 4th Order Flame Crystal Core 1. 1st Order Crystal Core Selection Pack 300. 3 4th Order Gems identified. With 200 units. Stone 200 units. The types of compensation were also quite rich. But, is this a charity? 200 units of wood and stone both came out. Subai felt a wave of helplessness. It was a complete loss. However, soon his attention was drawn to a few other items. First, there was the Epic Iron Ingot Resource Card. Item name Epic Iron Ingot Resource Card. Effect grants 100 units of iron ingots upon use. 100 units of iron ingots was quite good, which could solve the urgent needs at present. Handing it to Zoya could yield significant results. Then Subai looked at the second item that caught his attention. 1st Order Crystal Core Selection Pack 300. With 300 selection packs, there was no doubt that all the special buildings in his territory could be upgraded at least once. Subai felt that this Crystal Core Selection Pack was the best item in this 10-fold recruitment. Finally, Subai looked at another item. 3 4th Order Gems identified. Can check specific attribute. Gems are valuable items, as Subai had previously obtained 2 god-level gems, both of which had instant kill effects. Although the 3 gems in front of him were 4th Order, their effects were not weak. 700 gold coins were instantly devoured by the fountain. In the next moment, the golden fountain rippled, and a brilliant beam of golden light shot up into the sky. Subai narrowed his eyes. This radiance was comparable to that of Qinlan. Could it be gold again? Another divine-level being. Subai couldn't help but speculate within his heart. Just then the golden light dispersed, and a woman slowly emerged from the radiance. She wore a simple white robe intricately embroidered with golden patterns resembling some ancient runes. A deep blue belt was tied around her waist to buckle a thumb-sized transparent gemstone. Her hair was styled up, secured with a hairpin adorned with various gemstones. Her fingers were long and fair, each adorned with different rings that reflected a rainbow of colors under the light. Her features were exquisite and alluring, with a hint of detached understanding in her brows and eyes. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, appearing to smile, yet not quite. "My lord," she said, slightly bowing, her voice cool and clear. "Jian Xian at your service." Subai eagerly opened the panel. Citizen named Jian Xian. Talent Divine Occupation Appraiser. Effect 1. When appraising a gemstone, the gemstone level 2-2. During the appraisal of a gemstone, there is a chance to add additional attributes. 3. During the appraisal of a gemstone, there is a chance to add divine attributes. 4. Can appraise gemstones of any quality. 5. No limit to the number of appraisals per day and free. Evaluation. This is a true master of enlightenment. After reading Jian Xin's talent effects, Subai was overjoyed. A miraculous draw. He had unexpectedly drawn the citizen he desired in a single attempt. Moreover, she was a divine-level appraiser. Any citizen who reached the divine level could produce effects that were... Subai had learned in class that an ordinary appraiser had a daily limit on the number of gemstones they could appraise. Generally, due to energy constraints, most appraisers could appraise no more than 10 gemstones a day. Furthermore, appraisals required a certain amount of currency. And Jian Xian, she could appraise without limit and for free. It was known that in the future the amount of gold coins required to appraise a gemstone would be immense. This undoubtedly saved him a significant amount of gold coins. However, saving money was merely one of Jian Xin's least remarkable talents. The most important aspect was her ability to add divine attributes. Once a gemstone possessed divine attributes, it would undergo a qualitative change. It could easily be classified among the divine gemstones. Even a first-level gemstone possessing divine attributes could be called a divine gemstone. It was on par with the Eternal Wood Heart and Eternal Stone Heart he had previously obtained. Jian Xian, welcome to our ranks. Subai was extremely excited. He couldn't wait to see Jian Xin's abilities. Jian Xian, follow me. Subai took Jian Xin's hand and turned to leave the citizen hall. Jian Xian silently followed behind him, her steps light, the golden patterns on her robe shimmering slightly in the sunlight. Soon Subai brought Jian Xian to the mining area. Yao was directing robots to transport ores. With the addition of the robots, Yao had completely freed her hands. Her presence now merely served to provide a buff. As long as she was in the mining area, all robots could increase efficiency and yield. Yao only needed to watch from the sidelines. Upon seeing Subai approach, she quickly ran over. "My lord." Yao jogged over, panting, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Subai nodded. "Yao, what about the gemstones you mined before?" Yao's eyes brightened as she retrieved a large box from the warehouse. The box opened to reveal neatly stacked hundreds of gemstones. Red, blue, green, purple, various colors shimmering together, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. A total of 327 first-level gemstones and 12 second-level gemstones, Yao said, somewhat embarrassedly, scratching her head. "Since the mine is just an ordinary stone mine, the gemstones we mined are of relatively low level and quality, and they haven't been appraised yet." Subai chuckled lightly upon hearing this. "That's already quite good. With such a high yield of gemstones, I can't imagine how envious other lords will be." What Subai said was indeed true. Which benevolent lord could mine over 100 gemstones daily? It would be impressive to manage even one after a week of hard work. Subai turned to Jian Xian. "Can you handle this?" Jian Xian walked to the box, her long fingers gently picking up a red gemstone. She held the gemstone in her palm and closed her eyes. A soft golden light overflowed from her palm, enveloping the entire gemstone. Within the light, the gemstone began to change. Its originally dull color became vivid and lustrous, with faint flames flickering inside. Seconds later, the light dissipated. Jian Xian opened her eyes and handed the gemstone to Subai. Gemstone name: Red Flame Stone, level 3rd, level effect 1. When embedded in a weapon, attack power 500, additional effect 1. When embedded in a weapon, there is a chance to trigger flame burn damage, additional effect 2. When embedded in a weapon, damage to wood-type creatures 50. Evaluation: a first-level gemstone that for some unknown reason underwent a miraculous transformation to become a 3rd-level gemstone and of exceptionally high quality. Subai gasped in astonishment after seeing the basic information of the gemstone. 2 additional effects. If embedded in one of his units' gear, their strength would certainly receive another boost. Every piece of weaponry has more than one gemstone socket. This was especially true for the weapons forged by Tang Hao. The socket count could go up to 5. This meant that such gemstones could be embedded in 5 pieces of equipment. Undoubtedly, gemstones were a crucial part of the equipment system for enhancing strength. At the same time, the price of gemstones was undoubtedly exorbitant. It seemed he could work on this here. He could buy unappraised gemstones at a low price from the market, then have Jian Xian appraise them and sell them at a high price. If that were the case, wouldn't the golden coins come rolling in? Subai thought to himself. Jian Xian had not stopped her work either. Her fingers moved swiftly among the pile of gemstones, one after another, enveloped in light. Golden light continuously illuminated the area, brightening the entire mining zone. Yao stood nearby, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had labored all day to mine these gemstones, which were all 1st and 2nd level, but now in the blink of an eye, they had all transformed into 3rd level. Now the lowest had all become 3rd level. Moreover, they appeared to be of good quality. Although they were still categorized as 3rd level, their actual effects had far exceeded that of 3rd level. Well done. Subai looked at Jian Xian, and Yao, stopping Jian Xian from continuing to appraise. From now on, the mining and appraisal of gemstones will be entrusted to you two. Hand over all the appraised gemstones to Tang Hao and have her incorporate them into the equipment. Jian Xian slightly bowed, a charming smile appearing on her face. "I will obey the Lord's orders." Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. She understood that gemstones would greatly assist the Lord, and she must mine more gemstones to help him. After assigning tasks to the two, Subai prepared to leave. Walking along the road, Subai opened the panel. He had 380 first-tier crystal core selection packs in hand, and decided to fully upgrade the barracks. All 5 barracks were upgraded to first-tier level 10. The Ancient Dragon Nest, current level first-tier level 5, consuming dragon-type crystal cores 40, upgraded to first-tier level 10. The Ancestor Demon Pool, current level no level, consuming dark crystal cores 55, upgraded to first-tier level 10. Eternal Elven Kingdom, current level no level, consuming log crystal cores 55, upgraded to first-tier level 10, consuming second-tier log crystal cores 55, upgraded to second-tier level 10. Subai consumed the crystal cores like flowing water, but in return, he gained substantial improvements. This Barracks received tremendous upgrades. The Holy Angel Palace, Ancient Dragon Nest, and Ancestor Demon Pool each reached a daily recruitment limit of 20. The Holy Angel Palace, current level first-tier level 10. Daily recruitment, 20 members. Skill damage 30. The Ancient Dragon Nest, current level first-tier level 10. Daily recruitment, 30 members. Skill damage 30. The Ancestor Demon Pool, current level first-tier level 10. Daily recruitment, 20 members. Skill damage 30. Eternal Elven Kingdom, current level 2nd tier level 10. Daily recruitment, 30 members. Skill damage 100. Subai opened the recruitment panel and used up all the recruitment slots for today. After all, he never had to worry about the food for his troops, thanks to the divine cafeteria. In the novice area, having one more troop means one more share of combat power. If the novice period ends and he has not found a way to obtain divine source coins, he would be in serious trouble. Soon Subai had completed the recruitment of all troop types. He looked at the total number of troop units on the panel, which was about to reach 1,000. This number of troops was sufficient to form a legion for battle. Just as Subai was about to close the panel, a private chat message suddenly popped up. Lu Ruyan, are you there? Help! Lu Ruyan's territory was engulfed in yellow sand with fierce winds howling. She was helplessly crouched on the back of a deep-sea siren with dozens of guards on sand camels behind her. Those guards wore heavy leather armor wielding curved blades, their faces adorned with cruel smiles. The leading guard exuded a pressure of gold-tier strength. Run! Keep running! The leading guard laughed heartily. A little lord dares to touch our caravan's belongings. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, too afraid to look back. She once had over 100 deep-sea sirens under her command, but now only 10 remained. One by one they were injured, their magic depleted, relying solely on instinct to run forward. Lu Ruyan recalled that it was all her fault. With the new event starting, she thought of finding a desert bandit to plunder and gain some prestige. But unexpectedly, she found no desert bandits and instead encountered a caravan on the road. Following the principle of since we are here we might as well, she thought to attack a small caravan. As a result, the first caravan had a gold-tier powerhouse guarding it. The combat effectiveness of her deep-sea sirens in the desert was already reduced, and meeting a gold-tier enemy was like sending food. They were chased like dogs. My lord, we can't escape. The last deep-sea siren's voice trembled. Lu Ruyan looked back and saw that the guards had closed in to within 100 meters. She closed her eyes and opened the private chat window, planning to place her last hope on that person. Lu Ruyan, are you there? Help! After sending the message, she added another line. Lu Ruyan, I might be eliminated. I encountered a gold-tier enemy. Lu Ruyan, I might have overstepped. Lu Ruyan, this is all my assets hoping to help you. Lu Ruyan was unsure if Subai would reply to her message, as he had always been slow to respond. Even if he had the ability to save her, by the time he saw the message, she might have already been eliminated and returned home to lie down. After sending the message and all her assets, Lu Ruyan still stared at the screen, her heart pounding like a drum. How she wished that he could save her life. She did not want to lose this opportunity to change her fate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No reply. Just then the voice of the leading guard behind her grew closer. Woman, stop running. How dare you covet my caravan? Then you must pay with your life. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, about to despair, when a message came back. Your goddess, my golden basin, what's going on? Seeing that the other party had replied immediately, Lu Ruyan's face lit up with joy. He cares about her. But Lu Ruyan did not let the excitement cloud her mind. Lu Ruyan, the enemy is a desert caravan with a gold-tier foe. Can you save me? If not, it's fine, or I will give you all my supplies. I still have 20 self-selected crystal core packs. Your goddess, my golden basin. Subai was silent for a while, not replying to Lu Ruyan immediately. Lu Ruyan's excited feelings quickly calmed down. Of course, any normal person would hesitate upon hearing that the enemy was a gold-tier powerhouse. How could a novice lord defeat a gold-tier strong enemy? Lu Ruyan did not blame Subai. Anyone would be deterred by a gold-tier enemy at this moment. At that moment, a message from Subai came through. Your goddess, my golden basin reinforcements have arrived. Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned by Subai's reply. The target has been confirmed. Execute the extermination order. By the master's command, leave not a single one alive. The captain of the guard's expression changed drastically. Although he was a golden-level powerhouse, the aura emanating from these mechas filled him with sheer terror deep within his bones. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground. 10 mechas simultaneously raised their arms, and the cannons began to rotate. The captain of the guard's pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed it. Diamond level. All of them are diamond level. A diamond level powerhouse coming to deal with a mere small fry. Is that really necessary? This is impossible. His voice trembled. The mechas gave him no opportunity to speak. Bang, 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 bang. The artillery fire engulfed everything. The captain of the guards didn't even have time to scream before being turned into a mist of blood. The remaining guards hadn't even had the chance to escape when the mechas charged into the crowd. One punch for one kick for a group. There were no flashy moves, only pure crushing force. The battle ended in an instant. Dozens of merchant guards, not one left alive. The mechas halted in place, their red eyes scanning the surroundings. After confirming there were no survivors, they began to clean the battlefield. They skillfully turned over the guards' bodies, searching for various supplies. At the same time, 2 units split off and flew towards the merchant convoy's location. Gems equipment elite with slave contracts basic resource card stone wood. Everything valuable was categorized and stacked neatly. Lu Rian stared blankly at all of this, her mouth agape. Diamond level. 4 diamond level combat units. And this is only the 4th day of her beginner phase. How could this be possible? Yet reality was just as it seemed. This combat unit didn't even acknowledge her and was busy sorting supplies. The fact that they didn't attack her must mean that the person sent them as a rescue. She suddenly felt she had underestimated the other party. That person's methods are terrifying, able to tear through the void. How powerful is his territory? And how did he know her coordinates? The territory coordinates are one of the most important secrets of a lord. If someone discovers the coordinates of the territory, they will surely be met with covetous eyes. And yet she had never revealed her coordinates to the other party, yet they could locate her so easily. Does this mean the other party can come to her territory at any time? It's terrifying to think about, sister. The mechas finished cleaning the battlefield, and the leading mecha turned to face Lu Rian. Its cold red eyes fixed on her. Lu Rian felt a wave of pressure rushing towards her. Her legs couldn't help but tremble. The sea which beside her was so frightened that she created a small ocean. Miss Lu Rian. The cold electronic voice sounded. The master asked me to inform you. These valuable supplies, I will take, the rest you can handle yourself. And also recognize your position. You have no secrets here. Lu Rian shivered all over. She understood this was a warning. Her position was indeed as she had thought. The other party could find her at any time. She had to be clear about what to say and what not to say. She quickly nodded. I understand. I saw nothing. I know nothing. The red light of the mecha. In Su Bei's territory, Su Bei glanced at Lu Rian through the mecha's perspective. A woman with such a name is certainly not simple. He must employ some measures. Su Bei immediately called for Nier. As a succubus, Nier's control over people's hearts is undoubtedly incredibly strong. Controlling a person is not too difficult. After explaining the specifics to Nier, she smiled charmingly. Master, do you want a slave? I can make this woman your slave, and she will never betray you. Moreover, the slave contract is extremely discreet and won't be discovered by anyone, not even the gods. Just leave it to me, master. Upon hearing Nier's introduction, Su Bei felt a surge of joy in his heart. If he could control her directly, that would be even better. Su Bei did not want to experience the drama of genuinely caring only to be betrayed. He had no time for such games. Go on. As Su Bei waved his hand, a portal appeared before Nier. Nier smiled slightly and stepped into the portal. Please rest assured I know what to do. I will keep everything you say in my heart. Lu Rian constantly bowed to the mecha, showing her harmlessness. However, when Lu Rian bent down and stood up, she found an extremely enchanting and seductive woman had appeared before her. The suddenly appearing woman had an incredibly hot figure and an extraordinarily beautiful face. She was completely enveloped in a set of dark black armor, exposing only her stunning face and perfect figure. But what was particularly noteworthy were the 2 horns on her head and the pair of demon wings on her back. All of this proved that the woman before her was not human. Who are you? Lu Rian felt her heart tremble at the sudden appearance of this woman. At the same time, her entire body began to shake. Of course, this was not out of fear, but arousal. That's right, as a woman, Lu Rian could not resist the temptation of Nier at first sight. Little beauty, relax your mindset. Nier smiled seductively, reaching out to stroke Lu Rian's head. At this moment, Lu Rian was in a state of enchantment and was unable to resist. A golden ancient parchment appeared above Lu Rian's head. Nier began to murmur. Subsequently, the names of the 2 appeared on the parchment, Su Bei and Lu Rian. Only Su Bei was the master and Lu Rian was the slave. This was a master-slave contract. The one who signed the contract would forever be the slave of the contract master, unable to resist. The slave master could freely decide the life and death of the slave. The life and death of the slave rested at the whim of the master. This was one of Nier's divine methods. The contract was formed. Nier's hand also came down from Lu Rian's head. At this moment, Lu Rian regained her clarity. And at this moment, Lu Rian was gasping for breath. She knew everything that had just happened, yet was utterly unable to resist. The methods of the woman before her were even more terrifying than those mechas. What kind of abilities does that person have to possess such a powerful assistant? All right, little beauty, I am done with my business. I will take my leave now. Nier, upon seeing Lu Rian's unimaginable expression, smiled slightly. As she stepped back, she disappeared from Lu Rian's sight. Meanwhile, Lu Rian was still immersed in terror. She understood she had become someone else's slave. She was a proud daughter of heaven, a goddess-like existence once worshipped by countless admirers. Now, as a goddess herself, she had actually become someone else's slave. Moreover, judging by the name, the other party was still a man. This was simply. The mech pointed to the basic wood and stone materials as well as other items on the ground, saying, "The things in this caravan have been accepted by the master, the rest belong to you." Then it turned and left. 4 mechs simultaneously activated, tearing a rift in the void as they stepped inside. The rift closed, and everything returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Lu Rian stood in place, staring at the empty desert lost in thought for a long time. Eventually she slowly crouched down, burying her face in her knees. Whoa, I have become a slave. The goddess in the eyes of others can only be commanded by that man from now on. How thrilling. Lu Rian murmured softly, her voice muffled, looking rather unhappy, but who could tell if she truly was? Forget it, whatever he wants me to do in the future, I'll just do it. I'm already a slave, what else can I do? Since I cannot resist, I can only resign myself to being ordered around. Lu Rian understood this clearly. As long as she dared to say she would not obey, she would definitely lose her qualification to compete for the lordship, and she would be worse off than being enslaved. The surviving deep-sea sirens exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Lu Rian raised her head, took a deep breath, and stood up. Then he glanced at the supplies left on the ground. His eyes widened in shock. This is a golden grade. The master even left himself a golden grade weapon. Oh my heavens, there is also a resource card with 1,000,000 units of wood and stone. And other various recovery potions. The master didn't take anything with him. Lu Rian widened her eyes as she looked at the supplies scattered all over. Her heart was filled with shock. These supplies were a fortune for any lord, especially the golden grade weapons. There were at least 2 complete sets. Enough to arm her heroes to the teeth. The increase in strength was undoubtedly substantial. With golden grade equipment, even if she encountered an enemy at the golden level, she wouldn't be in such dire straits. If such equipment could be left for himself, how many other good things did her master possess? How strong could her master really be? Lu Rian grew increasingly curious about this unknown master. Forget it, since the master left it for himself, these are all mine. Pack up the things and go home. She patted the sand off her skirt, her voice considerably lighter. Since she was here, she would make herself comfortable. The deep-sea sirens quickly began to move and transport the supplies. Su Bei's territory. He looked at the newly arrived batch of supplies in the warehouse, a faint smile appearing on his lips. 47 third-tier gems, 432 second-tier gems, 2,342 first-tier gems, 762 third-tier crystal cores, 2,435 second-tier crystal cores, and over 10,000 first-tier crystal cores. Moreover, there were all kinds of crystal cores among the first-tier ones. Even the incredibly rare time and space crystal cores had won. Undoubtedly, this was a fortune. In addition, there were various resource cards, all above the epic level. Not bad, Su Bei immediately called. The gems here still needed him to identify them. After Jinshin took away all the gems, Su Bei leaned back in his chair. He contemplated the matters concerning Lu Rian. A person who dared to take such a name must have a story behind it. Su Bei, however, could not afford to fully trust Lu Rian. What if this person truly was the great Emperor Lu Rian? If he treated her sincerely, she might stab him in the back later. So it was better to keep her as a slave. Moreover, a tool like Lu Rian could still be useful. As for her knowing his secrets, let her know he had 1006 secrets, and he wasn't afraid of her knowing. And he had her coordinates. As long as she wasn't foolish, she wouldn't act recklessly. Alright, it's time to upgrade. Now the geometric resources were sufficient to upgrade all his troops to the bronze level. Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Starshine, Moonlight, Sunfire Tier 3 Deity, Tier 2 Deity, Tier 1 Deity, all breakthroughs. Su Bei focused his thoughts. Hundreds of selected packs disappeared entirely. Along with Su Bei's original crystal cores, all his troops that had reached Black Iron 10 stars broke through to Bronze 1 star. Su Bei opened the panel and took a glance. Hero name Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang, race Ancient Void Dragon, talent God King, level Bronze, 1 star, health 805-413, attack 75215, defense 74450, endurance 70145, spirit 69945. Su Bei gasped. This was the final data of the little lowly dragon Emperor Ning Shuang. It doubled. Every time he advanced a great realm, all stats doubled. This was the data after doubling. With just the bronze realm, her attack power reached 80000. If it weren't for the limited damage of the Great Wall, relying solely on Dragon Emperor Ning Shuang could break through the Great Wall. Of course, Dragon Emperor Ning Shuang was the strongest unit under Su Bei. The data of those like Alicia and Leng Yue was relatively weaker, only about half of that of Dragon Emperor Ning Shuang. Nevertheless, they remained strong. After the breakthroughs, all the troops felt the surging power within. They all lifted their heads, looking towards the direction of the Lord's mansion. Alicia was the first to stand up, her eyes filled with joy. Leng Yue opened her eyes, a hint of a smile flashing in her purple gaze. Her purple lips slightly pursed, her mind unknown. Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang jumped directly off the chair, her small face filled with undeniable joy, yet her expression remained calm and proud. She still needed to maintain her haughty demeanor. She had no time for such thoughts. After all, she was still a little girl, only wanting someone's attention. Soon the group entered the Lord's mansion. Master, should we celebrate tonight? Lin Jiyu's voice was soft and enchanting. Subai still dared not look directly at Lingyue. The shock brought by the image of the wood bamboo fairy from last night was too strong. He feared he couldn't help himself. But they weren't wrong, it was indeed a good time to celebrate, wasn't it? Alright, let's have a pool party tonight. As night fell, a bonfire was lit by the hot spring, and the food from the divine dining hall was laid out on a long table. He was afraid he couldn't hold back. But what they said wasn't wrong, it was indeed a moment to celebrate, and he shouldn't dampen the mood, right? Alright, let's have a pool party tonight. As night fell, a bonfire was lit by the hot springs, and the food from the divine dining hall was laid out on a long table. The entire scene beside the hot springs was picturesque. Everyone was present, trying their best to showcase themselves in front of Subai. They were as enticing as they could be. In the kingdom of Matawa within the palace, King Matawatu sat on the throne, his face ashen. The spy kneeling below trembled all over, too afraid to raise his head. What did you say? Matawatu's voice was as cold as ice. The Matawa mine has been taken. 2,000 troops, not a single one left. Yes, your majesty. The spy's voice quivered. According to the on-site investigation, the enemy's strength is extremely formidable, at least platinum level or higher. Matawatu suddenly stood up, platinum level. His and Oleg also at platinum level. Everyone knows Oleg's strength, who could take him down at the same level. Investigate. Find out. Who did this? At this moment a minister suddenly spoke up. Could it be the people from the Suya kingdom who... Matawatu shook his head upon hearing this. Impossible, we signed a contract with the Suya kingdom. They wouldn't dare to unilaterally break the treaty with such audacity. Could it be the lords who did it? At this moment another minister spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, a discussion erupted in the hall. Those human lords, I'm not saying they don't have great potential, but they just arrived, right? How could they develop so quickly? Indeed, the Empire sent someone to inform us that a group of lords would arrive in our region, but it has only been less than 4 days since their arrival. How could those lords develop so quickly? Just 4 days to possess the strength to slay a platinum-level powerhouse. I certainly don't believe it. This statement garnered agreement from many. Indeed, the Empire had previously informed their kingdom that a batch of lords would appear in the Genesis divine domain. Such situations had occurred many times before. In the past, the Matawa kingdom had experienced this as well, but those lords had just entered the Genesis divine domain and were still weak, akin to ants that could be easily crushed. As long as they were eliminated before they could grow, it would benefit the kingdom as well. It could enhance the kingdom's fortune and lead to greater prosperity. In the Genesis divine domain, lords could plunder any resources while the natives could hunt the lords to strengthen themselves. Send a decree, immediately search for all traces of lords within the Matawa kingdom. Gather forces to exterminate any presence of lords or territories. Better to kill wrong than to let go. Also pay attention to the situation at the kingdom's borders to prevent interference from enemy nations. In any case, regardless of whether it's the lords or not, those lords are our enemies, and we must remain vigilant. Matawatu spoke in a deep voice. As soon as he finished, the entire national machinery began to operate, searching for traces of territories within the kingdom. The regional chat channel instantly exploded. She said, soy sauce gene mutation, what the hell? Why are there so many strong enemies outside my territory? Shit raining down, but still want to stir me too. I was collecting resources outside my territory when suddenly a group of knights rushed out and killed all my troops. I barely managed to escape, but those knights came knocking at my door. Talked for 3 years with the 9, Yao host, what the hell is going on? At this moment in the regional chat, all the lords were utterly perplexed. They were exploring resource points nearby when suddenly a group of knights appeared in their faces. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Many lords perished in this sudden attack. However, what puzzled them was that many lords suffered the same fate. But according to common sense, there should have been some activity reported. Why was there no report of any activity? Every lord had this question in their hearts. Yet no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't comprehend what was the cause of all this. The eliminated lords were also victims of an unforeseen disaster. The instigator of all this, Subai, was completely unaware. All Subai could see was the battle, and beside his territory's hot springs. The tables were laden with various foods from the divine dining hall, exquisite wine, and delicacies were served. One could only say that she was worthy of being the elven queen. Dixidia was truly a queen. It was as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. Her entire aura changed completely. It was as if she had a second personality, independent and assertive. A pure love succubus. Quite intriguing. On the 5th day of the novice period, Subai was awakened by the sunlight. Rarely did Subai not get up on time today. It wasn't until the sun shone into Subai's eyes that he finally woke up from his hazy state. He was still awakening in the pool. Fully charged, Subai was indeed fully charged. If it weren't for the assistance of the golden, Subai definitely would not have achieved such results. Subai opened his eyes, the sun dazzling. He instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight. At that moment he realized he was still soaking in the hot springs. Hiss, Lung Yu was truly remarkable. How could she be anything less than a fairy? He looked down at himself again. Goodness, Su Bai discovered he was covered in wounds. These were all caused by Dixitia. Recalling Dixitia's queenly demeanor from last night, Su Bai couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't hold back, he truly couldn't hold back. Lung Yu truly excels. This is no ordinary fairy. He glanced down at himself. To his surprise, Su Bai found himself covered in wounds. All of this was caused by Dixitia. It would be strange if he could suppress it. In the end, Su Bai could only continue to enjoy it with a tearful heart. Ding! A new day has arrived, and today's card draw opportunities have been refreshed. The system's prompt pulled Su Bai back from his wandering thoughts. Su Bai's spirit lifted, he began to draw cards. He immediately opened the talent space, and then activated the lottery. The silhouettes of the last 3 cards appeared before him. Gold, purple, red. 1 gold, 1 purple, 1 red. Su Bai's eyes lit up as he first looked at the gold card. Card passive 2, tool self-adaptation. Card passive 2, tool fill in yourself. Applicable target self. Evaluation Chao Chung. Invincible. After reading it, Su Bai doubted whether he was seeing it wrong. He rubbed his eyes several times and looked at the description again. It was still just as he had seen. 666. Isn't this an insult? I'm 18. Not just an age. The second passive is irrelevant to me. It should be. Su Bai thought of Alicia's height. It's fine, no one knows anyway. Su Bai decided to fully utilize it. It's a free gift, how could he refuse? Of course, Su Bai was not a superficial person. How could he focus only on the tools? Su Bai had looked at the entire effect of the card. Unlimited enhancement of base values, talent comprehension, and level. This was the truly terrifying aspect. Although it enhances based on his own level, it was still immensely frightening. With his combat power being a mere 5, the potential to enhance his troops might be quite limited. However, this card possesses feedback capabilities. Once he absorbs the base values and other data of his troops, to what level will his strength rise? This was what Su Bai cared about the most. He took a deep breath and looked at the second card. Purple Epic Quick Construction. Card effect: after being granted to the Lord, all building construction times in the territory are reduced by 50, and upgrade times are also reduced by 50. Applicable target: the Lord himself. Card evaluation: useless. Trash. Is this really purple? It's not even as good as my blue golden kidney. Red Myth Troop Enhancement Card effect: after being granted to the Lord, all troops gain 50 to all attributes, can actively increase by 100 during battle, with a cooldown of 1 day per use. Applicable target: the Lord himself. Applicable target: the Lord himself. Card evaluation: useless. Trash. Is this really purple? It's not even as good as my blue golden kidney. Goes the first one. Golden light fused into his body. Su Bai felt a warmth enveloping him, then he sensed a slight itch in a certain area. He felt it was necessary to test just how powerful this card's passive ability was. After all, it was given for free. He couldn't just ignore it, right? Su Bai's thoughts shifted, and he fully activated it. Whoa. At the moment Su Bai fully activated it, a surprised and slightly terrified voice suddenly rang out. Su Bai gritted his teeth. Damn, he forgot. Su Bai quickly returned to normal. Master, hearing that plaintive voice, Su Bai looked at Lung Yue, who was tearfully extending her hand and feeling nauseous, and felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Su Bai apologized. However, Lung Yu shook her head, clearly eager to try. Master, I want to see your most powerful form. Don't think that Su Bai was infatuated with women. He was not the type to be swayed by beauty. He simply wanted to test the feedback ability of dual cultivation. Time reached noon. I finally stood up. After being suppressed for 4 days and 4 nights, he had finally regained his footing. Su Bai was confident he could fight 100 at once. This was not for the sake of satisfying his desires. This was for the development of his territory and to increase loyalty. Then Su Bai opened the panel to check his basic information. Name: Su Bai. Territory: name your goddess Mai. Lord: Talent Chaos Endowment Unique Lord. Level: Black Iron 10 stars. Territory level: First stage, level 10. Territory heroes: Alicia God King Lung Yu God King Dragon Emperor Ling, Shuang God King Zoya, Immortal Celestial God and I Air God King, Dixitia God King. Territory troops: Holy Angels, Cold Fairies, Ancient Dragons, Primordial Succubi, Eternal Elves. Card effects: Unique Divine. Level: Barracks Unique Eternal. Companionship: Unique 10,000 times critical hit. Unique Goddess. Descends: Unique Escape 1. Unique Dual Cultivation. Rare Golden Kidney. Territory buildings: better. Lord's Mansion: better. Divine level: Lumber Mill. Territory resources: wood, stone. Currency: gold coins, silver coins. Life: 8650. Attack: 812. Defense: 811. Stamina: 1091. Spirit: 1078. Evaluation: progressing at an incredible pace. Su Bai stared at his panel for a while, lost in thought. Life: 8650. Attack: 812. Defense: 811. Stamina: 1091. Spirit: 1078. Yesterday he was still in double digits, and today he's directly into 4 digits. Is this the power of dual cultivation? truly progressing at an incredible pace. Su Bai murmured the evaluation on the panel, his mouth twitching. But no matter what, he had finally escaped the evaluation of being a weakling. With his current strength, he probably wouldn't be beaten by even some stronger bronze troops, and he could even take a few punches from some silver tier troops. Su Bai understood that this was all due to his talent for dual cultivation of yin and yang. Moreover, the effects of the first dual cultivation were the best. The subsequent effects may not be as significant, though there would still be some growth, albeit limited. His stats were probably not much different from those of his heroes. The dual cultivation of yin and yang was indeed powerful. Su Bai closed the interface and prepared to start today's business. Lord's Manor Upgrade Interface. Current level of the Lord's Manor Tier 1, Level 10. Requirements for upgrading to Tier 2, Level 1. Tier 1 Crystal 10, Gold 100, Wood 100, Stone 0, Iron Ingots 1000. Su Bai had all these items. He only needed 10 pieces of any gold. As for the iron ingots, after a night of production, he had acquired a considerable amount. The consumption was not much, with a thought Su Bai said upgrade. Ding. The Lord's Manor has been successfully upgraded. Current level Tier 2, Level 1. Ding. Congratulations, you are the first lord in this region to upgrade the Lord's Manor to Tier 2, Level 1. You have received the regional first upgrade reward, Better Territory 1. Before Su Bai could even see what the reward was, the system notification sounded again. Ding. The territory has been upgraded to Tier 2, Level 1, Challenge Dungeon opened. Ding. Detected that the Lord has upgraded consecutively too many times. The difficulty of the dungeon will significantly increase. Unknown error in the system. The talent of escape has automatically triggered, and all traces have been concealed for you. The escape reminds you that the host has been watched by a powerful unknown entity. Please be cautious. Su Bai's expression changed. Did the escape trigger automatically? Was someone spying on him? Or was it a powerful being? A god? Su Bai instinctively thought of a god. He looked up at the sky, but could see nothing. Yet he knew that somewhere invisible to him something was watching him. Su Bai gritted his teeth. He knew upgrading too quickly would attract trouble, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. Moreover, even the escape could only conceal traces, not directly block the commotion of upgrading. It seemed he would have to endure for a while. Su Bai muttered to himself, but he still had to deal with the upgrade challenge in front of him. Now was not the time to ponder these matters. He could not abandon the challenge for the territory he had risked so much to upgrade. Enter dungeon. With a flash of golden light, Su Bai and his troops disappeared from their original location. Inside the dungeon. As soon as Su Bai entered, he sensed something was off. The air was so heavy it felt like it could drip with water. The distant territory exuded a terrifying aura that made his heart race. He opened the data panel. Upgrade challenge Tier 2, Level 1 enemy territory, Level Tier 4, Level 1 enemy troop, Level Gold 1, Star Gold 10 stars. Warning, an unknown entity has forcibly altered the challenge intensity. What does this mean? Su Bai looked at the data on the panel, gasping in shock. A Tier 4, a Level 1 territory with gold level troops. His troops were only bronze 1 star, a whole 2 major realms lower. With an 80 realm suppression, this was still under normal challenge conditions. That unknown entity was clearly trying to eliminate him in this upgrade challenge. How malicious. Was there any point in continuing to play? If other lords encountered such a situation, they might as well quit and restart. Su Bai paused for a moment before speaking. Let's go. Su Bai originally wanted the succubus and elves to take action. However, given the current situation, they could not be the first to act. Thus, as soon as Su Bai finished speaking, the first hero he recruited, Alicia, acted first. She raised her giant angel sword and golden sword light slashed out. The sword light struck the enemy's city wall, leaving a deep gash, yet the buildings of the entire territory were not significantly damaged. Only a trace of sword energy lingered. Alicia's expression changed slightly. Her casual strike did not level the city to the ground. It had merely carved out a ravine. Cold Moon narrowed her cold eyes, and her stunning face grew serious. Then she raised her hand, and purple light rain poured down. The light rain fell upon the enemy troops, yet it only took away half of their health. Master, something feels off. These troops seem to have received some sort of blessing. Their strength is significantly enhanced. Even we can achieve a one-hit kill. Cold Moon's enchanting voice rang in Su Bai's ears. Don't think Cold Moon was just being modest. In past upgrade challenges, ordinary challenge dungeons were usually cleared in a single hit. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. It was obviously quite abnormal. Moreover, they could feel that someone was definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. Su Bai fell silent. It seemed he was being targeted, and the one targeting him was a significant being. A true god, and not a human god. It was a deity more powerful among the myriad races. Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang's face turned extremely cold. How dare someone set their sights on her master? Do you believe I can blast you all to death with a mouthful of salt water? Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang unleashed a breath of dragon fire, engulfing the entire territory. Under the terrifying might of Dragon Emperor Ling Xuan's breath, the entire territory was annihilated. Under the dragon fire, not a single part of the territory remained intact. The entire territory was reduced to ashes. Ding. Detected that the Lord has cleared the ordinary challenge. Hidden challenge unlocked. Do you wish to challenge the hidden challenge? Subai did not hesitate. The hidden challenge must be faced. Difficulty increased. Enemy territory level tier 3, level 5, enemy troop, level gold 1 star, platinum 1 star. Su Bei's expression darkened completely. It had reached platinum level with a 99 level suppression. This was not a challenge at all. It was a determined effort to stop him from advancing. He turned to Deskisha. Can we do it? No problem for the master. The elves can feed and the sisters can replenish health and magic, while we can also restore our magic. Just use skills freely. Upon hearing this, Subai finally relaxed slightly. With top-tier support like Deskisha, Alicia, Zoya, and the others would not have to worry about magic consumption. They could just bombard with skills. Go. As soon as Su Bei's words fell, all troops acted simultaneously. Various divine skills struck these territories like they were free. Most of the territories had just refreshed and were turned to dust. Seeing this, Subai relaxed a bit. They could still fight. However, as time passed, the challenges became increasingly difficult. Soon they reached the 50th level, but the women found themselves struggling greatly. At this moment, the enemy's level had already reached platinum 10 stars. Despite the barrage of skills from the women, the enemy's platinum hero remained standing in the city. Even the territory had not suffered significant damage. Subai furrowed his brow. This difficulty was too high, and this unknown presence seemed to strangle his hopes of promotion. If you won't let me advance, but I will advance anyway. Zoya, it's your turn to act. Subai said coldly to the black-clad beauty beside him. After receiving the hint from Du, Subai guessed that this challenge might undergo changes. Therefore, he brought Zoya and all the extreme single-soldier combat units into the upgrade dungeon. Subai said coldly, everyone charge. Zoya received Su Bei's command and waved her hand. Dozens of metallic spheres were swiftly thrown out by her. The spheres transformed into streaks of light as they dashed into the enemy's territory, then exploded violently. A dense smoke enveloped the area. Within the smoke, dozens of red beams of light flashed by. Suddenly, countless lasers shot out in all directions from the mist. The platinum hero that had been standing in the territory turned to ashes under the lasers dissipating within the dungeon. Then came the missile barrage. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Under the terrifying firepower of the extreme single-soldier combat units, the challenged territory was instantly leveled. Seeing this, Subai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had brought Zoya along. Otherwise, this upgrade challenge would have been in jeopardy. With the addition of the extreme single-soldier combat units, the strategy for the upgrade dungeon finally returned to normal. As time passed, the last challenge concluded. Success in the upgrade dungeon challenge appeared on the system panel. Ding. Challenge time is over. This challenge destroyed a total of 60 territories. Comprehensive evaluation SSS level. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received an SSS level upgrade challenge. Reward SSS level territory upgrade treasure box 1. A flash of golden light enveloped Subai as he returned to his territory. That was close. This trickster is truly insidious. They actually tampered with his challenge difficulty. If he hadn't had a trump card, this challenge would have undoubtedly ended in failure. But thankfully this challenge was successfully passed. It seems I can't casually upgrade the territory anymore. I must control the speed. Otherwise certain beings will definitely take notice of me. At that level there are many means to discover one's existence. Even Alicia, who is still only at the bronze level, has causal skills. Those beings may also possess such abilities. Hold on. Subai adjusted his mindset for a while before turning his gaze to the rewards. First was the initial promotion reward. Name better territory. Effect after use, the surrounding environment of the territory will change, creating natural landscapes such as mountains, rivers, lakes, and forests. The livability of the territory will significantly increase. Comfort 100 points. All units heroes will receive 10 to all attributes. Evaluation, a good environment can uplift one's spirits, and of course your units will feel the same. Subai read through it and directly used it. A golden light spread from his hand, enveloping the entire territory. Once the light faded, everything around the territory had changed. The originally barren land outside the territory had transformed into a lush green meadow. In the distance, a small hill appeared with a waterfall cascading down, merging into a clear stream. The stream flowed past the edge of the territory, forming a moat. The riverbank was covered in unknown flowers and grasses, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. Subai took a deep breath. The air had become several times clearer than before. It was also more suitable for human habitation. Although the bonuses weren't substantial, the comfort level had improved tenfold compared to before. This was the most perfect territory site. Subai nodded in satisfaction and then opened the upgrade treasure box. Ding. Opening the SSS Level Upgrade Challenge treasure box, you receive the following rewards: Gold 1000, obtain Divine Level Building Blueprint Experience Blood Pool, 1 Su-Bei's eyes brightened. The gold had increased from 100 to 1000. It seems that with the increase in level, the rewards also changed accordingly. Su-Bei immediately looked at the building name: Experience Blood Pool Quality Divine Building Health 100 million. Effect 1, can upgrade 100 combat units to the current territory level limit daily. Effect 2, when upgrading it enhances all 5-dimensional attributes and skill proficiency. Effect 3, the Experience Blood Pool can store usage counts with no storage limit. Effect 4, the experience in the Experience Blood Pool can be used for units heroes to break through. After breaking through, there is a chance to learn new skills. Evaluation: Lazy Dog's Upgrade. Su-Bei read it and felt a huge smile spread across his face. Daily 100 units can be directly upgraded to the current level limit. This was incredibly important for Su-Bei. Currently, what troubled him the most was the level issue of his units. The amount of essence required for Alicia and her companions who were divine level units to level up was simply too great. Yesterday, he had to kill hundreds of thousands of wood and stone spirits just to get some units to max level. For other units, reaching silver level was already considered a lot. Now he no longer needed to grind for experience or run dungeons. A soak in the blood pool would do. Moreover, using the Experience Blood Pool to upgrade had no side effects and instead enhanced all 5-dimensional attributes and skill proficiency. Let's see what it looks like. Su-Bei thought, and the blueprint transformed into a blood-red light, flying towards a corner of the territory. As the light landed, a massive blood pool slowly took shape. The Experience Blood Pool was circular with a diameter of about 50 meters. The water was deep red, but not in a bloody way. It was as clear and transparent as a ruby. The surface of the water shimmered with a faint golden light, as if a halo was covering it. The edges of the pool were constructed from dark golden jade etched with intricate runes. Standing by the pool, Su-Bei could feel a rich energy emanating from the water. Just standing beside it made him feel utterly comfortable. Alicia, you go in and try first. Alicia nodded, removing her armor and stepping into the blood pool. The water reached her waist, and she closed her eyes, relaxing completely. The deep red pool water began to glow, and countless golden specks of light surged from the water, enveloping her entire body. Ding! Hero Alicia entered the Experience Blood Pool. Current territory level cap, bronze 10 stars. Estimated enhancement time, 3 minutes. After the enhancement is complete, Alicia will rise to bronze 10 stars with a base data increase of 500 and skill proficiency improvement. Su-Bei looked at the system prompt and gasped. 3 minutes from bronze 1 star to bronze 10 stars. Lung Yuan near Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang Diskisha Zoya, you all go in now. The women nodded and stepped into the blood pool one by one. The water surged and the golden light blazed. Then Su-Bei selected over 90 units to enter the Experience Blood Pool as well. The warm spring mist swirled with petals floating gently. 100 warriors soaked in the tepid water, each striking a unique pose. Yet every warrior kept their eyes closed, savoring the changes within their bodies. Alicia leaned against the edge of the pool, the damp ribbons clinging to her body, outlining a breathtaking curve. Lung Yu lazily rested at the pool's edge, her purple hair splayed across the water's surface like a blossoming violet. Near sat in the center of the pool, water droplets sliding off her demon horns, tracing down her stunning face before flowing into the spring from the abyss. Dixidia perched at the pool's edge, her feet as white as jade, dipping into the water, gently splashing. Su-Bei sat by the hot spring, observing the women without disturbing them. Observing the Experience Blood Pool, it was evident how it elevated the level of the women, definitely not merely for satisfying his visual desires. After a thorough examination, Su-Bei nodded repeatedly. So big. Haha, no, it's truly white. Oh, that's not right. I misspoke. It should be absorbed quite rapidly. But Su-Bei had to admit. In an instant, the entire hot spring was filled with enchanting allure. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking on the stone slabs approached from a distance. Qinlan, dressed in a black professional outfit, a white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, new black stockings clinging to her legs, and red-soled high heels, walked over holding a ledger. My lord. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a professional smile, though a hint of fatigue lingered in her eyes. She hadn't rested well these past few days, having kept a watchful eye on the trading market all night long. Su-Bei nodded. Thank you for your hard work. How was yesterday's income? Qinlan opened the ledger and began to report. At the master's behest, I have sold all the common timber and stone resources in the territory that were of no use. The ordinary, rare, and elite level resource cards have all been cleared. All transactions were settled in gold coins, with total earnings exceeding 1530 gold coins and 1760 silver coins. Su-Bei's eyes brightened. Over 1530 gold coins combined with his previous stock brought his total close to 300 gold coins. These were all resources sold from Su-Bei's veins. Moreover, he intended to quickly sell the surplus timber and stone resources in the coming days. After 2 days, once the novice period ends, the prices of timber and stone resources will plummet, rendering them worth. After the novice period, each heroine will return to Blue Star. Some lords will receive family funding, thus the foundational resources like timber and stone will depreciate rapidly. The benefits from timber and stone must be maximized in these few days. Additionally, after a day of stakeout, I managed to purchase over 50 recruitment cards for warriors and 3 hero recruitment cards in the market. Qinlan continued her report. The task of purchasing warrior and hero recruitment cards was one that Su Bai had assigned her to carry out long-term. At least for the short term, Su Bai still needed to rely on the warrior recruitment cards to recruit soldiers. As for other items such as Barrack blueprints, most available in the market are for male barracks, while special female barracks are scarce and not many are willing to sell them at this stage. Su Bai nodded. Even if he bought them, they would be useless. The goddess's presence only affects females. Over 50 warrior recruitment cards and 3 hero recruitment cards were already a significant gain. Well done. Su Bai looked at Qinlan. You should go rest now and adjust your schedule. Your health is the most important. Staying up late is not good for you girls. Qinlan smiled and nodded, closing the ledger. She walked over in her high heels, kissed Su Bai's cheek, and said, just replenishing some lord energy. After saying that, she smiled slightly and walked away from the hot spring. Su Bai watched the black stockings clinging to Qinlan's legs. He couldn't deny that her fashion sense was truly good. Her attire was incredibly enticing. Of course, Su Bai would never admit to being a fan of mature women in stockings. He leaned against the pool's edge, planning to summon the 50 warriors first. Moreover, he hadn't used today's recruitment chances yet. He would also clear all recruitment chances. The 3 hero recruitment cards also needed to be utilized. However, to Su Bai's disappointment, the hero recruitment cards still did not yield a hero. Instead, he received 100 first-tier crystal core selection packs, along with other basic resource rewards. Su Bai wasn't too surprised by this. In fact, he was quite pleased to have drawn 100 selection packs. There were still some warrior levels that hadn't reached bronze 1 star. Once the warriors successfully leveled up later, he could go through a couple of dungeons, at which point he could upgrade all his warriors to bronze 1 star. Just as Su Bai finished his thoughts, a commotion arose in the hot spring. It turned out that the warriors had completed their level ups. Su Bai glanced at their basic stats and goodness, they doubled again, especially the little Lolas. Their health exceeded the 1,000,000 mark. Each level up increased by 10. It was normal to break 1,000,000 after leveling up 10 times, but he hadn't expected their base stats to increase by 500 points as well. This was a significant enhancement. Let's tackle the dungeon. Su Bai waved his hand, leading the vast team through the buff process, then activated the dungeon teleportation portal. Today, the first resource dungeon to conquer remained timber and stone. But unlike the previous days, the warriors' strength had notably improved. Now the warriors had reached bronze 1 star, and with various bonuses, facing the black iron level with spirits and stone spirits felt like a dimensional strike. Alicia swept her sword, turning swathes of forest into sawdust. Lung Yu raised her hand, purple rain poured down, and targets fell in droves. Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang unleashed a breath of dragon essence, clearing all living beings within sight. The Dragon Emperor didn't care about this or that. There was nothing that a breath of dragon essence couldn't handle if there was then 2 breaths. Nier was a bit gentler in her approach, pink mist enveloping the area, rendering all visible targets sluggish, ultimately succumbing to sleep. This was the only combat method that allowed enemies to leave behind complete corpses. Dixidia stood at the back, the emerald light continuously cascading, ensuring all warriors were at full health and mana. 2 dungeons were completed in less than 2 hours. Ding. Timber resource dungeon cleared. Calculating score and rewards. Number of wood spirits slain approximately 1. 8 million collected timber approximately 1. 8 billion units. Gain resource cards: common 500, rare 2600, elite 2600, epic 500, legendary 100, mythical 339. Ding. Congratulations Lord Su Bai for achieving an SSS rating, rewarded with an SS level dungeon treasure chest X1. Calculating score: gain. Slain number of stone spirits approximately 1. 7 million. Collected stone resources approximately 170 million units. Obtain resource cards: common X4900, rare X200, elite X200, epic X400, legendary X960. Obtained rock crystal cores: first level X1500, second level X590. Overall score: SSS level. Ding. Congratulations Lord Su Bai for achieving an SSS rating, rewarded with an SS level dungeon treasure chest X1. Su Bai looked at the numbers on the panel, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Today's harvest was about 5 times more than on the 4th day. Of course, this was still because most of the time was spent on the road. The actual combat time was particularly short, Once encountering areas with a large number of wooden and stone golds, it was a matter of quickly clearing the screen, with the rest of the time wasted looking for targets. In fact, the threshold had already been reached starting from the 4th day. Today's breakthrough was thanks to Dixisha using acceleration assistance to increase the movement speed of the army. Otherwise, today's harvest would certainly not differ much from yesterday's. Upon returning to the territory, Su Bai did not rush to open the treasure chest, but instead opened the troop panel first. All troop types that had not upgraded to bronze 1 star had reached black iron 10 stars. Most of them were Succubi and Dixisha. He glanced at the crystal cores in the warehouse. They should be sufficient. Break through all. As soon as Su Bai's words fell, golden light flickered, and all the elves and the newly recruited troop types broke through to bronze 1 star. Su Bai nodded in satisfaction, then opened the 2 SSS treasure chests from today. The first treasure chest was from the lumber dungeon. Opening the SS level lumber dungeon treasure chest, the following rewards were obtained: gold X 100. Obtained special item lumber dungeon teleportation portal frame X1. Su Bai was taken aback. Teleportation portal frame. What is this? He opened the panel. Item name: lumber dungeon teleportation portal frame. Quality special. Effect: can mark a location in the lumber dungeon. A once marked one can enter and exit that location at any time through the portal. Note: a portal must be constructed before use. When used, merging the frame will allow the portal to teleport to the designated location. Evaluation: backyard garden. Su Bai's eyes lit up. What does this mean? Does it mean he can freely enter the lumber dungeon from now on? And he would no longer be restricted by the number of entries into the lumber dungeon. As for the portal, the essence of the Heart of Relocation is a portal, and it's a divine level portal. Su Bai could easily place the portal frame on top of the Heart of Relocation. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and opened the second treasure chest. The rewards from the lumber dungeon were so generous, the stone dungeon couldn't fall behind, right? Opening the SS level stone dungeon treasure chest, the following rewards were obtained: gold X 100. Obtained special item stone dungeon teleportation portal frame X1. 666 pairs. The effect is exactly the same as that of the lumber portal, only changed to the stone dungeon. Su Bai's lips curled up. With 2 portal frames and Zoya's Mechanical Legion resource dungeons would become assembly line operations. Although in a couple of days the resource prices in the dungeons will plummet, lumber will always be a fundamental material in the domain of the creator. Even when reaching a level 10 territory, and even higher levels, lumber will still be needed. However, the amount of lumber required in the future will be enormous. Therefore, having a stable resource dungeon as a backyard garden, how could Su Bai not be excited? He now truly wanted to spend all day in the dungeon harvesting resources. However, Su Bai knew there were still other matters to attend to today. Today was the 5th day of the novice period, and a new resource dungeon, the Iron or Dungeon, was officially opened. Su Bai opened the dungeon introduction. Iron or Dungeon. Introduction: the dungeon contains a large amount of iron ore. Killing iron or spirits can yield iron ore. Iron ore needs to be smelted to turn into usable iron ingots. Iron or spirit level: black iron 1 star to black iron 10 stars. Yield iron or resource cards, crystal cores, etc. Note: iron ore cannot be used directly. A smelting factory must be built for smelting. The Iron or Dungeon is somewhat different from the lumber and stone dungeons. Lumber and stone dungeons can be used directly once obtained. Iron ore cannot, it needs to be smelted first. The smelting factory is a basic building in the Lord panel. The blueprint has long been unlocked, but he has never built it. This is because the efficiency of the ordinary smelting factory is simply too low. The daily output is even less than 100 units. Zoya could completely establish an ultra-large iron ore smelting factory. Zoya is very focused on such matters, and now she has already built one to meet her daily needs. Su Bai opened the Lord panel and found the blueprint for the smelting factory. Zoya, come here for a moment. As soon as he spoke, Zoya rolled over on her round ball. Today she wore a new white lab coat with a black bodysuit underneath, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and gold-rimmed glasses shining in the sunlight. Great Mechanical Lord, what is your command? Zoya adjusted her glasses, her eyes filled with excitement. In the stone and lumber resource dungeons, she had been killing crazily. These past 2 days she had been tinkering with new battle robots. Now the first generation swarm robots had appeared and achieved remarkable results in the dungeon. War, slaughter, and plunder everything. The exhilaration factor permeated her heart. She thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. This time 110 of the resources in the dungeon were almost all obtained by her. Su Bai had seen her battle scenes. Swarm robots flying all over the sky, blocking the sun like a locust plague. On the ground, there were various functional robots and extreme individual combat units. Joint operations in open areas. New weapons, sweeping lasers created a large area. A definite massacre. It was more satisfying than a mowing game. In any case, Zoya was thrilled. Now the excitement had yet to fade. Subai smiled and pointed to the iron or smelting factory that Zoya had created a couple of days ago. This can you make a bigger and better one? We are about to enter the iron or dungeon, and at that time the iron or resources will become particularly abundant. Your current output may not keep up. Upon hearing this, Zoya's already high excitement increased even further, her eyes reddening and her breathing heavy. Her excitement was evident. What did the great mechanical lord say? A large amount of iron ore is about to be obtained. This attraction for Zoya, a technology fanatic, is far greater than that of a pervert seeing a beautiful woman or Su by seeing his troops. In short, it was hard to resist. Great mechanical lord, rest assured. As long as you wish, I can expand the scale of the iron or smelting factory right now. This most basic building is simply a piece of cake for Zoya. She can easily solve it. Su Bei's eyes lit up. Into the dungeon. Zoya is indeed a super divine mechanic. Although her talent may be slightly inferior to heroes like Elysia, her importance is on par with them. In fact, there are times when Elysia and Linjia's contributions are not as high as Zoya's. Zoya is simply too versatile. Subai decided to tackle the Iron Mine dungeon sooner. This way Zoya can fully unleash her strength in a timely manner. Currently, Zoya has yet to realize her full potential. Materials and resources have always limited her development. However, if a stable source of iron income is obtained in the future, Zoya can begin to produce troops. Enter the dungeon. A flash of golden light passed, and the group vanished from their location. Inside the Iron Mine Resource Dungeon lies a gray-black wasteland. The ground is littered with exposed iron veins, and the air is thick with a metallic scent. In the distance, countless iron spirits are busy transporting ore. Each iron spirit carries a chunk of ore in both hands and throws it into the furnace to smelt into iron ingots. They then use these ingots to build their own iron cities. Unlike wood spirits and stone spirits, iron spirits resemble walking clumps of iron, entirely black, glistening with a metallic sheen. They stand less than a meter tall, but appear very sturdy. Subai casually clicked on one of the iron spirits. Race Iron Spirit, talent rare, level black iron, 7 stars, health, 500 attack, 30 defense, 50 stamina, 40 spirit, 2 description, a mineral-based creature with extremely high defense, drops iron ore when killed. After reading, Subai understood the situation. This little creature has quite a high health pool and thick defense. It is a typical lord. Without a powerful troop type, it would be impossible to kill these iron spirits. After all, the number of iron spirits is also less than that of stone spirits. They have thick health and high defense, but average attack power. For ordinary lords, these creatures are even harder to defeat than stone spirits. Many lords might fall if they entered the dungeon today. Currently, most lords' levels hover around black iron 5 stars. However, just looking at the panel data of these iron spirits, they have already reached black iron 7 stars. Upon entering the area, they will surely be besieged by these iron spirits. However, this presents no significant problem for Subai. Plunder. The ensuing battle is purely a crushing victory. Even if these iron spirits have high health and thick defense, they cannot withstand a single attack from Subai's troops. With each attack, a large number of these iron spirits perish. The buildings constructed by those iron spirits will be destroyed in successive attacks, turning into pure iron. An hour later. Ding. Iron Mine Resource Dungeon cleared. Calculating score and rewards. Number of iron spirits killed approximately 1.5 million iron ore collected approximately 1.5 billion units. Iron ingots collected 34.2 million units. Obtained iron ingot resource cards normal 1300 rare 0 elite 5467 epic 20 legendary 540. Obtained metal crystal cores first tier 0 pieces. Overall score SSS grade. Ding. Congratulations Lord Subai on receiving an SSS grade score. Reward SSS grade dungeon treasure chest 1. Subai looked at the rewards on the panel and a smile spread across his face. 1.5 billion units of iron. Each unit of iron can be smelted into 1 iron ingot. This 1.5 billion units of iron represents 1.5 billion units of iron ingots. With so many iron ingots handed to Zoya, Subai could hardly imagine how many troops could be produced. Enough for Zoya to create a real mechanical legion. Upon returning to the territory, Zoya was already waiting at the door. Her expression was very excited, her white lab coat gently swaying in the breeze, and her long black stockings crossed eagerly, her eyes shining brightly. Seeing Subai return, she immediately jumped down from the iron ball, striding in her high heels, and hurriedly approached Subai. She reached out and tightly hugged Subai's arm. Great mechanical lord, how was your harvest on this trip? The smelting plant group you instructed has already been completed by me. No matter how much output you have, I can handle it. She gestured, and a holographic panel appeared. Building name: efficient smelting integration plant, quality divine, level designer Zoya, level first tier, health 1 million. Effect 1, can smelt 1 million units of iron or daily, producing 1 million units of iron ingots. Effect 2, can be paired with professional engineering robots to increase output. Effect 3. Full power production increases capacity by 1000, duration 1 day, cooldown 1 day. Evaluation: a standard divine level production building. Do not underestimate it just because it's the most basic divine building. It was crafted in just 1 hour. Subai gasped after reading it. 666, a daily production of 1 million. Activating the skill directly boosts the capacity to 11 million. Moreover, it can also be upgraded later. However, like special buildings, upgrades occur step by step. Soon Subai arrived at the efficient smelting integration plant. In just 1 hour, a factory had risen from. The gray-black building is entirely made of metal with automated assembly lines throughout. Wherever human labor is needed, machines have taken over. Even where machines are not used, engineering robots operate personally. These robots were all created by Zoya in her spare time. Subai's territory is approaching 1,000 people. Maintaining the territory is a significant issue. Thus, Zoya crafted many robots to replace the work of the citizens. Otherwise, Subai's territory would have descended into chaos long ago. All robots are programmed, and each type of robot has a clear division of labor, while the robots in the integration plant are specifically for smelting operations. In the smelting plant, ore enters from one end, while iron ingots come out from the other end without the need for intervention from Subai or the citizens. Subai nodded in satisfaction. Including the iron ingots seized from the Matoa mining area, he now has a reserve of several million units of iron ingots. Zoya, it's up to you. Tomorrow I want to see an army composed of mechanical legions. Subai assigned the task to Zoya. The great mechanical lord does not need to wait until tomorrow. Do not underestimate my talent. Oh, I am a super divine mechanic. Give me an afternoon, and you will witness a mechanical army that obeys you completely. Zoya's eyes were already burning with determination. Machines, machines, still machines. War were still war. Sure, no problem. I'm looking forward to it. Subai nodded slightly. However, at this moment Zoya began to act a bit shy. Great mechanical lord, if I manage to create a mechanical army this afternoon, can you reward me? I also want a reward from the lord. Zoya stood in front of Subai, her eyes red and her lips slightly pouting, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. It was hard to imagine that a once aloof and proud super mechanic could display such a demeanor. This left Subai momentarily stunned. Seeing Subai's dazed expression, Zoya thought it was because he was unwilling. Her eyes immediately turned red. Oh, great master of machines, please see my plight. Her voice was somewhat choked. Since I was recruited, I have been studying for you every day, creating things every day. I have completed every task you entrusted to me. You wouldn't want some minor misunderstanding to result in subpar products, would you? She lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her white coat. Her voice was soft, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Subai was taken aback. Had he been threatened? However, upon reflection, it was indeed as Zoya had said. During this time, he had treated Zoya like a workhorse without giving her the due rewards. He didn't know when it started, but all the rewards claimed by the troops and heroes in his territory were taken by him alone, and he was unaware of this strange trend. But Subai didn't mind. If they wanted something, he would give it to them. Subai sighed and reached out to touzle Zoya's hair. I was negligent. What reward do you want? Zoya's eyes instantly brightened, her previous grievance disappearing, replaced by uncontrollable excitement. Really? Master, you agree? Subai nodded, knowing without a doubt what reward Zoya desired. Among all the heroes under Subai, only Zoya had not yet received any. The other troops and heroes had already been rewarded, and only Zoya remained uninformed. In fact, Subai was also curious to see what lay beneath Zoya's scientific white coat. Zoya let out a cheer, stepping towards Subai in her high heels, and immediately leapt into his arms. She wrapped her slender arms around his neck and planted a passionate kiss on his cheek. Thank you, great master of machines. I will go expand the production line right away. This afternoon, I will definitely assemble an army of machines. With that, she released him and skipped away. The sound of her high heels clicking on the stone tiles grew fainter. Knowing she had received assurance, she felt invigorated at the prospect of her reward that evening. Subai watched her joyful silhouette and shook his head. How could a once aloof and cool mechanic have transformed into this? Shaking his head, Subai took the opportunity to disband the troops and heroes for the time being. It wasn't a true disbandment, but rather a chance for everyone to gather various buffs in preparation for the upcoming challenge. Once everyone had left, Subai opened the system panel to check the new dungeons unlocked today. Today marked the 5th day of the novice period. In addition to the iron or resource dungeon, a brand new dungeon, the Abyss dungeon, had officially opened. Subai clicked on the dungeon introduction. Abyss dungeon, endless depths. Description: the Abyss dungeon is a multi-layered space, with each layer being an independent world, and the scale is incredibly vast. Each layer is inhabited by a multitude of magical beasts ranging from low tier to high tier. Challenge method: the Lord can lead troops into the Abyss dungeon. Hunting magical beasts will earn points. Once the points reach a specified amount, the next layer can be unlocked. The higher the layer, the stronger the magical beasts, and the more generous the rewards. Point usage points can be exchanged for rare items in the Abyss store. Special note: the Abyss dungeon is a fixed dungeon and will not close when the novice period ends. It can be entered at any time without limit. Evaluation: want to quickly enhance your strength? This is the place to be, but be prepared for death. This was the Abyss dungeon. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. The magical beasts within the Abyss dungeon were incredibly powerful and had the advantage of terrain, which meant special buffs. Many would meet their demise in the Abyss dungeon and be eliminated once the novice period ended. Some might even die immediately. Over the years, countless lords had perished in the Abyss dungeon. However, due to the exceptionally rich rewards in the Abyss dungeon, countless individuals flocked to it. Crystal core, weapons, equipment, and more were highly coveted, even in later stages. Numerous lords were strategizing to conquer the Abyss dungeon. Of course, the Abyss dungeon had even more functions. Simply obtaining crystal cores and equipment was not enough to attract all lords to strategize. The most significant reason was that once the lord found the core of the current layer in the Abyss dungeon, that layer would become the lord's private domain. Any product from this layer of the Abyss dungeon would belong to the lord. This was a vast wealth resource. Subai was not in a hurry to enter the Abyss dungeon. The Abyss dungeon had just opened, and the situation inside was still unclear. Subai decided to first check other lords' feedback. He opened the world chat channel. In the world chat channel, messages were flying by faster than ever, even more lively than in the past few days. John Smith: oh my god. The Abyss dungeon is too difficult. How on earth can one pass through the habitat of the magical gas griffin? Seeking advice: rewards can be discussed. Ivan Petrov: trash is trash. I can't even pass the first layer. I have already earned enough points, and am preparing to advance to the second layer. Ichiro Tanaka: foster father led me. I have a teleportation scroll. Subai glanced and switched to the regional chat channel. She said, drinking soy sauce: Gene Mutation brothers, have you entered the Abyss dungeon? I can't even get past the first layer. There are too many magical beasts and my troops can't hold up. Shit on the head still wants to stir. I can't get through either. Those magical beasts have thick blood and high attack. My troops are only black iron 5 stars, and it takes forever to kill one. Talked for 3 years. 9 Yao bro, the difficulty of the first layer of the Abyss dungeon is manageable. I killed 3 magical beasts and dropped a lot of materials, and even an equipment. Photo of the sneak shot. Remembers to add beauty filter. Ugh, the Abyss dungeon is just alright. My goblin master can easily handle it. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I need to hurry and reproduce. After Subai finished reading, he had a clearer idea. In the first layer of the Abyss dungeon, the magical beasts range from black iron 8 stars to black iron 10 stars. It was entirely normal for ordinary lord's troops, which hovered around black iron 5 stars, to be unable to cope. Basically, several troops would surround one magical beast in the Abyss dungeon. Moreover, the rewards inside the Abyss dungeon were quite generous, with gold core materials, weapons, and equipment, all in abundance. For Subai, none of this posed a problem. What he was more concerned about was the speed of experience gain in the dungeon. The experience gained in the Abyss dungeon was significantly higher than that of resource dungeons. Furthermore, Subai had his eyes set on the shop in the Abyss dungeon. There must be plenty of good items in the shop. This was also the reason why Subai had not used Qinlan's talent today. He wanted to see if he could exploit Qinlan's talent for free after entering the Abyss dungeon. Soon, all the troops in the camp were in optimal condition, and all buffs were fully stacked. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. Soon Zoya also arrived by Subai's side. Great Master of Machines, under the full operation of the factory, the ground combat units have been assembled. There are a total of 100 extreme combat units, and 72 Land Titan self-propelled artillery units, along with 1320 biological simulation combat units. Zoya reported the results of the past 2 hours one by one. Subai was increasingly astonished. He had never underestimated Zoya's capabilities from the beginning. If one claimed that Zoya's combat ability was weak, Subai wouldn't argue against it. However, given sufficient resources, appropriate terrain, and a qualified experimental environment, Zoya alone could command an army, even if her current level was only at the bronze tier. The efficiency is astonishingly fast. Subai was once again amazed by Zoya's efficiency. In just a short time, the debater had created a mechanical army. Moreover, each one is not weak in strength. Super God Mechanic, truly impressive indeed. Subai shook his head and turned to look at the troops behind him. All the troops are fully equipped and ready to go. As for the powerless civilians, they stood in the distance, constantly gazing towards the square. The other engineering robots in the territory were still diligently completing their tasks. Subai withdrew his gaze and opened the teleportation portal to the dungeon. A flash of golden light passed, and the group vanished from their spot. This time Subai brought all the troops into the dungeon. For the first time, the dungeon must see some blood. The first level of the dungeon. Subai's eyes brightened as he was greeted by a vast cave. The ceiling of the cave was immeasurably high and the dark gray rock walls extended as far as the eye could see. The walls were covered with glowing moss, emitting a faint green light that barely illuminated the path ahead. The cave was crisscrossed with countless passages extending in all directions, each one dark and obscured from view. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, and faint waves of heat emanated from the depths. In the distance deep within the passage came a low rumbling roar reminiscent of the breathing of some massive beast. Accompanying it were countless faint footsteps, dense and approaching as if something was running. Subai frowned. The sound was numerous. Just then the system notification sounded. Ding. Welcome to the dungeon, current level, first level. The rules of the dungeon are as follows. 1. Killing monsters earns points. After reaching 1,000 points, the next level can be unlocked. 2. Points can be exchanged for rare items in the Abyss shop. 3. The number of dungeon levels is unknown. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters, and the greater the rewards. 4. The dungeon is a permanent instance with no limit on entries. It can be accessed at any time. 5. Each level has hidden treasure chests and special events. Exploration can yield rewards. 6. Wish you a pleasant experience. After reading, Subai nodded. This information was exactly the same as what he had learned, with no significant differences. Subai knew that the highest number of levels conquered in the dungeon was 999. This record was set by the strongest Supreme Lord of Huaxia, the Emperor of Humanity. On this blue planet, Huaxia's strength is among the top in the world, unmatched. Over 200 years ago, the entire population crossed into the divine creation domain. After nearly 10 years of slaughter and warfare, Huaxia's emperor first broke through to a divine level territory. He became the first human to reach the divine level. From then on, the situation was completely reversed, and the world order changed in an instant. Yet Huaxia has always been a nation that loves peace. They did not annihilate other countries. Of course, a certain small island did sink, and the civilians on that island could only purchase a piece of land in another country. Now, after 200 years of development, the strength of each country has rapidly increased. Even so, not a single heroine has been able to challenge the emperor's position. The highest ranking in the dungeon still belongs to the emperor. Subai carefully recalled the rankings of the dungeon. To be honest, he greatly admired the emperor. In the era of universal crossing, he single-handedly elevated Huaxia back to its peak. His strength and strategy were beyond question. Without further thought, Subai opened the points leaderboard. The dungeon rankings were still too far from him. He should focus on the present. 220th Lord Dungeon Points Leaderboard World. First place, Qin Ritian. Points 1678. Second place, Lord Luo. Points 1437. Third place, remember to use beauty filters when sneaking photos. Points 1378. The top 3 on the leaderboard were all individuals from Huaxia. However, one person caught Subai's attention. Remember to use beauty filters when sneaking photos. Isn't that a female lord from my region? However, one person caught Subai's attention. Remember to use beauty filters when sneaking photos. Isn't that a female lord from my region? This is a bit too unbelievable. Subai immediately sensed something was off. He was sure that while he did not know everything about his area, he had some understanding. He had a recollection of the powerful lords. Although he dug daily, he spent most of his time lurking in chat. Subai was certain that this remember to use beauty filters was definitely an inconspicuous female lord before. But why had her strength suddenly soared to 3rd in the regional world? Who would believe there's nothing fishy about it? Then, as if Subai thought of something, he hurriedly opened another leaderboard, the Bandit Extermination Leaderboard. This was a task that opened yesterday. Subai checked the ranking on the points leaderboard. He frowned tightly after taking the ranking of remember to use beauty filters had actually reached 1st in the region and 72nd in the world. Upon seeing this ranking, Subai was very surprised. What had this remember to use beauty filters done? How did her strength improve so rapidly? But Subai had no time to think more and exited the leaderboard. Because the roars around him were getting closer, Subai closed the panel and looked at the surrounding passages. The roars were growing nearer and the footsteps were becoming denser. He estimated that at least 100 monsters were rushing towards this side. 100 was really not much for Subai. It was all a matter of skill. Subai lifted the corner of his mouth and took out an item from his storage. Ice Taunt Epic. Effect forces all enemy units within a radius of 1 kilometer to draw aggro. Without hesitation, Subai used the item. An invisible wave spread out from him as the center. In the next moment, the entire cave trembled. Countless crimson eyes lit up in the darkness, densely packed like a sky full of stars. Then they began to move. They poured out from every passage, every corner, and every crevice. Lava rats. Thousands upon thousands of lava rats. They were the size of adult hunting dogs, covered in dark red scales with hot lava flowing between the gaps of their scales. Their eyes were golden vertical slits, and their mouths dripped with high-temperature saliva, sizzling as it hit the ground. They surged in from all directions, forming a dark red torrent aimed directly at Subai. Subai casually clicked on the panel of a lava rat. Race Lava Rat, Talent Elite, Level Bronze 3 stars, Health 1200, Attack 85, Defense 60, Stamina 50, Spirit 15, Special Killing. It yields lava crystals which can be used to forge fire attribute equipment or buildings. Evaluation: a group-dwelling magical beast, extremely aggressive, adept at fire attacks. Alone it is not frightening, but when thousands appear together it sends shivers down one's spine. Subai furrowed his brow after reading. Indeed, the dungeon is fraught with dangers. Even a single lava hand mouse possesses the strength of a bronze tier 3. If it were an ordinary lord entering the dungeon unprepared would surely lead to their demise. Currently most lords are around the black iron level, and there is a high probability we will be besieged. But for Subai it was just another day. Let's go, Subai said calmly. Alicia was the first to charge out. She unfurled her angelic wings, her platinum armor shone brightly in the dim cave. The angelic greatsword swept through golden sword light, slashing like a ribbon, cleaving multiple lava mice in half. Her movements were graceful, yet fierce, each strike precisely harvesting lives. Blood splattered onto her armor, trickling along the silver-white patterns, making her appear both divine and enchanting. The light judged the dark underground creatures before her. The lava trees, having not seen light for years, were terrified and scattered at Alicia's holy glow. However, just as these mice were about to flee, Subai used his taunt from ice, drawing all the aggro back. Repeatedly receiving the blinding heat from Alicia, Long Yu did not rush to take action. She lazily leaned against the rock wall, her purple hair cascading down her chest, the tips slightly curled. Her white dress with purple patterns glimmered softly under the eerie green moss light, with a slit that revealed a fair thigh. She raised her hand, her slender fingers lightly pointing, and a purple halo immediately spread out to probe the surrounding cave, instantly marking the positions of dozens of lava mice. Yet at that moment Long Yu frowned. Her feminine features darkened as she looked at Subai with a displeased expression. Master, these lava mice are too dispersed. Our skills make it extremely difficult to eliminate them all. Moreover, they have a natural terrain advantage in the cave, making it hard to locate them when hiding. Most importantly, the walls are extremely hard, and even we find it difficult to break through. Our means of attack against these shadowy mice are quite limited. The Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang also retreated. Being a little lowly, her porcelain-like face puffed up in displeasure. The passageways in the cave were intricate, making it hard for her dragon breath to inflict substantial damage in this area. This left her feeling quite stifled. Originally, they were just some inferior mice that could be crushed with a finger, yet she found herself utterly unable to deal with them. This feeling of powerlessness was quite frustrating, and Subai had naturally noticed the situation. His ice taunt had indeed drawn aggro from many lava mice, but these mice were hiding in the cave, not daring to confront him directly. Seeing this, Subai realized that the abilities of ice were restricted on this map. He could no longer use ice to gather and hunt monsters as he did in resource dungeons. Zoya, it's up to you now. Subai understood that it was time to rely on Zoya's strength. He had previously held her back to ensure that the experience from the lava mice was distributed among Alicia and the others. After all, mechanical creations cannot level up. Only Subai's troops could gain these levels. Yet now it seemed these lava mice were not giving them any face. Seeing that they not only refused to present themselves, but even dared to hide in the cave, they had a death wish. Zoya's excited voice reached Subai's ears immediately after he finished speaking. Great Mechanical Master, war is the gift I give to you. This is a perfect slaughter of mechanical creations against flesh and blood. As soon as Zoya finished, the bottom of the small ball under her bottom suddenly opened up with countless openings. Iron spheres rolled out from within. The moment the iron spheres appeared, they soared into the air. Then the space seemed to ripple as if tearing apart. Countless mechanical creations surged out from the rift. Subai was very familiar with these mechanical creations. They were the ultimate single combat units with diamond-level strength. However, this was not the end. A multitude of black dots surged out again from the small ball beneath Zoya's bottom. These small balls were even smaller than mosquitoes, yet their numbers were in the tens of thousands. This was a swarm combat unit dense enough to block out the sky. Zoya sat on her round ball wearing a new white coat today underneath a black bodysuit, with a high ponytail, golden-rimmed glasses, and her long black stockings crossed. However, this stunning beauty wore an incredibly mad expression on her face. Her entire demeanor was filled with intense excitement. She looked utterly deranged. Swarm unit activation. She grinned. Countless swarm machines instantly activated, flying in all directions within the cave, while other types of mechanical creations also began to activate at this moment. The targets were every cave. In the next moment, various explosions and shockwaves echoed from every cave. Lasers, missiles, and cannons poured forth simultaneously. Under the influence of the swarm, the position of every lava mouse was laid bare. Once marked, they would face the cold and emotionless terror of the mechanical creations. Most of the lava mice's strength was at the black iron level, with a few reaching bronze, and only a small portion managing to attain silver status. But facing mechanical creations with average strength above silver, they were like chicks. With no effort required, they could be dispatched instantly. The lava mice fell in droves, their bodies piling up like mountains. The lava mice that had just been drawn in by the taunt from ICU were all swept away. Subai opened the panel for a swarm robot at random. Mechanical Creation Swarm Combat Unit Designer Zoya Level Silver Tier 1 Weapons Light-Sensitive Retinal Imaging Laser Cannons X2, Micro Missiles X4, Nuclear Self-Destruction Defense Energy Shield Features Group Combat. The more numerous, the stronger, the firepower evaluation. You wouldn't want to face these things, would you? Why do I keep getting blown up? This swarm mechanical creation is the weakest combat unit in Zoya's arsenal. Indeed, even the weakest are silver level. With Zoya the super god mechanic, even the most rubbish materials used to create mechanical creations will be forcibly elevated by 2 major tiers. This is why these swarm mechanical creations possess silver level strength. With the addition of the Mechanical Legion, the situation reversed instantly. Affected by Ice's taunt, the lava mice began to surge from all directions, but every time they poked their heads out, they were locked onto by the swarm mechanical creations. In this manner, not much time passed, and within a radius of 1 kilometer, the swarm no longer detected a single lava mouse. The battle concluded as Subai opened the system panel, beginning to assess the results of this wave. Dungeon Instance Level 1 Lava Cavern. Total kill count 12847. Among them, approximately 920 black iron level, about 3500 bronze level, 147 silver level. Points earned 16935. Over 16000 points. This score is simply astonishing. A black iron level lava mouse grants only 1 point, a bronze level 2 points, and a silver level 5 points. To earn such a high score, one can imagine how many lava mice fell to the hands of mechanical constructs. He casually opened the points leaderboard. 220th Lord Dungeon Points Leaderboard World. First place, Anonymous, points 16935. Second place, Qin Ritian, points 1892. Third place, Lord Luo, points 1654. Fourth place, Remember to Add Beauty Filters, points 1521. Fifth place, John Smith, points 1203. Leading the pack. His points directly skyrocketed to first place. With no prior warning and a score that was shockingly high, exceeding the second place by over 15000 points. It was several times that of the second place. Meanwhile, the World Chat channel instantly erupted. John Smith, who is this Anonymous? Did he cheat? Over 16000 points. Is this a joke? Ivan Petrov, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I only have over 1100 points. How can he have over 16000? Tanaka Ichiro Baka. This must be a system error. Report. I want to report this. Qin Ritian, interesting, over 1000 points, several times more than me. It seems this round's Lord is quite something. Lord Luo, Anonymous. This big shot is the same as the one on the Bandit Extermination leaderboard. Could it be the same person? The World Chat went wild, yet Subai did not care much. He felt no joy at the commotion stirred up in the global channel because of him. This leaderboard's first place, named Anonymous, has nothing to do with his goddess or his gold basin. Subai just wanted to see how many resources he had gained from this wave. The lava mice were laden with valuable treasures. Their fur could be used as materials, their tails too, and even the teeth of the lava mice could serve as a type of material. Moreover, the blood of the lava mice could even be made into potions. Such creatures are treasures all over. But very few can enter this layer of the lava cavern. Setting aside the intensity of this layer of the dungeon, merely surviving against the ordinary lords in this lava cavern is a significant challenge. Do not be fooled by Subai's ease during this time. It seemed as if he was unaffected by the lava cavern. This is thanks to Alicia casting a bright guardian shield to protect him. It could block most of the incoming damage. Thus Subai did not feel too uncomfortable. If an ordinary lord were to enter the lava cavern, they would immediately feel the intense heat. A decline in combat power is an absolute given. After all, each layer of the dungeon has different negative buffs, some even having more than one. Subai stopped overthinking and began to check the gains from this kill of the lava mice. Previously, he had considered that the drop rate of monster cores in the dungeon is much higher than in resource instances. The drop rate is even similar to that of the monster cores in the Genesis Divine Realm. Sure enough, when Subai looked at the data on the system panel, his expression changed dramatically. Core harvest after 1000-fold critical hit. First level flame core 8. 47 million pieces. Second level flame core 2800 pieces. Third level flame core 3200 pieces. Lava crystals special material 4. 5 million units. Other materials. Lava mouse skin 1. 28 million pieces. Lava mouse teeth 2. 56 million pieces. Lava Mouse Tendons 84000 pieces. Subai looked at the screen full of gains, his expression fluctuating. The lava mouse, being a fire attribute monster, naturally drops flame cores. He never expected that just from this wave of lava mice, he would gather so many cores and materials. This is quite a substantial resource. With several millions of cores, he certainly won't feel stressed about a shortage of flame cores in the near future. Zoya can also manufacture mechanical constructs more freely with these cores. Many buildings in his territory can be upgraded. However, Subai knew this was only the harvest within a 1-kilometer radius. How vast is the entirety of the first layer of the dungeon? No one can gauge. Every lord entering the first layer of the dungeon may have a different experience. In fact, it is possible to encounter other lords within the dungeon. Yet as of now, Subai has not encountered any lords in the area chat. Similar situations only arose in the world chat. This indirectly confirms the vast expanse of the dungeon region. If completed entirely, the number of points and cores would be unimaginable. Soon, while Subai was searching, a spider-like mechanical construct appeared carrying a wooden box and moving. This is Zoya's Spider All-Terrain Combat Mechanical Construct. It possesses the strength of Silver 8 stars. In this first layer of the dungeon, it is a slaughtering machine. However, Subai was not captivated by the spider construct, but rather by the wooden treasure chest on its back. In the dungeon, there not only exist lava mice as monsters. If only lava mice existed, it would not be called a dungeon. Subai had learned in class that not only monsters exist, but also various opportunities. The resources in each layer of the dungeon are countless. There are secret realms treasures, and the most common, treasure chests. Generally speaking, there are always guarding monsters around treasure chests. However, under Subai's taunting item, nearly all the lava mice were attracted over, and those guarding monsters were no exception. With the guarding monsters gone, these treasure chests can naturally be taken at will. Subai immediately retrieved the wooden treasure chest and scrutinized it closely. Name: wooden treasure chest. Quality: F grade. Description: can obtain basic resources such as copper coins, gold coins, silver coins, and other rewards from the chest. Seeing the description of the treasure chest, Subai curled his lips. There was nothing of worth in the chest. But Subai merely curled his lips. How could he pass up resources that came knocking? Subai immediately opened the treasure chest, and the next moment a prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding. Opening F grade wooden treasure chest. Talent: 10,000-fold critical hit, triggered critical multiplier 52 times. Rewards: obtained 520 units of wood, 52 units of food, 520 copper coins. Seeing the stingy rewards, Subai rolled his eyes. These rewards were hardly worth anything. However, considering this was just in Frank treasure chest, he felt relieved. How much good stuff could one expect from the lowest grade chest? But since they had already cleared the map, he couldn't just leave them behind. Subai turned to Zoya and asked, "Can we detect the distribution of treasure chests on the entire first level?" Zoya adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and quickly tapped on the holographic panel in front of him, saying, "Yes, the swarm unit is currently scanning." Subai nodded and, taking advantage of this time, began exploring the surrounding caves with the girls. At the end of every passage and around every corner, treasure chests could be found. Some were hidden in the crevices of rocks, some buried under piles of debris, and some were brazenly placed in the middle of the path. These chests were usually guarded by monsters. But now that he had cleared the area, all the chests were laid bare in the open. As he continued, Subai noticed that the highest grade of treasure chest he found was a drank. This was the highest grade of chest Subai had found after going through several passages, and it was a silver chest. It obviously had a much higher class than the wooden chests. Subai immediately opened the chest. Ding. Opening low drank silver chest. Acquired rare wood resource card, 2 rare equipment, flame gloves, 132 silver coins. Wow, this chest actually contained weapon equipment. And it was even a rare level weapon. Such a weapon was already considered exceptionally good in the novice area of common weapons. Subai guessed that not many people would be able to obtain such weapon equipment. Naturally, he didn't need these weapons for himself, but they could be sold in the market. Now that many people had entered the dungeon, quite a few had obtained treasure chests. Subai wouldn't mind having more gold and silver coins. Although the arms factory was also in full production of common weapons, the number of weapons obtained from the dungeon couldn't compare to those produced by military factories, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Zoya quickly completed the area scan and gathered all the treasure chests together. Great Mechanical Lord, there are about 400 treasure chests in the area we have cleared. The distribution of grades is as follows: about 300 frank chests, about 80 rank chests, about 20 drank chests, and no other grades were discovered. Treasure chests can be temporarily stored in the system warehouse. They can easily be opened after the dungeon ends. However, Subai had no intention of putting them in his backpack. Instead, he piled them up in front of him. Over 400 treasure chests were stacked densely, forming a... The visual impact was astonishing. Taking a deep breath, Su-bai began to open the chests, starting with the frank and rank ones, as those had the most quantity but average rewards. However, with the enhancement of a 1,000-fold critical hit, even average rewards could turn into a fortune. He finished opening all 280 frank and 80 rank treasure chests. Frank chests 280 would approximately 1.8 million units stone, approximately 1.2 million units food, approximately 1.2 million units copper coins, approximately 350 various common materials, 1 units rank chests 80 would approximately 1.5 million units stone, approximately 1 million units iron, or approximately 3 rough copper, approximately 150 common wood resource card, approximately 1 common stone resource card, approximately 9 common food resource card, approximately 1 copper coins, approximately 250 silver coins, approximately 3 common materials, approximately 1.78 million units rare materials, approximately 9 common equipment, 943 pieces. Su-bai nodded. That's more like it. After continuously opening all the treasure chests of 2 grades, Su-bai's mood improved a bit. Finally, these resources were not just a pittance. If others saw Su-bai looking like this, they would definitely say he was being pretentious. Finally, he set his sights on the last drank chest. This was the highest grade chest Su-bai had found. There were over 20 in total, hoping to open something good from them. Drank chests 25 would approximately 1.2 million units stone, approximately 8 units iron, or approximately 5 units rough copper, approximately 250 copper coins, approximately 150 silver coins, approximately 2 gold coins, approximately 500 third-tier flame crystals, 2734 rare equipment, approximately 4 pieces unit recruitment cards, 467 cards, various building blueprints, common elite 943 sheets. A full 467 unit recruitment cards. The importance of these cards to Su-bai is beyond doubt. After looking at these rewards, Su-bai let out a long sigh. This dungeon truly is a treasure trove. Rewards and opportunities are everywhere. Just from the treasure chests alone, so many items were given, not to mention the other places Su-bai had yet to explore. It's important to note that there are not only treasure chest rewards in the dungeon. Su-bai immediately dispatched all his units to explore the surrounding passages. Each team comprised angels, succubi, fairies, dragon maidens, and elves. To ensure everything was secure, Su-bai also had Zoya send 2 extreme single soldier combat units with each team. This completely eliminated any potential threats. Once all the units had gone out to explore and level up, Su-bai relaxed. Alicia and several other girls gathered around. Their levels had already reached the peak, so they didn't need to spend time leveling up and stayed with Su-bai. Each of them had graceful figures and swayed elegantly. Alicia still treated herself as a human recliner, cuddling in Su-bai's arms while kneeling on the ground. 2 pairs of incredibly divine hands were constantly massaging Su-bai's body. The others were not idle either. While Su-bai enjoyed, he opened the dungeon shop. The moment he opened the dungeon shop, Su-bai was captivated by the dazzling array of goods. It must be said that the variety in the dungeon shop was vast. The types in the bounty hunter leaderboard shop were nowhere near as abundant. He even saw many building blueprints and skills in the shop. The skills here not only included those of unit heroes, but also skills that lords could use. However, since Su-bai was only on the first layer of the dungeon, the number and types of products available for purchase were limited. Some high-quality rewards were entirely locked, and he couldn't even view them, let alone buy them. Su-bai had hoped to use Qinlan's talent to obtain a reward for free, but since he couldn't even make a purchase, he had to give up. Finally, he turned his gaze to the skills available for lords. The Hand of Kato Eagle. Su-bai gazed at the solitary skill icon on the marketplace panel, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. The name, it must be said, was rather inappropriate. Previously, Su-bai was only aware that there was a skill for sale in the system store, but he never expected it to be such a skill. Of course, he merely found the name a bit improper and had yet to examine its specific effects. Without hesitation, Su-bai immediately checked the detailed information of Kata's Hawk Hand. Name: Kata's Hawk Hand. Quality: rare type, Lord. Skill effect: 1A active, increases personal attack speed by 100 for 100 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Effect 2, passive attack speed increase of 50, duration 10 minutes, cooldown time 1 minute. Evaluation: although not powerful, it is an extremely rare skill available to lords. It is said that the lord who created this skill is renowned in another domain as the Hand of God. Price: 5,000 points. Su-bai fell silent. This thing truly was inappropriate. How could the creator's domain have such things? Could it be that this lord's skill was created by that esteemed individual? Su-bai was rendered speechless. However, it must be said that this skill was indeed powerful. After all, it could increase attack speed by 100. In battle, it would undoubtedly be a formidable presence. Regardless of the battle, this was true. At the very least, it was a lord skill. If he could use it, he would be able to significantly distance himself from other lords. The rarity of such lord skills was simply astounding. Ordinary lords could not obtain it at all. Bought it. With a thought, Subai spent 5,000 points. Ding. Purchase successful. Acquired lord skill Kata's Hawkhand rare. A golden light fused into Subai's body, and he felt a certain indescribable agility in his hands. He waved his hands casually. The speed had indeed increased quite a bit, though it didn't feel particularly special. At the same time, a wealth of knowledge suddenly emerged in his mind. Subai's breadth of knowledge expanded. He believed that when he fought against Lung Yu and the others again, he would absolutely seize the initiative. Well, that's decent. Subai closed the marketplace and continued to lie in a lascivious embrace, enjoying the massage. In the dungeon, the units were furiously grinding monsters in the corridors. Swarm robots swarmed everywhere, extreme, individual combat units charging wildly. Lava rats fell in droves, points and crystal cores skyrocketing. Subai glanced at the troop level panel, noticing that those units that hadn't reached Bronze 1 star were rapidly gaining experience. At this rate, soon all units will reach Bronze 1 star. Subai nodded in satisfaction. His Golden River was ready, and as long as his units could reach Black Iron 10 stars, he would be able to use crystal cores to push them through. Meanwhile, in another territory, the territory that was once shabby and dilapidated had completely transformed. The wooden structures were replaced by rugged stone fortresses. Goblin banners fluttered atop the fortresses, depicting an ugly green skull. In the center of the territory, on a massive stone throne, sat a giant goblin. His name was Lin Yang. Once an ordinary 18-year-old boy, he entered the creator's domain, full of dreams like everyone else. However, he was exceptionally unlucky. Not only did he fail to become a lord, but he also ended up as someone else's unit. He had to obey his lord's orders, and even returning to Blue Star had become a distant dream. Some units were quite powerful and could thrive in the creator's domain. Yet he never expected to become a goblin. Moreover, not just any goblin, but the lowest tier, ugliest, and most despised goblin. Every day his mind was filled with base desires. His potential was extremely limited. He had almost no way to break into silver rank, destined to linger in bronze for life. Even worse, he didn't understand why his physical form was merging with that of the goblin unit, and his thoughts gradually aligned with goblin instincts. His mind was consumed by base urges and reproduction. The instinctual reactions of his race were beyond his control. Fortunately, his lord was a female leader. She was robust with a barrel-like waist and a face as large as a millstone. Given her appearance, he wouldn't have even glanced at her back on Blue Star. But now in the creator's domain, having become a goblin driven by his instinctual desire to reproduce, Lin Yang had no choice but to reach out to his lord. Lin Yang initially did not want to reach out to his lord. He had no appetite whatsoever. However, there were no other opposite-sex beings around his territory. In the end, he had no choice but to submit. At first, he thought about resisting. But how could an ordinary female lord's units resist if they truly rebelled? He didn't want to be eliminated, so he could only endure. After gaining control of the territory, Lin Yang was not a stingy goblin. His subordinates all had to eat from the same bowl. However, other goblins did not share Lin Yang's mindset. At least Lin Yang still had the mindset of a human, but the other goblins did not care about the lord's feelings. As long as there was a female creature, they would. Thus, on the first day, he became corrupted. Just when Lin Yang thought the future was bleak, his golden finger, racial talent, more children, more blessings, mythical level, effect 1, with female creatures. After making them pregnant, it will enhance the offspring's talent. Effect 2, offspring level increases, can benefit oneself and have a chance to inherit the offspring's talents. Effect 3, for each offspring born, one can draw a reward which includes items, weapons, equipment, and basic resources. Effect 4, all offspring will be fixed as goblins, breaking the racial limits. Evaluation, more children mean more blessings. The effects of this talent were undeniably powerful. Just by giving birth, one could grow stronger. With this talent, Lin Yang ultimately abandoned his aesthetic sensibilities and viewed the goblin as a breeding machine. Thanks to the goblin racial talent, it only took 1 day from pregnancy to childbirth. In just a few days, the goblin had become pregnant several times. His subordinates also had to eat meat with him. Thus, the goblin became particularly quick at conceiving. Moreover, each pregnancy yielded multiple offspring. Each birth caused Lin Yang's power to surge dramatically and granted him a wealth of rewards. The goblin offspring born also inherited parts of Lin Yang's talents, each one far surpassing the ordinary goblin. Moreover, their growth rate was rapid. The first round of offspring were already quite sizable. Some primal urges of the race had gradually emerged. However, there were no other females in the territory. Thus, ultimately, he could only once again turn his gaze. Because of this, Tupai Jide Jaimian unexpectedly struck gold. A goblin of extraordinary talent was already being gestated within her womb. The previous offspring had shown only mediocre gifts, but after abandoning human conventions, one suddenly yielded a golden result. Lin Fan thus successfully acquired a brand new talent. Talent Berserk, Transformation Epic. Effect 1, for 1 minute the user's base combat power is increased by 500%. This was an immensely potent gift, rendering its bearer nearly invincible for a minute. Consequently, the strength of Tupai Jide Jaimian's domain surged dramatically. If a powerful enemy struck, Lin Yang would personally deal with it. Now thousands of goblins populated Tupai Jide Jaimian's domain, each standing in line. They longed to sire mighty offspring. Even the weakest among them bore a Black Iron 5-star rank, and the strongest had already reached Black Iron 10 stars. Of course, measures had been taken to ensure sustainable development. He himself had broken through to Bronze 1. A single strike sent rivals fleeing and suppressed the entire goblin host. He had without doubt become heroic rank. At this moment, Lin Yang sat upon the goblin throne, cradling a pregnant woman in his arms. She was Tupai Jide Jaimian. Her belly had begun to swell, visibly expanding before their eyes. Yet her face showed no pain, instead it wore a sordid, corrupt delight. Her gaze was filled with ravenous desire. Lin Yang paid it no heed. He opened Tupai Jide Jaimian's system panel. He frowned as he studied the leaderboard. The Lord panel should not have permission to open it. At this time, Tupai Jide Jaimian's mind had been reduced to little more than formality. Her spirit lay crushed and was easily appropriated by Lin Yang. Lin Yang opened the points leaderboard. Seeing an anonymous first place with 16935 points, he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. 16935 points. Who could that be? There is also an anonymous entry on the rating leaderboard. Could they be the same person merely hiding behind the territory's name? Lin Yang guessed in a hoarse voice, if I sire a few more and multiply my strength several times, I will surpass you sooner or later. He lowered his head to the woman, eyes brimming with thirst for power. The goblin you bear tonight will manifest a legendary talent. With that goblin my strength will ascend another great rank. From then on he will be the one to take your place. With that goblin my strength will ascend another great rank. From then on he will be the one to take your place. Her eyes had long since lost their light, filled only with desire. She answered dutifully, yes, master. Deep within the dungeon on the 10th floor lay the shadow abyss where sunlight never reached, and the air brimmed with corrosive mist. Bones littered the ground, human and beast alike, their remains heaped into mountains. A vast slime lay draped across a rock with closed eyes as if resting. Its name was Li Fan. Once an 18-year-old youth like Lin Yang, he had suffered an accident upon entering the creation divine realm. But he had not become a troop nor a lord, he had been transformed directly into a monster, a dungeon. Like Lin Yang's fate, the creature he became was feeble as slime. Li Fan did not care, for he discovered that even in his fragility, he could traverse the dungeon freely and step into any floor at will. By chance, Li Fan was flung beyond the 999th floor, and in that moment, he actually beheld. But a god cannot be gazed upon. A single glance stunned him into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself on the first floor of the dungeon. At that instant, his golden boon manifested. Talent Devour Evolution Mythic. Effect 1, by devouring any enemy corpse gains some of its skills and the associated proficiency. Effect 2, by devouring any enemy corpse there is a chance to obtain its talent. The talent offered only those two functions, yet each was overwhelmingly powerful. Nevertheless, Li Fan's progress was stalled at the first step. The slime was simply too weak. Li Fan could not defeat any dungeon beast, so he had to spend vast amounts of time wandering the first floor in search of suitable hunting grounds. At last he found a relatively weak first-floor dungeon. After countless hardships, when two beasts had torn each other apart, he seized the opportunity to devour one and thus acquired his first talent. From that point the snowball began to roll. Within days, Li Fan had devoured over 1,000 beasts. Climbing from the first floor to the 10th, his strength swelled until he reached the silver tier. He could bet with confidence that he was the first slime to attain silver. None of his contemporaries possessed a. Now most 10th floor beasts gave him a wide berth. At this moment, he closed his eyes to digest a slain silver rank patterned green python. Suddenly, he sensed something and opened his eyes, contemplatively staring at his data panel. He had a panel. It was a stripped-down version of the Creation Divine Realm system panel, able only to display basic information and regional or world chat. All functions on the panel were disabled. Whether trade or leaderboards, his name appeared nowhere. Yet Li Fan's gaze remained fixed upon the points rankings. First floor. Over 16,000 points, he murmured in a voice like someone speaking underwater. The points spiked. Surely some very powerful lord has entered the dungeon to grind levels. He hesitated about whether to investigate. A lord able to farm tens of thousands of points on the first floor must carry many treasures. Moreover, now that he had become a monster, he could no longer return to launching. This newly appeared lord was a grave. If not eliminated, unease would remain. In the end, he shook his head. Never mind, lie low. A lord capable of earning so many points is surely formidable. If things go wrong, it's over. They can eliminate me. There will be no chance at rebirth. He closed his eyes again and resumed digesting. The shadow abyss of the dungeon's 10th floor fell silent once more. The territory of Subai. Subai emerged from the portal of the underground city, followed closely by several heroes, including Alicia and Cold Moon. Most of the troops were still on the first level, continuing to grind monsters, while those whose levels were not maxed yet followed the swarm robots to harvest everywhere. With Zoya's extreme single-soldier combat unit present, Subai did not have to worry about the safety of the troops. The number of monsters in the underground city was particularly high, and the experience gained was much greater than that in resource dungeons. The speed of leveling up was relatively faster. It wouldn't be long before the remaining troops would definitely break through to the bronze rank. Subai returned to the Lord's Manor, sitting on the sofa and exhaling a long breath. Several heroes stayed closely by Subai's side, making no noise or fuss. Subai's territory was significantly more special than those of other lords. Other lords would typically arrange for troops and heroes to carry out production tasks during their free time, such as chopping wood and mining outside the territory. This was a basic operation for many lords in the early stages when they did not have enough subjects. However, such a situation would not occur in Subai's territory. Subai's subjects were sufficient to support the consumption and operation of the entire territory. Call Qinlan, Subai said. Shortly after, Qinlan walked in with a clack of her high heels. Cold Moon immediately poked her head out from under the table, her face full of childishness. Alicia also put down her hands that had been massaging Subai's head. Seeing that Subai had important matters to attend to, the girls unconsciously walked out of the room. Qinlan quietly remained at the door, waiting for the few heroes to pass by before stepping into the room. Today she wore a new white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, her legs clad in black suspender stockings, and she wore red-bottomed high heels. Holding a ledger in her hands, she wore a professional smile. "Master, did you call for me?" Qinlan adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses and then approached Subai, taking the place Cold Moon had occupied earlier. Subai glanced down, taking in the shaped curve of Qinlan's waist and hips, as well as her long legs clad in black stockings kneeling on the floor. Those black high heels stimulated Subai's desires. It must be said that Qinlan was indeed quite skilled. The work report continued without interruption. Subai took several deep breaths before regaining his composure. "Haven't you used your talent today yet? Did you manage to obtain the most expensive item from the Red Name shop for free?" Qinlan showed no surprise, still completing her own responsibilities. When the Lord did not summon her early in the morning to purchase items from the shop, she knew that the Lord must want to see if there were better things in the newly opened dungeon shop. Now that the Lord mentioned buying items from the Red Name shop, it definitely indicated that there were no worthwhile items to purchase in the new dungeon shop. Of course, Qinlan, efficient and somewhat irritable, was not like Cold Moon. Cold Moon enjoyed the feeling of being conquered by Subai, hence, she always let Subai take pleasure in it. The Heart of Order could grant all troops of the Order faction a 500 boost to all attributes and randomly add attributes upon killing enemies. The Red Name shop corresponded to the Chaos shop, where the most valuable item should be the Heart of Chaos. The effect should be similar to that of the Order's execution. However, it turned the Order faction into the Chaos faction. Within his troops, both the Dragon race and the Succubus belonged to the Chaos faction. If he could obtain the Heart of Chaos, their strength could double again. After granting permissions, Qinlan immediately opened the Red Name shop and flipped to the most expensive item. Without the slightest hesitation, Qinlan clicked to purchase. Ding! Qinlan's talent for daily free transactions has been triggered. Executing transaction. Ding! An unknown error occurred. Executing transaction. Transaction target faction shop, Heart of Chaos transaction amount 999. 9 billion red named points. Transaction judgment in progress. Ding! Transaction successful. Obtained God level Heart of Chaos. Item name Heart of Chaos, quality unique, price 999. 9 billion red named points. Effect troops of the Chaos faction gain 500 to all attributes, and for every enemy killed the Chaos faction permanently increases 1 attribute point randomly, no upper limit. Note: requires 1,000 red named points to view details. Qinlan looked at Subai and said, "Master, you currently have 1,000 red named points, just enough to meet the viewing threshold. But the price is 999. 9 billion, my talent might." Subai interrupted her. "Give it a try. Wasn't the Heart of Order also successful before?" Qinlan took a deep breath, extended her hand, and gently tapped on the holographic panel. Ding! Qinlan's talent daily free transaction has been triggered. Executing transaction. Transaction target red named shop, Heart of Chaos transaction amount 999. 9 billion red named points. Transaction judgment in progress. Subai held his breath. Ding! Transaction successful. Obtained Heart of Chaos unique 1. Item name Heart of Chaos quality unique effect troops of the Chaos faction gain 500 to all attributes, and for every enemy killed the Chaos faction permanently increases one attribute point randomly no upper limit. Subai raised an eyebrow. It was indeed as he expected. Even the name and effect were exactly as he guessed. Without further thought, the highest value item in the neutral shop must be the Heart of Neutrality. However, the neutral shop had not yet been opened. Moreover, Subai still did not know what was needed for trading in the gravity shop. He opened the warehouse, looking at the crystal, emitting a dark red glow. His lips curled up wildly. The next moment, Subai unhesitatingly used the Heart of Chaos. A dark red light erupted from the crystal, enveloping the entire territory. All troops of the Chaos faction lit up with a dark red glow. Even the succubus and little fairies currently within the dungeon felt a surge of power rising within their bodies. Subai was very pleased. Nothing was more comforting than getting something for free. Master, do we still need to occupy the silver and gold mines around our territory? At that moment, Qin Lan asked with a childish tone. Subai then remembered that after the bandit elimination ranking opened yesterday, he had used the Heart of the Universe to detect resource points within a 10-kilometer radius around the territory. There were several silver and gold mines that he had not yet had the chance to occupy. Among them, several had already been taken over by the Matuo Kingdom. Gold and silver mines are not like iron mines. The guards at the gold and silver mining sites are much stronger than those at iron mines. In some cases, the guards may even be diamond-level powerhouses. This was also the reason why Subai did not blindly occupy these gold and silver mines yesterday. But today was different, as Zoya's output had already increased. Although the number of extreme single-soldier combat units was small, occupying a few copper, silver, and gold mines was absolutely not a problem. These were all sources of wealth. Occupy. We don't call it occupy, we call it taking back. The Matuo Kingdom has forcibly occupied our mining sites for such a long time, we have the obligation to take them back. The Oats gold mine is located in a hilly area within the borders of the Matuo Kingdom. The vein stretches for several kilometers, making it a small to medium-sized gold mine in the region. Though not large in scale, the daily output of gold is sufficient to make the kingdom immensely wealthy. This mine is also one of the primary sources of gold coins for the Matuo Kingdom. Tall stone walls have been erected around the mine with fully armored knights stationed at intervals along the top. Inside the walls, miners sweat profusely in the dimly lit tunnels. Many guards wielding whips glare fiercely at the miners, who appear gaunt and filthy from hunger and toil. If anyone dares to pause in their work, the terrifying whip will come crashing down upon them. Cart after cart of ore is pushed out and transported to the smelting room. After a round of refining in the smelting room, bars of gleaming gold are produced and sent out. These gold bars must ultimately be sent to the mint of the Matuo Kingdom to be struck into circulating gold coins. Of course, gold bars can also be traded, but it is not convenient. In the center of the mine, in a stone hall taller than the surrounding buildings, the guard captain Klesu leans against a soft couch. He is a robust man with a face full of flesh, and his dark golden armor glimmers coldly in the candlelight. The long table in front of him is laden with roasted meats and fine wine, while two maidservants kneel beside him, cautiously pouring wine. Klesu grabs a roasted leg of lamb, tearing into it, with large bites, juices dripping onto his armor. He is a diamond, 3-level powerhouse, ranking within the top 50 of the entire Matuo Kingdom. My lord, a messenger hurriedly rushes and dropping to one knee. The kingdom has issued a decree saying there may be enemies planning to attack the mine, requesting that defenses be strengthened. Klesu pauses his chewing, glancing sideways at the messenger, then continues gnawing on the lamb leg, mumbling indistinctly. Is this about that iron mine incident? That Oleg is useless. The kingdom sends such a waste of a second generation to guard the largest iron mine. What does it matter if they get taken out? Enough. The messenger becomes anxious. My lord, this is the command of His Majesty the King. It is said that the enemy's strength is formidable, possibly beyond platinum level. That's enough. Klesu slams the lamb bone down on the table, oily fingers pointing at the messenger. I am diamond level. Moreover, the mine is deep within the Matuo Kingdom, and the surrounding nations are not as powerful as we are. The strongest among them is only at the diamond level. Who would dare to act recklessly in our mine? Let me ask you, do you think it's possible? There is no disaster at the iron mine, it's merely an internal conflict among the higher-ups. He seems to see through it all, raising his wine cup and taking a large gulp, wiping his mouth. Go back and tell the king the Oats gold mine is as secure as a fortress. If one comes, I will kill one. If two come, I will kill two. Don't compare me to that waste Oleg. The messenger's face turns pale. He wants to say more, but Klesu waves his hand. Get out. The messenger grits his teeth, stands up, and turns to leave. As he reaches the door, he can't help but mutter under his breath, arrogant fool, you'll regret this soon enough. Just as he finishes speaking, the sky suddenly darkens. The messenger looks up, his pupils constricting in shock. A pitch-black rift is slowly tearing open among the clouds above the mine. The rift widens, resembling an open eye, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. In the next moment, countless shadows surge forth from the rift. Tall pitch-black mechas 3 meters high descend from the sky, their heavy bodies crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Their red eyes flicker in the haze, immediately scanning the surrounding environment upon landing. Following closely behind are swarms of robotic drones densely packed, blocking out the sky. They surround the entire mine, sealing it off completely. The messenger's face turns ashen as he realizes that these are the culprits behind the attack on the iron mine, the very enemies the kingdom had warned about. He is ready to flee at any moment. In the stone hall, Klesu is also startled by the loud noise. He grabs his large blade and rushes out, seeing the sky filled with mechanical beings. His expression first froze. He is ready to flee at any moment. In the stone hall, Klesu is also startled by the loud noise. He grabs his large blade and rushes out, seeing the sky filled with mechanical beings. His expression first frozen, then filled with rage. How could the mechanized church's people appear here? Regardless of whether you are from the mechanized church or not, daring to act recklessly on my turf is seeking death. He raises his large blade, which shines with golden light, the pressure of his diamond level radiating throughout the area. All of you die. Klesu does not waste time with words. Who has time to chat before a fight? He charges in with his blade raised, aiming it at the nearest mecha. However, the mecha does not even dodge. It raises its arm, and the cannon starts to rotate. Boom, 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 boom. The shells rain down, and before Klesu's blade can fall, he is engulfed by the gunfire. He is thrown backward, crashing through a wall of the stone hall and landing heavily on the ground. Though it appears he is in disarray, Klesu has not sustained significant injury. He has merely been blown away by the terrifying shockwave. How is this possible? Diamond-level mechanical beings. How could the mechanized church be willing to release such mechanical beings? And they released a total of 5. Klesu's heart stirs as he realizes that each of these mechas seems to be a mechanical being of the diamond level. This is becoming troublesome. Mechanical beings are notoriously fearless, simply following a command. However, they can experience emotions. They can fear and feel terror. Unknown would be manageable, but facing 5 at once, he truly has no confidence in overcoming them. Before Klesu can think further, the 5 extreme single combat units simultaneously aim their cannons at him and launch an immediate attack, catching even Klesu by surprise. These mechanical beings show no hesitation, executing their preset commands. 5 terrifying attacks reach Klesu in an instant. Klesu can only muster all his strength to defend. Boom! The terrifying explosion erupts. A figure is sent flying out and crashes heavily against the stone wall. The immense shockwave shatters the entire wall. How is this possible? He struggles to rise, discovering that his armor has cracked in several places, blood oozing from the wounds. He looks up to see more mechas approaching him, each radiating an aura that threatens him. Damn it! He curses internally, realizing he should have listened to the messenger's warnings. He tries to escape, but his legs feel as though they are nailed to the ground. The extreme single combat units have already locked onto his position, their laser pointers densely dotting it. The sky is also filled with swarms of combat units, blocking off all his escape routes. I'm done for. I feel like I'm about to die. Klesu's voice trembles. The messenger soldier hid behind a pile of rubble in the distance, watching the battle at the center of the mine through a crack, his heart pounding. Though Klesu was a 3-star diamond powerhouse, he had no chance to fight back against the 5 mechanical entities of similar rank. He could only be suppressed and battered by the relentless barrage of firepower. The terrifying aspect of mechanical entities lay in their continuous and fearsome attacks, unafraid of death. At this moment, Klesu's armor was shattered, bloodied all over, with one arm limp and hanging by his side. The flow of magic energy within him had become chaotic, indicating he had suffered severe injuries. It's over, I'm going to die. Klesu's voice was hoarse, filled with despair. The former bravado had long since vanished, leaving only a fear of death. The messenger soldier no longer watched him. He knew that Klesu was doomed. He touched the blue jade pendant at his waist, which he had spent most of his savings and chances to acquire as a life-saving tool. The directional teleportation pendant. This pendant was a piece of equipment that could instantly transport him dozens of miles away to safety. It was truly a getaway artifact. However, this pendant could only be used 10 times. Now it was down to the final use. He had been reluctant to use it, but if he didn't now, he would lose his life. I'm sorry, Lord Klesu. A dead friend is better than a living coward. I will definitely report your valiant sacrifice to the king. Farewell, I must go now. The messenger soldier murmured softly, then crushed the pendant. Blue light enveloped his body, and in the next second, he vanished from the spot. In the mine, Klesu finally could not hold on any longer, pierced through the chest by the energy sword of a mechanical entity. In the next moment, 4 more light swords lunged towards his chest from all directions. Kelasu was instantaneously pierced by 5 light swords. 8 tentacle-like appendages resembling an octopus were suddenly lifted, twisting chaotically in the air. His eyes widened in horror, mouth opening as if to say something, but only black blood foam spilled out. He realized he had been lifted and pierced by 5 light swords from 5 directions. It was frustrating, utterly helpless with no ability to resist. Where did the members of the mechanical cult acquire such power? Such mechanical entities could definitely not be produced by those from the mechanical cult. Swish! Before Kelasu could ponder further, the mech withdrew its energy sword and Kelasu's corpse crashed to the ground. His pupils had long lost focus. Target eliminated, no life signs detected, commencing cleanup of remaining units. A cold electronic voice echoed. The ensuing scene was a one-sided massacre. The silver and gold tier guards were no better than ants in the face of diamond tier mechs. 1 punch per guard, 1 kick for a group, without mercy or hesitation. Some tried to escape, but the swarm of robots had already sealed all routes of retreat. Lasers shot from all directions, and those attempting to flee were turned into sieves before they could take 10 steps. The miners huddled in corners, trembling with fear. Some knelt begging for mercy, others knocked their heads madly, and some were so scared they wet their pants. But the mechs showed no sympathy, no compassion. Those miners were not meant to be kept alive by Subai. One reason was that they were useless, and the second was that managing them was a bother. Wouldn't it be better to use mechanical entities that could be 100% loyal? Why bother with these unstable factors? Thus the command given to these mechanical entities was clear. Leave none alive. Lasers swept through and the miners fell silently. In less than 10 minutes, there were no survivors left in the mine. 5 extreme single-soldier combat units hovered in the air, constantly scanning everything within the mine. They scanned again and again, confirming no mistakes before ceasing their operations, leaving not a single survivor. A similar scene unfolded in all the mines within a 10-kilometer radius of Subai's territory. Copper mines, silver mines, gold mines, one after another, were seized by the mechanical army. The guards didn't even have time to react before being overwhelmed by the swarm. Those high-ranking knights and guards of the kingdom had no opportunity to fight back against several diamond-tier extreme, single-soldier combat units. In less than 2 hours, all the mines surrounding Subai's territory had changed hands. Following the battle, engineering robots surged forth from the crevices. They pushed various equipment, beginning to clear debris, repair buildings, and lay down facilities. They were engineering robots capable of reconstructing a complete production line. They could entirely replace the work of the miners, even able to work uninterrupted for 24 hours. Or was transported from the mine shafts directly into smelting furnaces, producing copper ingots, silver ingots, and gold ingots continuously from the other end. Subsequently, everything was transported into Subai's territory. All of this happened at an astonishing speed. In less than half a day, everything was completed before the engineering mechanical entities. The entire mining area returned to normal, resuming production. The messenger soldier who had avoided the massacre by fleeing early returned to the Mutua kingdom. The messenger soldier stumbled out from the royal palace's teleportation array, drenched in cold sweat. The guards recognized their colleague and quickly supported him. What happened? Why are you in such a sorry state? I remember you went to the Oats gold mine. Oh, what happened there? It's gone. All gone. The messenger soldier's voice trembled. Mechanical entities. Diamond tier mechanical entities. Lord Kelasu is dead. Everyone is dead. The guard's expression changed dramatically as he hurried to report. King Mutuatu sat on the throne, his face pale with rage. The scout kneeling below trembled all over, not daring to lift his head. What did you say? The Oats gold mine has also fallen. Kelasu is dead. King Mutuatu's voice was as cold as Yes, Your Majesty. This is what the messenger soldier personally witnessed. If it weren't for the equipment he acquired years ago, he wouldn't have been able to escape from this sudden situation. The scout's voice trembled as he hesitated to deliver the next piece of news that would further infuriate King. Moreover, all the copper mines, silver mines, and gold mines within the kingdom have been occupied by those mechanical entities. The guards didn't survive a single one, who all were killed, and not a single one of the lowly miners lived to tell the tale. King Mutuatu suddenly stood up, kicking over the table in front of him. The mechanical cult. It must be the mechanical cult. Who else would immerse themselves in those tin-can monstrosities? A minister beside him hurriedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the mechanical cult has declined over the years. How could they have such strength? Could it be another force? Declined. King Mutuatu sneered. Don't forget they were once powerful. They may be somewhat weakened now, but the mechanical cult still has some foundation left. Mutuatu pondered something, a chill running down his spine as he spoke. But he quickly regained his composure, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Gather the troops and dismantle the mechanical god cult's churches within the borders of the Mutua kingdom. A minister hesitated, saying, Your Majesty, the enemy's strength is unknown. How recklessly deploying troops may lead to. What is there to fear? Mo2A2 interrupted him. Their version has been outdated for so long, while our kingdom's version has not yet passed through several eras. The mechanical god cult, a branch of the Mo2A kingdom. This is a city constructed of metal and gears within the realm of the Mo2A kingdom. It is not located within the urban boundaries of the Mo2A kingdom, but rather in a little-known wilderness. All the houses are forged from steel with iron plates paving the streets, and beneath each iron plate gears are in motion. Giant airships float above the city displaying the flag of the mechanical god cult, which features a mechanical skull surrounded by gears. The city is inhabited by various individuals, but they all share a common trait: very few possess a complete flesh and blood body. Almost everyone has mechanical arms, some have replaced their eyes with mechanical ones, while others possess entirely mechanical lower limbs. Even the street vendors have a mechanical hand, swiftly flipping skewers. This is the hallmark of the mechanical god cult. The individuals within it are filled with a cybernetic style. During the era of the universal god cult, the mechanical god cult was also one of the most powerful cults. However, with the evolution of the Genesis Divine Domains versions and the emergence of universal survival, universal races, and universal kingdoms, the mechanical god cult gradually declined. Now the mechanical god cult is barely holding on, consisting of many leaders who follow the mechanical path, struggling to resist the conflicts with other sacred teachings, cults, kingdoms, and tribes. In the center of the holy city, within a massive mechanical temple, the leader of the mechanical god cult sits on a throne made of gears. His name is Augustus, and apart from his brain, almost his entire body has been replaced with machinery. His mechanical eyes glimmer with red light, and his mechanical fingers gently tap on the throne's armrest. He does not appear as calm as he seems. Master, we have received intelligence. A mechanical cult member entered respectfully. Augustus lifted his mechanical eyelids, and a hint of excitement appeared in his mechanical eyes. Speak. There are individuals within the Mo2A kingdom utilizing a large number of diamond-grade mechanical creations, capturing all the minds. The Mo2A king is furious and is currently gathering troops for a counterattack. Augustus' mechanical eyes flickered, and an expression of excitement crossed his face. Diamond-grade mechanical creations. Our mechanical god cult struggles to produce so many diamond-grade combat units. Who has the capability? Could it be another mechanical god cult we are unaware of? The mechanical cult member shook his head. I don't know. However, based on feedback from the scene, the craftsmanship of those mechanical creations is exceptionally high, far exceeding our current technology. Augustus fell silent for a moment, recalling how powerful their previous mechanical god cult had been, how glorious it was, and how the other sacred teachings and cults could not compete with them. If it weren't for that person later claiming that flesh and blood suffered, leading to mechanical ascension, their mechanical god cult would not have suffered such a massive blow, and now they could only hang on by a thread. Augustus sighed lightly, and then slowly said, if we can find this person and bring him into our mechanical god cult, we might be able to revive the glory of the past. The cult member's eyes lit up. Your wisdom is unparalleled, master. I will send someone to investigate immediately. Not so fast. Augustus raised his mechanical hand. The Mo2A kingdom is currently enraged and will surely deploy troops. Let them fight first. Once they both suffer losses, we will make our move. By that time, whether it's the mines or that person, it will all belong to us. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden roar echoed from outside the temple. A mechanical cult member rushed in a panic. Master, something's wrong. The army of the Mo2A kingdom is coming. Augustus abruptly stood up. What? How did they reach us here? Shouldn't they be going to reclaim the mines? Why are they coming for us? That Mo2A has no sense of martial ethics. This bastard is not going to trouble the mechanical god cult, but is here to find trouble with a straightforward man like me. Is he bullying us because we lack diamond-grade mechanical creations? This group of bullies. Augustus immediately walked to the window, and through the telescope function of his mechanical eye, he saw an army moving towards them on the distant horizon, a dark mass. Cavalry, infantry, siege engines, all in great numbers stretching beyond sight. Their target is his holy city. Damn! This old fool. Augustus gritted his teeth. Since they have struck at us, we must at least take a piece of flesh from you. Perhaps we can establish a good relationship with that mysterious person from the mechanical holy cult. In the Subai territory, Subai was unaware of what happened after he occupied the mines. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. Subai had already investigated the strength of the Mo2A kingdom. The Mo2A kingdom is a major highlight of the previous version of the Genesis Divine Domains Universal series. It was also the template for universal characters entering the Genesis Divine Domain, awakening universal kingdoms, and beginning to battle within the Genesis Divine Domain. However, all kingdoms remaining in the Genesis Divine Domain are the losers from the version's battles. In the end, they could only stay within the Genesis divine domain and survive by a thread. The true victors have evolved their kingdoms into divine nations, entering a higher level of warfare. In truth, the strength of the Mo2A kingdom is not strong, and the king has died. Now Mo2A2 reigns, but even the auxiliary panels have been lost, and their future strength will only weaken further. Currently, the strongest individual in the Mo2A kingdom only possesses the power of a star radiance. If they attack, so be it. The Mo2A kingdom wants to reclaim its mines. It will take them some time to gather their troops. By the time they arrive, who knows how long it will be. By then he might have already emptied these mines and fled. Moreover, his strength has been greatly enhanced. He has no fear of them. Therefore, Su Bai feels no pressure at all. He sits comfortably in the Lord's mansion reading the battle reports sent by Zoya with a slight smile on his lips. Statistics of mine occupation: copper mine small 5, medium 1, silver mine small 3, medium 1, gold mine, medium small 1 mine, reserve small mine, within 1 units, medium mine, within 10 million units captured, but unrefined reserves, raw copper approximately 2.3 million units, raw silver approximately 8.5 units, raw gold approximately 1 units, captured finished ingots, copper ingots approximately 1 units, silver ingots approximately 6 units, gold ingots approximately 2 units. Su Bai looked at these numbers feeling quite pleased in his heart. Just the rough gold amounted to 1 units, which could be refined into gold bars, and then minted into coins worth at least over 1 gold coins. With the addition of silver and copper mines, his wealth multiplied several times. However, a problem arose. His territory had not yet unlocked the minting technology. To unlock the minting technology, he needed to upgrade to a Tier 3 territory. His territory level was still far from that. He wondered if Zoya could produce a minting factory. Su Bai speculated in his heart. Currently, many buildings in Su Bai's territory required a large amount of gold coins to upgrade, such as the Great Wall. To upgrade to the next level, in addition to basic resources, there were additional requirements, and gold coins were one of them. A 1-meter wall required a whole 100 gold coins. This was just for a 1-meter wall. It should be noted that Su Bai already had a wall length of 400 meters. The resources consumed for upgrading were enormous, thus a stable source of gold coins was essential. I need to find Zoya. Su Bai immediately called for Zoya. Zoya had just been commanding the mechanical creations in combat from the back. Having just finished the battle and counting the spoils, she was quickly summoned by Su Bai. Soon Zoya rolled in on her spherical device. Her face still held the excitement of battle, her eyes shining terrifyingly bright, completely contrasting with her cold and elegant style. She was undoubtedly a war enthusiast. Great Master of Mechanics, is there something you need me for? Could it be that you are ready to fulfill my reward? Zoya jumped down from the sphere, her high heels clicking on the floor. Her expression remained very excited, as if the thrill from earlier had yet to fade, or perhaps it was due to some other unknown reason. Su Bai looked into her eyes, which seemed to want to devour him, and felt a shiver in his heart. He forced down his unusual feelings, and said seriously, "Can you build a minting factory for copper, silver, and gold?" "Of course, it's a piece of cake for me. I just need a bit of research time," Zoya said, adjusting her golden glasses, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Su Bai's eyes brightened. If she could build it, a bit of time was no issue at all. He knew that a minting factory was a building that could only be unlocked after the territory reached Tier 3. Mines also needed to appear as modules within the Lord's territory after reaching Tier 3. Being a whole tier ahead was a significant advantage that would only grow larger over time. Then hurry up and build it. Zoya did not move, but looked at Su Bai with a smile, a sly glint in her eyes. "Great Master of Mechanics, have you forgotten something?" Su Bai was taken aback. "What is it?" Zoya stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Su Bai's neck, pressing her. Her red lips were close to Su Bai's ear, her voice soft and seductive. "You promised me a reward last time, and you haven't given it yet. Now you're assigning me tasks without offering any reward. I lack motivation." Zoya embodied the high, cold, elegant sister style. She dressed with a certain charm, wearing a white lab coat and red-soled high heels every day. Her movements were graceful as she walked. Although Su Bai couldn't understand why a researcher would dress like this, he thought it was normal for girls to love beauty. But now Su Bai felt he was wrong, and seriously so. How could the troops under him be considered normal? A pure angel could turn into the most corrupted one. A serene fairy could become a wooden bead fairy. A seductive succubus played the pure love route. Even gentle elves transformed into stipe queens at night. Only little Lolis and Zoya seemed a bit better. But now even Zoya had changed. The formerly cold mechanic Zoya was playing so wildly. By any means necessary, Zoya demanded that Su Bai use them on her. It was hard to imagine such a high, cold, and elegant mechanic would reveal this side. Su Bai thought, "Wow, I initially thought Zoya was relatively normal, but it turned out she was anything but." As night fell, the bonfire was lit again beside the hot spring. Relaxation after a day of labor was essential, and thus the pool party had become a daily routine. The food from the cafeteria of the gods filled a long table offering every imaginable delicacy. These foods not only catered to the troops' growth needs. There were also other foods such as those that provided certain buffs like charm fruit stamina meals and hydrating drink. These foods generally posed no harm to Su Bei's troops. Su Bei opened a bottle of fine wine, and the moment the cork was pulled, the aroma filled the entire hot spring area. All the troops who smelled the wine immediately flushed with color, becoming unsteady on their feet, their eyes glazed, and their cheeks rosy. Su Bei leaned against the edge of the hot spring, his back pressed against the warm wall, the water just covering his chest. His gaze was fixed on the stage. On the stage, various troops were performing their ethnic dances, including fairies dressed in incredibly alluring. With captivating expressions, they danced seductively, presenting their bodies boldly to Su Bei. Alicia sat to his left, her body slightly leaned, wet white ribbons clinging to her outlining breath. Her hair floated on the water's surface, golden sparkles at the tips, her gentle gaze filled with affection. She showed no interest in the dance on stage, her eyes only for Su Bei, as if she wanted to merge her master into her body. Cold Moon sat to his right, her purple hair spread across the water, the hem of her white dress, with purple patterns floating on the surface, revealing a fair leg. Her delicate foot peeked out of the water, crystal clear and petite. It was clearly of food-grade quality. She lazily closed her eyes, water droplets hanging from her eyelashes, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth as she whispered in Su Bei's ear. "Master, would you like to see Cold Moon dance for you on stage?" Hearing her familiar, enchanting voice, Su Bei felt a shiver run through him. Su Bei could hardly imagine how explosive it would be for someone with Cold Moon's figure to dance. Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang sat beside the dining table, watching the dance on stage with a slight pout. Just know how to tempt my master. A bunch of seductive little fluff balls. Why doesn't that pesky lord clearly I want to be treated like that too. Doesn't my master know to be more proactive? Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang grumbled angrily as she devoured the food in front of her. Her eyes were filled with rage. Like her, the other little Lolas were also eagerly consuming the food in front of them. They had only one goal: to eat more food and grow quickly. I knew you would tempt my lord. A group of alluring furballs. Damn fish lord, why not treat me like— Clearly I also wish to be treated that way. Doesn't my lord know to be a bit more proactive? The Dragon Emperor Ling Shuang angrily devoured the food before her. Her eyes were filled with fury. Like her, the other little Lolas were also voraciously consuming their food. They had only one goal: to eat as much as possible and grow quickly. As the newer troops near and Disti certainly could not compete with Alicia and Cold Moon. Therefore they could only settle for second best, sitting at Su Bei's feet and hugging one of his legs each. What about Zoya? Zoya was still in the Lord's mansion. With his enhanced power, Su Bei had become utterly transformed. Taking on 10 opponents alone was no problem, and a mere Zoya was easy to handle. Now Zoya was wearing a special outfit, rolling her eyes and babbling incoherently while in a coma. As the pool party continued, the theme of the party emerged. Su Bei was awakened by the sunlight. He opened his eyes to find himself still soaking in the hot spring, the temperature just right with mist swirling around. Even after soaking in the spring all night, Su Bei's skin remained unchanged. There were no wrinkles or any other oddities. He felt an endless surge of energy. Yet his base stats had increased significantly. He opened his panel to take a look. Name: Su Bei, level bronze, 1-star health, 12850 attack, 110 defense, 110 stamina, 1380 spirit, 1360. All of these had increased slightly compared to yesterday. This was the power of dual cultivation. Each deep interaction with a troop would enhance both parties' base stats. After spending the entire night engaging with dozens, even hundreds of different troops, it was no surprise that his stats had increased. Ding! A new day has arrived, and today's card draw count has been refreshed. Su Bei's spirit lifted. Card draw. He immediately opened the talent space, and 3 card silhouettes appeared before him: gold, purple, and blue. 1 gold, 1 purple, and 1 blue. Su Bei's eyes lit up as he first looked at the gold card. Gold unique, more children, more blessings card effect grants the target, any opposite sex target, the ability to become pregnant and bear children, receiving rewards that may include the target's skills, talents, or other rewards from the creator's domain. Applicable targets: Lord, Hero, Troop, Citizen. Card evaluation: more children means more blessings. What a deal, more children, more blessings. Playing it that big. As long as a relationship leads to conception and childbirth, you can receive rewards. This talent might seem pointless for other lords. After all, the talents of other lords' troops and heroes surely couldn't compare to his own, but he was different. His troop talents were godly and above. He had never even heard of anyone obtaining skills above the godly level, and if he could acquire their talents, his growth potential was simply unimaginable. Su Bei took a deep breath. There was no choice to be made here. Su Bei unhesitatingly chose the first card. No way, I need to give it a try, seize any opportunity. He glanced around. Then he turned his gaze to Cold Moon. Sorry, Cold Moon, even if you're tired, now who told you to be closest to me? At this moment, Cold Moon lay by the poolside in tattered clothes. Her outfit had been completely torn to shreds. The purple hem lay scattered all over, and the purple gradient stockings on her legs were already in tatters, as if she had been through a fierce battle. As for the pair of purple shoes on her delicate lotus-like feet, they had long since disappeared. At this moment, Cold Moon was still in a coma. Last night, she had been a key combatant. Not long after, a voice came from Su Bei's ear. Ding with. Hero Cold Moon. Reward acquired Super Schwanheng, Super Godly Skill. Successfully. Upon success, there is a high probability of replicating her talent. What a treasure! Finally, a reward has appeared. Although it didn't result in successful reproduction, obtaining a super godly skill is still quite good. This is a skill that he can use. Completely a lord skill, and it's a super godly skill. Su Bei had never heard of any human lord acquiring skills above the godly level, and he could obtain one just by a single interaction. This is incredible. That Kato Takashi just go eat dust. Su Bei was extremely excited in his heart. Oh, my lord, you. Oh, why so excited? It's nothing, just thought of something happy. Su Bei chuckled, and then told Cold Moon about the skill he had obtained. Cold Moon's heart stirred, becoming even more proactive in her requests. My lord, you must let me be a part of it, so that you can become even stronger. Su Bei was quite moved. Since Cold Moon had said so, what else was there to say? It was definitely a must. Go all out. Soon another round of PK welcomed them in the spring. After the PK ended, the girls also regained some spirit. Su Bei then began today's routine, first upgrading the territory. Current level of Lord's Mansion 2nd tier, level 1 upgrade to 2nd tier, level 2 requirements: gold 2000, 1st tier crystal core 200, rare wood resource card 200, a rare stone resource card 200, wood 0. The resource consumption was significant, but Su Bei did not mind. With a thought, he said upgrade. Ding. Lord's Mansion upgrade successful. Current level 2nd tier, level 2. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this region to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to 2nd tier, level 2. Reward for regional first upgrade 2nd tier crystal core selection pack 50. The rewards were decent. He could also upgrade one building to maximum level of 2nd tier. Ding. Territory upgraded to 2nd tier, level 2. Upgrade challenge dungeon opened. Su Bei climbed out of the hot spring, energized all over. Let's get to business first. Su Bei got dressed and walked out of the hot spring. He arrived at the experience blood pool. Immediately, he called over 100 troops that had not yet reached bronze 10 stars. First, he would bring a batch of troops up to bronze 10 stars. Enhancing their strength, even if just a bit, was worthwhile. With a thought, 100 various troops leaped into the experience blood pool.